and welcome to another day here of some NA Division 2 action. Should be a fun one here with Lacoste. He was thinking about hosting before, but he ended up switching spots with me, and we swapped it over, and I figured I would go for it as we're here with another day of NA Dota. Should be fun. It's always interesting. There's always something a little bit new to show from NA Dota, and it's been fun so far, right? Like, we've had some good days. It's looked, 2-1 here and there, back and forth. Are you enjoying this the most out of any other region?
I mean, in terms of scale, Western European DPC seems more stacked, but when it comes down to pure entertainment, heroes that they pick, NA is a place to be. Like, you have some expectations, you lower the expectations, and then you can have a lot of fun. It really is like that. I mean, this Div 2, it has some potential to it. Most of these teams are kind of stacks. Some orgs, of course, as well. But looking at the way they play, it's a lot of work to do if you want to compete. Like, everybody's goal, of course, is to go to that Div 1, compete with the big dogs, and see how it's going to go. Maybe qualify to the major. But for now, it's all about that entertainment. Showing, there's some beef between some of the pub players, and it's going to come out. You want to beat them, some of your friends as well, because the community is pretty small.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what we saw on the last play day. It was two BO3s, and we had the first one here, a wild card against Tilted Boys, and we had that interview with Samson, and he's been trying to innovate in a few ways, so it's always interesting to see what he's going to be throwing out here, and he does end up having himself a Drow game, which is not a hero we see too often anymore.
Yeah, maybe too innovative for my taste. This hero doesn't seem to be in a good spot right now, especially since the shard change. They dropped his first game. In the interview, he talked about grinding, how he wants to succeed with the team. Seems like everybody wants to do the same thing, but they dropped his first game, and it was against Tilted Boys. Morphling went pretty ham, finished off the game with 9-2. We see a lot of Morphlings just straight up carrying the games on their own, which is no surprise. This hero is anti-carry, especially against some of these heroes that do rely, you turn into Magnus, you turn into Drow Ranger, you steal some of her stats, it's going to be good. And again, in this second game, another Morphling, but did not succeed. This is one of those games where, again, he plays really well. Morphling ends the game with 0 deaths, the game ends. That's not a good feeling by any means.
Yeah, you don't want to end a game with no deaths, but on the losing side. It's never that fun of a moment there, and you could see Wildcard kind of showing some good moves. RCY, definitely one of those players to look out for, and I think Samson's kind of having himself a little bit of a resurgence, whether it be the new name or, maybe something inside him that is just pushing him even further than we've seen before. So, coming down to Division 2, they're really looking to prove something, and then in this third game, 26 minutes in, 21-8, kind of something we saw in Western Europe in a few of those games where it just felt all kills for one team, no kills for the other team.
Yeah, and a lot of the times you also see Taken Roche, where you we're 5k gold lead down, but enemies are farming every single corner of the map, these outer rings, so we're going to use this opportunity, go for Roche. It does happen often, but Samson, aka Sammy Boy, showing some good performance on Magnus in this one, and Monster on Beastmaster. He's been dominating this third game, didn't die a single time. We saw Beastmaster popping off ever since the changes, some of the nerfs to all these auras. Even though auras are still strong, it does allow Beastmaster again to go for an item that he really wants to buy for the last 5 years. You want to buy into that Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, and just hit that really strong timing. And another Alchemist game, we covered some Div 2 China. The hero has been relatively popular. It seems like in these lower divisions, you know how to farm. That enemy's not going to be able to put as much pressure on you. So you go for Alchemist, then you get that Radiance timing and go from there.
Yeah, it seems like the Alch is becoming popular in a few areas, and like you said, in China, it's no surprise when you've got farmers like CTY in that division, who all they do is farm. But this game, they had the Alchemist. It looked like it was maybe a game that they were going to pull out, but game one was ultimately ended up being won by Grin Esports, and you could see this net worth lead all of a sudden 40,000, and Medusa pulls it ahead and pulls it out. So, something there to be always curious about is how far behind can you be as a Medusa before you're able to pull it away. And, against the team like Ravens, that was a pretty big win because they've got some guys on this Ravens lineup that look pretty good. And then, the game 2 action that we're seeing right here, Omni Knight coming through. Not a hero we're seeing too much of, but definitely a hero that can be utilized real well.
Yeah, against Batrider, against Legion Commander was a really good pickup in this game. Even Magnus, because he does rely on heavy physical damage, and in some of these fights, you'll pop that Guardian Grease, like pop your Guardian Angel, and they can't really do much about it. You said a couple of good players, RRL, Italiano Gangster. RRL popped off completely in that second game. But third game, like they managed to make a comeback. First losing the first game, and then in this third game, Windranger finally gets the dub. Like this hero has been losing so much. Like it's all over the place. I think whoever is playing Dota experiences at least Windranger in every single game when the hero is available. A lot of the times the hero will get banned because it's a popular hero, but you got to play against it. Like you've experienced. This was not the most competitive game because both Windranger and Magnus, like even Ember Spirit, all 3 cores had an amazing time. They were just like running at them, constant kills, not relying too much on cooldown, even though like there's RP. Magnus doesn't care too much about RP. It's more about Harpoon repositioning, and Ember Spirit, Spirit Breaker, Windranger, they can play Dota, what I like to call all the time.
It's kind of crazy the variance we see with Windrunner games that are just like, oh, you're either winning or you are definitely losing. Like there is no middle ground with a Windrunner. It's one or the other, and it feels like there's a lot of games that just you see Windrunner, then there's Vanguard carriers, and then that's pretty much it. And we see the leaderboard here. Ravens and Wildcard lead the pack at 2-0. C-Dub and the American Goons right behind them at 1-0. And then the bottom half of this leaderboard is all winless teams in Nexus Titans, The Cut, Grin, and Tilted Boys. And that's the 5, 6, 7, 8. You don't want to be in the 7, 8 spots. You don't want to be out of Division 2. 1, 2, of course, getting promoted. 3, 4, 5, 6 staying in the mix. And, we do have kind of an interesting schedule coming up today. So, we are starting off with Nexus Titans against C-Dub. C-Dub still undefeated. They took their first series over The Cut 2-0. And The Cut are, 0-1, and they're kind of sitting at an interesting spot. But so are Nexus Titans. C-Dub are going up against them. Then you've got American Goons against The Cut. And American Goons, they're 1-0. And, of course, The Cut, as I already said, are 0-1. And then that last series, Wildcard Gaming, who are 2-0 and only dropped 1 game so far, go up against Grin Esports, who are 0-2, and kind of in this bit of a shaky situation because I don't think they have really any more losses to give.
Yeah, definitely. But I want to see this first series, how it's going to go. This is the one that we're going to cover because C-Dub, we only saw them playing 1 series so far, and it looked okay. I would say it looked okay. Nexus Titans, they did lose to Wildcard Gaming. In first game was relatively competitive. Second game was just complete domination from Wildcard Gaming. And Wildcard Gaming playing against Grin Esports. So we'll have to see. Like right now, Grin 2-0. Wildcard Gaming managed to get another dub for themselves. This is a team that has, I would say, a lot of experience coming out from Sammy Boy, who's leading the team from that position 1. I think a lot of upsets could happen in this second one. American Goons, there's always going to be a squad that calls themselves like Goons, like some Goon squad. People love to use this one. A little surprised that we don't see more American prefix in some of these. Like it has to be like, in NA, it's just like has to be, American something.
American Tilted Boys, American Nexus Titans, American Wildcard Gaming. Yeah, I mean, some of those work. American Ravens. That sounds as patriotic as it gets at times. Yeah, sure. I'm here to see the American prefix come in, and I'm kind of interested in this series of C-Dub coming through with Nexus Titans. Mark, who I always talk about, one of the best in-game names out there, and I always compare him with like Frank or Quinn. When you've got your name as your in-game name, I think you're in a pretty good spot, right?
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the names, Double King. Ooh. You know, it's just a king. It's King. We saw God King coming out from China. You know, we saw King coming into the China, playing for Team Aster. There's always going to be also some kind of a king, but there can only be one king. So we'll have to see how C-Dub's going to go with this Double King. C-Dub as a team has some like familiar names, I would say. Sanctified, but the most experienced player on their team, definitely Duster, who has a good history playing with Pain Gaming, No Ping, Bait, Midas. Like he played for like a lot of these South American teams, Furia at one point as well. So he's gonna be bringing that experience, leadership from position 5, and on the other side, not as much experience, I would say. So I would say coming into this series, Nexus Titans, they will need to surprise them with something fancy. By something fancy, I don't mean Wind Ranger 2 times in a row like they did against Wildcard, because they are ruining the win percentage of the hero, which nobody likes to see.
There's always that one team, right?
Yeah.
That's just bringing down the win percentages. So we do have ourselves a draft, and we should be ready to go. We'll see what gets banned out first here. Been a lot of Beastmaster bans, a lot of Medusa bans, techies, of course, in the mix of just getting banned or picked all the time, which is not something you'd expect if you were playing this game just a few years ago. But the here and now, it's techies.
It's techies. I think people realize how strong Veno, Spirit Breaker, and Pagna are. Like these heroes definitely, in all regions, all divisions, like all tournaments, the heroes are getting a lot of love. There was the game the other day in Western Europe where like Pagna Storm into Silencer, no cares, like constant mana restoration. It's just insane. Like Medusa also comes to mind because you have full HP, so your mana gets replenished immediately and then you get more value from it. So we'll have to see if these teams want to play with or against Medusa.
Yeah. So already, keeping techies open, keeping Pugna open for the moment with those first bans. We don't see a lot of Void Spirit first ban. It seems to make it to the second phase. I think a lot of teams are comfortable at least letting it get that far. There are some other heroes that take priority, but of course, from region to region, things do differ. And there, of course, is that techies ban. And this last ban, you're guaranteed to now be leaving a lot of things open.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of these OP heroes left in the pool. If everything is OP, nothing is OP. That's Dota mentality right there. There's like Magnus, Doom, so Pagna, Veno. There's a bunch of heroes that are still like super strong if you want to go for like some combo. I think because C-Dub does have first pick, they could go with just like Pagna and then see from there what enemy takes. Not sure if they want to take like Medusa Storm. If you take one of these two combined with Pagna, should be a good one.
Do you like the back-to-back picks? Or do you think it should be A, B, A, B, A, B? Like constant back and forth?
I mean, we change it every now and then. We've been on this pick for a decent amount of time. I think I'm coming into this patch, I thought that we might shake things up a little bit more when it comes down to drafting. But I think after seeing how it went after the recent years, I think this is a pretty good one. I don't have my complaints about it.
Would you ever add more bans?
We might. I don't know. Having, 7 bans is, I think, more than enough to cover all the weaknesses. Imagine if you had like 50 bans. And then...
No. That if we had that many bans, then all of a sudden you're probably have to have like daily bans, heroes that just aren't available. there's that Pugna, so it's, well, going back to you pretty much guessing the draft's completely correct.
Yeah, now you gotta decide, like, what trade do you get in this one? Because I don't know if you want to just, like, go all on. You're like, you know what? We'll steal Medusa and Storm Spirit, so what's gonna be your Pugna combo? I don't mind opening up with 2 cores, but then C-Dub would just straight up pick Anti-Mage against Medusa Storm Spirit. It's like the best pick in the game. So they have to check because they have a double pick right now.
Already using a lot of that reserve time. Like, down to 50 seconds already. Usually the first phase picks are the ones that are easiest to get through.
I wanted to say that they're AFK, but seeing all 5 people on the camera means they are not.
Let's see. Did they disconnect? No.
No, everybody's in the game, chat, everything's fine. It's just that they're thinking. They put them in a tough spot with this Pugna first pick.
Pudge first pick?
I don't think you needed to waste all of your reserve time.
Okay. On a Pudge pick.
Yeah, just to get Pudge. It does happen in pubs a lot.
And
that we said.
There's that Windrunner. And then Abaddon. So, isn't Abaddon like a Double King special? Is it Double King I'm thinking of?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking why Abba here. I guess like he can't die. Against Pudge, you can purge off Shackle Shot, Dismember. We'll have to see. So banning out this Pango seems like Nexus Titans, they still want to be playing Windranger, something that they did 2 times. Picked it when they played against Wildcard. First phased it immediately.
So let's see, as Undying and Shadow Demon are banned out. Pango and Storm also getting banned. But everything could be up in the air now that Nexus Titans have figured out that they want to go with a Pudge. And they banned that Morphling, so we see a lot of Morphlings. We talked about it in the recap, how Morphling is one of those heroes that just ends up being a hero that can just open up the game. So, I'm always interested to see how Morphling can do, but we're not going to see it in this game. Pugna Abaddon, Abba in the safe lane role potentially, which is going to be good here against both Pudge and Windrunner.
Yeah, the Pango is one of those heroes that, like, even though you have 2 heroes that are really good against him, Windranger with Focus Fire, you can just like eat him with Pudge, Dismember, he dies during the Rolling Thunder. It's still that poke from the distance, replenish mana. Look, works pretty similar with like hero like Keeper of the Light. I'd say Keeper of the Light plus Pango is a better combo than Pugna plus Pango. I was like, did I say Pango or did I say Pugna? Because it sounds very similar. It took me a second to realize what I said. But Storm Spirit and Beastmaster banned out. No real surprise there. Storm, we've seen it multiple times across all other regions. And of course, Beastmaster, Division hero that does give you vision to see where Pudge and Windranger are. Good Enchantress game. You have an ability to dispel Aphotic Shield, remove the Cripify as well. I was thinking maybe Oracle, but Enchantress will do the same thing. Nexus Titans relying heavily on the laning stage. These heroes can easily snowball. So C-Dub will need to get some kind of a lockdown. Enchantress into Pugna also can be tricky because sometimes Enchantress does feel relatively tanky, difficult to kill. Once she gets to that like level 6, you don't have enough physical damage to take her out, not enough magical. Pugna comes in very handy against these picks.
So Ench, a hero we're seeing more and more of. It's coming around quite a bit. And Batrider.
Yeah, now you're not going to have lack of any kind of magical damage to kill this Enchantress.
Batrider, it's open here in this lineup, right? Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be a core. Could be that 4, could be 2, 3, 4, honestly. Depending on where they want to put that Abaddon. I know that they have the Double King Abaddon potential as well. So it will be interesting to see what this next pick is, because it'll give us a better look at what the draft ends up being.
Most likely going to be support. Like, it still can be 3. I'm not a big fan of Batrider mid anymore. I feel like the hero's potential is slightly wasted. 4 seems like to be the role where the hero shines the most, because you are getting the farm, you're putting a ton of pressure on the enemy's safe lane, you scale real nicely. If you're off to a good start, Batrider from position 4 causes a lot of problems for you, where he's like in your face. Hero doesn't rely on cooldowns as much as he did in the previous patch, because now his lasso is like, you know what, we'll get lasso on a single target. We'll get lasso on 5 and we'll kill you. By 5 I don't mean level 5, I mean position 5. So you're not afraid to use the ability, which does heroes make heroes super strong, I would say, at the early stages of the game.
So Timber, probably your mid, Batrider your 3, Abba could be the 1, and Pugna could be your support. But it could still be Bat 4, Pugna 5, and they could go for an offlaner. The draft still sits semi-open. Queen of Pain picked here for Nexus Titans. And pretty mobile hero. Where is this Pudge going?
Pause 4, I think, Windranger carry, Enchantress 5, Pudge 4, and they're going to be looking into offlane. Because right now they have put themselves in a spot on Nexus Titans where, like, oh, you want to put Timber on a mid lane? We have Quap. You want to put Batrider? We also do have Quap against it. So Queen of Pain will have a good time no matter what. There's no lockdown against this Queen of Pain other than Lasso. So looking like a really good pick.
So Medusa ban, thinking there's still a need for the 1. But also, you do want to just get Medusa out of there. You don't want to allow them to kind of go to this backup plan Medusa, even if there is a carry already on this team for Nexus Titans.
Could be Windranger off lane, Pudge 4. It's an okay lane. Wow, what a ban. I don't think I've seen this hero being played at all. Maybe there was like one game the last couple of months in Div 1. Rings a bell.
Brood Mother.
But I'm really glad we took care of that hero. It's just, it was pretty horrible. It was like, you don't ban Brood Mother. We have first pick. You have to ban it. Like, you have to waste 1 ban. Otherwise, teams are going to pick it.
And Brood Mother. Still just, like, shocking. Don't see that hero at all. But here it is, and let's see what this final ban is. And it ends up being Weaver. Oh, well, you're watching your game. Like, we don't want to play this Weaver anymore or allow it to go through. We saw how good it could be.
I mean, it's a good ban. This is one of those heroes that they don't have the control for. Like we talked about, just 1 lasso coming out from the Batrider. That's about it. That's all they got. So Weaver would have a pretty free game. There's a bunch of heroes that C-Dub could pick up here. Like a lot of these heroes who are mobile from position 1. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about the Nexus Titans, if they want to go with the carry. But again, you could still play Windranger as a carry, because she's very mobile with Windrun. So now they take another way of dispelling things and slightly more control with Legion Commander.
I like this draft. I know it's a little unconventional with the Abba carry, but I'm so down for it.
If you, like, this is why NA Div 2 is a really special place. If you ask me, like, what the drafts are gonna look like, I would have guessed, like, 1-2 heroes at the most. That's about it.
You guessed the Pugna.
Yeah, I said like 1 or 2. Maybe that's because they do draft differently. Like, this is not Division 1 we're talking about, where teams have more experience. Some of these teams also play play for fun. They also have limited hero pools, which you can't allow to have in Division 1. So Nexus Titans, they go with Slark as their last pick, which is, other than Legion Commander, really good game for it. There's not enough, like you don't care about packing a Batrider. Timber can cause some of the problems with his burst damage. I don't know. I like what Nexus Titans drafted for themselves.
We saw that like one game where Timber got Ags pretty early on. I feel like since then, we haven't really seen much of it.
People understood that it's not that great. Like, it's okay if you can get the connection with it, but it's still like investing 4,000 gold. Right. Sure, you get like max stacks, but if you don't get the damage, is it really worth it? 4,000 gold? Octarine Core just seems like much better choice, because you build into Vanguard mana boots, you're already unkillable. You're gonna have a really good early game. You disassemble it later, have 3 components for Octarine, get Kaya Sanj. Suddenly you have like 3,500 HP. How are you gonna kill me?
True. How do you kill him? And then, of course, you get the shield rune on top of that, and then all of a sudden you have 10,000 HP. It's kind of crazy. Shield rune, super broken, super strong. So it will be mid Legion Commander with Mark on it. Okay.
Against Queen of Pain, like Queen of Pain's also fine playing into matchup where she doesn't get point in Shadow Strike. You're like, well, I'll use my press, remove it instantly.
Right.
But Queen of Pain will still farm. You're not gonna threaten a kill on Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain needs to make a mistake to be able to die in this matchup. A heavy mistake, I would say.
Okay. So we'll get into this first game. We'll do our thing, and should be a fun one. As C-Dub taking on Nexus Titans, and I'm excited to see this Abaddon. I need to reconnect to see this Abaddon though, but I'm excited. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see core Abba. Well, not core Abba, one Abba, and this Pudge. Pudge used to be a hero we saw every game. Now Pudge here just feels weird. A little surprising.
It's been popular, like from the games that I've seen at the start of the Western European DPC, especially Entity. They were the one picking it a lot. Dana, let's see the hook.
Ooh.
Full wrap around. He gets it.
There it is.
Double King.
That's who you want. Double King in trouble. Power shot comes through. Double King's gonna die. They'll end up getting the trade. So we'll get in the trade, and they've got another one. Desperate's gonna fall too. Double kill here in a Venge
and another one maybe
matchup
with this blood grenade
where they kill Double King. So double kill, and they kill Double King. I like this.
The battle begins.
Timber saw 500 gold before they even picked up the runes, and they're gonna pick up 2 bounties already on C-Dub. Pudge is like, this is fine. This is good trade. I got my first blood. And also, we'll get the flesh heap later on. So he's definitely fine with the trade. Thing is, all things combined, it's not a good trade for the rest of the team. Also, I want to see some blood grenades being bought on DNA. Or Dana.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets some of these blood grenades. I am stuck in having player perspective, and I think it's because I watched your game live. Duster. He is going to get hooked, might just end up dead. Power shot that chases on, but
this is where blood grenades comes in handy.
Keep up with him.
Just that extra overtime damage, extra slow, you get a couple of right clicks in. But then again, Abba could remove it. Another hook.
All the way through the creep, Saphotic shield, power shot, and alive still. Wow. That was close again. But that early aphotic shield.
Close 2 times. Zor also power shot, not a full channel, so doesn't get the kill. I guess he was afraid that he's gonna miss it. Pudge using a hook on a big creep, gets that Warpine Raider. We'll get some of that XP. Top lane
Suger's low, and they can't get the kill. The blood grenade, whirling death. Mila is dead. Ooh. Still dead though. Chased under the tower. That's not good. Oof. Little impetus damage right there. Nature Lover coming forward will get the kill on a Sanctified, but have his life traded? He's running away, but there's that Whirling Death, and we'll get that kill.
Kiritsugu, he's fine with that one. So he can get some of the solo XP. Not an easy lane like against Timber unless you're paired up with something super strong in the lane like Lich. But it's really good for the game, the Slark pick.
Slark forced to pounce away, but there's the Flame Break again. Chasing under the tower. Oh, tree down. Kiritsugu's dead. Blood Grenade, and this Timber is getting low, but he is not dead yet. He's got the Ring of Health, and he's trying to get into a Vanguard, but
Ring
that's
of
not
Health.
exactly going too amazingly
Tango,
yet.
Inspiration Aura from the Creep. Sitting at
Ooh.
20 HP per second region, which is pretty nuts to think about. But that tree play was really nice.
That's shades of the old Ironwood tree plays you'd make as a Timber.
What was it? It was like 4-second cooldown or something.
It was something ridiculous. And then we'd see like Windrunners made like 70, Double King. He's trying to get a kill here. Will take out Thana with the help of Duster, but ends up still himself getting traded. Zor with a shackle shot, and the chase is on from this Pugna. Another blast and a couple right clicks as Zor getting chased all the way through. Duster wants this and doesn't quite kill him, but Nature Lover dies in the top lane to this Timber again. So Timber already sitting
he got him.
4-1-1.
He got him
Zor
bottom,
got him.
Duster.
Whoa.
He blasted him like 5 times in a row. Hook misses bottom, but we're watching the top lane now. Kiritsugu underneath the tower, a lot of dives.
Oh boy, Sanctified here, you'll hear. Blood Grenade used, Pounce leashing, Impetus shot. There's a kill on the Timber. It is 4 minutes into the game, we have 12 kills.
Not even 4 minutes. This is why we're here. Pure entertainment. They don't care about who's gonna win the game. Let's see mid
Bot
lane.
sitting low.
Oh,
Mark.
desperate.
Desperate to blink out. So they're going to bring the Pudge over. Red Rover, we call Pudge over. As Mark, he finally gets to that level 5. You guys play that where you grew up? Red Rover?
No. I heard about it, but we never played it. I know what it is.
Run through the other group of people's arms when they call you over, and then you're good. Or you could be me, try to run through their arms and then get clotheslined and get a concussion. I was a very small child.
Poor Benji.
I got bullied a lot. They called me over because they knew I was 40 pounds. Cool. Duster, low. Thana, does he get traded here? He's starting to heal up a little bit, but he's still on the run. Finally, Double King. He's got himself that Curse of Avernus, and eventually will run down the Pudge.
These type of trades, like when the game gets this chaotic, Slark and Pudge thrive in this environment because they'll be getting these permanent stacks of Flesh Heap, Essence Shift. For now, Slark not as well involved as much, only sitting at 1 perma agility. Pudge has, I'd say, already 3 charges of Flesh Heap. Now got a TP mid, refill bottle for Desperate.
So let's see where we're going with this game right now with 14 kills. Feels like a lot, kind of back and forth. Desperate, he's hit that level 6. Meanwhile, Mark, not level 6 quite yet. Close. A little bit of warding action. Both teams having some wards here. And they are making some stacks. So there are stacks being made here by Sanctified.
Astra. Bottom, Desperate will pick it up. Double King, still
Abaddon.
level 5 here.
Yeah, doesn't have the borrowed time yet. He's gone 0-3-2, so does have that Aphotic Shield to soak up some damage and blast it right back at them, but doesn't have that borrowed time to survive if he does hit that threshold.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Zor, though, sitting pretty low. if somehow they can make their way in, but the lack of lockdown in this lane is very apparent. Hook, not gonna land. You can see Duster playing aggressive with that Nether Blast all the time.
Considering that they don't have like any real stuns at the early stages of the game, they managed to get 8 kills. And first move from Desperate, he gets the kill. Isla will TP out, fake TP
No,
out.
He stopped the TP. Okay. So Mark gonna bottle that Wisdom Rune. That puts him at level 6. Stopping the TP, wants a duel here, starts with a duel. Doesn't quite have the damage to get the duel victory. As Nature Lover on the run, there is Timber Chain available and will be used after they get the kill. Might be able to catch up to a Courier and takes out a Courier with boots and a ward on it.
It's a kill, but Mark definitely needs to wait there. This was like immediate overwhelming odds into duel. If you're off to such a good start on Legion Commander where you're getting the kills, like you're getting early duel damage, you can easily snowball. Mark now gonna farm some stacks in the triangle, going for Blade Mail next. Like this was, most of the time it's just the first item on Legion Commander, a hero that we don't see too often. Gonna try to stack one more time. Finds a neutral token, doesn't pick it up yet. Went for that rune, picks up Invis. That's a good rune. Let's see. Token picked up, very nice.
So what's he gonna take here? Does he get Spark of Courage? No, he gets Duelist Gloves.
Yeah, because he does have duel. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Okay, that works.
He could have bought that item for just 450 gold. He buys gloves and gets duelist gloves for free.
If only that was how it worked. That would be some lore-friendly work right there. Mark is invis.
And
but not working with, not working with a lot of mana though. Abaddon going into the Radiance.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See how long that takes him to get there.
Right along.
Currently sitting top of the net worth though. He's got phase boots. He's got the borrowed time. There's the flame break and a blink away.
What again? That was a good gank attempt. That's the best they got before.
That is some NA ganking right there.
Yeah, before Batrider gets level 6. I mean, even when he gets level 6 pre-blink, he could try to like go with Tumbler Stoy and then go for Lasso. But this top lane, Isla has killed the tower and now putting some pressure on Kiritsugu, who is level 6 going into the Diffusal Blade. Next, needs to be slightly more careful. Another Chakram is available. Bouncing back.
Kiritsugu, Flame Break, goes into the Shadow Dance. Now he's under the tower,
farming.
but they've got everybody here to maybe try and get this kill. Timber Chain, and there's the Chakram. No mana for Whirling Death now finally has it. Timber Chain available, but they don't quite get the damage for the kill, and now instead, Desperate comes over, and they will take out this Timber Saw.
That is the
not what
first
they
duel
want.
damage.
There's the duel victory. So Sanctified up on the high ground. He's going to try and TP out. He'll do so successfully.
Yeah, Kiritsugu survives there because of Occult Bracelet. Having that extra magic resistance, having that extra strength, having over 100 HP from it. This is the, like, I'd say Spark of Courage looks like the best tier 1 item for most carries, but in my book, Occult Bracelet is a better version of it. Like, these are two S tier 1 items. Can it be S tier, tier 1? Is that even possible?
Yeah. I think it's S tier for tier 1, but maybe not S tier for neutrals in general.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
You just had to add another number. I was thinking about how to add it, but it was a bit slow.
Go with addition. That's how you edit.
You're turning into me. I don't like it.
I've spent way too much time.
There can only be one me. We can't be both stupid. Sorry. It's not gonna look good. We're gonna turn this for our next magic trick. We'll turn this official broadcast into Clown Fiesta.
Well, 20 kills here in 10 minutes. It's
pretty Clown Fiesta already.
It's pretty there, but I mean, it's just kills on kills. But all 3 top of the net worth right now are all from C-Dub. Mark looking for a big stack.
He's gonna be level 10 Blade Mail after this one, halfway through the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. He needs better mana, though. 555 total. Not
Why not?
amazing.
Duster.
Yeah, but he needs Duster to be there all the time to be that battery charge. Does Duster have Tranquils yet? Yeah, he does. He could be the battery.
He's good.
All right,
like,
we're
he's
good.
good to go. That's the only item you need.
Tranquils got him. Good. Let's go.
Tranquil's
Let's
level
do it.
6. You can play Dota.
Yeah.
People were even buying like double Tranquils when it was first introduced, this life drain. And people were memeing up. Speaking of region, Mark has been blessed by Gaben. Gets that region rune in the bottle. And now continues to farm up the triangle. No, most farm hero in the game at the moment. Even though they don't have like most lockdown, they are still managing to get the farm. Abba about to finish off his relic. That means you're very close.
There's
Hero
that
Radiance.
battery. Look at that. Duster was doing it over in the bottom lane. He got Double King back up to full health, full mana. They are looking towards top, though. We'll see if they can get that kill on Yoan. Hook lands. Dismember. Everybody here. Oh boy. And can he survive Sonic Wave? No. No, he can't. But he does take the attention. He does eat that ult. And maybe now C-Dub, once he's back alive, they can, C-Dub, once the Timber's back alive, they can make it happen.
They can kill Timber, so like they have the tools for it. Pudge has pure damage. Same goes for Quap, Impetus as well. So multiple ways of dealing with Timber always feels nice. And interesting item from Dana going into Pavis, which is really, really good. Like, you become super tanky. Pavis plus Flesh Heap, you're like, well, I can't die. But there's also a bunch of magical damage on C-Dub.
Right.
13 minutes into the game, they smoked. At least Dana is smoked. So desperate. Like, he's going for that 14-minute XP rune steal.
You get there.
Is under attack.
Mark waiting back.
Dana's gonna pick it up. 15 seconds.
Zor on the run. Rod of Atos, they've got that lasso, and there's the Nether Blast with the life drain. Zor is hit with the bug
Blood
grenade,
grenade.
and will die to neutrals.
He had Healing Lotus available, didn't click it. I think with Healing Lotus, when run comes off cooldown, you would be fine. So Dana picks up Wisdom Rune, and does have Wisdom Rune available on his side as well.
Radiant are scared.
But doesn't go for it. Radiant, do they wanna... Because he thought that they stole it, considering that they killed Wind Ranger right there, like 10 seconds before XP Rune was about to spawn.
Right.
But they didn't.
That Wisdom Rune is kind of important here. Picked up by Thena. Little impetus shots coming into the Timber Saw, who's going into the Kaya. Has that Vanguard with the Arcane Boots. Nature Lover taking some damage, but what can he do here? He's just kind of eating shots. Nature Lover's doing a lot of damage.
He's gonna kill him.
2 levels behind. Now they got the life drain. They got to
need
keep
some
him
help.
up. Slark's coming in, and Duster's half health. And if Slark gets involved, they just kill off both of them.
Usually as Timber, you want to be playing like that, maybe toying with people when you know that you can't die, then Timber chain away. Against Enchantress, it's not a thing. And looking at Dota Plus win probability, duel. Windrun's still going.
Windrunner is going to survive. Press the attack. Shackle pops the borrowed time. Rod of Atos, get rid of that with the Aphotic Shield. But there's the Windrunner, and they don't even get the kill there.
Universal Hero, very tanky. With just stats, Rod of Atos.
Top
And also
lane.
having a bunch of damage, but they don't get the kill. This time he gets the Healing Lotus and keeps
Nether
himself alive.
Blast. Yua doesn't have any mana, but that will be changed thanks to Duster. Duster, who will put himself at no health. Pounce, Diffusal, Inhibit. They go for Kiritsugu. He's going to get into the Shadow Dance. He's got the Pavis on himself as well. Ooh! Mark coming in with those overwhelming odds, and it is overwhelming. Sonic Wave hits. They get the kill on Ela. It ends up being a 2-for-2. Nature Lover
There's
gets
the
chased.
Radiance.
Finally has
Just
the
got delivered.
Radiance.
I'm gonna
That's
chase
gonna
him
burn
down.
Nature Lover, and that should get the kill onto this Ench. I don't think there's a way to survive that. So there they go. They get themselves a couple of kills, but again, no
Dire's bottom
way to save Yua, who's soaking up a lot of deaths, and they didn't get dual damage there either. Still at 10.
Is it Isla or is it Isla? 'Cause when I first read the name, I'm like La Isla Bonita. I don't know, it's just a song stuck in my head.
I was told that it was Ela.
Okay.
E-L-U-H.
I will believe you.
So I'm gonna keep saying that until somebody else corrects me, which will maybe happen.
Mark, he had such a good start. Like, he was farming those stacks, but not able to capitalize on being super farmed. Blink Dagger, Blade Mail, but those duels just didn't come through. First duel, didn't get the damage. Then duels Wind Ranger, she manages to run away. Needs to play with Timbersaw. He's like the most explosive damage that they have on their side.
They need more dual damage. Whoa.
Sitting at 10 only.
Yeah. Albert getting picked up. Sanj or Kaya Sanj for Timber. Double King finally got that Radiance, but we'll see how much that's going to help out.
There's the duel. That's damage.
Yeah, that should be damage and will be. Just barely. That ends up being 28 dual damage, though. That's always nice.
Yeah. That extra 8 coming up from level 10 talent. Extra 10 from your level 2 ulti. That's a lot immediately. Like, looking at 38 damage, you're like, man, that's some really good damage right there.
So, 1K net worth lead here for C-Dub. It's been close. There's been no real, like, lead over 1 or 2,000, I think, up to this point, even though there's been so many kills, and it's been back and forth 18 minutes in. And the entire time, pretty much, C-Dub have had all 3 heroes at the top of the net worth. So they're happy with that. Blink Dagger picked up here by the Pudge. That's got to get delivered.
He's getting some decent amount of farm. On Pudge, Blink Dagger, Pavis founds a Philosopher's Stone for himself. Know that this is going to be probably a longer game because teams are not going for any objectives. Most of the time we see kill leading into pretty much nothing. So far,
Right.
only 3 towers have died. So more focusing on farming. Hiritsugu about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter in 500 gold. That's going to be second jump. I also want to see if he gets Lincoln's.
Everybody's here from the side of Nexus Titans. They have killed him 6 times already.
Go
Mark
for that duel. Let's
Blade
go.
Mail, I don't know about that. Gonna try and run away. They've got a flame break that pushes Zor into the perfect spot for a power shot. Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill on a Mark. They'll finish off Duster. Rodovatos on a Sanctified. Dana, he's running with the Pavis. He'll survive. And look at those impetus shots doing so much damage. But Double King with that Radiance, and they'll get the kill there out onto at least the Queen of Pain. Now looking for the duel. That lands on Athena. More duel damage for Mark and a little bit of a turnaround, but that does cost him a buyback.
And Mark using the early buyback to secure some of the dual victory damage, help out his team. That was a nice shackle shot from Zor, which landed onto 2. A little surprised that C-Dub decided to take that fight. Queen of Pain, also interesting item choice that we didn't mention, is E-Blade. So he wants to be the one like saving people during duel as
Right.
well. But also could be like some extra damage coming out from him. And now going into Aghanim Scepter, we see the power of this Agus.
Borrowed
Focus
time.
fire.
Double
Keep
King.
going.
He is still alive. Whoa, Zor just getting blown up. And Sanctified finds Nature Lover. They've also got Thana in their sights, so they'll get the kill there on the edge. They're going to run down Thana. They've got the Chakram. Desperate's going to try and help. They have a TP coming through from the Sark. Ela surviving for now. Blade Mail popped, thinking about going for a duel, but doesn't quite have the range on it. But then Mark now finding it onto the Sark. Sark just TP'd in. They'll get the kill. They'll get the duel damage. Whoa, now 94 here for Mark. That buyback showing to be well worth it.
Oof, man. Well, what's happening in this game is like one team running from their tier 1 tower to the enemy tier 2 tower, then the other team pushes them back, uses buyback. It's very chaotic, and now they're gonna go inside the Roche pit. Double King, I feel like he can carry this game on this Abba. Wind Ranger making a mistake, trying to focus fire him down. Wait until ulti is off and then go in again, but there's a bunch of magical damage on Wind Ranger before she can get a BKB, and she's not even building a BKB yet, going for Linken's next. So let's see. They're gonna give this Aegis to Mark. He used buyback in the previous fight. They do not want to lose him.
Yep. And he's starting to output quite a bit. Now he's got 94 dual damage, and he switches from the BKB back over to the Heaven's Halberd. So he'll have that. See how much it helps them out. So you kind of want these heroes to hit you with the Blade Mail. The disarm onto Windrunner might be nice.
And it's going to be more about tankiness, controlling Slark, Proc, and Linken's.
Right.
If they decide to buy it, so you're already prepping for it. And having a mischance against Wind Ranger, Slark is really good.
Going Nullifier after that on Mark.
Dire's middle tower is
We've
under
talked about this item. Seems to be getting picked up earlier and earlier.
Not the usual, not a common Legion Commander item by any means, but he saw this E-Blade on Queen of Pain and says, I want to get some damage done. Like, I don't want to be saved, even though they can, like, blast Life Drain on top of it. Timber Saw, Batrider with Firefly, Flame Break, Radiance Burn should be enough. But Double King, he's massive on this Abba. Echo Saber, Radiance, going into Manta, and now going back into Harpoon. So once you get those items, silences are gonna instantly come out. As a Slark, you'll need to be super careful about it. Duster, he's Lord fine.
Blinking away. So right now the Double King special working with this Abba. Top of the net worth still, and the net worth chart still looking like it has pretty much all game. Want a gold here for the Bat Rider too. And there's the Boots of Bearing, upgrading those Tranquils. Or upgrading those drums, whatever you want to consider it.
Better upgrade.
Dire's middle
No charges. You can use it every 30 seconds. Dana looking for a hook. They have no vision there.
Ags now for both the Slark and the Queen of Pain. There's the Manta for Double King. Like I said, Legion Mark wants to buy that Nullifier, but kind of bit away. Lasso, that will be into the duel, overwhelming odds. They might even get the kill on Athena before they kill Zor, and that's exactly what happened. So it's still dual damage as Desperate throwing that AoE Shadow Strike, but
They're thinking too much, I would say, about this dual damage. Put themselves in a difficult spot. Pudge even blinks in, tries to go for the Dismember with the Shard. You'll have Slark going into Linken's, going into Shard of his zone. There are multiple abilities that could save them against this duel, but it's not like the primary source of the just like damage coming out. Like they could still now deal damage. Like this first 10-15 minutes where they had no real control has passed because Abba is massive. And let's see who gets it. Plugging against the Shard. Not the best Shard upgrade in this game. Yeah.
he got stuck in those trees just trying to help out, and then he just took damage for no reason. He's like, oh, I was just trying to help.
Is under attack. Radiant are
Oh, Mark.
Oh, he just
Mark
showed.
got the duel, and they've got the blade mail. Can they get the duel damage? Yes, they can. 150 for Mark. Wow. He had 10 all the way to like, what, 16 minutes into the game, 17 minutes into the game?
Pretty much. And then he exploded. And now they're the ones controlling the map. 9k gold lead for C-Dub. Let's see if they can get more. Nexus Titans, they just smoked. Shark
Oh, and they got spotted.
available
They've got
on
the
Slark.
Shackle. They get the kill on a nature lover. They look over at the Sark. Dane ends up dead. Pounce away. Mark's kind of in his own area as they land that lasso. They should be able to get the kill on Azor and Will. So 4 heroes dead on the side of Nexus Titans as C-Dub. They go up onto the high ground.
And this just might be it. They don't have much. Abba pops Manta Style, hits you twice with Echo Saber.
instructions.
Manta Style hits you once. That's it. You're silenced immediately.
Dire's
Yep.
middle tower has
As a Slark who's going into Linken's, you don't have a way of removing that silence.
Dire's middle barracks is fallen.
So that's going to be the mid-set of racks.
Dire's middle barracks
See if they just go straight top. Almost has the gold for the relic. They've got a bottom and
Hook.
Oh, Hurricane.
He
Hook.
gets him.
That's gonna land, and now Timber's gonna die. Hitsugu though, he's got the Pavis on him. They lose that Aegis, so Mark will get back up to full health, full mana. But with no Timber, they're probably gonna retreat a little bit, at least for now.
That was a nice hook. Double pounds from Slark to keep him in place. Let's see how the next fights are gonna go with this duel. Pudge going into Etherlands next to have more cast range on this member shard as a saving tool. Slark with his Depth Shroud upgrade. It should just be called Depth Shard.
Yeah, I can see that. Why not? I'm always down for that. Timber's going to be back in 5. Shieldren for the side of C-Dub, depending on who wants to pick it up, because Sanctified is just holding it. Now he'll pick it up, so casually now putting himself up to 2,600 health. And he's looking for an axe. Blink, duel, and not going to get the victory.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It was a save. So, wanting more dual damage. Not quite getting there.
Yeah, the thing about it, it like stops automatically. Another XP rune. Duster will pick it up. We'll push him closer to that level 18. It's gonna be insane amount of healing. 320 per second.
Oof. There's a lot of healing. So 4 staff next for Duster. No surprise, he wants to be able to move a little bit. Now you're 1,000 gold away here from the Bat Rider having that Ag. Silver Edge being built here for Mark. And we are gonna see that Ags for Timber. So that upgrade to the reactive armor, that makes that explosion happen. Bunch of Ags is coming through. There's the duel with the Blade Mail, overwhelming odds, and a victory again for Mark.
That's one of the best feelings. Where you can use ability, you know the hero's gonna die, so you have like 5 seconds to find him on top of your screen and click Alt Tip.
And they've got the lasso onto the Slark, forced the Shadow Dance. Hook, but is he far enough away? He's now pouncing out, but they're gonna go for the tier 3 tower. Look at just the damage they do. They've got Harpoon, and if you get Harpooned here, you're basically silenced immediately thanks to the Curse of Avernus.
Getting that extra 100 attack speed, extra 50 from Bongo boost immediately, and that's last set of barracks now standing in this bottom lane.
Really tough here for them. Now, yeah, it was 45% win rate earlier. Now 97% win rate for C-Dub. This courier's gonna just skirt by, and that will give the Lincolns to Zor. But let's see what they can do. Mark, Invis, looking for an opportunity. He's also now got that smoke, so they won't find anybody just yet. They're by the Tormentor. Maybe they want to make a jump with a blink, but Mark holding off and just going after this stack. They finally have this Ags picked up for the Bat Rider, so that'll be the lasso upgrade. So, see how this goes down. This might be the last fight here for Nexus Titans.
Looking at the buyback status, there is one available on Slark, one on Pudge. That's about it. So they will need to win this next fight. I could see C-Dub just going for the high ground. Timber's in.
He's in. Shackle connecting. Timber chaining away. Has that reactive armor. That explosion. The duel. The kill on Azor. They had that Lincoln's out of here. Pound's actually leashing onto the Bat Rider. That makes him very vulnerable and will get him killed. They've got the Slark with buyback, but Desperate dies without it. They'll go after Nature Lover. They have the lasso landing onto the Pudge, and this will be a full team wipe for C-Dub. They'll call GG, and C-Dub will take game number 1.
The game was very back and forth for the first 15 minutes, I would say, until they got their items. Mark using buyback. Like what, 15, 16 minutes into the game, getting his second duel victory. And then like the rest of the team kind of exploded. Double King also on ABBA. Making some really nice... I mean, this is not a flashy hero by any means. It's not like,
Right.
wow, he's used a Photic Shield or he silenced him with ABBA. There's nothing flashy. This is not like Ember Spirit we're talking about. But he made it work. Duster also being very annoying in this bottom lane. He managed to get the solo kill on Zor. He blasted him like 4 or 5 times in a row and surprised him with the last one. Gets the kill. Also slightly caught out of position a couple of times on Zor and Desperate. Legion Commander also. Like we talked about this matchup. Slark into Legion Commander, Slark into Timbersaw, where they have more than enough damage. And this is the buyback that we talked about because the game looks very, very rough here for them. Suddenly, Nexus Kings start to play extremely aggressive. This is 3 versus 5, pretty much. And then they lose Queen of Pain. They get another kill, and I believe they're going to get another kill from this one. Yeah.
So that's the buyback. This is, look at this fight. Just absolutely what I was doing here and getting 2 heroes basically immediately with the help of Duster. And they have the last. So this is all without Mark, by the way. This fight, Mark's just top farming, doing his thing. And, well, then they've got the shackle. They'll get the connection there. And this is the final fight that we just saw. As they get the duel, they'll get the kill on Azor. And look at this. Look at the positioning there from the Bat Rider to make sure if you're going to pounce away, you're going to hit me. So Kiritsugu doesn't have a way out. The buyback's only available on the Slark. They don't have it on the other cores, and that's pretty much all they've got. Sanctified also getting a good lasso there onto the Pudge, bringing him back. Whirling Death doing some damage, and Double King cleaning him up. That was well done.
You could feel like C-Dub getting to that point where like, we're gonna run as 5. This is it. There's not much you can do about it. We have a really good pick-off potential with this Bat Rider and Legion Commander. But we can also team fight. ABBA with Manta Style, Harpoon, Radiance, he even got Nullifier in the end. So this E-Blade, Pikes, nothing's gonna be effective. And speaking of like MVP, I feel like we need to give it to Mark. That he only died once in the previous game, was on top of the net worth 10, 11 minutes into the game, farming those stacks. Didn't manage to find some good duels for the first like between 10 and 15 minute mark, but the real Mark was post 15 minutes. Like he was all about that show pretty much, where he suddenly exploded and ended the game with over 200 duel damage.
Yeah, did really well. So it worked out here for Mark. Look at that, at 22,700 hero damage. I was gonna say duel damage, but that would have been insane. Only 1 death. So we got that early death. That was the only death that happened because he had that buyback available, comes back in and gets a couple kills, and that's when they were out of the gates and off to the races here for Mark. C-Dub still looking like that good team we've seen in the past. I really do appreciate Mark, and some of these teams maybe a little scared of C-Dub with what they've been accomplishing so far. So we'll see what they can do. We'll get to game 2 after the break. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to some NA Dota Div 2 action for you, as I got a little too excited, almost choked on my own breathing, as that first game was fun for the first 16 minutes in terms of kills, and then it was all C-dub after a while after they used that buyback from Mark. He came in, gets the dual damage, does the entire side of Nexus Titans dirty by continuing to duel them, kill them, and gain some damage. So overall, it worked well for C-Dub. They take the first game. We're going to get it right into the draft for game number 2. And you could see it on your screen. The respect ban coming in. Abaddon, first phase ban. Double King not getting that ABBA again.
That's a bit of an interesting one. You know, first phase ABBA, this would not happen in any other region pretty much. But since you just lost to it, I mean, Double King caused a lot of problems. He farmed that Radiance pretty quickly. Turned that into Echo Saber later, and then suddenly Echo Saber is Manta style. There's Harpoon. Items just started to pile up on their side. Again, a lot of these Imba heroes left in the pool. C-Dub, just get Pugna again.
Or Magnus.
Magnus
that
was also fine.
That was the 4th ban in the last game, right? It was the final first phase ban, because it was Spirit Breaker, Techies, and then there was like a Pudge pick somewhere. I don't know. It was weird. We now have Windrunner getting banned, which is a little bit surprising because that win rate went even lower again with that last game. Not sure what it's at now.
Win rates are really low. It's not great.
It was the Void Spirit first phase ban. That's right.
Void Spirit, I think it was also a snatch pick from Nexus Titans because you do not want to give them Magnus Void Spirit. This has been one of the strongest combos, I would say, so far in this 7.33 patch, where Void Spirit has another, like an item pretty much in terms of damage, and then double Astral Step. He immediately deletes the heroes, does have Manta style since the changes to him being universal. The hero just feels super strong. This Echo Saber build, when I first saw it, I'm like, this is some new tech. I gotta check how it's gonna look, and immediately looked amazing.
Radiant team pick.
Immediately amazing. Sometimes things don't look immediately amazing like that right off the bat. But Pugna comes into the mix, and we have seen that. So it feels like Pugna, battery charger. What do you take out here if you're C-Dub? You've got this final pick. Maybe you want to pick the Storm yourself or something like that, but you need to be banning these mana battery heroes, and they take the Timber.
Timber is really good response to Void Spirit. I think you're just playing from the mid lane this time. You have a lot of flexibility where Magnus can go to all 3 lanes. Can even be played at position 4 if necessary. I think it's a waste, don't get me wrong, but if it's needed, I don't think they're gonna be flexing too much on side of C-Dub. Put this Timber sub mid against Void Spirit, get Vanguard, get mana boots, you can't be killed. Magnus, fine from both either position 1 or position 3. And there's the combo that you mentioned, Storm Spirit immediately banned out against Nexus Titans. Pugna, like, because you can play Void Spirit on the safe lane and still go for Storm from the mid lane. Storm, not a hero that can be played from the safe lane. It was the time, I don't know, 5-6 years ago when people did play it, but not anymore. You need that solo level.
So they banned the Morphling. That's been a very popular pick.
5 seconds remaining.
And Bat Rider picked up. The Beastmaster's been all over the place. We have been seeing that a lot, and obviously that won't get picked up here. Bounty is kind of found itself falling off a little bit. I feel like we don't see that hero picked up as much anymore, but it's still very good in a 5 position or a 4 position, just doing what it can, gets those early stuns. The Shadow Walk's annoying, the track gold potential's there.
And you'll see it more in these lower divisions, I would say. Like, we covered the China the other day, and it was in both games. There was Bounty Hunter with Hand of Midas, which I haven't seen ever before, and I gotta say, it didn't look good. It did not look good at all. You can only imagine. It just doesn't synergize well. He was dealing between 50 and 150 damage in a fight.
Right.
That's it. That was his teamfight contribution. But you mentioned Morphling. Morphling as a hero great counter to Magnus, great counter to Timber as well. You can turn into both of these heroes. You'll have like pure damage to take out Timber, turn into Magnus, become a better version of him. Where you have like, oh, Waveform into Skewer, so I don't need anything. I have Empower, 400, 500, 600 damage, depending on the stage of the game. Immediately deletes heroes.
You got me excited for that story. I saw this hero, had Midas. It was bad.
Radiant
It was horrible.
It was horrible.
It was disgusting. I don't know what that was about.
So here it is, Crystal Maiden. That has been a very popular support as well. Very aggressive in lane. Of course, you're getting that mana boost. But it gives you that lockdown. Always feels nice. Could set up for something a little bit more. We've seen Maranas come into the mix, but with Pugna already picked, I doubt that. I like it, though, the support duo.
Fucking a Crystal Maiden? Yeah, they synergize nicely.
Double mana battery.
You have a lot of kill threat as well. Not the heroes that like move the most. Pugna needs someone to go in for him. Same goes for Crystal Maiden. That's where Void Spirit's gonna come in. But they deal a ton of damage if they have a good front line. So I want to see something more beefy from the off lane.
Ooh, beefy.
You getting hungry?
A little bit. You did that. Said the word beefy.
Okay. I'll PayPal you. Order pizza right now.
That's not beef. You can't say beefy and then...
What do you mean? Like, you can put beef on a pizza. I'm pretty sure there are beef pizzas out there in US.
Yeah, we got everything on our pizza, unfortunately. There's good slices here in New York, and they're going to be slicing and dicing with this Bloodseeker pick. Gonna do relatively well with how low these supports managed to get, especially with Pugna. It's like, oh, you want to be that mana battery? All right, well, you're also my move speed battery for Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I want to see some control in the lane, get some Lich, get some, maybe even Skyrat Mage. Synergizes nicely with Bloodseeker. You want to have that kill threat. I don't think I've seen a game where, like, I've seen some games where people, like teams do pick up 2 cores in the first phase, which is more than fine. But 3 cores straight away is not very common thing to see in professional games.
Well, would they ever just switch the Magnus to supporting?
I don't think you need to. This Bloodseeker plus Magnus. Disruptor's also good. Yeah, it's a good pickup. Like, it does give you kill threat in the lane, gives you more control against this Void Spirit. He uses the Simulate. You know that you're going to be having this Static Storm. In terms of like stuns against C-Dub doesn't have many, but they have heroes that can easily run at them. And now you need to find, I think you put this Void Spirit now in the mid lane. Or if you want to flex, you get Quap.
So that's a mana battery hero.
There we go. That's the
love's
combo.
Getting pumped up. So now you could move Magnus support and go off lane anti-mage. I'm always a fan of that. Saw that earlier today. Off lane anti-mage for Team Aster. XXS did it.
You could put Bloodseeker on the offlane and just pick safe lane anti-mage. That also works.
True. I guess I went the hard way.
Yeah, but then again, you have Magnus as the support, which is not the greatest. But if you want to do it, I think they could go for these flexes. But if you're going to be looking into another position 4, expand out, would be pretty good against Pugna. Some Crystal Maiden ulti. You can easily set things up on Void Spirit after he uses Astral Step, and of course, your ulti against Medusa works out nicely.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. Nyx Assassin. I always say Nyx when I see Medusa, but I know you've been saying to me that it's not exactly the best hero right now. It's not in the best spot, but...
I've been calling for Nyx Assassin in the last year or so bazillion times. Never happened. Like, it happened 2 or 3 times, but I swear to God, there was at least 50 games where Nyx Assassin would dominate. Problem with the hero is he's very weak in the lane. You can't really do much. I think in the previous patch it was slightly better because you could pull the creeps. Instead, if you're like, oh, I don't want to lane, I'll get Boots of the Nyx and keep pulling, make a new lane for myself. And there's the ban that I talked about, because they banned Doom, and they were also like, Queen of Pain can be put on a mid lane against Timber, and then have Void Spirit played from the offlane. Like, this hero is just really good in any lane you put him.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see. Hey! I did it!
There it is.
I've never been so proud.
They haven't banned Anti. So Andy now will... This is pretty free Andy game, no doubt about it. Like, you need some kind of a control. If you... I don't even know if it's that good. So now you need an offlaner. You go Legion Commander or you go Slardar. That's it. That's two of your best picks right now on Nexus Titans.
You say Andy, and all I can think of is Toy Story. Andy's coming!
I'll give you an interesting one. I haven't watched Toy Story. Only the first one. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. See, the other ones are good. Like, 2's good, 3's alright, but like, all you need is 1. 2, maybe, you know, if it's on Netflix, watch it. Give you the sign-in information. So, OD.
Select your hero.
Oh dear
The
God,
Obsidian
what is this
Destroyer.
pick?
Wow.
Whew. Yeah, they will
it's the set I
put
use for
Void
that.
Spirit in the offlane, but some pure damage against Timbersaw. So Mark, they want to counter him in the laning stage. Last time I saw this, I think it was Liquid who played OD, and it didn't look good. Not even Nisha could make this hero work.
Yeah, that was that game. Oh my God.
Yeah, we were casting it together. What
Yeah.
is this beautiful set on Anti-Mage? We're gonna see it when we get into the game.
That's what I use. That's my set. I use that.
It's called
I
B-Cup
wish-
set.
No, I do wish that existed though. You know how like players used to have sets into the game and everything like that? I wish I
BCC
had.
Pugna, the most
Yeah,
iconic
yeah.
set in the game.
I wish I had a B-Cop set in the game. Can you still do that? Like get somebody to create a set and then have your like tag on it?
I don't know.
I don't know if Valve still allows that. But anyway, it's a nice set. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. You guys are going to see it when we get into the game. And it will be that 4-position mag, 5 Disruptor, 3 Anti-Mage, 1 Bloodseeker, 2 Timber, and OD coming in the mix. Ooh. I mean, if Nisha can't make it work, I don't know if these guys can make it work.
It's a really wonky draft from Nexus Titans. I think they wanted too much. I did suggest Legion Commander or Slardar to have a hero that doesn't have any mana like in the lane, because you're going to be playing against Anti-Mage, but you can still put pressure in the lane against them.
Right.
These two would definitely be much better, but it is what it is. Now you're going to be playing with extremely greedy draft, OD, Medusa, Void Spirit offlane. This has to be one of the greediest drafts I've seen in a while. There was a greedy drafted Bounty Hunter, like Doom, Tide, like these types of drafts where, like, you have Medusa on your team. You don't need any other hero to carry the game for you, because Medusa will do it on her own. But I guess they wanted to have some extra damage, pure damage, to kill Timbersaw.
I guess, but like you said, it's greedy. That being said, C-Dub's draft's kind of greedy too.
It is, don't get me wrong. This is a Bloodseeker Anti-Mage type of a draft. So, plus Magnus 4. Your control is going to be Disruptor and people running in, soaking up a lot of damage and then playing that way. You saw First Blood, Sanctified, Skewer.
They're coming around the other way.
Learned here.
Desperate. Can they
saw
shockwave
him.
him down?
I think they saw him.
Astral Imprisonment. Isla. Mystic Snake. Isla taking a lot of damage. They've got the glimpse. It's back onto the OD. Desperate's low. He's going to die here to this Anti-Mage. They'll end up trading Duster. They get the kill on Isla. Now they'll look over as Zur. He had himself Resonant Pulse level 1, which isn't exactly the best ability to take, but Sanctified. He's chasing. He's got Shockwave, trying to get a kill here on Azor while they look over at the Crystal Maiden. They trade out Mark. Zor might be able to pick up the Bounty Rune. He's got the Resonant Pulse once again, and Double King thinking about going after the Pugna, but he does have Nether Blast and has a decent amount to work with to go after him. It's behind that
5
tier 2
kills.
tower, and they're still
Zor.
looking over at Zor. And Sanctified, Shockwave in 4, but going under the
He'll get
tower,
him.
and gets him.
I could feel it coming.
6 kills in 30 seconds.
Void Spirit was very tanky. Resonant Pulse on multiple heroes does allow him to live for a long period of time, but Anti-Mage got first blood, so... Want to see what his item build is going to be? I think in this
Duster?
one, you get Duster, Blood Grenade, one more right click, Blood Grenade. Yeah. Had Tango running throughout this whole time.
This is going to be rough.
Was wondering if that's going to be like a Vanguard type of a game, and then you get either Echo Saber, Diffusal Blade, of course, is going to be really good against Medusa. These heroes have gigantic mana pools. Medusa, Void Spirit, OD, Pagana. I don't think you can ask for a better game. Crystal
You might
Maiden,
pop all 5.
yeah. You might get like triple kills with 1 mana Void.
Nature Lover out of mana, glimpsed back and killed.
That's his Ring of Health if he wants to buy it.
Well, Islet, enjoying his time. And he could what? Get Vanguard, maybe put a point into Counterspell, have a little bit of magic resistance if he wants it against the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, this
Skewer
might be
back into the
lane
Blood Right. That lands.
where you get Counterspell level 2. At level 3 against Mystic Snake, against Frostbite. Has
You
Ring of
want
Health
that little bit
available
of
now.
magic resistance, right?
It's not a little bit, it's like 15. That's decent.
That's good. Yeah, I
For
guess that's a
level
lot.
1,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Yeah. Sorry, my averaging and hype meter. I'm like, level 1, but 15. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a big deal. And if they're able to burn out Kiritsugu, he might be in trouble. Ooh, the ensnare actually lands on a Nature Lover. They go to the Frostbite. Kiritsugu needs to be careful. Now he's got no mana. 13 charges, though, on the wand that will be depleted pretty quickly. So they go after Duster. They'll get the kill there, but if the Medusa
Now
just
you're
dies,
slowed.
then now you're in trouble, and Neutrals won't get that kill. We'll look over at Nature Lover, too, but doesn't need to go after him, but he could. Why not?
Back to farming it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to see maybe even Orb of Corrosion on Isla, just to have that extra slow, extra damage early on. He's off to a great start. 10 CS, but involved in 3 kills.
Yep. So net worth, he is at the top. And if this Medusa can't really farm, that's going to be problematic. Duster playing aggressive, and Nature Lover glimpsed, and I mean, there's a lot of mana here for him to burn and kill and gets that. So another kill here for Isla.
I don't want to be a downer, Bika, but this game is
It's
looking really, really bad for Nexus Titans. I'm just looking at the top lane. I don't even need to look at the other lanes. Timber is doing okay against OD. Bottom lane.
Hey, if a team needs a coach, I'm super down to pick Anti-Mage last pick, and that's all I know how to do. Oh,
he's
no,
gonna even get
Nature Lover,
glimpsed back.
no!
More like Fountain Lover, because he's back at it. Vanguard. 4-minute Vanguard on Andy. Plus magic one. How are you going to kill him? What's the plan here?
You don't?
I think that's the correct answer.
Oh,
They're
gosh.
diving.
Blink in, 10 charges on the wand. Again, he wants to pop it. He does, but they still have the chase. He's out of mana again. Will be slow. They'll play Ring Around the Rosie as Kiritsugu blinked in on top of, and Isla's got another. Finally, Nature Lover shows up again, but that was because he was glimpsed back. The salve saves Duster, who's getting hit by that tower, and Isla's able to just stand her and farm.
This matchup is not playable anymore. I don't even know what to do.
Where do you
with Medusa. Like, do you even go to the top lane? They should scout out Duster. If you TP to this top lane, Duster might glimpse you back. And let's see.
2,
Kiritsugu,
3.
he's gonna be fine.
4. All right. You know, I will say, I thought maybe they could have moved the Medusa to, like, we've seen that off-lane Medusa and put somebody else there, like Zor in the safe lane, or not Zor himself, but the Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, it's They could have. I think maybe that would have been a better option, but then you would be playing like Medusa into Bloodseeker lane with Pagana. This is not like a super strong lane for you by any means. Duster, he's still looking while Isla is going for some solo kill. Oh, he got the frostbite.
The counter spell. I immediately regret my decision. I feel ya. I feel ya. Anti-mage treads now?
Not yet. Just casual gloves for now. We'll kill Observer Ward. So that's going to be some extra XP. He's level 6 on Anti-Mage.
Yeah, so he should be able to get a kill every time that Mana Void's available, truthfully. Crystal Maiden is TPing bottom. Mid lane, desperate, gone. Mark gets the kill there. They bring over Duster, knowing that Anti-Mage now, especially with the TP showing over bottom, he's got a free lane.
Can't pressure AM out of the lane. So Duster moving to the mid lane. Might glimpse him back. Let's see if OD makes a mistake.
Oh no.
Because he doesn't have any hero to the top is complete free farm. There's not a single hero. You show up, you're gonna die. OD coming to the mid lane.
Oh no.
I don't think you should glimpse him. Go for the kill instead.
Ah, bye-bye.
Okay, that's
he knew he used that Astral, so he was just free to glimpse him back.
I think they could have gotten a kill there with Whirling Death, Chakra Magic, glimpse back into Kinetic Field, already used that Astral, bottom lane, Sanctified, skewering and trying to run. Dana and Zor will look over at Sanctified and Double King, who's kind of low. Nether Blast lands, Resonant Pulse is in, Double King on the run. Blood Grenade and Mark, he's going to come into the mix. So Timber Chain, Chakram, Duster's here. Resonant Pulse, they've got the glimpse, they'll have the control, and Zor will end up dead. He has one level in the Dissimulate that maybe he could have used, but this has all been just downhill for the side of Nexus Titans. Map will open up so much. Isla,
this tier 1
complete
tower
free
top's in
farm.
trouble.
What can you do? That's the question. Medusa is going to continue to farm up the jungle. If Anti-Mage catches you right now, you're farming with 0 mana. Mana Void is just instantly going to kill you.
So Duster comes back top with the Twin Gate. And there goes that tower. And if they had stole the Wisdom Rune too...
Okay, relax, B-Cup. We don't want this game to end in 15 minutes.
You don't.
Double King?
I'm only kidding.
Does have a Lotus as well.
Yeah. Blood Writing, Dissimulating, and they got a kill. There it is.
I think Medusa has been countered enough. Help out this Bloodseeker, who's not having that good of a time. Has Jav. I mean, in terms of network, he's still fine. It's just that top lane doesn't need any kind of help. They might still get another kill. Like, look at Anti-Mage. He's farming with Empower. This is only level 3 Level 3 Empower for now, but they're going for the kill. And
Stone Gaze turn around, and then once that's over, blink back in.
Doesn't want to go for it.
Well, Duster does. Nope. But Sanctified. Sancta died.
Okay, Nexus Titans, they're getting some kills in other lanes. OD will TP to the mid lane, has Meteor Hammer available. Let's see if maybe he can get the kill here. Lands a Meteor, channeled it nicely, couple of right clicks, plus Sanities.
Mark, Timber Chaining, Sanities, and Astro Imprisonment. Yeah, so he is going to get away from this. And he's got the bottle refill.
Because he got that bottle right before Astral. Bottle kept...
He's got Mana Void.
Kept healing him.
Desperate.
Going into the Diffusal next. Love that build on offlane Anti-Mage. He could have just used it. That's... But let's see. Let's see the damage.
And boom. Gets him. Kills off Desperate. Goes for Nature Lover. Nether Blast. No level 6. Oh, counter spell. Now gonna get frostbitten. Another Nether Blast. Island needs to be careful. There is a Medusa coming in. Mystic Snake bouncing back. Isla's still doing work. He's going to try and get the mana away from Kiritsugu. Duster's hiding in the trees. Sanctified's over here. Zor comes in as well. They've got that diffusal. It just has to get delivered.
Vanguard treads. Like, he didn't even get other components. Brought in full diffusal blade.
Yeah.
I think he got like 900 damage off that mana void on OD. Because he was missing full mana there. It's insane. I don't see the number, but yeah, 0.8 out of 900.
Probably like 8, 750-ish. So, right now, 3K lead. Mark on the run. Zor's here. Astral Step, Static Storm, Kinetic Field. Nobody to follow it up, though. Doesn't save Mark. He's also going to lose Duster. Astral Step with the Aether Remnant. Zor starting to find himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Some good kills. I mean, they are getting some extra gold. Anti-Mage can't be everywhere. But still, in terms of scaling with the lineup that they have, this is pretty insane.
Use is caught. No wand, no health.
Doesn't even need to use.
Magic is an abomination.
Sick.
His
They're gonna
mana
let
void?
the anti-mage just farm, and they're gonna let him get to 10 kills, and then they'll kill him. That's what they're doing. They're pumping him up.
Okay, that's the anti-Pinata strat.
Yeah. Pump him up. Hansel and Gretel style. And then try to kill him. You're gonna go towards top. Nature Lover with Zor. Isla. Crystal Nova, but still blinks. Zor's here. He's also got Duster for some help. They've rooted him with the Frostbite.
Desperate.
Aether Remnant. Isla. Oh, Sanities. Anti-Mage. Oh, there he is. He's dead. That's a lot of gold for Nature Lover. Probably not the one you want it to be on. Freezing Field. That stopped thanks to Mark. They also got Duster. But they're starting to get
Into
these
Remnant.
kills, and the Remnant, they'll get another. Mark's dead. So plump him up, and then take everything he's earned.
Zor really popping off on Void Spirit. He's like, I'm the carry of this game, Medusa. We need to do something so that Medusa can get some kind of a farm. Usually we see Bloodseekers joining early on, but Double King hasn't moved at all yet. This is where Hero really shines. You see them using like 1 or 2 abilities that you're really afraid of, and then you come into the fight, you clean up with your Maelstrom, your insane attack speed from Blood Rage, insane move speed as well. And OD, so far, I would say, has been working out for Nexus Titans.
Radiant
In
Arcane
its own
Orb.
way, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of pure damage coming out from just few right clicks on Timbersaw.
They keep killing the Medusa, but like, I don't know if that's going to end up being worth it. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, if Void Spirit's able to do his work, there's the Mana Void early. I say early just because the rest of the team could have TP'd in. Maybe they get the Mana Void and some extra damage out on that, but now he doesn't have it. He stops for a Viewing Lotus, double Astral Step, and Duster's found with the Aether Remnant. They go to the Rupture on Azure. Meteor Hammer lands. Isla's able to blink away.
Right? Still
But
punching back.
nothing. Yeah, nothing doing. They'll give Double King Empower, and he'll continue to farm.
Losing some, but also gaining some. Mark also, you can say that he's not too comfortable coming into the fight as this Timbersaw, who's 10, 15 minutes of the game, usually does seem unkillable. But not this time.
is under attack.
Vanguard Arcane Boots, not very helpful against pure damage from OD.
Arcane Orb, pure damage. So, Diffusal almost has the Yasha going into the Manta. And we'll see what Isla can do as he's level 12. So,
They smoke. They
certainly
wanna
the
kill him.
highest.
They
in the
could do
game.
so.
Oh, he blinks into them. Aether Remnant lands. He's just dead in this situation. Yes. They just got him.
That was not the greatest execution. Desperate was very careful about using that Astral onto counterspell, but it would still set things up for like another Remnant. Remnant is maxed out, which brings it down to 11 seconds. So these are two make it 3 costly deaths on Anti-Mage. And I like what I see from Zor. Instead of just going for scaling damage, getting that like Manta style or Deso, instead goes for Ag, so he can go for these solo kills, provide more control for the rest of the team.
Skewer
This is
and dissimulate, so he's fine.
This is the spell that the
Or is
Anti-Mage
he?
really hates.
Rupture, Bloodright, Zor, Ether Remnant lands. They've got the glimpse, and that will kill him. So they're able to get a kill there. They're still looking to slow down Nature Lover. Crystal Nova doesn't land. They still
Anti-Mage
have
is
the
in.
Astral Imprisonment. They'll use that Diffusal Inhibit to go after Desperate, who is about half on that mana, still trying to burn it out. They've got the Glimpse. There's the Frostbite. Counterspell used. RP comes out. They'll get the kill onto Desperate. So Isla gets credit for that. Nature Lover stayed. Can Isla blink the right way? He does see Nature
No
Lover, and he
counterspell,
does have the
though.
Diffusal again. So he can inhibit him and start to right-click. Now
Doesn't
no
matter.
mana for Nature Lover, and they'll get the kill. They counterspell that Frostbite.
He didn't
And the Wisdom Ring's available.
like he didn't frostbite him immediately, and now farming with Empower. Isla, as soon as he sees OD using that Astral Imprisonment, he's like, guys, I'm in. Like, I don't care about any of these other abilities. I can counterspell them easily.
Yeah.
And now into the Manta style. There was a Wisdom Rune, as you mentioned,
They didn't
on
get
Nexus Titan's side, but no one picked it up. It's going to be
Yeah,
Desperate
Desperate.
who gets it in the end.
Also, Medusa trying to farm up that Manta. They could have killed that courier and slowed that down, but they didn't see it in the trees over there. So slowly but surely, Kurtsugu's getting some farm, but the question is how much of that's going to be
It's still a
effective net
very
worth.
difficult matchup against Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
You're just gonna suffer. Like, you'll have one target to go for. You don't necessarily like need to instantly kill Medusa. It's about, we'll kill 2 supports, maybe deal with OD, and once Medusa, because in terms of control, what do they got? Frostbite and Remnant, that's it.
Right, right.
Astral Intermediate, not the easiest thing to do to channel in 5-on-5 engagement. But Zor, once he finishes off that Aghanim Scepter, this is going to be a big timing for them. Find Anti-Mage, double silence. He will have Manta, however, but you might still get multiple kills on other heroes. Mark, for example, also doesn't have a defensive item on his own. Couple of right clicks from OD into double silence. Should grant him the kills.
Looking going Mjolnir, Shard, Blink, Dasher. Nyla, Manta is going to be finished. So he's got the gold for that. He's sending the courier out. You'd think maybe he goes over there himself.
Might reconnect with the rest of the team. Oh, there's
Yeah.
the illusion. He's
Ooh,
gonna
give him
give
the
him
bottle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one to remove the Cripify Frostbite as well. Silence from Void Spirit, that's a big one as well.
Yeah, it almost has that ag, so that would be pretty interesting. They do have a ward here that spots everybody from C-Dub, but still doesn't stop him from being safe. Freezing Field, they use that Mana Void. That'll stop the Freezing Field. They'll get the kill on Azor. They look over at Nature Lover, the Decrepify to try and keep him alive. Glimpse back, Chakram down. They got themselves another. OD's going to stop that TP. And
That
there's
was
a Blink
massive.
now on Sanctified.
Duster initiating immediately with Static Storm and
Yeah.
keeping him in place with Kinetic Field. Like, against Void Spirit, you can't just go for, oh, I'll Thunder Strike, then Glimpse, because he will dodge it with Dissimulate.
Under attack.
I'm
But-
surprised he allowed that to happen, considering
Yes.
the ward saw all of them. Like, he
Not the
knew they were
quickest
there.
reaction.
Does Anti-Mage get a glimpse over on this courier?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Farming patterns say otherwise. Desperate, by the way. Now trying to leave. They've got the vision on him. Astral Imprisonment. And now throwing down the Sanities. Mark taking a lot of damage. Timber chaining the other way, but they've got Sanctified coming in. They land the RP. The right click's out from Isla. And that's another kill. He's starting to hit critical mass. He still has
13.
3 slots to fill.
3-3 on Anti-Mage. Pupil's Gift, like, there's a bunch of upgrades that he could go for, like Diffusal Blade's upgradable, Vanguard as well, so these items,
He's going Abyssal already.
more control. He locks onto the Void Spirit, burns his mana, gets that stun. with the Fusel Blade, you might be able to burn all of his mana if you get Abyssal into the bash. And just get that solo kill immediately.
Why not, right? So 6,000 net worth lead. They're grouped up. Kuretsugu, by the way, going into the butterfly next.
Against Anti-Mage, you want to be getting this as soon as possible, have that miss chance. So Anti-Mage might consider picking up something like a Bloodthorn. I think it's a good way to deal with Medusa. Also gives you solo kill threat, gives you more magic resistance. Like your magic resistance would be over 80-85% if you pick up Bloodthorn. Sure, she can dispel it with Manta, but then again, you are tanky enough to jump in and out.
They're trying to get something out of this one. They get the kill on a Mark. Isla's here if he wants to go, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go for the Pugna, who would decrepify himself. Now they've already used the Stone Gaze. They're on the other side of the fight. They'll find themselves the Rupture. It's going to be on Azor with the BKB popped here by
Zor's
Double
low in
King.
mana.
Freezing Field. Zor dissimulates, and now, they've got the Silence. It's going to be on the Anti-Mage, and now they'll get the kill on Azor. They'll use that Mana Void. Down goes Nature Lover as well as Kuretsugu. The Life Drain won't keep Thana alive, and they've got the Astral Imprisonment, but that only extends the inevitable Ultra Kill for Isla, and a full team wipe for the side of C-Dub.
Anti-Mage did a really good job. Isla jumping from the top, forcing Pugna out of the battle, where he kind of forced to use the Decrepify on himself. Medusa with very defensive Stone Gaze. Either you use Stone Gaze or he jumps on top of you. And Double King Rupture on Zor understands like which hero deals the most damage pretty much. And as soon as he jumps in, like this fight's over. I was expecting it to like blow him up instantly, but yeah, I want to see the damage done by Anti-Mage. 5,000 damage.
Oof.
That's it. That's the damage.
Would you like to do damage? Yes. Did you? Also, yes. So, Isla, Abyssal in full, right?
Yeah, it's flying out. On the courier, farming with Empower. This is only Medusa Illusion. So now he wants to get another solo pick off. Pugna hiding underneath Shadow Amulet, so we'll get scouted. Immediate counter spell, but they have no vision there whatsoever.
Going the Chappie route, but that's not going to keep him alive. Thana will die to Isla, and another godlike spree. Astral Step, glimpse back. They've got the vision, dissimulate to avoid it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like this tower will fall. How do you come back into this?
I was about to say the same thing.
I don't know how. I don't really see much of it. OG was doing all right, but
say it almost at the same time. Butterfly on Medusa. You need to farm up. Maybe they overextend. You know that.
But that could be just fine. They're gonna look for the damage. Desperate. Oh, TP's out.
Well, maybe with Mjolnir would have been able to take him out. Mjolnir was ready. A couple of creeps were hitting him on top of it. 2 procs, I think, would be enough.
Sanctified. Blink. Shockwave hit Thana. Silence from the Resonant Pulse. Abyssal Blade on the Medusa. There's the Decrepify. Goes into the Stone Gaze. Sanctified will die. Isla is now by himself. Freezing Field is down, and
Remnant
there's another
second.
Silence, and he gets the blink away. Eats that Healing Lotus, goes back for more Healing Lotuses. He might just be able to turn around and go again. He's got a great Healing Lotus now.
Yeah, that's great.
Could come literally, yeah.
Could come back into the fight. Like if Magnus has RP to back him up, then they can take this fight, but doesn't find an opportunity to skewer them back. Isla still searching for something, some kind of a pick off here.
Blade. Did he kill the Tormentor by himself? Probably, right?
It's a tricky question. I don't even know. Like I tried a couple of times going for some solo kills and died in the end.
Counterspell used. Nature Lover's here. Manta. Uh-oh. TP. But they've got the glimpse from Duster. Now they've got the Abyssal Blade. No more mana. Static Storm is there. They've gotten the Silence. They'll get the kill. Nature Lover trying to TP out, but they're going to blink behind him and look over for Thana. And Bloodright, oh no, Kiritsugu, he's also being looked at by Double King, trying to TP away. They've got the glimpse. It's on the right one. They've got him. All right. So Isla is in. They'll take out the Medusa, and he is beyond godlike.
I love some good anti-mage plays, and this is definitely the one. He's been jumping all across the map, looking for these kills, farming with Empower. Good Shadow Amulet, though, from Dana to keep Crystal Maiden alive, but they could not keep Medusa alive long enough. It's a very difficult game for them. Now, maybe looking to get the kill on Zor. Abyssal Blade is available. Ooh, a bit of unfortunate blink timing for him.
However, Zor, hiding in his own Aether Remnant. Nature Lover, not so fortunate. Freezing Field, that won't last long. Now they've got the Rupture out. RP's going to be used. That's now a problem. They've got the Skewer. They get the kill on Nature Lover. They look over at Desperate, who's going to be life drained by Thana. Trying to survive, but Isla has other plans. There's the Mana Void that kills off this Pugna. It was on to the OD, kills the Pugna instead. They have the Silence. They'll go to the Glimpse. It's into the Static Storm. They'll take out another one. Zor's going to die. And Diffusal, Bash, outside the base. That might be too far, but I see that.
He gets out. Double
blink
buyback.
Away.
Woo. Another 4,000 gold for Anti-Mage, about to crack level 20.
Oh my.
Oof.
Look at the smile on his face right now.
Yeah, he's having the time of his life.
The time of my life. And I owe it all to Andy.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Just coming in clutch, killing off the Medusa. And now he's going into the Ag, so he wants that Blink Fragment.
I was thinking about getting Scotty, but Blink Fragment, what a powerful ability. We don't see it too often. But since you're playing like this offlane anti-mage, you can get away with it. Bloodseeker's to carry, like, officially, he's like, yeah, I'm position 1. So
but he may not get this Aegis.
Whatever he wants.
He may be the carry, but I think they might give it to the anti-mage. Let's see who pockets their wand.
Nobody yet.
Are they going to give it to Mark? No.
It's a safer one to give it to Isla, because
he's going to take it.
He's the, like, in my book, a real carry in this game, and he's going to be going ham mode in the next fight. Takes that blink cast range. So
ham mode. Hey. What does ham mode entail? Is that like...
I don't know.
First, you got to have.
He goes to the store and picks up some Canadian
nice ham,
bacon or ham.
Oh boy, Pugna in trouble. Isla's here. They've got the Silence. There's the Frostbite. They might even be able to take out the Aegis pretty quickly, but the Mana Void doesn't get a kill. The Blink forward. They get the kill on Nature over as well as Nana. They've got the Static Storm down on Azor. That's going to be another one. Stone Gaze used by Kiritsugu. They took out the first wipe from Isla. RP, but to no avail. It's not going to matter, though. Desperate's dead. Medusa's next. They might just call it off this fight as a full team wipe comes through for C-Dub again.
Yeah, RP hits nothing. They still win the team fight. Anti-Mage dies in the end, but it was only with Aegis.
There's the GG call.
Yeah, Desperate's going to call it.
So the victory is there for C-Dub. It's in their name because we just saw a dub.
Yeah. They got that dub in the end, and pretty convincingly in this second game. Looking at the smiles, they are pretty happy about it.
Yeah. Isla, I will say that he's already my MVP. Let's just, I'm going to throw it out there. He's MVP. That's fine. It works out for him. And that was an amazing performance, but it's also like, yeah, I got the right matchup. I could do whatever I want. He got that first blood. Then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I died in that fight. Maybe my game's not going to go that well. But then it did go that well. Nature Lover couldn't really do anything. Kiritsugu couldn't do anything in that lane. And C-Dub just absolutely obliterated that lane. It was there for a moment for Nexus Titans. They were pulling it back a little bit. But at the end of the day, it was all Isla.
the way it started, he got the first blood, died, I believe, and then managed to proceed to get the kills in the lane, paired up with Disruptor. It's like, what is Medusa gonna do? Like, one of the reasons why the bottom lane didn't go too well, it's Magnus plus Bloodseeker lane. If it was Bloodseeker Disruptor, they would have done like 5 times better, but they wanted to focus Medusa and make sure Kiritsugu doesn't have a good laning stage.
Yep. Never really felt the impact of the Medusa. We did feel the impact from Zor and Desperate, though. I mean, that'll happen when you're a Medusa in an anti-mage game, but I did appreciate what Zor was able to accomplish, and Desperate as well. They didn't just fall over. They still fought. I thought that the Void Spirit, you know, if it was in a carry role, maybe even does a little bit more, but I thought in that game, like, I always appreciate the attempt, right? Like, Zor did, for me, I think, show quite a bit there.
Yeah, he carried the game, like, coming out from the laning stage. He did his best. Good itemization, picking up that Aghanim Scepter, but it was not enough. OD, right. Like, he also made some good rotations. It's not an easy OD game. It's never an easy OD game, don't get me wrong. It feels like
these days.
This hero just can't catch a break. It's we might need to see rework on the hero, to be honest, because with the abilities that he has, it's got an awkward playstyle, I would say, where you like, oh, I need to buy Meteor Hammer, otherwise I'm not really doing much, but then you're playing Meteor Hammer Dota, which is not that great, and looking at the scores, some big numbers. Double King, like, he died once in that laning stage, that was it, but
Duster.
Duster, he was all over the place. Like, he's popped off every single time. A glimpse, that's a kill. And that Static Storm on a mid lane on Void Spirit, that was pretty impressive. Even though he was underneath the ward, it's still a really good one. And when it comes down to MVP, I think this one is definitely a no-brainer. Isla is gonna take it because he just delivered heavily on Anti-Mage. Continued to just be everywhere on the map, and did everything he could to secure that dub for his team.
Yeah, did everything everywhere all at once, and that was, well, just an easy matchup for him, easy kills for him, and he really opened up the game for the rest of the team. And you could see just the GPM, the XPM, it's nice numbers, the hero damage. He's filling all the bars where he needs to, right? That all works out perfectly for him.
Yeah.
So,
and when it comes down to itemization, picking up that Vanguard, and then going for the Fusel Blade, which does allow you to set up the kills.
Right.
Burn his mana more efficiently. Just some good stuff coming out from Isla.
So, we are going to have ourselves an interview ready to go with C-Dub. It's going to be Duster who's going to be joining us. Duster, what quite a game too. That was fun to watch. I mean, it felt like you were everywhere on that Disruptor. So, you know, how does it feel to get such a dominating victory in game 2?
It was expected, this one, to be honest. We were having a lot of fun, that's why we tried a bit on the draft too.
I saw the smiles. Did you guys just see the anti-mage opportunity there when that last pick was available? And you guys just like, this is going to be a fun game. Let's just have fun with it.
Yeah, like we know that Isla plays a lot of weird heroes. And we saw Aster do it earlier today, so that helped. That was a bit of an inspiration too. So we're like, fuck it, let's try.
Is that what you guys are doing with the time in between matchups? You guys watching like Dream League, trying to dissect some of these drafts that are coming out from teams? And if so, which teams are you really looking at the most?
Yeah, we don't watch it together the whole day, of course, but I'm watching it almost every game I can. And I really like the South America teams, so I follow Beast Coast and AG the most.
Right. Lucas, you got any questions?
Yeah, you guys almost made it in the previous DPC tour, but to the first division. Was kind of one victory away from getting the tiebreakers in, and you guys decided to stick together, which is pretty uncommon for like a Div 2 team in NA. Like, what's the reason you decided to stick with the team? You guys believe you can do it this time?
Yeah, last season we didn't make it because we were inconsistent. Everyone knows that we had a level to do it. We could, but because of some unlucky losses, we lost our spot. But we knew we could do it, so we decided to just stick together, and this was the one to do. Just work on our consistency and be more disciplined, pretty much.
Yeah, how do you guys work on that? Like, what does the schedule look like when it comes down to C-Dub training?
We practice, we scrim every day. We're also always talking about Dota. It's a pretty tryhard team, one of the most tryhard teams I ever played, actually. People are very hungry for Dota, and it's refreshing to see. I've been on scene for some time, and I play with so many South American players, and you realize about them that they get lazy at one point, but this team doesn't. This team is always on fire to play, to see replay, to talk. So that's nice.
Yeah, you already guys have 2 dubs on your side. Who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent for you in this DPC tour?
American Goons, for sure. They look the strongest, but I'm not quite sure they are. We have to play them still. It's going to be a fun matchup for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned that you guys watch a lot of Dota. You mentioned Astra that you got the idea from them to play this offlane anti-mage. Is there like one specific team that you guys like to look and maybe take some of their ideas and implement into your own team?
Not really. We don't follow a specific team. Mostly like drafts that are similar to ours. If we see a team doing heroes that we like, we take inspirations from, we learn more, pretty much.
And C-Dub, that's an org, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda? Okay. Do you guys plan to, like, if you maybe qualify or just for the TI qualifiers, you guys gonna be potentially playing from some boot camp?
No plans for that for now. We changed owner recently, so it's a bit chaotic for now. I'm not sure what's going to be in the future.
Okay, you guys are looking really good. Keep it up. Thank you for your time. Unless B-Cup has, some extra question that he just thought of.
No, I never think of anything. I'm never.
Now you're just like, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, thanks so much, Duster. It's nice, to see you play again at this level and try to compete. You guys are looking good, and keep it up.
Sure, looking forward to first division. We're gonna make it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Hope so.
I'll have that in mind, and I hope you guys do it. And we'll cast you next tour then in Div 1.
Thanks so much.
Sounds fun.
Talk to you guys. Talk to you later, Duster. Thanks so much for the interview.
See ya.
So it was, he seems pretty happy, pretty confident. Interesting to see that he was talking about having fire under his, fire under everybody to really push it with this team the most. He's been on a lot of different orgs, and to say that this team's has the most fire under themselves is pretty interesting.
Most definitely, and just why I asked him about how did you guys end up playing together again, because this is really uncommon to see
Especially
teams sticking together. Like in any region in Div 2, you don't see, you even see teams like Nigma, who's been, they had their own problems, but it's just like teams are not sticking together, especially if you keep losing. This Division 2 is kind of breaks you if you don't go back to Division 1. But definitely an interesting one. And looking at the schedule, we just finished off the first series, and the second one, it's going to be
versus the Cut.
Yeah, and that should be an interesting one. I mean, Duster praised American Goons that they're going to be the hardest opponent to beat, and we'll see if maybe Cut manages to do so.
Yeah, and then there's Wildcard against Green Esports as that last matchup. Wildcard's been looking pretty good. Were you surprised Duster said American Goons over Wildcard?
Not really. I think American Goons, having Boris, Asklil, Nick, these are, in my book, some of the stronger NA Div 2 players. Sure,
Right.
There's like Wildcard Gaming, they look, I would say, all over the place right now. Maybe they need a little bit more time. Sammy Boy, Flea, Sunlight, these are like good players. Sunlight, he's been grinding it up for a long time. And we'll have to see. You know, it's going to come down, I would say, to American Good, C-Dub, and Wildcard Gaming to see which two teams are going to qualify.
Yeah, so C-Dub, they play Wildcard in that last week. They also play American Goons starting next week. So, you know, we've got 2 more matchups coming up today. These are the last matchups for week number 1 in North America, but those matchups are going to be further in the schedule, and it will be interesting when we finally get to see them. But overall, that's it for this series, a 2-0 for C-Dub. We're going to be coming back after an extended break between American Goons and the Cut. So we'll see you guys in a little while, but we'll be back in a bit. See you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into another great day of some NA Div 2 action here, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Back to NA. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. You know, it's our 3 series day today in NA, so already had 1 series fly by with C-Dub up against Nexus Titans. We're keen to see how the rest of the first series go, because right now it does look like we're starting to establish our top 4 here in NA, and it's always kind of good to see if that maintains, if certain expectations are met. Our next series here of the cut up against the side of American Goons is a pretty interesting one, because I feel like that's probably our most competitive match of today. Although, to be fair, every single match does feel pretty close across all the teams, but this one I can see going the distance here, Mike.
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to tell which one of these teams will pull off the victory. Like, this is the one series I think I kind of agree with you is probably going to be the closest, and the one where I can't really confidently sit there and say one team is better than the other. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see exactly how this series does pan out between these two teams. And of course, I think after this we have Grin Esports up against Wildcard, which arguably is meant to be maybe a bit more of a one-sided matchup, because, you know, Wildcard is supposed to be one of the favoured teams to go up to upper division. I say that, though. We watched Wildcard yesterday, and they didn't exactly look the cleanest in terms of performance that we've ever seen, so it's kind of hard to say that with confidence. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Nevertheless, though, the cut versus the Goons still will be a pretty interesting matchup, and well, I can't wait to get underway, Jonathan, see exactly how this one does pan out. I do think, if anything, this will go to 3 games, but then again, I've been wrong many times in the past, so who am I to say, I suppose? You never know.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were expecting a bunch of 2-0s, especially from the side of Wildcard, and we got 3 games on both series. Now we're expecting 3 games in this one. Who knows? This could be a 2-0 in favor of the cut. You know, I would favor maybe the American Goons a little bit more, but the cut has shown us promise, and they are sort of restructured from the last time we saw them here in Div 2. They have changed a couple of players in, but the one thing about the cut is that I feel like there's so much promise in MTD in particular. I think MTD has stood out on his mid performance, even in matchups that aren't necessarily favorable. He gets the short end of the stick. He has been phenomenal with his aggression, I think, is what I like to see. Like, he takes a very active position on that mid lane rather early on, so I do enjoy what I see from the mid, and I think if the cut manages to bring out even more of that performance from MTD, then they should be able to give a pretty good time here up against the American Goons.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. I think MTD has been a bit of a shining star here on their end of things, and curious to see how they do perform. I feel like the big problem we saw last time from the cut was maybe even the coordination between the players just didn't seem like it was to the level you'd expect to try and qualify to Division 1, at least from the last series we watched. But these things can change pretty fast. You know, it only takes a couple conversations for people to kind of get it together and start talking with each other. And, you know, assuming they can get that down pat, things may change rather quickly for this side. As we do have a draft underway now, so we can bring that up and see exactly what is going down in our first draft of this best of 3 between the cut and American Goons. Surprise, surprise, Parrot Techies both being removed once again. You know, I'll tell you what, when we first started casting back in the day, Jonathan, years ago, I don't think I ever would have looked into the future and thought to myself, there's going to be a meta where Techies is first banned every single game. But here we are. I mean, this is, you know, way, way back in the day when the old Techies was still here, and no pro ever picked it up. You know, once in a blue moon, once in 1,000 games, we might have seen it. And now it's just banned every single game, or picked every game if it's available. What a crazy world we live in.
And what a crazy world we live in, with universal heroes, with Techies still having 700 attack range. Not hard to see why. You know, I think it's for all the wrong reason. It's not necessarily the kit, although its kit is good, but the fact that it has its kit and it's really easy to harass. It makes Techies a little bit too strong. Still, very fast openings from both sides. Magnus being picked up by the cut, along with the Ember Spirit. American Goons responding with a Rubik plus Void Spirit. So a pretty good foil coming out from American Goons with this kind of lineup. Really good spells to steal from the Magnus, of course. You have the Void Spirit versus Ember Spirit matchup, which tends to favor the Ember a little bit more, but it's not completely unplayable for a Void Spirit. So I like this. You know, there's some counterplay for the harpoon timing on your Magnus here. You've got the lift back that you can kind of play with to disrupt that skewer back as long as your positioning on the Rubik's on point. And again, you can kind of steal away
Radiant team back.
the big spells here from the cut to use yourself. Like a Stolen Empower with your Void Spirit, it's going to feel pretty massive if you can kind of get that out here.
Oh, it certainly will be. Seen Rubik popping up a lot of games here in the pro meta, and well, it certainly has been paying off from what we've been seeing. Obviously, a lot of impact with this hero right now. And a lot of versatility with the way you can build it, because you've got the Pavis that you can build into, you've got Phylactery you can build into. You know, we've been seeing the standard Blink Dagger build ups to the Rubik as well. So like it's a bit of a mix as to exactly what you want to go for here as the Rubik this game. Still, I do like the opening of the cut as well. You know, Mag and the Ember always going to be nice. Mag and Power with the Ember Spirit Slider Fist. We talk about it all the time, but it's obviously a fantastic combination to have as well. So we'll go right back into the next ban phase here between both these sides. First pick phase going very, very quickly here between these two. Seems like both sides. Well, go on, John. What are you wondering?
I'm wondering if they ban out something like the Kotl. I feel like that hero's kind of dropped off a little bit in terms of priority. It was pretty popular, at least in other regions, early on this patch, but has taken a step back. It's still pretty strong for the cut. If the goons give it away, you're dealing with Magnus and Power on Ember plus Chakra Magic Spam and Sleight of Fist, which might be a bit much to handle.
10 seconds remaining.
It is a lot to handle. Like the Kotl has been much more popular than I would have thought it should have been in this patch of 7.33c, but that's a very good point. The Sleight of Fist with the Chakra Magic and the Empower is pretty ridiculous. I do miss those days where we used to see like Battle Fury Ember coming out. That was one of my favorite times with the Ember Spirit. Not so strong anymore, that kind of build up, but back when it felt amazing to just build into that. So I mean, we might see a bit of a resurgence with the Empower and a Keeper of the Light. That'd be pretty amazing. As American Goons, they are going to ban out the Clinks. Third pick for themselves now. Maybe just a position 4, position 5 to be picked up here from their end of things. Not looking to reveal too much. So the cut will have to make 2 picks in a row. So
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering why the Abaddon ban from American Goons. You go to Silencer pickup, so that's your way of pinning down the Ember here. That's your hard lockdown. You're reliant on the Global Silence to kind of keep them down, but depending on your lane partner here as well for the American Goons, you can get aggressive pretty early on. Again, the Abaddon ban is a little bit more strange. We've seen a little bit more core Abaddon come out, but not often enough that I feel like necessitates the ban fully.
5 seconds remaining.
But I understand respect. I think that here has been pretty fun to play Abaddon 1 on this patch, Mikey. The cut, they go with the Disruptor, so that's their own hold for something like the Void Spirit with a Static Storm in play. They will go with a Kotl in the end, so you do get the Ember Kotl combination along with the Magnus Empower. You've got a pretty good lineup to just enable your Ember to really rip apart a lot of these heroes. Like, it's not going to be the best of times here for the support duo, especially while Global Silence is down. I think the Ember's just going to have some fun. I do wonder what the buildup will be here for our Ember. Like, will MTD kind of go for the Yules? Just because Global Silence is still a fairly annoying spell for Ember Spirit. Yules kind of covers all of your shortcomings here. You'll have a self-dispel and you can just keep jumping around. So I wouldn't mind it too much. We did see a Yules game yesterday in a different tournament, of course, but it did feel a bit underwhelming. Sure, you had a way of just playing the game, but it stalls out your damage timings. So I'm keen to see whether or not that's something MTD wants. For American Goons, into the TA. Should be their win condition on safe lane. A little bit of the minus armor kicking in here. For American Goons, it kind of ties in well with a Void Spirit. Once you get your Desolator timing here with a Melt Strike, like the Void Spirit jumps in, all the physical output. Pretty overwhelming for the side of the cut, and you don't have a great way of melting through Refraction here as well, outside of just Ember Flame Guard, I suppose.
And that is fair, John, that is fair. Final ban outs here from both sides. Looks like the offlane will be the big focus of the cut, and of course American Goons getting rid of some position 1s here against the cut. And you still could be the Magnus position 1 that we do see often enough, but
5 seconds remaining.
they don't seem to think it's going to be the case on the American Goon squad.
Dire team
Just hold out for now and really have a think about this one as they do get rid of the SB now. American Goons. Final ban out for themselves. See if they do want to just continue with the position 1 ban outs here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Quirky picks do you have for the cut? Can kind of deal with TA. Illusion spam is there if you want it. I think a Naga actually fits into the cuts lineup quite nicely here. You don't really have the best clear from American Goons. You could argue a TA could kind of handle that with Melt Strike, but once you get run down, it's not the easiest time in the world. They do ban out the Naga. PL's an option. Want to go for it for the cut. They go with Bloodseeker instead, which is fair. Like Bloodseeker to stop the Void Spirit from just dancing around. It's pretty nice. Bloodseeker up against a lot of offlaners feels good. I am seeing the LC pick up here for American Goons though, and we have seen LC crush that lane multiple times before. So I wouldn't mind it too much for Lil Nick. I think an LC plus Rubik lane is pretty nice as well. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to just have this constant harassment onto the Bloodseeker. What else could you find for Lil Nick? All the offlanes were kind of banned out. Batrider, Doom, Beastmaster taken out with Spirit Breaker as well. I think I'm only seeing the LC, but if you do go LC, it's not too much team fight. Perhaps you could argue Tidehunter plus TA here. Just going back to that. Gosh, more minus armor, some team fight on hand. They go with the Underlord instead. So just a stable laner coming out here from American Goons. Would want to see them use that Fiend's Gate rather well. I think if they can manage to use that to get a lot of aggression across the map, can feel pretty hard for the cut to respond to that. It is stable hold here as well from Lil Nick. It's pretty open in your itemization. We tend to see the aura build up, but some players have been going for that Rod of Atos early versus something like, say, Guardian Greaves or Crimson Guard. And in this case, it does feel like you could use a little bit more lockdown here, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly could. Against the Ember, against the Mag, it's never really a bad thing. Hell, even against the Bloodseeker, it's not a bad thing whatsoever here for the Underlord to go down the Rod of Atos route. See what he does want to do here. It's going to be an interesting game one, I think, between these two teams, and surely a pretty equal kind of game one here between these two, as we kind of expected. It should be I'd say these are one of the more even matchups we have here for today. I confidently can't say who got the better draft here, John. Like, I do favor American Goons a little bit more, based on the fact that I really don't like Position 1 Bloodseeker at the moment, but then again, you've got Mag, you've got an Ember on your side of things for the cut as well, so it's kind of hard to say anything about the draft of the cut here negatively. So we'll get into it, I'm sure, very, very soon. Game number 1 here between the cut and American Goons. Do you have a preferred draft, Jonathan? Do you feel like one's better than the other?
I'd actually lean into the cuts draft a little bit more. I do like seeing the Ember get enabled by Chakra and Empower quite nicely. Down the line, you have some interesting builds for Scourge McDuck, although it should just be your standard Maelstrom in lane, just get farming. But you could look into kind of trying to get into, say, the Ags build up. There is actually an argument for the Ags here, just to have steady burn damage up against the TA. Granted, again, it's it's a little bit griefy going for the Ags sometimes. You do a little bit more damage to yourself, but again, if you're kind of worried about the refraction down the line, Ags Bloodseeker's not the worst thing in the world to deal with that, and I guess the barrier could be useful as well. So I'm keen to see it. I'm keen to see if that's something Scourge McDuck identifies.
We'll find out, Jonathan. We will find out. 5-on-5 smoke already, but they're just getting some vision down in the mid lane. Pretty standard stuff here between these two. They are still looking around here. I mean, the Goons wouldn't mind a level 1 team fight, I'm sure, if they could find one. Might be a little bit preferable, though, for the cuts end of things to find that level 1 team fight.
30 seconds to battle.
It seems like for now they actually both just rotate across the other side, so the cut looking to secure the bottom ones, and perhaps the goons looking to get the top. Could still be a fight over the bottom bounty runes, though, because there is, you know, Lil Nick and Esker hanging around. In fact, now Giant's going to show up as well.
The battle begins.
So the goons will move in. There will be a bit of a move in from Area as well at the top side. So it's actually going to be a 3-for-1. As the cut just kind of brute force their way in and just take one of the top ones as well. In fact, they took both of the top ones. So there you go, Jonathan. The cut off to a pretty good start here with the banner in beginning. We can start off with the mid lane. Of course, you are going to have MTD up against Esk here on the Void versus Ember matchup, which is a matchup I feel like we've seen many, many times. Though, what are we to be expecting here, John?
You're not too bad off here on the Void Spirit. The Ember can kind of round up. Once he has his over corrosion timing, it feels pretty bad for Esk to try to play. You also don't have as much dodge potential on the Void Spirit simply because you don't tend to get dissimilate. So MTD should have a good time once his Sleight of Fist is at level 2. Should be able to apply consistent harass. Same thing goes for Esk. If he does land the 8 Remnant a couple of right clicks in, you kind of equalize the lane pretty nice in terms of forcing out resources from MTD. Overall, should be pretty even, maybe down to support rotations if you can get that out by the 6-minute mark. Power runes are really the big ones that kind of dictates who does get the advantage going into their level 6 here.
We should have looked at the side lanes as well. Perhaps that bot lane. You've got Lil Nick there on the Underlord. Giant on the Rubik. Of course, Empyrean is going to be on the POS 5 Disruptor, and Scourge McDuck is there on the POS 1 Bloodseeker. This should be a pretty boring lane, right? Like, you know, especially once the Vanguard comes up on Lil Nick, chances are he's just never going to die in this laning phase. So, you know, maybe you've got an opportunity before the Vanguard does come out, but for now, you know, he's still fine. There's not really too much of a chance of actually killing the guy off.
Yeah, just a really static lane down bot. Just going to end up farming on Scourge McDuck and Lil Nick. More curious about what Lil Nick goes for after the Vanguard, whether or not he prioritizes Crimson, if he has to feel like he goes for Guardian Greaves, or perhaps at Atos. I think that's where the diversity from the Underlord comes in. Still taking a look at top lane, which should be a little bit more active. You've got Boris on the TA and Pingus on that Silencer, up against Ade on that Magnus, along with D-God on the Pablo. Although, you find Empyrean.
Yeah, Imperium does end up going down. Giant able to pick up the kill on the Rubik, so a nice little pickup for him. Start for the American goons here. No, the cut. Not off to the greatest start. Won't be the biggest thing in the world. Just a position 5 going down. You were saying about the top lane, like Boris and Pingus against Ade, and of course B-God here on the Keeper of the Light. Maybe not too action-packed of a lane either, I suppose, right? Like, unless you can find a nice skewer play onto the TA Silencer, chances are these two are just going to be trading farm as well. But for now, Ade seems to be having a very good time. Already over almost double the CS of Boris here, as Boris was trying to go for the Lotus, but doesn't quite get away with it. Thing is, though, he'll chase B-God for a little bit, but won't go for the full-on chases. The Coddle just proves to be a little bit too fast in movement speed. But Ade is really having a good time on this offlane mag. Like, his CS is pretty insane already.
Yeah, he can suppress Boris quite nicely. Boris, it will take maybe a point in side blades where you start to feel safe in the lane. You can start to try to clear out, get some harassment onto the mag. You also don't want to walk up too close as a TA here. The threat of a blinding light plus skewer back is very real. It makes it a lot simpler for Ade to just look for the skewer back. And there's not too much Pingus can do. Like, you can throw out the Arcane Curse, but you don't really care about it too much for a Magnus, especially with a Ring of Health up. So, again, maybe a little bit more of a static lane, but it does feel a little bit better for the cut, at least in the first 3 levels. By level 4, it should feel a little bit more stable for Boris. He shouldn't be zoned out with either his level 2 Refraction or maybe Value Point in the side blade. Just get a little bit more reach. And should just be able to turn that into a bit of a farming lane, just a tad bit, if he does wish to do so.
Bottom lane. Good chase here. Empyrean actually going down first. Giant able to secure the kill himself as Scourge McDuck. Lee should be able to get the trade going and does. We'll find Giant. Giant again finding a kill onto Empyrean before he does go down is a pretty nice pick-me-up for the Ruby. Keeping in mind as well, Lil Nick this whole time is just hitting creeps for free. Scourge McDuck having to go for that chase to make that happen. Pretty nice pickup again from Giant. Lil Nick, I mean, he's really enjoying himself down at the bot lane. He's got the full Vanguard up now. So even with the Glimpse Bloodrite TPs, it doesn't really matter as mid lane MTD also being chased down on the Ember, but he's going to be just fine to retreat. Though I do appreciate again the rotation from Giant. It makes it so now MTD has to walk back into the mid lane.
Yep, that means he's going to be stalled out on that level 6 timing. You're seeing Esk really control that lane quite well. 23-1 here for MTD up against a 33-7 for Esk. So just getting a lot more out of the lane. The EXP advantage is going to be big. Level 6 timing for Esk means that MTD's not going to be able to look for a cheeky kill opportunity by the time you hit 6. Should lead to, again, a very static time here for the Ember with no relief in sight, as it is the side of the American Goons kind of just looking to secure very early on with Giants. In fact, Giant is just standing in that mid. Still early on for the 6-minute power rune, but they understand how important it is. Even Pingus already showing up for the top one.
MTD already being harassed down here. Both supports from the cut also showing up. Jump is there top side, but it's actually going to be down bottom where the rune does spawn. Still MTD trying to go after Pingus. He's going to find one. Esk forced to try and TP away, and there is actually no cancel for it. Giant, he will still be able to pick up the double damage rune as MTD is going to cop a lot of harassment on his way out. But at the very least, they get the silencer kill before they do go down. For poor old MTD, after all that work, he still doesn't get a rune for himself.
No rune, loses his courier. At the least, you kind of do the same thing that happened to you. You force Esk all the way back home just a little bit, so you can try to get a little bit of an advantage in terms of your level spikes. And you don't feel like the worst situation for yourself. Still up top. Ade left alone is starting to cop a lot of harass out from Pingus and Boris. Boris with level 3 refraction is definitely not going to be zoned out of this lane anytime soon. And overall, a great back and forth start between both of our teams, like the Cut and American Goons, both sitting at 2-2. Less than 1k lead coming out from the Cut, because overall the farm distribution is looking a little bit sharper for them to kick things off with Ade, Scourge, and MTD not too far off from each other. One issue right now for the Goons is Boris's lane. He lost out a little bit too much in the early phases of that laning phase. So he's going to need to do a little bit of catching up. But this is a TA. It doesn't mind catching up too much. Once the levels are up, it just plays in that jungle pretty fine. As long as there's no aggression coming out from the Cut onto the TA, you're still going to hit your item timings here for sure.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of the why the TA's gone so popular in this new meta. It's just so much jungle space for a hero like this that really enjoys it. It's not really too complicated. Just more jungle means TA is just suddenly a better hero again. So far though, 2-2. Very slight net worth lead the way of the Cut. Highest net worth on the board at the moment is Lil Nick on the Underlord. Having again a great time down at that bottom lane. Hasn't really queued up anything quite special yet, by the way, John. So we don't actually know if he's going to go down the standard aura build route or whether he's thinking about the Rod of Atos yet. Actually going for a Soul Ring right now. So not really revealing anything towards us as Ade. It's going to be jumped on here. Last word is committed. Lift up mid skewer as well. Make sure he can't get away from this. And Boris will find himself a nice cheeky kill as well.
I like seeing these movements out from the side of the American Goon support duo. They understand that, no, more than likely they're going to be farming up a little bit until Esk is much more confident in getting the rotation out. So they might as well rotate as the two supports, try to catch one of these solo lanes from the Cut and get some punishment going. Good little kill to find for Boris to start building up a little bit more on that TA. The side of the Cut for their part. They are invading. I mean, they've got good forward vision. They see the stacks coming out here on the triangle. So MTD and B-God can get to work on that one.
And there are rotations coming in. Giant actually finding most of those creeps with the Fade Bolt. They do eventually end up remnanting away, and that's going to be a lot of farm that you aren't going to see going out onto the side of the Goons. I'm sure the TA or Esk or even the Underlord would have liked that. They won't have the opportunity for it anymore. Esk jump in here after MTD, trying to get a D ward for himself, just denying the gold away, but it was taken here by MTD. Still gets away with the ward gold for himself. Goons again showing up. Chain's actually out on Pingus, who was around to try and secure the 10-minute power rune, but now he's going to be in danger. And he's just gone. MTD able to pick up another one.
You're already seeing the early effect of that chakra plus side of fist here for MTD. Just a constant aggression. Make short work of these softer supports, especially with the Orb Corrosion and Phase Boots already up and running on our Ember. So it doesn't take too long to clear out a Silencer or a Rubik here. And just get a little bit of a shove down mid. They've got the Siege Creep, which should force a response out. And that should, again, open up the side lanes more for you to keep farming up here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane. Group up here from both sides. TD still feeling rather safe himself. Pretty hard to catch the Ember out at the moment. In fact, he's got a lot of teammates behind him. Chain's out from MTD. Gonna go on to Giant here, but Chain's out from Giant as well, locking down MTD, and now the damage output, it's way too high. He does barely get out with 90 HP. They didn't have quite enough to finish the job on the Ember. So MTD getting out with the skin of his teeth, but oh boy, that was a bit too close for comfort.
That was pushing the edge just a little bit. For MTD, a great steal coming out there from Giant to just get the chains off. MTD again.
I mean, still playing with fire, and yeah, the double chains and sleight of fist is kind of annoying to play against, but we'll force away the Void Spirit this time. He's gonna be fine. Nobody dying here in the mid lane. Both sides playing quite safely, not giving the openings over. Seems like Giant is restacking as well, by the way, in the Dire Triangle, so see if the cut do recognize those stacks have been made again and maybe make another rotation. But for now, happy days. Giant kind of getting back to it, getting back to work. MTD though, B-God looks like they're going to rotate into the Dire jungle. Towards that top lane, Boris would be a huge kill if they could catch him. So the chains, sadly for MTD, going on to the neutral camp instead.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
So the TA and the Silence are both going to be just fine, as MTD could not hold them down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The rotation's kind of a wash now. Of course, just back off and maybe head back mid. At the least, you come out with Empower, so you get your double-sided fist again, and that should melt quite a fair bit of HP from the side of Esk if he's not too careful.
Radiant's
Still,
bottom tower
we are
is
reaching a
under
more
attack.
passive point in the game, and this is really just a point where both teams need some itemization to be up before you feel confident. Ade, he's got the Echo Saber up and running on our mag, working onto the Harpoon, as you tend to see. Scourge McDuck already at the Maelstrom, and it is comfy enough to just keep farming up. Some of the stacks being taken out here, but aside of American Beansoul, Nick clearing out some of these for himself. And the smoke out is here with Pingus and Esk. See if he can find the angle onto that Bloodseeker.
In the bottom lane, Scourge McDuck still hanging around, just farming the jungle camps. The Goons are going to have a look around now towards the south, and they might run right into the Bloodseeker, and they do. Scourge McDuck already caught out by the Aether Remnant, and now the Global Silence, just to ensure he has no kind of gameplay, but it does wear off. But no, the last word is there. Perfectly chained as now the Static Storm has been committed, but it doesn't really hold on to S. Just simulate, it's not going to be enough. They will at least trade quite nicely here, the cut. Able to take down Esk for their Bloodseeker. I think still pretty worth here for American Goons, but at least you get the trade.
Yeah, you don't mind too much finding that trade. Oh, Up top.
The top lane. R8. You're going to be focused here by Lil Nick. I kind of doubt whether they actually have enough damage here for him, though. He's a tanky boy with the Vanguard up, so he's just going to successfully back off. And instead, the American Goons are going to try and take down the top tier 1 tower. It seems like they're going to get away with this. There's no real defense to come, just a cheeky shockwave being thrown out, but ultimately, American Goons, they will get away with the top tier 1 tower basically for free.
Nice little take from the side of the American Goons. Not going to lose any heroes, although a little Nick.
He gets glimpsed back. Again, he's a very, very tanky kind of target to try and go after. Especially with that Rupture up, but there it is. Rupture now committed here on Lil Nick, and that's going to ensure he can't just walk away. So there you go, the cut, able to make that one work this time around. An important pick off to get after your tier 1 top tower does go down. Yes?
Yeah, it's a nice little kill.
Chains out again from MTD. This Chakra Magic proving to be so annoying with the Ember. Esk is going to be fine, though. He will pick up a Haste Rune and just run his way down bot.
Really big item timing coming out here for the Goons as well. Boris has the full Deso up. Ade finding out the hard way.
Certainly is. He's trying to run the best he possibly can. Ade's still going for a run, and actually Boris gives up on it. Doesn't want to waste too much time chasing, because now Empyrean is here. Static Storm was dropped. Skirt McDuck going to show up, and now the RP committed. Ade not messing around. Nice bit of malice into the Firestorm though onto 2, but again, they just don't have enough. Maybe rather Empyrean to drop, and they do get him. Nowhere near worth it though, considering you just lost your TA.
Yeah, you're still a lot happier here on the cut. Unfortunate for the side of the Goons. They would want to reveal that Desolator quite nicely. You know, a pick off into Roshan is usually the name of the game with the TA once you hit this timing. He gets a room out here for the cut to clear out mid. MTD finally finding that objective, and he does pick himself up the regen rune. So he should just be able to get back into these fights once more and start to utilize that double sleight of fist with a full Maelstrom up. A lot of output, especially if the Empower is thrown onto you as well. A 2k lead now standing here for the cut off the back of these really strong starts. But Roche does just begin for the Goons, even without a pick-off. They've still got the minus armor to play with. Inside of the cut, they don't really have vision in the area. So it should be a freebie for the first one coming out here for the Goons.
It sure seems that way. It seems like something they shouldn't necessarily be getting away with. Like, the cut is certainly in a position where they could try to contest this Roshan play. But that's not going to be quite the case. It's, the American Goons, you're able to pick this one up for free. Something they desperately need, though, considering that they are falling somewhat behind when it comes to the net worth graph. And when immediate smoke up here from Esk and Giant, they're going to twin gate right through down to the bot lane. You do have MTD around that area on the Ember, though I don't think he necessarily dies to these two heroes. Instead, though, they will run into B-God as well, so Giant is going to be there. Lift is up on the Keeper of the Light, but he needs a bit of help. Nobody close enough yet to lock down the coddle, so B-God, no, never mind, they've got the glimpse back. He will go down. Not the biggest kill, but, you know, they do pick him off at the very least.
You don't mind too much in the cut for the Goons. You know, you just took Roshan, you get a kill, you're feeling good. You've got room now to allow Boris to flex that Deso. Is set to just clear out the bot tier 1 by himself, MTD.
You're trying to go in mid lane. Global Silence was there. The last one, again, perfectly timed by Pingus, and they do get the kill. That's the big one you wanted to see here. MTD going down, a much more prioritized kind of target that you wanted to see die.
Yeah, that's the core kill you're looking for. Again, you're starting to work this aggression out for the side of American Goons. You're playing around their timings well. Boris has a free time down bot, clearing out to tier 1. Just ramping up rapidly on this TA. The side of the cut, it does feel like they're still waiting for more build-up. I mean, the Harpoon is up on Ade. Blink not too far off. Once that blink is up, you really need to see them start
Radiant's middle tower
to
is
clump
under
up,
attack.
you know, play into the side of goons, start to threaten with RP, and take these opportunities, especially when global silence is down. Like, this should be the time for the cut taking some aggression themselves here.
Esk jump in on Empyrean. The Remnant's going to connect, but they got the big static storm out in time. Still, Esk is going to drop now on a big RP committed. Arde finding two of them. Perfect setup here from the cut. Boris going to try and TP out, but he's going to be dragged back.
Boy.
Aegis gone. Now the cut, they'll go for another. Boris not going to be able to survive through this. 4 down for American Goons, and the cut is really giving it to him this game 1.
Just comes down to this timing. Ade suddenly picks up this blink. He's ready to go. He nails the RP. Really good static storm out from Empyrean, even though it only catches 1. You only really need to catch the Void Spirit with that spell. Gets the isolation, manages to force the Rubik. He was trying to steal the static storm, ends up taking the Thunderstrike instead. So they remove the glimpse as well as a factor in that fight, because that would have been ruinous if the TPs were glimpsed back. And it does line up for the cut. Again, heads up play from Empyrean to set up with a good silence onto the Void Spirit, and immediately removing any good spell steal with the Thunderstrike. As, you know, we already saw the effect of Giant with a glimpse. He plays it greedy. He wanted Thunderstrike. He wanted to get that static storm, loses out in the glimpse, so he couldn't stop that TPN from Ade.
That they could not. And suddenly the cut, 5k ahead, looking so damn powerful at the moment. 3 cores still at the top of the net worth board. Cut just not looking to slow down anytime soon, I don't think. And this TA, just as much farm as Boris has found after a bit of a bad laning stage, he just still hasn't had the best game so far. One saving grace is they have been able to control MTD quite well on the Ember, just with all these silencers coming out from our Pingu silencer, but he's only died once, to be absolutely fair to him. Here we go again. Esk and Pingu's down at bottom lane looking to set up onto MTD, but he just remnants away this time. They couldn't land the Aether Remnant.
Yep. Enough time there for MTD to react. Backs off. Waits a little bit of that time in the rotation in. And for MTD, he already has the BKB up. He's not as susceptible to the ganks any longer. You really have to hold out on your global silence now after you see that debuff immunity kick in to get that control onto this slippery hero. Easier said than done. They've been opening up with the global silence more than anything else. So it's just going to be a lot harder now to look for those kills. And MTD is feeling confident.
Pingus caught for now. Esk is around to help out, though Ade has rotated as well on the Magnus. RP is committed. They've got the silencer, but that's about all they've got. Not the worst scenario here. They'll just take the kill that they can get, but Esk is going to be able to make his way out of this.
He bails out, but that's global silence, or at least your silencer down with that spell for a little bit of time. You don't want to overextend here on the side of the American Goons while your silencer is gone. They will just play it safe. I mean, they are still getting that build-up you'd want to see here for Boris, working onto his own BKB now. You've got the Auras all active on Lil Nick, just lacking the Crimson Guard recipe. So that's going to be the Guardian Greaves plus Pipe plus Crimson Guard. And that is a lot of damage reduction on hand. That is the one saving point of the Underlord. Very strong Aura Carrier. Still the side of the cut. Starting to feel confident, even without the RP. The Skewer back is still strong, and they'll go for a smoke play.
That they will. Moving through the mid lane is the cut.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Counter smoke is being used up here by the American Goons now. The cut are going to reveal themselves down at the bottom lane, so American Goons know exactly where to go.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyph will be forced out. They are trying to make their way into that radiant, rather dire triangle now. It's a pretty hard team fight to approach for the American Goons, that is. Making it into the dire triangle, they're going to see B-God. Lift is up. The Keeper of the Light caught out. Global Silence has been committed, but it's already too late. B-God is down, so they'll try to move in onto Esk, but the Void Spirit, at least for now, is fine, getting to the low ground, but eventually is going to drop the Scourge McDuck. Rather, excuse me, he drops to somebody else as they are melting right now on the cut. 3 down. Scourge McDuck able to get himself out, but it's a 3-for-1 trade in favor of the American Goons. I actually can't believe they got away with that.
Yeah. It's a little bit of an awkward position coming out there on the side of the cut, and they only have the 1 BKB, or the 2 BKBs in their cores, but the Global Silence comes out before you get any of your support spells off. This time around, you don't manage to use the Static Storm on Empyrean. Means that you don't really manage to take control of that area. Your team fight falls flat. A really good burst window for the side of the American Goons to play with. And for the side of the cut, some severe punishment on their part. Like, you will need this full BKB up and running on Ade before any other action can break out, as it does feel like, you know, you need everyone to be ready when that Global Silence kicks in. Can't just be your Ember and Bloodseeker. And with your supports frontlining like that, they just melt. And you don't have your own aura carriers in this kind of lineup from the cut. Magnus just not the kind of hero that tends to go for the aura buildup, although we have seen it a couple of times before. But there's nothing keeping your supports alive throughout that Global Silence. And that's always going to be a concern. You need that Static Storm. You need that Chakra spam onto the Ember.
Well, the American Goons now buying themselves a bit more time into this game 1. The cult will take their time to get some farm going now. They're still holding the net worth advantage by about 3k, but it's slowly feeling like it's not really mattering quite as much anymore. Both sides perhaps even waiting for the next Roshan to spawn up here. It's a minute and 30 away from being available. In the meantime, now has the full Shiva's Guard up on the Ember. Even more of a nuisance here, this Ember Spirit. It'd be a bit of a shame if they allowed the American Goons to get away with a free Roshan again. I think this time around they'll try to ensure that does not happen. The cut do show up at the top lane now. They'll see Boris. Be a massive pickup if they could get it, but Boris with a quick blink away on the TA. Still waiting 15 more seconds for the Roshan to respawn, but the cut are slowly moving their way up towards the pit. Giant, he's going to go in for a lift up onto B-God. Limmercape is going to buy him enough time, though there is going to be the Fiend's Gate coming in, so Lil Nick now going to show up. MTD going right in onto Pingus, but he's going to be fine now to back his way out, as B-God is actually the one to go down first. So a nice little start here for the American Goons. Scourge McDuck moving in. Arne, he's got the RP off. They've caught the TA with that into the skill back on 2, but nobody's down yet. Boris is still alive, and now it's just complete chaos at the top lane. This Giant has finally gone down. Scourge McDuck is moving like an absolute race car right now on that Bloodseeker, but is forced to back off because Boris is way too healthy on the TA. Finding one, finding another. It'll be a double kill for Boris. And a 3-for-2 trade in the end. And Roshan has officially respawned. The cut, they are not in a position to try and fight with this.
Certainly not. The team fight looks pretty decent for the side of the cut to start off with, outside of losing B-God first, but Empyrean manages to get off the usage of the Static Storm. They managed to get the RP, although only onto 1. I think he managed to nail that onto multiple heroes. That fight's a little bit different. The AoE damage, the output you have to tie in with the Static Storm feels a lot better. Roche falls very quickly here for the side with Goons. And Aegis number 2 with Cheese on hand here for the American Goons. Gonna be a lot harder to play into. For the side of the cut, does feel like they need some answer for the TA, outside of just trying to kill her straight up. Maybe a Halberd coming out, maybe just more armor for your entire team, like a Crimson Guard coming out could help the cause here as well. Because right now, no damage mitigation at all.
Well, at least they do find Pingus up at top. So Silencer is going to go down. And the cut, they are around the area now, but it's a bit too late. Scourge McDuck, lift up is there. Boris trying to move in as well, but obviously is not going to commit fully
Radiant's middle tower
for the
is
for the
under
Bloodseeker. Probably not worth his time. The cut is right behind him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So
under
net worth
attack.
lead down to 1k. All this farm on your Bloodseeker, but Scourge McDuck, it still feels like he kind of struggles to deal with the TA this game. So they are going to move in again. The cut towards the top T2 tower. Chains out onto Boris, but he's just fine. Does have the Meld Dispel talent. Can just purge off the pain, the chains himself. TD in the meantime going to show up in mid lane now. Just clears out the creep wave, but is able to
Radiant's
remnant
middle
away as
tower
well.
is under attack.
Not too big of a deal for him.
Yeah, I like seeing this kind of style from MTD. Just such an aggressive Ember player. Very confident in his skills to dodge out. Does go back a little bit to keep clearing out the other waves. The side of the American Goons, I mean, they still have this Aegis for a lot of time here. Although,
Well, they have found Boris. I mean, keep in mind, Boris had the BKB and the Aegis up. There is going to be a Dark Rift being committed here by Lil Nick, but he will get just glimpsed back. By Dark Rift, I do mean Fiend's Gate, of course. It's the card now looking to continue, but there is a double Tamager to be picked up by Boris, so it could be terrible timing for them. They're still rushing in onto Lil Nick, but the Pit of Malice is going to hold down the Bloodseeker. So now Boris does show up, but a nice skill play is there. The RP not going to come out in time, are they? He was silenced up. He is still trying to survive, but the Magnus is being chased down by Boris, and he is just gone. Empyrean is also down. MTD trying to go for more, does at least find Esk, but now he's caught out with a Rule Scepter, and he's going to go down. 4 down for the cut, the only survivor being Scourge McDuck. You only lost Empyrean, or excuse me, rather you only lost Esk on the Void Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
yeah, it's really tough for the cut to take these fights when they can't get their teamfight spells off. If you can't get global, you can't use your static storm and Empyrean, in the fights it feels pretty lost. Whereas for the side of the American Goons, then they have no problem spamming out their spells. They throw out the global silence. The fight opens up for them in a massive way. They're forced to BKB a little bit earlier on the cut. They're not able to get the RP off for control. And again, no direct answers for this TA in this game. Boris just free to do what he wants. Still has the Aegis up. 18 charges, 18 additional damage coming out in the Desolator. About to get fully maxed out in that. Has the Hurricane Pike now as well. You get some distance out for himself. The solution here from the side of the cut is Ade building into the Halberd, which again, it just feels necessary. You just have to stop that TA from getting the hits off while you're trying to melt through that refraction yourself and getting some damage going. I think one thing as well for the cut that's feeling tough.
Well, they jumped in onto the Empyrean Disruptor. Clear him down. Ade's not going to try and move in. Oh, the Stolen Rupture. Committed onto the mag, but Ade is just going to continue running out of range. Ms. Lil Nick is now here, and so is Boris. Meld Strike will fly in, and that is Ade gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just
American
getting harder and harder.
Goons. Yeah, they are still just looking for another fight. They're feeling so powerful right now.
I think it's down to a couple of things for the cut. The durability that you're getting out here with Lil Nick around with the full aura lineup, it's really hard to pierce into. On top of that, just atrophy aura on pretty much your entire physical lineup doesn't feel great. Like, you've got a Bloodseeker who wants to right click, you've got Magnus who wants to right click, you've got MTD who wants to play around with Sleight of Fist. Crimson Guard plus Guardian Greaves and the atrophy aura just ruins any of that. So you can't instantly burst down any of these softer targets, as the side of the Goons have been clumped up really well. You don't have that durability on your side.
They're going to lose the Coddle pretty much instantaneously. SK will take him down, as now the tier 2 top tower going to be under siege. They will lose the Aegis on the TA, but it's not that big of a deal here for the American Goons, I'm sure. They already found plenty out of the Aegis. Even with Scourge McDuck finding himself at the top of the net worth board on the Bloodseeker, like, he hasn't really been able to carry the game as much as you would have hoped. Though he's 11-1-0, to be fair, on the Bloodseeker, but just hasn't It hasn't really felt like a big, pos 1 carry Bloodseeker that we've been looking at. Maybe in some
not
team
quite.
fights it has, but overall, Hero does look somewhat lackluster again.
It's just difficult into all of these auras coming out from Lil Nick. Like, you have no way of killing off the Underlord fairly quick here as well. So it's just, you can't play into the auras. They'll try now, they'll smoke up. They get a good RP, that could kind of dictate the game here. Full Daedalus up and running though for Boris. If you don't catch a TA, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, here we go again. The cut. And they'll just move in right away with MTD. Peter Malice is going to hold him down for a moment. Seems like they want Giant on the Rubik first. Meanwhile, Esk is going immediately after the supports on the backside as well. Esk, actually, the Rubik is still alive. He is making it out for now with the Crimson Guard. Giant is not dying. MTD is still trying. Finally takes him out. But now Boris, he can just move in, look to clean up as they've got the Coddle down. MTD still fighting here. Will remnant towards the east of the map, but the traps are there to slow him down. Final remnant away. Has been committed. He'll try for the TP play out, but no, the Aether remnant. Eska's got him. And 3 down again for the cut. You only lost the Rubik here on the side of American Goons, and John, it took them that long to secure that kill. It's quite ridiculous how long it took.
The auras are too much. Like, if you don't find Lil Nick, if you don't take him out of the pictures fast, then you just don't do enough damage. Atrophy aura working the way it does, along with the Crimson Guard and the Guardian Greaves to boost your durability, and no one does damage. You went all in on this physical lineup here for the side of the cut. It's just not, it's not paying off just yet for the investment.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So-
under attack.
The Goons, they have a much easier time executing. All the damage in the world to come out here from Boris. No direct TA counter, no aura carrier on the side of the cut. It's like, what do you do to stop Boris? You really can't do much. At least until maybe the Halberd comes in here from Ade. Even then, you stop the TA, but how do you stop Esk? How do you stop Lil Nick from just constantly keeping everyone alive and healthy here? The cut have very limited options. They've got to be able to find this better initiation. No, they've not been able to find the big RPs. That is down to the fact that the American Goons, they've been so disciplined to stay pretty declumped when these engagements break up. Like, they're not together. They're loosely together. Not close enough that RP becomes a real threat. And you just take away this wombo combo teamfight combination that the cut want to play with. Like, the ideal scenario is like on RP, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, but again, you're not finding multiple hero RPs. You're at best finding one-man RPs right now in Ade.
Roshan, gonna be 2 minutes 10 seconds away. It's a very long timer. The cut, might be forced to fight very soon. American Goons hanging around the top left corner of the map as well, just maintaining their position around the Roshan pit. Here come the cut once again, slowly just pacing their way up. They'll pop a 5-man smoke. MTD smoke immediately broken as Lil Nick was in the tree line, but the Pit of Malice gonna lock down the Ember. Scourge McDuck trying to get to work here onto Lil Nick, and in fact, it's gonna be a lot of damage flying out now. Lil Nick is down. That's a nice start, though he does have buyback if necessary to commit. They've also found Boris on the backside as Imperium does finally go down. The Rubik, however, this time should not survive, but with the Glimmer Cape, he's actually walking out of there. Now with the blink away, they still can't pick him off. MTD is trying his absolute best to get this Rubik, but somehow he is still alive. Does go down in the end. Boris is down now as well in the TA, as Lil Nick will die back immediately on the Underlord. I mean, it started off good, this team fight, but the Goons are not able to capitalize or punish the side of the cut. And now they will lose another in the form of Pingus. Only Esk surviving on the Void Spirit. And Roshan, luckily for at least the Dire, is not going to respawn yet. But it should be in time for the cut to get the Roshan before everyone's back up. And a pretty big loss here for the American Goons.
Yeah, it's, again, down to losing Lil Nick early. He doesn't get the auras off. He doesn't manage to maximize his control. And without that survivability on your supports, it's a lot easier to clean up on the Silencer. It's a lot easier to clean up on the Rubik. Even your TA is not the most durable here, going for the full glass cannon sort of build-up. So the presence of Lil Nick has been the bane of the Cut's existence, and taking him out of the picture gives you this huge opening. Roshan will also be spotted out by the goons, of course, as they have the trap in place, but they can't come into contest. Roche number 3 going the way of the Cut. Free refresh shard on hand. Can feel great for MTD if he wants to have that opportunity to constantly jump in and out of these fights. Or Scourge McDuck if he wants to double BKB. He does have his own refresh on hand. Probably no need to double down on that one. And he does hit this level 25 off the back of that fight as well. So he's got the 2 rupture charges plus refresh. 4 ruptures can fly out in these fights. Rather annoying at this point to deal with a Bloodseeker. No link base on the side of the goons at the least, so you'll always be able to, you know, prevent that in and out movement that you might want to do here on the goons.
I mean, it's been this Bloodseeker, like he's gotten to a point now where he's actually looking quite scary. I think Ade is one of the big problems as well here on the mag. Like he's hitting real hard. He's doing Magnus things. Was the MTD's hitting like an absolute truck as well with the Empower. They have drawn a line out through to the Dire Triangle here, so the Cut might make their way over now with a 5-man smoke, perhaps. So it seems like they don't actually have a smoke on them. So instead, top lane is the lane they want to go through. Top tier 3 tower going to be under siege here from Scourge McDuck. Oh, there's the skill back, Ade. Already finding Lil Nick. Rupture is going to be able to make sure the Underlord cannot get away. And Lil Nick is just down. Boris getting ruptured up as well, so MTD, he can get right to work onto the TA. Forcing the BKB usage out immediately. So Esk, going in by himself with the Global Silence to back him up, he does at least get Imperium down. Problem is MTD is going to find Pingus as a trade, but he can buy back into the team fight. He will do so, but the immediate retreat is there from the Cut. I say retreat, but it is a bit of a fake back. They are waiting for somebody to try and defend that top lane of barracks and go for that creep wave so Ade can go for a skewer back play. But the American Goons, they are being quite cautious about this. Oh, MTD is back to work.
They popped a refresh
again. Esk is there with the Aether Remnant. Now a nice skewer back from Giant. He has actually found Scourge McDuck. And that is the Aegis down already. Nice pick off here by Giant. They'll have to wait for the next skewer though. I think as Scourge McDuck is going to go for a bit of a run here with the BKB, but he's gone.
Boy.
He actually ends up going down. More skewers in here from Giant. He'll find Ade as well. Well, there you go. Be God. He will be the 4th target to go down. And somehow the American Goons, they defend. And they find a 4-man wipe.
It's all off the back of Giant. Like these skewer backs, these pullbacks with the lift. It's just too much. Like the Bloodseeker can't run away considering that no one's low HP. And the refresh pop, BKB doesn't do enough as well. Just the chain stuns coming out, the chain control from the side of the American Goons simplify that process. And for the side of the Cut, they are punished for looking for far more after taking those losses. Staying around a little bit too long, especially without Empyrean, with say the Static Storm there, leads to a really rough time. And I think Ade felt pretty safe handing out the skewer, not instead of the RP, but it feels even worse.
Jump in. They've actually found MTD here. That's the big one. MTD down for 95. He does have buyback to commit here. American Goons just continuing to go after the top tier 3 tower, and it is not lasting very long, I'll tell you that. Suddenly, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the American Goons are the ones finding the first barracks of the game here. It's now the tier 3 mid tower going to be under siege to boot.
Well,
nope.
I mean, to be fair, the Goons were in control for a lot of the game, right? They had Roche control. It was only that last Roche fight that looked pretty awkward. So I guess this is just back to form for the American Goons after dropping one objective there.
That is a fair point. I'll give you that, John. I will give you that. We have a bit of a fake back here from the American Goons as well, as they kind of just go back into the Radiant jungle for a moment. But they are hanging around, hoping somebody shows up for the mid-creep wave. It's the exact same thing the Cut were doing. Skewer, Giant, again. Massive target. He's got the Bloodseeker. Scourge McDuck might be forced to try and fight this one out. He's actually healed up in the middle of this team fight. And the buyback was there from MTD. So now it seems like Americans Goons just want to back their way out, and Giant is still not dying. He will survive. Rupture and Lil Nick, but there's no follow-up to it because Boris is holding all of them back.
Dire's bottom
Now this
tower is
Rubik,
under attack.
he is making life a living hell for the Cut.
Giant's just insane. Skewer's back right as the Rupture is still set to fade. Barely gets away with any HP. Just bails out. This guy has just been a madman with the Skewer. Again, Ade, he felt pretty safe in that last fight on the high ground because he did not give away RP, but giving away Skewer feels worse. Giant showing us that having this extra range on the Rubik is probably 10 times worse to deal with how the side of the American Goons are playing. They're maximizing this pullback potential on the Rubik now. 24-31, a 16k lead for the American Goons, as they are still massive on boards. But to be fair, Scourge McDuck is still huge as well. A lot of potential for back and forths. But MTD buying back, if he dies in the middle, that could dictate the end of the game here if they're not careful on the cut.
Mid lane, MTD going to show himself here on the Ember. Now kind of jump in. Global Silence is back up though, so you might want to go for that big pick off. There's the American Goons.
Radiant's middle barracks
There's
are
the
under attack.
Refresh Orb now being built up on MTD. That is fully available for him on the Ember Spirit. A lot of remnants to be able to spam down here with the Aghanim Scepter builder. 17k advantage still standing for the American Goons though, as they are looking to try and put the nail on the head here. It seems like rotations towards the top lane where they'll try to push out the creep wave though mid. Lil Nick with the Scythe device is going to hold down Ade for a moment, but now seems like he doesn't want anything to do with this, as there is going to be a skewer back from Ade. Fiendscape is there to try and get some people through to help out Lil Nick, as they have started the team fight completely. Global Silence was committed. Esk was in the back trying to secure some supports. Meanwhile, Lil Nick, he does go down. Scourge McDuck, however, he can't fight. He cannot fight Boris. It's too much damage. At least he does have buyback, but he will probably need to commit it. So I'm sure they will go for a big push here on the side of Goons.
It's really interesting from the cut. They see the Fiendsgate drop. They still opt to take that fight, and the response from the Goons, they just wait until the full commitment's there from the cut. So they see the heroes move in, they go through the gate, and they start finding these kills. The cut, again, getting a little bit hasty there. Mid-rack set to fall just from Boris alone.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And that's going to be one set of racks left down bot, preventing the mega creeps come out here. Boris just gets to work.
Well, there's your buyback now from Scourge McDuck. It's going to be more than enough for American Goons to just happily back off now. They have Global Silence back available in 15 seconds, so they could go for another fight, but it seems like they want to try and play for the next Roshan first. Next Roshan, still a minute 40 away from respawning, so a bit of time here. They can just kind of prep the area of the Roshan pit when it does respawn up. Now the cut, I mean, this is one Roshan that they really cannot afford to let go, right? Like, this is... If this Roshan goes down, you're probably going to find yourself in a lot of danger in this game one. Rotations are going up towards the north here. The cut slowly making their way over. Ag's now available. Ag's available on Scourge McDuck. So the Blood Mist is here. But I guess against the TA, it does do some good work.
It does, and you have your spell lifesteal talent. So, yeah, at the least, you're going to get a little bit of regen out with that Blood Mist.
Jump in is there. Oh, MTD. Side device. Bit of Malice going to lock him down. Keep in mind, he does not have buyback. But they are not fully committing. Not quite yet anyway. MTD is fine with the BKB to retreat. So Boris did not want to jump in. So they did not know where Ade was on the mag.
These traps, man.
Oh boy, that's a big slow. Fiend's Gate right in between as well. A big pet of Malice catching out too. B-God is gone. They will also lose Empyrean. And now Ade is not going to survive this onslaught either. They all have buyback. But it's still not going to feel good trying to fight this Roshan play. Which is coming now because Roshan is respawning.
It's a big one. Another Ags, another Aegis, Cheese, and a Refresh Shard on hand here for the side of the Goons. No counterplay at all from the side of the Cut. They're forced to play the defense game. Again, these traps coming out from Boris every single time in this top Rosh area. This is what's been giving them the first 2 Roshans. It's been giving them so much vision. The slow, the silences coming out with the Shard. There's way too much from the side of American Goons to deal with here for the Cut. For the Cut's part, this is a risky position for them. No buyback on Scourge McDuck, no buyback on MTD, still on cooldown. The angles for these fights just, I don't know how you take them. The scenarios where we've seen the Cut win is actually killing off Lil Nick first, but even then, killing Lil Nick is a long process. Like right now, it takes so long that even if you lose Lil Nick, he's done his job for the side of the American Goons. They can still go in and clean up afterwards.
Yeah, bot T3 tower on the next target. Jump in from Esk. Nice Aether Remnant locking down MTD. And the Global Silence is going to make sure he has no chance. No buyback available on MTD. He is down for 2 minutes. That's a problem. That's a big, big problem now. Zakat still trying to chip away at the heroes of the American Goons, but it's not looking too good for them. T3 tower to drop.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now Giant's got Blood right up, so he's just going to spam that over the racks every 2 seconds. So he does jump in. Lift is there. Sight the Vice out. The Magnus. He's fine, but Scourge McDuck is taking way too much damage from Boris. They'll at least commit the RP. Giant is down. They've got the Rubik. The Aegis also gone on the TA, but Scourge McDuck is just down as well. He just can't survive these team fights. Meanwhile, Esk was just going onto B-God. B-God going to be okay to survive. But Megas are up now. The American Goons, they are getting started on the tier 4 towers. They do not want to play this game any longer, but a nice skewer. Ade getting Lil Nick into the fountain, but he had the Ghost Scepter ready. Blimspec not going to work out either. Empyrean getting tipped here by Lil Nick as the Ancient is going to go down. And American Goons, I mean, it was a bit rough at some stages of the game, but they make it work in the end. Clean performance from themselves, and as you can see, very stoic faces from the boys, John. No real reactions.
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty much in control for most of that game. The big issue for the American Goons was that top Roche fight for Roche number 3. And that was the one where we did lose Lil Nick a lot earlier. And I think, again, losing the auras meant that you were a little bit more exposed. But down the line, you know, the high ground defense, the plays coming out from Giants to reel that game back into their favor were pretty damn big. The side of the Cut, a lot of issues coming out there. It was just difficult for them to take these fights. The Global Silence was ruining them earlier on. When it came down to what you could do, like you couldn't even get this big RP into Static Storm. The discipline from the Goons was just way too high. Like they were never clumping up. You didn't have that opportunity to look for that kind of play here.
No, you certainly didn't. Props to the side of American Goons for making the big comeback happen here. Yeah, I mean, a fantastic play from the side of American Goons is the Cut. Well, kind of just having some moments of brilliance here, but just kind of struggling in the end to try and really put an end to this. And, well, I mean, you still got 2 more games to go potentially. At the very least, 1 more game for the Cut to try and make a bit of a comeback happen in this series, but not off to the most amazing start. Generally, don't want to lose game 1 here against a team like American Goons, who are going to be one of the stronger teams in Division 2. And Well, again, the cut back to the drawing board for themselves. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, I think for the cut, I'd say probably a core. Your safe lane core was not the ideal. I mean, you love to mean about the Bloodseeker. This game definitely was not a shining example for Scourge McDuck. I think you might have been better off with literally any other safe lane core to help you handle things. You did farm pretty well. His impact was pretty nice in some of these prolonged fights, but the Bloodseeker just, it feels so bad into the Underlord in terms of trying to get your damage out. The stat gains aren't insane. Your output just gets ruined by Guardian Greaves and Crimson Guard. And it just definitely showed up in that game. Still, can take a look at our scoreboard, and our MVP of this game has to go to Boris. He had a spectacular time on that TA. He controlled his lane well. He had the farm output. His itemization, his timings were pretty on point, and yeah, he just had insane impact. He was all over the place.
Classic TA gameplay here, 21, 3, and 10. But, you know, pretty hard to choose an MVP in a game like this when you've got heroes like the Rubik. You know, Giant was doing fantastic work as well. And I think the whole of American Goons was just doing a lot of great work. But nevertheless, definitely MVP going the way of Boris with a pretty insane KDA and pretty insane performance here on the TA. Not really giving too much of a chance for the cut to make the comeback happen here in this game number 1. Just looking overall pretty confident throughout the whole game here. So props to him. And that will be game 1 in the books here of this best of 3 series between the cut and American Goons. It does mean we will have game 2's draft underway rather soon. John, any changes you in particular want to see before we get into it?
Yeah, just a different Scourge McDuck hero. I don't think the Bloodseeker felt the best here, especially into an Underlord down the line. Your damage is just completely covered. So maybe something burstier, maybe something that scales a little bit better there.
Okay, well with that we are going to head off to a break, and of course right after the break we'll be back with game 2's draft between the cut and American Goons. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 of this best of 3 series between The Cut and American Goons, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. John, welcome back, sir. We're going into game 2's draft. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. Game 1, pretty much in American Goons' favor until Roche number 3, and then it kind of went a little bit away towards The Cut when they did lose a little nick. But they reel it back in, they start to find the openings, and it just was a very difficult game coming out there for The Cut. Again, maybe down to the way these fights broke out, maybe down to the fact it took them a while to find Little Nick. They didn't have their own aura carrier on The Cut, and Bloodseeker scaling just isn't the best in a lot of games. So let's see how The Cut adapts. American Goons already off to a strong footing here. 1 game up, 1 game away from getting a clean 2-0. Whether or not they can find it, who knows?
We'll find out. I mean, the draft has begun, so we'll see exactly what happens. I do appreciate the fact that The Cut have respect banned out the Rubik, which caused them so many problems last game. Just get rid of it straight away. Don't allow that to happen again. Pretty similar bans though, apart from the Rubik being banned out. Techies gets removed, Doom gets removed once again. 1 more ban for American Goons before we can see the opening picks from both sides. They'll get rid of the Magnus, so that mag was causing a lot of issues from Ade to boot, so I think it's smart enough to get rid of it here and don't give the opportunity over to The Cut to go ahead and first pick it. It's The Cut. Still got plenty of broken heroes available. I mean, we always kind of go over the same ones, but the Medusa, the Void Spirit, all those universal heroes are still available. We'll see what they want to try and prioritize here, as they are going to go down the Spirit Breaker route. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, we've seen the very fun build-up of Octarine plus the Ags plus a Quickening Charm, and the hero just never stops running. I'm curious if The Cut will try to go for the Kotl again. I think that was still a pretty solid showing from B-God last time around, so I wouldn't mind it too much on The Cut. For American Goons, seeing the Spirit Breaker, normally your counter is like a Shadow Demon. They go to Bat Rider pick up first, as it was left in pool. I wouldn't mind a Shadow Demon. Again, like every time you see the Spirit Breaker, Shadow Demon feels like the direct response with the Demonic Purge, with the Disruption. They'll go to Timbersaw pick up first, so they steal it away from the side of The Cut. You can see a lot of smiles from the side of American Goons as they take Timbersaw plus Bat Rider. Normally first phase bans do slide through here.
I mean, why the hell not? I'm sure American Goons are feeling very, very happy after that game 1, and now starting with a pretty nice opening of Bat Rider Timber, which, I mean, both these heroes have been extremely popular as of late, so none too surprising to see it pop up. How do The Cut want to follow up with their Spirit Breaker pick, though? What are you thinking here? Like, should potentially just be the position 3 Spirit Breaker we're looking at, but obviously we know the hero is quite flexible. Some players prefer the POS 4 role Spirit Breaker, some prefer the POS 3. But we even see the mid Spirit Breaker showing up sometimes. It's the Cut. They'll have a think about this second pickup.
I feel like Kotl is still decent. You know, you could just go Kotl Spirit Breaker, have fun with the charges very early on, play that aggression. Then again, playing an aggressive Spirit Breaker into Timbersaw can be pretty damn ugly, as Timbersaw just rips you apart. Magic damage from Kotl isn't too bad though, so I still wouldn't mind it. I think the Solar Bind could still be useful against Timp. They go with the Dusa pick up first, so they get to secure that, you know, that here that's still pretty busted despite being up and down. Still see it highly prioritized. You don't have the best answers here on American Goons, and then again, American Goons can still draft in stuff like, say, the Nyx Assassin. That tends to be left in the pool up against Dusa. So I wouldn't mind that at all for the side of American Goons. Just go for maybe a support Nyx or an offlane Nyx with a Bat Rider 4. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. The Cut now have to ban to protect that Dusa. Take out the AM, take out the Darkseer. Shadow Demon is also a little bit of concern. With the disruption once more, getting more value from stealing the Dusa form. Wonder if that's something the Cut's worried about.
We'll see. Final banouts to come. the cart, just getting rid of the classic Medusa counters. One more to go.
10 seconds remaining.
And one hero we've seen do particularly well against the Medusa was the Nyx Assassin, I feel. I mean, I don't think there's the highest chance of the Nyx being picked up here for American Goons, because I think the last time we saw it was the position 3 Nyx. And you know, all you needed was really the daggone build up, and suddenly you had all the counter towards the Medusa that you required throughout the whole game. I mean, I guess you could run the mid Timber as well and just go position 3 Nyx with the Batrider if you really wanted to. Otherwise, there's other roles the Nyx could play if they felt as though they needed that big kind of counter towards the Medusa. American Goons for now. Final ban out for them before we can see if they're even considering the Nyx Assassin pick.
I wouldn't mind it too much. Again, for Goons, like running a pause for a Batrider is pretty par for the course. With the off-lane Nyx, the lane's not too bad. American Goons, though, still have to take care of probably the mids. They've already taken care of the Visage, with Visage Spirit Breaker being a pretty strong combination. Storm out of the picture now as well. You probably just ban Ember and force out the Void Spirit for the cut. Like, just run this mid Timber Saw, leave the Void Spirit so the cut end up picking it up. And yeah, they ban out the Quap instead. Do pick up the Shadow Demon that we're talking about there, Mike. So it does slide through all the way till the end. They have the save. They've got the Medusa to steal. They've got Demonic Purge for a Spirit Breaker. Always looks very funny when the cow starts running that slow. Really good solution here.
10 seconds
I do like
remaining.
the Shadow Demon. There's a lot of value in the pickup here. Is the cut now looking to try and respond.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go right into the Clinks. It's been a hero that's been a bit on and off recently, a bit hot and cold. Immediately into the Silencer, which did prove to cause a lot of problems for the cut during game number 1. See, the Silencer are going to have a lot of impact here, especially against heroes like the Timbersaw. American Goons, though,
10 seconds remaining.
how do you want to respond to this? Like, see, I think the big issue with what I'm seeing from the cut is like their lack of stuns right now, because you've really just got Spirit Breaker stuns available to you as American Goons. They are going to go down the Morphling route, which we've seen counter the Medusa quite effectively in and of itself. So just go down the Morphling yourself, morph into the SB, morph into the Medusa,
10 seconds remaining.
kind of make it work that way. No, I like it. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of morphing into Spirit Breaker as it was.
Dire team
But even just morphing into the Medusa has proven to be extremely potent here for the morph. And what was it? Yamson in particular pointed out how broken morph was into Medusa.
Yeah, you just become a better Medusa. This does take me back to the good old
10 seconds
TNC days, where you'd run a Morphling plus Spirit Breaker
5
instead of the
seconds
Morphling Earth Shaker. Back when his Ags allowed you to shift into allies, and you just have 2 Spirit Breakers running around the map. That was pretty fun. And you'll still have 2 Spirit Breakers running around now, but on the opposing sides.
Yeah.
Still, I feel like turning into Spirit Breaker is maybe a little bit better for the Morphling. You get Bulldoze, you're pretty happy. You get your Ags, a little bit more stat resist. So you can just frontline fairly well. And that's the way you go with the Morphling here. I don't think the Deuce is too high of a priority to turn into. Although you do get a lot from, say, Ags plus Shard on the Morphling there, but Spirit Breaker is probably a lot more disruptive here.
Final banouts are incoming. Void Spirit banned out here by the cut. The Husker being removed here by American Goons. Seems like both sides are lacking a mid laner right
10
now.
seconds remaining.
I mean, you could still run the
5
Timber mid though, to be
seconds
absolutely
remaining.
fair,
Dire
but
team banned.
seems like they are assuming it's going to be the offlane Timber. So there's your Wind Ranger ban out as well from the cut. See, we've seen Wind Ranger as well do quite well against the Medusa, just being able to focus fire and kite very effectively against Stone Gaze. So none too surprising the Wind Ranger also gets removed.
10 seconds remaining.
Say-
American Goons now. Yeah, go on,
For the
John.
goons, take off something like the puck. I mean, they pan out the Pango, so I think the cut could go for a puck. They go for the Zeus instead, so they want to go all in on like damage. They want this global ganking squad with the Spirit Breaker plus the Clinks online, which I do understand. I think you can run down quite fast here on the cut. Your issue is you don't have control. I think a puck would have fixed that control issue. Lock in the Morphling. And the Timbersaw mid lane matchup against the Tim isn't too bad. But Zeus matchup against Timbersaw is a lot better. So I don't mind that for the cut. For American Goons, what's your solution here? I mean, do you still want something to clear out the Dusa fast? Are you confident enough with a Morphling? You could still force out Nyx, but the lanes don't look amazing for the Nyx. Like Timbersaw mid against Zeus is not a good time. Nyx off lane against the Dusa plus Silencer is pretty rough. So you don't have like the best ways of just having direct mana burn right now.
Well, final pickup
Esk
is
is really
here.
happy.
I imagine he is. See what they're going to plan on giving him here against the Zeus. Is Zeus really that potent of a mid laner right now? Like it seems a little bit of an interesting pickup, as they are going to go down the Ember route, which seems like a great pick against the Zeus here this game. I can't blame Esk for feeling very happy about everything, and I'll tell you, like I have much more faith in what American Goons have picked up with their own draft here. I feel like the cut. Yeah, this mid Zeus is what really concerns me. I just don't. I don't know what kind of impact MTD is going to be able to have on this hero. This game against the Goons. Like last game around on the Ember, he did some fantastic work, but on the Zeus, I have huge doubts about it. Huge doubts.
Yeah, he's going to have to rely on Ade and B-God more than anyone else to make some plays here, and he just follows through with the damage. His lane matchup against Ember, it's not the worst thing in the world for a Zeus. At the same time, the Ember Spirit by level 4 starts to run you down a little bit. His Sleight of Fist spam is pretty annoying to contend with. So I wouldn't give that lane to MTD just yet. I think this can still go the way of Esk. The Zeus pickup, it does feel like it was in anticipation of a mid-Timbersaw. And American Goons just bait them in. They're like, all right, we're not shifting things around. We will run the off-lane Timbersaw. We don't need a direct Dusa counter. We've got the Morphling. So this leads into a pretty awkward situation for the cut. To be fair, I think the cut, again, if they can get this global gank train going with a charge, with the Clinks hunting around, with the Zeus and his global presence, you do have some pretty good tempo here from the cut. It's just, it feels like you really have to play that early on. Like once you hit level 6, you can't stop with these kinds of aggressive plays here in the cut.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, John. Game number 2 here between the cut and American Goons set to get underway. See exactly what is going to happen between these two teams as, again, game 2 has officially begun. I want to see what MTD can do on this. Again, I just have so many doubts of this particular mid laner. And it might be considered a nice hero here against, the Timbersaw.
Feels good to be this
But
good.
apart from that, I'm not really feeling too much of it. Guess you do have the nice little Clink Zeus combination. So you've always got the Thunder God's Wrath to finish somebody off if B-Cod gets some nice initiation off on the supports.
You've always got that. And again, global gank train with Spirit Breaker plus Clinks plus Zeus. There is a lot of early aggression once you hit, say, level 6, and you have that Solar Crest up on B-God. You can just constantly try to feed off of heroes that are just farming up in jungle, heroes that are out of position. And that is the key to success here for the cut. Have to bring out that constant aggression if possible. But I'm sure the side of the American Goons not going to be all too easy to burst down. Like, say you jump Giant, just going to have Disruption up. You jump the Bat Rider, he's got the Flame Break and Firefly to get out of dodge. You jump the Timbersaw, he's a little bit too tanky. So I'm not sure who you really target down with this gank train, but you've got to find someone here.
We're having some, I think, some ping issues here for B-God, so they're just going to take their time to reconnect while they still have a good chance at it.
I will defeat the enemies with my boy Sean.
I've never heard that voice line before. It's actually kind of funny. I like it.
I wish I knew who was saying it. I'm not sure who in the cut is saying that, unless they got someone else to say it.
I think
I want
it's
to
someone
imagine
from
it's
the cut.
MTD. I want to imagine it's MTD. Yeah, why not? He'll
Well,
use
why
his
would you
boyish
imagine
charm
that?
to defeat the enemies. I don't know. He has that boyish charm. Can you see his cams?
Hold on a minute, John. Chains out on B-God. Flame Break is not going to land from Pingus, but they do have a Blood Grenade. S going to continue the chase. Does have another chains rather soon, but just wants the final right click and he is going to get it. So you go for the level 1 chains, but you secure first blood with it, and that's going to feel very well worth it here for Esk.
Not going to mind too much. You head into the lane. Sure, you're not going to be able to harass out too hard, but you managed to get your initial wand flying out, so you're going to get a lot of value in that Zeus lane. You hit level 2, you're going to be fine anyway. It's not like you'll get a lot of value from the Flame Guard with Zeus and his magic damage, because that will just melt. So just try to dodge out as best you can. Try to use those chains to your advantage and control the lane. Again, this is not too bad for MTD. You can just sit back, play with the Arc Lightning. He's always got the bailout and the Heavenly Jump if things get a little bit too dicey. So in terms of a lane matchup, not too bad for the Zeus. It's just really going to boil down to rune control and trying to get yourself with the water runes while also denying it from Esk. I think you have to kind of always deny it off from the Ember to really feel good here on that Zeus.
What about that top lane? Like Boris and Pingus right now going up against Ade and B-God. Because we know Ade last game around, he had a fantastic laning phase in the Magnus. So it did not really end up being a win for them, sadly, but it definitely was a really nice performance here in the laning stage from the Mag. This game on the Spirit Breaker, he's having another pretty good start to the laning stage. Doesn't really feel like the Batrider Morphling lane can slow down the SB too much. So I imagine he should have another great start. And the thing is, once you get the Vanguard up on the Spirit Breaker, he kind of just becomes unkillable.
Yeah, it's not going to be something that you can fully handle all too well on the side of the American Goons, Pingus. You always got the Flame Break. That is something that does stop forced movement from Ade. So he's not going to be able to finish up a lot of these charges. The Batrider support getting a lot of value there just off the back of that interaction with Flame Break. As long as you cut off Ade from charging, you feel pretty happy there.
And the final lane, the bottom lane, of course, you do have Empyrean and Scourge McDuck going up against Giant and Lil Nick. Looks like Lil Nick has been taking a fair bit of damage here on the Timber Saw, but of course does have that reactive armor to kind of heal up with, so should be just fine. Scourge McDuck actually kind of low on mana himself, but it is Medusa. You know, he just pops a Mystic Snake and just kind of heals it back up. It's not too big of a deal.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Seems like the Medusa should have a decent enough time farming. The disruption is now out, so they do catch Empyrean for a moment. But Lil Nick doesn't really have any kind of follow-up here on the Timber Saw, so he's going to be just fine.
Not going to be looking for those kills. All you want is a little bit of spacing here for Lil Nick. Allow your Timber Saw to get some initial farm up.
They're going to try and punish the Spirit Breaker now. Ade, just running right through the Firefly, is in a little bit of danger. Gets a nice little bash onto Pingus before he does go down. So at least helps set up for B-God to trade. As Boris is continuing to just move forward here with the Strength Morph on the Morphling. B-God, he's going to be able to survive the onslaught. There's quite a bit of damage coming out here from the Morph. B-God is continuing now, as we might see a charge very soon from Ade. But Boris, I suppose, would have always just been fine anyway with the Strength Morph, so Ade does not bother. He'll hold out on the charge. Overall, a pretty solid start here for Boris and the Morphling, I think, Jonathan.
He's not falling behind too badly. He's getting some initial farm, finding a few kills for himself. He's already kind of feeling a solid enough start here for the Morph. Pingus is doing his job well. I think the one thing you'd want is maybe holding on to the Flame Break just to break off the charge. But you can't fault Pingus for looking for some aggression here.
Ade again going to charge, but they are trying to chase down B-God by the looks of it. Flame Break does miss again. B-God's still being chased, but they don't have the waveform to play with. So the Clinks is going to be just fine. Had they landed the Flame Break, maybe they could have gone for a proper chase, but that was not the case, sadly. But I do appreciate how much pressure they are applying. Like, this is a Morphling Batrider lane, but they are not letting up on the aggression.
Just make it as hard as possible for Ade to just get his own farm, his own levels up, and kind of also prevent the Clinks from just having a free ride into his Solar Crest here. So I like these solutions coming out from the Goons. And that does give a little bit of a moment for Bigot to get a bottle top up for MTD. And our Zeus is doing a little bit better in this lane. That's to be expected. You don't tend to go for the Flame Guard in this lane at all. So it is just a 2-tree build here for Esk.
Ade.
Runes.
Lane again. Chased down by the Firefly of Pingus, and he's just down. And this Batrider has been such a nuisance here towards the Spirit Breaker. And they're doing a really damn good job of slowing down this Vanguard timing. Like, he's got Ring of Health up now, but this Vanguard, he's been so close to it for such a long time, and he just can't pick it up. Thunder God's Wrath does come in, but I think they were trying to snipe the Morphling. And Boris does have just enough HP to survive through it.
Just barely. Fully strength morphed up. Not going to be punished, so he's going to be able to reset just fine. And just get a little bit of regen going. At the least, you find some punishment onto Pingus, but not the biggest kill you'd want to really find here. Again, all the lanes coming out for American Goons feeling pretty alright. Perhaps Lil Nick off to a bit of a slower start, but does have the Vanguard up on his own Timbersaw in comparison. They're collapsing onto mid here.
MTD keeping a pretty defensive position though. They are going to continue trying to get some vision down here on MTD. It's a lot of commitment from Giant and Pingus. They have the vision over the Zeus. They see exactly where he is, but they don't really have the disable to lock him down. And I don't think it'd be quite safe to dive the tier 1 tower. So they'll leave him be. 7-minute Wisdom Runes are coming up. It seems like Pingus is going to go for a bit of a fight here with B-God over this. There is going to be a charge out to at least punish the Batrider, though B-God is able to outclick him anyway. So now the Bat is in a lot of trouble. Are they going to show up? And Pingus eventually does not fall. He just fireflies to the low ground. And he'll actually just run right into the tier 3 tower and deny himself off. Love to see it.
Just a little bit of a reset. Nice
Bottom though.
Steal from B-God.
Lil Nick. Chain away is there, but they've got the damage. Scourge McDuck able to find the final right click to secure the kill.
You like seeing this rotation out from MTD again, utilizing the magic damage he does have on hand to help put a lid on that Timbersaw's early start. This is providing a lot of space for Scourge McDuck on the Medusa to just farm up. Just going for the typical Medusa build-up and the Manta style rush first. And just kind of get going from there. Overall, it's still a rather even back and forth, 4-3 in favor of the cut, but net worth lead not really there to speak of.
Oh, MTD. This will be a big pickoff. Remnant is there from Esk. MTD gonna at least find the Batrider before he does go down, but in the end, he's still gonna die as Esk. Duke out a lot of the damage coming up from the silencer. So, I mean, at the end, you got MTD down. Like, even if you lose the Batrider first, it's not really the biggest deal.
Yep. More than satisfied for Esk to find that. He has his Phase Boots or Corrosion up. So he does do a lot of damage if you just allow him to right-click away on the Ember. And he'll just go for a bit of a reset himself. Again, a 5-4 start, rather even. Good back and forths from both sides. I think the pressure is on the cut, though, to start playing a little bit more aggressively. Perhaps once you have 6 and Ade, that's when you start to, clump up, connect with your Clinks, try to melt some heroes. B-God still a ways off from that full Solar Crest, though. It's not going to be as fast in finding that burst, but you can be sure once that's up, and the cut's aggression will kick into overdrive. Still, both sides taking the chance to just kind of farm up what they can. Like, again, Scourge McDuck pretty much has a free lane, so he is going to be feeling good heading into the jungle once the Yasha alone is up. And you don't really have a good way of hunting down Medusa just yet. So you're going to have enough room for the cut and on a better scaling hero for good old Scourge McDuck. I think you're going to be happy in just playing a slower game. Though again, have to worry a little bit about the Morphling. Boris also not contested too hard.
That's kind of the thing. Like, I think for the American Goons, they just have confidence in their ability to be able to counter out the Medusa this game. It seems to be what it's going to be all about. Mid lane MTD getting caught by chains, but is not going to be dived on. B-God now the one in danger, but Pingu's going to get charged by Are, so B-God is still going to go down. Disruption is there onto Are, but he gets another strike onto the Batrider. Problem is now he needs his own way out. Chances are he's not going to make it out because the chase is on. And in the end, Giant is able to secure the kill onto Are. So a 2-for-1 trade, only the Batrider going down, and MTD couldn't even make his way over to help out because he was too low in HP. Meanwhile, Lil Nick misses the chains, so Imperium's going to be fine. And Lil Nick now, the one in danger, will go down. The rotation from the Zeus does pay off.
And that's what you want to see here from the side of the cut, finding some pickoffs of your own. Rather keen to see how much. Who?
Yeah, mid lane, he just TPs into the mid and they dive him immediately. Just no hesitation knowing the Zeus was not around.
Just get the punishment while they can. I'm keen to see how much a Zeus with Phylactery does. I think that's going to be a pretty interesting time. I don't think we've ever seen the Zeus in pro games recently ourselves. Although I'm pretty sure even when the Zeus was popular with, say, the shard buildup, just never saw it in pro games. Then again, I guess the shard was a bit of a meme. Probably not going to go for that for MTD. At least I hope not. Lightning Hands
pretty
is
cool
fun,
to see if he could be pretty cool to see if he finds a build with it as Purge is out mid lane. Speaking of MTD, they slow him up, but do they have the damage? He's actually just going to TP out right in front of them, so they actually did not. Giant actually able to TP out as well, so he'll make it back to the fountain. A lot of focus here on making sure this mid Zeus does not have a good game. I suppose at the very least they do force him to go back to the fountain, so there is that. At least for now, the cut seemingly having a pretty even game. A lot of stacks to be taken here by Scourge McDuck and B-God. And nobody from American Goons, as far as I'm aware, has scouted out these stacks that were made. So they're not going to intervene. Means all the farm is going to go the Medusa's way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mind you, she is still behind in net worth in comparison to, say, the Ember. Esk is still top of the net worth board himself. Even after all those stacks, they are going to find Pingus in the Batrider. Giant's also going to die by the looks of it. Disruption is out, but it won't really matter. It only slows things down. And the cart, they find a couple more nice kills for themselves. It's even Esk now being chased down here by the Zeus. MTD, not going to go too much further. We'll leave him alone.
Yeah, not going to force the issue too hard. They've got the opportunity to shove in mid. Mind you, not the fastest push in the world here from the cut. With numbers, you can do a lot of good chip damage out onto that. You got just not ready yet to provide a little bit of that push capacity. Lil Nick.
Yeah, charge is there. They will cancel the charge off eventually. So they have found Are, but he does use the pig out to get away from this scenario. MTD still chasing down Esk. Would love one more lightning bolt, but can't get it. The remnant was there from the Ember, so Esk is going to be able to survive. But the Phylactery is proving to be pretty painful though with the Zeus. There's a lot of extra damage being provided here. I mean, with Lightning Bolt and Phylactery, he's doing 500 damage on a 6-second cooldown. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's a lot of output for MTD. And you kind of just want to try to work that up and just keep trying to apply pressure with your Zeus. Again, you're almost at the point where you can start considering that global gank train with a Spirit Breaker plus the Clinks and the Zeus presence on top of that. And that's where we need to see the cut get, right? Like, just shut down the map, start to apply pressure on the Morphling, start to hunt down these supports, feed off these softer targets, and kind of roll from there. You do have that full medallion at the very least up here for B-God. And that's a little bit more, there's a little bit more damage coming through.
Top lane. Bit of a chase here onto the Morphling. Of course, Esk is going to die here in the mid lane. So Ade able to secure the kill onto the Ember, which is going to feel very, very nice because Esk had not died once yet throughout this game. They finally take him out. Bit of a wraparound here into the mid lane. Pingus is rocking up from the backside, but decides to just stack instead. Not going to try and go after the Zeus yet. But it seems like he may have been spotted out because MTD is right on top now. Pingus is just gone. Kind of stacks up for the enemy now.
Was trying to play greedy on a Bat Rider. Punished for it. The Cut not going to ask any questions while they pick up these free stacks for themselves. And the Cut now again riding us very slight network lead. The farm distribution a little bit smoother on the side of American Goons. You don't have any outliers in this draft. The outlier here for Cut is definitely Ade. He is going for this Shadow Blade at the very least. It's going to be easier for him to charge in without worrying about the forced movement cancellation coming out from Pingus. And well, Nick, he's been left alone for quite a fair bit of time. Does have the Lotus Orb up. So yeah, you do have some solutions coming out now on the side of the American Goons. We'll see how it does develop. I mean, you are giving a lot of space out for Boris. A smoke out here on the side of the American Goons.
The Big Odd, he's caught here on the pinks. Lasso's going to be out. Big Odd, he is just down. Cheeky little pick up there onto the clinks. Rotations once again going into the mid lane. See, against the Medusa, you always want to open up the map by taking the mid tier 1 tower. American Goons, chains around. They have caught MTD with that, and with Lil Nick moving in, MTD proving to be in a lot of danger, but Ade going to charge through an Esk. About to drop, does Remnant away. He will barely make it. So now even the Medusa's rotated over. Stonegaze was popped here by Scourge McDuck, just preemptively. But there was going to be no follow-up to the disruption anyway. Giant was just trying to retreat.
Radiant's middle tower
Still the
is under
cut.
attack.
Unable to get any pickoffs, but also surviving and making sure their mid-Zeus does not drop. And I suppose as long as their Medusa's hitting creeps, they're probably going to be very, very happy with themselves.
Yeah, you don't mind too much. And Scourge McDuck has not been scouted out in the triangle. He's not been pressured outside of that. Laning phase, Traduce's ramp up is kind of set to go. Already one ultimate orb up. Just a little bit more for the secondary, along with a full Scotty gonna get finished up there. For the side of American Goons, this draft is a little bit slower. You can play active with like your Ember and Timbersaw, but you are waiting for your morph to kind of hit a big stride. Another smoke attempt though from the side of the American Goons.
Oh, Empyrean, I believe, was spotted there for a moment by Esk. Chains don't come out, but it doesn't really seem necessary anyway. Empyrean going to get caught and just goes down very, very easily. 18 minutes in, such an even game between these two teams. The cart charges out. They are going onto the Bat Rider, and it's going to be a pretty easy kill for Ade, though now he's going to find himself in danger. Boris will move in, but I don't think they can actually try to secure the kill. Esk does show up at the last moment, but it's a little bit late to the party. And so they will get away with a free Bat Rider for themselves. It's Esk now. Charge out. He's already committed the Sleight of Fist. Remnants aren't going to be expended. Disruption will save them. But can he actually make it out? Sleight of Fist does actually juke out the Lightning Bolt, but he's still gone. He is still down to the Nether Strike damage of Ade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bit of a upsetting turn of events for the Ember, to say the least. But the cart doing another great job of finding these pickoffs.
And again, this is where their lineup shines here on the cut. Just this constant aggression. This is when they need to keep playing. And it's only set to get stronger as Ade is starting to work onto his Ags. For the side of American Goons, you need to kind of sit back, cut your losses, keep farming up. Your lineup is kind of geared for maybe a bit of a later timing. You're going to need some items up. The Yules is on hand, at least for S to get out of Global Sounds, but everything else is not quite there yet.
Well, they're going to lose the Battle Rider again. Pingu's not having the greatest game in the world here in the battle. Already 10 deaths his way. So it can be very challenging against Spirit Breaker, to be absolutely fair to him. He's been doing a fantastic job going for one of my favorite item build-ups, John. He's going for the Shadowblade Aghanim Scepter. It's a classic pub build for the Spirit Breaker this game.
I like it. Again, like this aggression is only set to get worse once Ade does have the Ags up. The constant charging forward is not something you can match in tempo for the American Goons, at least not until later on. Still need a lot of items to come through here on the Dyer's side to start to feel good. You are just trying to play a slower game. Still, like with the vision games you get, with how fast you can kind of connect on Ade, with the scouting potential as well of B-God. No hero is safe on the map. And even if these kills aren't on the biggest heroes, in some of the times, you're more than happy just finding kills overall, but it's kind of lineup on the cut.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
The cut now having a hunt around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's going to show up mid. Scourge McDuck. Just chipping away at the tier 2 mid tower. The cut have drawn lines down towards the bottom lane, so they seem to know that the American Goons are hanging around somewhere there. Little Nick and Giant both playing quite defensively. As I say that, they are looking at Ade bottom lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So down towards Empyrean now, but they won't see this the silencer. No wards or no vision to give that information away. Scourge McDuck now heading down south as well. So many heroes from both sides here, but nobody sees each other. The American Goons do successfully back their way out. There was no charge to come out from Ade.
Radiant's top tower is under
American Goons, they might just set up for the tier 1 tower defense. Scourge McDuck, though, just going to get started anyway on the Medusa, not too afraid of really anything at the moment. Does have the Grove Bow, so can hit from safety's range. Charge out on Giant. Bit of an awkward position for him because he's already committed the disruption onto Scourge McDuck. And that tier 1 bottom tower is just going to go down.
Just false. No strong defense coming out here from the side of the American Goons. Again, they're just cutting their losses. They understand this is the cut's timing. This is when they really want to play fast. However, you are dropping a lot of resources on the map. Roshan opens up now for the side of the cut. Not going to take too long to find that first Aegis of the game. And well, if Scourge McDuck picks himself up in the Aegis, I don't think you have enough to kill him twice over. Granted, it doesn't even feel like Scourge McDuck needs to pick up this Aegis. Could be better off on Ade if you want that to happen here. Or maybe MTD. And again, the side of the Goons, forced to sit back and farm. If you have this morph solution, you are one part away from full Ags now for Boris. So with the early Ags timing turning into the Dusa, turning into the Spirit Breaker feels a lot better. At the very least here for Boris. But again, it's going to be a little bit of a patience game now from the side of the American Goons.
Here we go. American Goons top lane. They could be caught out in a very rough position here. Charges out from Giant. Boris going to show up for a moment, but he might regret doing that. Waveform away, goes for the TP play out, and they actually have no cancel. He's okay, but the cut are proving to be just so powerful now with this Medusa. It's being the center of this draft, just making sure that she just remains in kind of on the front lines, just allowing her team to do whatever the hell they want.
top tower is under attack.
The cut can move into the top tier 2. American Goons not really looking for a big fight, I don't think. I'm just going to sit back here and allow the cut to take the tier 2 top tower for free.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So I say that, TPs are incoming, but it's only Giant. It's getting the illusions of the Medusa. It's going to be a little bit annoying here for Scourge McDuck, but ultimately he seems just fine as the charge is out now. B-God giving the vision over, and Giant is just going to melt. They don't even need Ade there.
Dire's top tower is
Just
under attack.
timing's already up for B-God.
Dire's top
With the Solar Crest alone, you can already melt a lot of these heroes. Oh,
Charge in again, they're onto Pingus, but the force stuff actually cancels off the charge, and now the lasso was committed, but Ade is okay. However, they do find B-God as a bit of a trade. Be about it. A 1 for 2 in the favor of the cut once again.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Seeing that, seems like Goons do not want to keep this fight going. They'll back off. They realize they are still too far behind to go up against the Medusa.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, you do have the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, but I don't think Boris is feeling quite confident enough to make the big plays happen yet.
No. Certainly not. It does feel like he needs a few more stat items to come out here. He'll start to feel confident. Perhaps once the Scotty's up and running on the Morph, that's when things start to simplify a little bit more. Full Ags up now on Ade. So here comes the fun times for the Spirit Breaker. Just constant charge across the map.
Lincoln's Sphere
This
being
is all-
built up on... yeah, go on, John.
This is all defensive item build up on Esk. Like, Yules into BKB, understandably so, considering all the output and control right now on the side of the cut. It's not going to feel comfy. You're relying mainly on your Morphling for damage, maybe a little bit coming out here from Lil Nick as well. A slow siege beginning on the mid. Mid tier 2. Oh, Scourge.
No, he's just frontlining. Disruption's going to be there. He does have the Aegis up, so he's feeling confident. Boris is going to morph into the Medusa. Meanwhile, on the backside, Esk has found both supports. Looks like they will focus down Imperium first. Meanwhile, the Aegis is already down. This is looking quite bad, in fact, for the cut now, because the Lasso dragback is there on Scourge McDuck. He's going to try and stone gaze throughout all this, but nobody's looking at the Medusa. In fact, Esk, he does rim it right back into Scourge McDuck's loving arms. Ade, in the meantime, still going after Lil Nick, but Lil Nick does find MTD before he is going to go down. Not a bad fight at all, as Lil Nick is still running, but the arrow does chase him down. Scourge McDuck able to pick up the kill. And now the man fight of the century, Boris versus Scourge McDuck. Nobody losing any HP right now. The Scourge is out of mana and might just drop here to the Morphling. So he can't really tank through this damage output, I don't think. Scourge, though, he does at least find the Bat Rider before he does go down. But it is a one-team fight here for American Goons. One of the slowest fights I've ever seen, in fact.
I mean, at the end, you're just standing still, right-clicking down Medusa, and she's right-clicking back. You know, I don't think we've ever seen a fight break out like that, where people just are right. Hands off the keyboard and mouse, just see what the right-clicks do. Of course, you do win out right now on Boris, but again, a lot of back and forth coming out here. You have some protection now on the Dusa with that Lincoln Sphere up, so you will have to find a way to purge on Giant if you want to get the Dusa Disruption Illusions out going for yourself. And for the side of the American Goons, the patient fight does pay off. You know, you find these openings, you drag in the side of the cut, forcing them to play into your hands. It's not the best feeling for the cut. And this is where things do get to a little bit worrying, Mike. Right, like Boris getting more stats with his own Lincolns coming through. You've got the full Ags up and running for Little Nick. So with a barrier plus max stats coming in, you shouldn't be able to burst down this Timbersaw either. Everything kind of lining up for the side of American Goons now to start playing their own game. And sure, maybe Ask is still a little bit underfarmed for an Ember Spirit, but you are mainly using this guy to zip in and out, look for the backline, and provide some openings rather than actually dish out the damage to clean out these kills.
You're not anywhere near out of it yet for the cut. It just feels like this morph now has just become a bit too much of an issue. There's your shards up on B-God now, coming out for free thanks to the Tormentor going down.
Radiant's
Bottom T2 tower going to be under siege as well. Not too much to fear here for the American Goons at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll stick around for the bottom T2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
There it goes. Do they try for high ground? Of course, chances are they won't. Like, you might just wait for the next Roshan. I don't think they're feeling quite that confident to go high ground yet.
Need more items up. By the time you get Lincolns on Boris, perhaps it's a little bit safer. I think ideally you'd want maybe a little bit more coming out here on Esk. Like if he gets a little bit more damage on top of this defensive buildup, you're pretty happy. The side of the cut though, understanding, you know, they still have a pretty decent shot. They will go for a smoke play. Surprise, surprise, Mike. MTD is going for the lightning hands build.
Ooh.
He is going for the full moon shard with a Midas up, so he's going to be playing with those lightning hands and you can see what it does.
I mean, it's pretty strong. Like, if you're allowed to just stand there and hit people, it definitely feels like it will pay off. Charge out from Ade. They're going to find the Bat Rider now, so Ping is again going to go down. The cut, I mean, they do get scanned out, so it seems like American Goons are thinking about going for a fight. Boris, he's going to morph into Scourge McDuck. Ade's moved in with the Nether Strike. It hasn't really amounted to too much quite yet, as Scourge is still trying to just chase down the Morphling. Boris is going to go back to work again, but there's just too much control going on right now. He just can't move. He'll have to morph back into the Morphling form very, very soon, as he is dropping rather low now. Boris needs the Strength Morph. Can't get it off, though. He's completely out of mana. Boris is just going to go down. So this time around, they just completely control him on this Morphling. Is Lil Nick at least finding one more for his trouble? The runaway is there with the chains. Two very low heroes on the side of the cut need to be very cautious because Lil Nick is still having a hunt around. MTD barely able to escape for now. Is not going to be able to make it. Lil Nick takes him with him to the graveyard. But it's still a one-team fight for the cut. You can't take that away from them.
Yeah, that's a nice little win for the side of the cut. It does cost them a little bit more than maybe they'd want to, but they do win out in the end, getting that control. You are pretty hard to handle in Scourge McDuck. Again, for our Morphling, with a Scotty up, it feels pretty good, but the Lincolns does feel necessary now, just to ensure that you aren't going to be locked in yourself. 5k lead percent against self for the cut off the back of that. Again, that was them going for the smoke play. That's them finding the initiation. And you just can't underestimate when the cut does take these fights, because they don't need to wait for too much. Maybe you wait for global silence. Beyond that, you see anyone on map, you charge out, you run your clinks down, and you get MTD ready to go and pretty much have the response you need. MTD, speaking of, already has one Hyperstone up, so more right clicks to play with.
Here we go. We'll see how this pays off. Charge is there. Yulsept are going to juke out the charge. Scourge McDuck immediately going to pop the Stone Gaze. Might just find Giant on the Disruptor, or excuse me, rather the Shadow Demon, but he's okay. Thunder God's Wrath does come out just to keep the vision up, but doesn't secure any kind of kills here for MTD. The Roshan is available. So they could have first dibs on that Roshan right now if they wanted to, but the cut are going to leave it for the moment. It's American Goons, they are moving their way down very slowly. Lil Nick going to scout out Roshan and see absolutely nobody in there. Now a full Daedalus up for Scourge McDuck, so he's hitting quite a bit harder. It's Lil Nick looks to go into MTD on the Zeus. MTD going to be fine for now. Scourge McDuck copying a fair bit of damage, but it gets all the mana back in just an instant. As Boris is not morphing over to the Medusa yet. He's just going for the fight against Scourge McDuck, who is actually losing the fight right now, as Boris is just going to take him out. And there's no buyback available for Scourge, because he just bought the Daedalus up. Ade's going to go to boot, and suddenly there's two down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just like that.
Radiant's top tower
You get focus down to do so. No defensive items outside of the Lincoln's Mantis. You're still susceptible to a lot of spell damage coming out here. And that's going to be a big opening for the side of the American Goons. Into the Roche they go. Aegis Cheese ready to be handed over. Boris starting to become a massive issue in that Dusa form. Even Lil Nick with his Ags. We saw him kind of spacing in and out. Goes in when the barrier is fully charged, just to get a little bit more damage out there as well to soften up that Medusa. And despite being 4k behind, with the American Goons taking the Roche, it does feel like they can start to dictate how a lot of these fights start to shape up as well. And for the side of the cut, I mean, you're going to have full Moonshard up, Mike. You're going to have them lightning hands. So just
Yeah.
3 right clicks coming out for MTD. I have to say though, the damage feels pretty underwhelming. It's not as crazy as you'd hope, and I think that was kind of the case where Zeus did falter off because, well, the jazz hands just aren't enough sometimes, Mike.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. Like, no one ever lets you just stand there as Zeus and hit them. You know, you usually get punished quite hard for it. And we saw Lil Nick just last team fight chasing MTD down freely. So at the very least, that maybe that's what he wants as a Zeus, is for someone to run into the mantle illusions, just take 1 billion damage with the moonshot up now. But I kind of doubt it's going to be that easy. Mid lane, Boris is going to start pushing in the mid tier 2 tower. Does morph into the Medusa. TD now going to show up as well. The morph going to be just fine though. Lil Nick, in fact, initiating as the Timber, and now the Lasso actually catching out MTD on the Zeus. So Giant is the one to go down as MTD is happy to turn around and just keep this fight going. Lil Nick still trying to move in for the Zeus, but he has been caught off guard. And he is going down. It's maybe a little bit too of an aggressive play, just chaining in like that to initiate. And they do get punished for it.
We see again, Empyrean with the double silences starting to be really impactful in the middle of these fights. You just can't take these prolonged engagements just yet from the side of the American Goons. Despite having Aegis, they'll lose their tier 2. Big opening found by the cut. They start picking high ground. You're still fairly healthy here on Scourge McDuck, so you can frontline. Morph will be back up in a second, and it is ready to go. Let's see what the game plan is. Does feel like the cut, again, despite dropping a few losses here and there, overall they've worked the map a lot better here. They've got themselves a 10, 11k lead with a tier 3 falling. Boris.
Yeah, I mean, he'll just morph into the Medusa and make it impossible to go high ground now because it's just the Mystic Snake and the split shot spam. You still have the Aegis and the Morphling as well, don't forget, so
Of the good stuff.
yeah, American Goons should be able to group up and try to make maybe a smoke happen with this Aegis Cheese still available. Maybe wait for the Ags to be completed on Esk before you do try to make those plays happen, but overall, I mean, you definitely want to try and make the most out of this Aegis if you can. The cut for now, I mean, obviously in a pretty strong position, just need to sit back and relax for a little bit. Still plenty of scaling to go on from these sides, because now you've got a right-click Zeus, right? So MTD can essentially just change his whole build now. Just go for the right-click items as the Zeus, and he has already queued up the Eye of Skadi now. So probably just going to get rid of the Phylactery or the Midas.
Yeah, this is where the Zeus does get a little bit crazy. And again, his damage is an insane burst, but up against the heroes you have on the side of American Goons, you still burn through quite a fair bit. And for the side of the Goons this time, it's like you said, wait for the Ags and Esk to have the Octarine up and running on Lil Nick. I have to say, one of the more annoying things about the Zeus, of course, is using the Thunder God's Rat to scout out. You just can't do much. You don't have counterplay here for the side of the American Goons into that. It's just free vision, and you already worry about the Clinks and the Spirit Breaker being on top of you. Not much that allows you to really stop that at the moment, outside of, again, maybe a good disruption save from Giant, but that's been easier said than done here.
Well, there's your big smoke up. 4-man smoke here in the mid lane. American Goon's going to start rotating into that Radiant Triangle. Here we go. Lasso is out. They've caught the Zeus. MTD. He's a big target. He's going to try BKB and try to go for the fight back. In fact, he is gone. Scourge McDuck already popped the Stone Gaze moving in, and with all these silences out, it's really hard for Goons to try and fight back. Boris is trying for the fight. He will lose the Aegis to begin with, though. So in the meantime, B-God loses his life. Boris is back up now. Ade is going to be the big target on the Spirit Breaker, but he does get forced off the ways. Now Lil Nick is just going right in. He has already found Empyrean. Just bursting down the silencer. The cut have lost 3. They really only find an Aegis for their trouble.
And this time the fight opens up in a pretty good way for the side of the American Goons. And as weird as it is, jumping the Zeus first does take away a lot of that bite. Like, the physical output of the Medusa is still pretty damn big, but you remove this shard buildup on the Zeus, you remove those lightning hands spamming out the arc lightning,
Radiant's middle tower
and it
is
suddenly
under
gives you an
attack.
opportunity. And the defusal pickup here as well by Boris. Really good read as to melt the Medusa. And onto the high ground they go. Creep wave still coming in.
Bottom tower is under
Backdoor
attack.
will fade away, and they are set to perhaps take the first set of racks. So the respawns aren't too far off here.
Well, they certainly are not.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Mid-tier 3 tower, though, is going to go down. American Goons not intending on sticking around too long, but there's a very fast charge out from Ade. It's going to land onto Pingus, but that's going to be about it. They aren't going to commit all the way. Though he does have another charge up now, if they did want to keep going. But it seems like American Goons are the ones that are going to look to turn around now. Lasso is out. They've caught the Spirit Breaker, but an immediate Global Silence committed by Empyrean to make sure they could not keep the follow-up going. So now B-God does secure a kill onto what seems like the Batrider. The Boris is sticking around. Does end up morphing into the Medusa illusion as Boris, he's dropping pretty low. The mana is almost gone. He is still trying to fight, but eventually has to waveform away as Lil Nick is the one holding the line. MTD is gone. Now they've got the Medusa. The mana falling extremely low for McDuck. But he is still alive, still trying his
Boris?
best to survive in this team fight. Meanwhile, though, they get the Morphling down. Scourge, he is completely out of mana, but nobody's left to take him out. Everyone else being zoned away. Ade finding the Ember. Luanic going down here in the Timber. And Scourge McDuck surviving on 0 mana. What a shame.
That's a close call. They were forced to buy back on the side of the cut. And 2 buybacks coming out there. A big one in MTD. But they had to save there. Like, if they lost Scourge McDuck one more time, would have definitely been a high ground attempt here from the side of the American Goons. So they stall for time. Again, cost some buybacks, but you're at the point where you probably don't need too much more on your Zeus anyway, outside of just maybe a defensive item up, which in this case is the Lincolns to stack on top. For the side of the American Goons, it was a pretty awkward fight overall. I think you just didn't have enough output. You didn't have the full complement of your team to help you try and handle that use of Scourge McDuck. Still have some good solutions in terms of morphling for sure. I don't think this matchup ever gets bad for the morph, but just a lot harder again in some of these prolonged engagements. And I think right now, for the side of American Goons, you need his Ags to be up and shine. Like, if you manage to get the multiple charge, Demonic Cleanse, and Demonic Purge, it does actually simplify these fights. You can always have a save ready for any of your cores. You can always have a way of suppressing the side of the cut. That does require a lot of space out for Giant. Still a ways off from that full Ags, but once it is up, again, should help the cause here.
It should. There's big smoke up again here from American Goons, though I believe the smoke may have been scouted because the Medusa illusions were there. Esk is going to jump in early. Lasso is out onto Empyrean, but there's no follow-up damage, so the Global Silence is still going to come off.
Dire's top
And
tower is
Pingus,
under attack.
he is the one to fall as now they even found Giant, forced to buy back for this team fight. Onto Lil Nick they go, but he chains to the high ground. The double chains out from Esk, holding them down a little bit longer. But American Goons not seeing the opening they're looking for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Even with the buybacks committed, they just can't keep going. It's the cut that are really being the aggressors here in this game number 2. And now you're kind of just trying to buy time for this Batrider to be back up, I think.
Just stall. And the high ground's not being pierced yet by the side of the cut. Roshan is up though. So the cut could just go for the safer objective. Instead, they are opting to just shove in every lane. I think right now, the Global Silence is really the one thing that's ruining them, especially with a refresh on hand from Empyrean. Like, your BKBs just don't feel effective no matter what here for the side of the American Goons. Just need to double down. I mean, getting Boris with a BKB should be able to survive through the Global Silence. It's a little bit better if he stacks his debuffs or his dispels on.
Dire's bottom
Roche number 3. Going the way of the cut, no issues here. 3 Ags on the deck for Scourge McDuck now. With his shard, And you've got the Mystic Snake turning everyone to stone. So it's, again, just even harder to handle that Dusa at this point. And the cut doing a fantastic job of just staying in control of the game. Despite dropping a couple of team fights early on, it's never been enough for the side of the American Goons to go onto the high ground just yet. And I'm keen to see in how fast they can start to clear out these objectives. Still have to respect the drag back on the American Goons. You know, you've got a Bat Rider. Lasso back into the high ground is generally a play you always have to watch out for. But for the most part, I do believe that you've got the resources in the cut to just kind of take control here. As long as you don't die randomly, you're pretty good here.
Well, top lane, Esk. He's going to be hanging around, but he does take the wisdom room for himself. But Ade may have been charging him for a moment, but that was not the case. The Cut's still taking their time to try and go up to that high ground, just respecting the fight potential here from American Goons. You know, both creep waves in the mid and bottom lane are there, so they can try for this, but they're going to think better of it. There's your smoke out from the Cut. They'd love a straggler first, like just a solo pick-off would be a really nice start before they do move high ground, but that pick-off is not making itself very well known here on the map. American Goons have to spend their time trying to get some more net worth on their side of things. The Cut being very conservative with their gameplay, not trying to rush into this too early. Esk gonna be spotted here by B-God, but the Remnant away is immediate as Esk is just gonna go for the TP play out. Was spotted by the Thunder God's Wrath, but it's not gonna make the difference. Sadly, you don't have anything like a Nimbus up on MTD to cancel the TP off the end of that in that situation.
Who needs it? You've got the right clicks there, Mike.
Right.
Why bother with canceling TPs if you can right click someone down? Death is the ultimate debuff.
Yeah.
In Dota 2.
That's true.
So
really sad as well. This double damage rune down at the bot lane just has not been spotted. But this bot rune's just been sitting there for such a long time, and I'm sure if the Cut could find it, they would be more than happy to try and move high ground with Scourge McDuck and double damage, but they have not been so lucky to actually pick that one up yet. Or even see it for that matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And so, the very, very slow siege continues between these two. Scourge McDuck, he will start to move up now on his own. What about trying to burn through the mana of Scourge? Global Stance immediately out onto Pingus as he did try to leap in for the lasso attempt. Lil Nick still going, is forced to pop the reactive armor to be able to survive with the shield up. It's now Scourge, dropping a little bit low on mana, but still looking rather healthy. They do focus down Giant in the back, but Giant has the Ghost Scepter, so he's going to be fine to walk away. Meanwhile, charge into the tier 4 towers now. Giant's still running, but Arnie's just going all the way in. He's gone maybe a little bit too far, though, but they are just chasing him down, and Arnie is gone. I'm really not sure why you chase that deep. I mean, Giant, I suppose, is a big pick-off here on the Shadow Demon, but it does cost them the high ground attempt. Mind you, they did find the mid-melee barracks, so I suppose it's good enough.
Good enough. You're not doing too upset there for good old Ade. I think the side of the American Goons, I mean, the Morphling is still a big threat, but it's not really enough to fully shut away Scourge McDuck. I do like that we're going to see the full Disperser coming out from Boris. So a little bit more to come out, especially when you take that form in the Dusa. But the game is just getting pretty difficult. Your scaling is kind of plateauing now on Lil Nick. Heck, even on Esk, it does feel like you're starting to hit a hard cap in what you can do in this game. Start to rely even more on Boris. Not like you haven't been relying on him anyway. Full side of Vice up for MTD. Even more control coming out now for our good old Zeus. Just so many ways of popping these Lincolns and getting that single target control here from the side of the Goons. Go for the Goons. Oh, almost found Freebie and Empyrean. Does manage to back off in the nick of time. They can opt for perhaps top, although the lanes will need repairs. They've done a great job here on the side of the cut to keep every lane, well, mostly shoved out. Really, the top shoved out. They will smoke up here, though.
My waters rise.
They will. The cut will start moving up towards the north of the map. But the retreat is there from American Goons. I mean, you do have a charge on Giant at the least, but Ade, he's going for now. Like, you'll keep the vision up on Giant for a little bit longer. Does eventually cancel the charge off. Smoke is out from the cut, but a 5-man smoke as well from the American Goons. As Thunder God's Wrath is going to give plenty of vision over the dire end of things, and Pingu again has been caught. He is down on the Bat Rider, just unable to survive the initial onslaught from Scourge McDuck. And the cut, knowing the Bat is down, they could try to force buyback if they really want to, but it seems like it might just be all about the next Roshan here in this game, because it's proving to be a little bit too challenging to actually safely go high ground here for the Radiant.
Would definitely agree with that point. It's just a little bit tougher to fully siege without copying a couple of hits. Again, they respect the hold coming out from the American Goons. Although, to be fair, like, you've got a 22k lead, you've got a massive gap with Scourge McDuck and everyone else. The Dusa is at the point where it is the be-all and all now. And we'll just get started slowly but surely up here.
Scourge McDuck is going to try. T3 tower is down. Well, they're continuing to move forward, but the shield is about to wear off. Ade, in the meantime, has found Giant on the Shadow Demon, and now he is onto Lil Nick. Lil Nick on the Timber, falling quite hard here. Is probably just going down, and he is down. They do take him out. The Ade has dropped as well. MTD in the meantime, healing up just a little bit, trying to survive as the jump is there from Esk, but Esk has gone too far. They do have buybacks. So the retreat is going to be there from the cut just for a little bit. Trying to get a bit of a reset, and not even forcing the buybacks quite yet. The Boris moves down to the low ground, and Scourge McDuck will reveal himself. In goes Pingus again, though, and well, he's trying so hard to get a lasso onto this Medusa, but it's not working out in his favor. Here come the buybacks from Lil Nick, Pingus, and S, because they are going to go for perhaps the final team fight of this game. As MTD, never mind, he's down. Scourge McDuck going to be focused by Boris and the rest of the squad. Boris, though, dropping a little bit too low, does need to retreat. Esk dying back immediately on the Ember. Now MTD seeing that does buy back on the Zeus. At least they do get the Morphling out of there, but now Lil Nick might just be dying back on the Timbersaw. Giant will save for now with the disruption. Lil Nick needs an escape route, but he's going to have to go for the fight, it seems. He is still running, still barely making it out. Lil Nick has actually gotten out of there somehow. Zade is going to die on the Spirit Breaker. That'll be a dieback on him. He'll morph into the SB and just charge away for a moment, as now Scourge McDuck is completely out of mana. The Medusa might be going down, but Boris needs to be careful himself. They have got the Deucer in the end. B-God now also caught in the clinks. Yeah, high ground does not work out once again here for the cut.
It's a really scrappy fight coming out, but does work in favor of the side of the American Goons. They just managed to split up the fight really well. They break it up. They use just the mobility on their heroes here on the American Goons to dance around a little bit more. And this is a Dusa that's almost 20k above everyone else. To be fair, that is the entire net worth lead of the cut in their lineup with 20k up over American Goons. So you are kind of all in on the Dusa kind of to do your work here. Does fall short. Scourge McDuck does give the my bad out there. Now you have to contend with a level 5 Dagon on Lil Nick with the Octarine up. And they've got some smooth ways to try to clear out through this mana shield of the Deuce at this point. The Spurs are up and running for Boris. And the side of the American Goons, they've got a chance. Not a big chance just yet, mind you, but a Roshan is available for them. They could just look to take it out with the Ags on hand. And they should get going. That's going to be a nice axe to hand over onto Giant. Just give the man multiple cleanse and purge charges. He needs it.
I will see who they do want to give it to. And Lil Nick may just want to free up the slot as well for himself with the Axe Blessing. It seems like Giant is going to walk towards it. Does pick it up. Aegis will go the way of Esk here on the Embers. He does not have buyback available. So Chi is going to be picked up here by Boris. American Goons, I mean, slowly but surely making this big comeback happen. It's the cut. Are they going to four-man smoke again? They know they've just missed that on Roshan. Into the mid lane they go. They'll see Little Nick here in the Timber. It'll be a nice way to start the next fight. They have caught up the Timber immediately, and Little Nick is just going to get bursted down. All right, already off to an amazing start. Here is the cut. So Little Nick was not expecting that. Now they're thinking about going high ground again, knowing it's a 4v5.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Just stack triple Lincolns on top of the one Lincoln Scourge McDuck has. They really don't want to have to deal with the Deuce 4 from the Morphling. This is outrageous.
Oh, Global Silence a little bit early, but they have found Giant. Nullify going to make it so Giant cannot get out of this. Meanwhile, Boris is going to morph into the Spirit Breaker form now. Trying to back his way out. We'll go back in onto Ade. Not looking too tanky, though, against the Medusa. So they do refresh the Global Silence, and Boris is still trying, does eat the cheese, but does need to get his way out. Meanwhile, S dropping low himself, trying to save the Aegis for now. So he will Remnant away. And the cut, I'm just not sure if this is really worth it, because they could just go for a Rax. And now they will. Scourge McDuck onto the tier 3 bottom tower. Gonna secure at least that. We'll find the bot Rax as well by the looks of it. So I highly doubt they'll be able to slow him down from doing this. And now Mega Creeps are officially on the way here from the cut. American Goons. Not out of the game yet, but they are certainly in dire straits. Scourge McDuck, that's proving to be the big issue that they still can't find a way to deal with. But he is dropping extremely low on mana now. Maybe they can actually take him down. But Scourge still just continuing to go to work here onto Boris, who's trying to fight, but Ade just constantly controlling him up. And Boris is gone. That should probably just be it. They are going to buy back one more time in the Morphling, but the Ancient is being focused here by the cut. I highly doubt they'll go for another fight, though Boris is going to charge in. He is onto B-God. The Cleanse is gone. That is one down. Pingus is going to go for a lasso as well onto Ade, but they cannot protect the Ancient. It'll just get focused. Eventually, the cut will force us to a game number 3.
And they play spectacularly well in this game. They managed to get all the farm, all the build-up they could ask for on Scourge McDuck. And we did call for this in the last game, like at the end of game 1. We wanted a more stable carry for Scourge McDuck. He gets the Dusa, and sure, there was some shenanigans there for Boris turning into the Dusa himself, but overall, in this case, the Morphling not quite the better hero.
Certainly not. It just did not pan out here for American Goons. And I mean, I thought there was a big change coming based off the fact that they got the last Roshan, but you know, seeing Lil Nick die just by himself in the mid lane was the final nail in the coffin here for American Goons, and they just could not really support the high ground defense long enough without Lil Nick being around. So props to the cut. They get a game 3 out of this series. That does mean we get to go to a game 3, and of course we get to see some highlights before we do get to that stage. The cut, there was a bit of back and forth. I mean, there was a point where it did feel like the American Goons were looking like the much stronger team. But then eventually Scourge just became even more of a nuisance on the Medusa. Even the Lightning Hands build from MTD, not looking the worst. Like, I wouldn't say it had the biggest impact, but when he was left alone, it was pretty damn nice.
It just applied a lot of pressure. It forced the side of the American Goons to have to make a choice when jumping in. And this was one of the longest fights we've ever seen, where the Chorus just literally stand there. And the Chorus did win that out. That's a rarity nowadays, where your safe lane Chorus just kind of stand still and right click. Still, like, I think the big challenge here for the side of American Goons was that jumping in for these team fights was difficult. Their team fight was lacking in terms of like AoE control, big team fight spells. Whereas for the side of the cut, they had global silence, but didn't really refresh up an Empyrean. That was more enough to negate some of the BKBs that would come through. The double global silence just made it feel near impossible for the side of American Goons to really find all too much. And I think for the side of American Goons, I think they're going to need a little bit more in team fight next time around. Like, not that this draft wouldn't have worked, but just a little bit of an edge in just having that global silence was more than enough. That was the one key factor here for the cut to find those openings. Just double global silence from Empyrean.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance here from the boys. I believe we did have to hand out an MVP. Oh, never mind. We are going to go back to the highlights, perhaps. I was going to say we were going to talk about an MVP potential here, Jonathan. I believe that was, spoiler alert, it is going to the way of Ade, who did a fantastic job on the Spirit Breakers. So Ade will get the MVP, and we are going to get to see the scoreboard after all here. As you can see the cut. I mean, Scourge McDuck, huge KDA, but Ade definitely had the most impact here on the Spirit Breaker. And again, he will be handed over the MVP for game number 2 here against American Goons. And that does mean we get to go to a game number 3 here between these two teams. So that's going to be a lot of fun, I'm sure, as we'll see who can take it out. I mean, it has been a pretty close series altogether between these two teams. And I can honestly say it's pretty hard to actually predict who is the better team. Right? Like I think it's fair to say anyone could just take this game 3.
For sure. I think it's going to go back and forth. And again, this is the matchup we expected today to go all 3 games. We do get that delivered. The cut managing to get a win. I'm keen to see what happens. I think it feels like for these two teams, a lot of it hinges on draft. So we'll have to see some changes there.
Well, we're going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, John, we'll be back with game 3 between the cut and of course, American Goons. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 3 here between the American Goons and, of course, the Cut. Jonathan, we've got all the way back to game number 3 here between these two teams. A very even kind of series. I'll ask you straight off the bat, what do you want to see changed up here from the Goons to try and give themselves a good chance against the Cut here in game 3?
I think the Goons just need a little bit more team fight coming out. Like, they had a lot of single target control in the last game, but playing up against Global Silence, and even after the Global Silence, they wouldn't have like any big AoE control. They were relying on like getting these lassos back. There was like a triple Lincoln Sphere buildup on the side of the Cut, which just led to an impossibility of trying to get the lasso, get the disruption, and try to get the morph out as well. So some team fight, I think, is going to be necessary for the American Goons. The Cut can, when they switch out for a big hero for Scourge McDuck, it does look a lot better in comparison to that Bloodseeker from game 1. So I think just sticking to what they did in game 2 would be a fairly good call. Just some aggression, a little bit of team fight in one of their supports, and a really good scaling hero for Scourge McDuck should give them everything they need here.
Oh, we'll find out. I mean, we are going to go into the draft phase now. Of course, bans are out. Pretty standard. We see the Doom Rubik banned out again. Techies Medusa is the ban out here from American Goons. So not wanting to play against the Medusa a second time, which I can't quite blame them for, because Scourge McDuck was a bit challenging to deal with for sure. As they will go for the Magnus first pick here for the Cut. American Goons going right back into the Bat Rider and the Timbersaw. So the same opening here for their draft. And it didn't really work out the best last game around, especially against that Global Silence that was coming out from Imperium. So I wonder if they're going to go down the same route and just choose a Silencer here for their second pickup, because it worked very effectively last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I think... I'm not sure what you prioritize here for the Cut. It's either you go Silencer or the Spirit Breaker again, if you kind of want to run it back. And whichever one you don't pick is probably going to get banned on the next phase. The Silencer probably had a higher impact, just because, again, Global Silence kind of ruined what American Goons were trying to do. So I wouldn't mind it being prioritized for Empyrean. They will go for the Clinks instead, so kind of going all in on the physical push once more, which I don't mind too much, but again, you're probably not going to be able to pick up the Silencer in the next phase. I am curious to see where American Goons goes next with this draft. Like, what their actual plan is for the Timbersaw. Do we get it back on Little Nick on the offlane? He didn't quite have the best of times, but he was also laning up against Dusa, which just isn't the best of times. Dusa tends to work out its lane matchups pretty well. The Timbersaw just doesn't run up and win instantly with the Whirling Death. So, would like to see what gets changed up. The Cut, taking out the Morphling. Out of respect as to what we were seeing out from Boris, he did have a decent enough time trying to match up against Scourge McDuck there.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly did. I do like the clinks coming out at the very least here from the Cut. I think there was a lot of good work done last game around from B-God, so just going back for that's always going to feel quite nice. Question is, again, for me, is do they ban out the Silencer this game? Because like Pingu's, every time he tried to initiate last game around, just got Global Silenced immediately and just could not lasso. Especially for the second half of the game.
5 seconds remaining.
Like for now, they're just going to focus on some mid lane bans. As the Cut, they also get rid of the Morphling. Just cause to be banned out from both sides, I'm sure. Again, I just wouldn't blame them for just getting rid of the Silencer here, because it did cause them so much issue. With the same opening that you have here from American Goons, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cut do just go back for that for Imperium. I suppose we're going to find out very, very soon, but I think there was just way too many troubles caused by the double Global Silence we saw last game around.
To be fair, if the Cut doesn't ban it, then I can see American Goons picking it up themselves. Having this Global Silence into a Magnus with RP does feel pretty nice. I think you can kind of roll that way for American Goons. Again, if it's left by the Cut. You do have first pick in the next phase, so you will be picking first with the Cut getting the double pick. And you can't afford to actually leave that Silencer in. So, depends entirely on what American Goons wants. Looks like they're having a deep think about it as well. I mean, if they aren't going to pick it up, then surely you have to ban it. Like, yeah, you mentioned it, but the struggles American Goons had, far too great up against that double Global Silence. So, we'll see what they do prioritize here.
Radiant team ban.
We'll get rid of the Abaddon for now. So just one of the counters towards the lasso of the Batrider being removed. And we have seen a bit of position 1 Abaddon coming out, so always the opportunity for that as well, but that is not going to be available this game around.
10 seconds.
One more
remaining.
ban out for the cut, one more ban out for American Goons before we can see the
5
drafts
seconds
continue.
remaining.
I mean, a lot of position 1's being banned out here from the cut this game. Maybe perhaps another one just to come here, just really focused in on making sure that you don't have a good game here for Boris. And he does still have heroes like the TA to go back to if he does want that. Obviously, he had a pretty damn good game in game number 1 with the TA.
There's
Dire
still
team
quite a
ban.
few options. You take out the Terrorblade instead, which I guess is fair. It can kind of kite around the Magnus pretty nicely. For American Goons, I mean, it's your last chance. It's your last chance to take care of the silencer here, if you don't want to pick it up yourselves.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire
Well, they're
team
thinking about it. They're going to wait this one out a little bit, and they're going to actually get rid of the Oracle. So just getting rid of all the Batrider counters, which might imply we're looking at a core Batrider, and they're going to go down the Bloodseeker route. So possibly a position 1 Bloodseeker to be coming out. We do see this hero picked up quite a lot against heroes like the Mag, because you have a natural counter towards the Skewer.
10 seconds.
And I imagine this is going to be the position 1 Bloodseeker from Boris that we're looking at here.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it ought to be. I think if you run the Batrider support, you wouldn't mind something like a Batrider Bloodseeker lane. I think that can work out. Just Flame Break into Bloodrite, get a lot of aggression out that way. You also have the
Radiant team
cheeky Blood Rage on Batrider, which I don't think is too common, and because because American Goons do leave the silencer and don't pick it up themselves, the cut go into it. So again, another pretty decent game for the silencer. Global Silence feels great against the first 2 picks. It's going to feel great up against any Spirit Brother that American Goons might want here for Esk. So
5 seconds
you cover all your bases on the cut. They could go for a lot of heroes, like Ember's still there, Void Spirit's still there. Ember's probably your best bet with a Bloodseeker on hand. Void Spirit not as good as dodging out when Rupture is up. I wouldn't mind that for the cut at all. I think MTD. His pool is pretty damn wide though. Like, again, we saw him go for right-click Zeus, and even though the impact might not have been the best when he was focused down the line, with so many things to worry about, he did just get work done for his team.
The card, thinking about this 4th pick a lot.
Dire team pick.
Playing on the Lifestealer routes, that's something we don't get to see very often anymore. Lifestealer being picked up. I mean, you do have some natural vehicles in the Magnus, and even the Clinks is quite nice to just invest yourself in. Again, not a hero you see too often, but
10 seconds remaining.
does feel like it does decently against the Bloodseeker, does well against the Timbersaw.
5 seconds remaining.
American Goons maybe not expecting this hero to come out, so see how they try to respond to this.
Radiant team ban.
And they're just going to go down the Spirit Breaker route, and he's one of those heroes that doesn't care so much about the Lifestealer. That's a nice, easy way of just constantly kind of just keeping the Lifestealer held down with the charges and the bashes and then of the strike. And you don't really care so much about the rage of the Lifestealer, so
10
pretty big
seconds
pickup here from
remaining.
American Goons. And again, every hero, every time we see the Spirit Breaker come up, it does feel like it just performs no matter what. Like whether it wins or loses, it always does have a lot of impact. So good to see it coming out here for American Goons once again. This time the cut will miss out on the Spirit Breaker, but they were the ones that left it, to be fair. So it's kind of on them for leaving it.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I don't mind us too much. And as you mentioned, going through the Rage is pretty big here for American Goons. You can kind of set up for some decent lanes. I'm wondering if we're just going to see Timbersaw mid or a support Spirit Breaker with a support Bat Rider. That's a pretty unorthodox support duo, to be fair. Not sure how your lanes will feel with these two as supports. I'm not sure how great the rotation sound line will be. And again, with these two as your supports, your team fight is somewhat there, but Global Silence still kind of ruins you. I'm very curious to see what American Goons will want. Does look like the cut feels like they're lacking the mid, banning out the Void Spirit in the end. The cut, I mean, they still got the option for Ember. Right, Ember with Magnus, you feel great about Empower, you can try to run down. You have a pretty good time in most mid matchups, although if they do flex Timbersaw mid, that's one thing that I suppose that the Ember doesn't quite enjoy. So you kind of have to pick your poison here for MTD. They'll go with a Quap instead, so just being extra cautious, ensuring that if it is a mid Timbersaw, you still have a decent matchup. Quap, for the most part, doesn't lose most lane matchups. So even if you kind of flex out the Timbersaw into off once more for Little Nick, and you pick something like a Spirit Brother on mid, you're still pretty fine with a Quap in that matchup.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
you certainly are. Mind you, the Quap has been picked up into the Bloodseeker, so you're not really... Yeah, it's not the most amazing Quap game, to say the least, but... You know, you do have your ways of kind of duking out the rupture damage with Blink, with Queen of Pain, so there is that. American Goons, final pickup here for themselves. And I dare say the mid lane has already been picked here for American Goons, but they could still choose to pick another mid laner against the Quap. I mean, the Ember Spirit is still available if they wanted to go down that route. But no, they're going to go down the Venomancer route, so fair enough. So it looks like it is still going to be the mid Timbersaw we're looking at. So American Goons can confirm for us right now exactly how this draft is being run. And it is going to be the mid Timber, safe lane Bloodseeker, and it's going to be the off lane Lil Nick Bat Rider here for American Goons. The cut much more self-explanatory, you know, the pos 1 lifestealer, the mid MTD Quap, and of course Arde's off lane Magnus is here once again. Interesting drafts though, I must admit, like looking at the draft of American Goons, I'm not quite as big of a fan as I once was with this style of draft, because the Bloodseeker always concerns me a little bit, but at the same time, I suppose it's not the best ways of dealing with this game. So we'll see. I feel like it's going to be one of those games where it's all up to gameplay here between these two teams, and obviously they have proven, being in game number 3, that they are pretty closely matched with each other.
That they are. And we're seeing a great showing out from both sides here. Draft-wise, I would agree with you. I think American Goons has something they can do with this kind of draft. I do feel like the cut with their own draft, though, is a little bit more threatening when it comes down to team fights. Again, it's going to be down to how you execute on these 5v5s. The cut with Global Silence feels pretty damn good. With RP feels pretty damn good. And Power on a Lifestealer is pretty nice. So you do have, again, just stronger 5v5 when the cut does decide to force out these engagements. And for the side of the American Goons, it's more about single target pickoff once more. Granted, you can get that going a lot faster in this kind of draft, so I would like to see the Goons play, much more up-tempo, look for these pickoffs a lot quicker, and don't kind of dally around here just waiting for an opportunity. Make an opportunity yourself.
Well, we can get into it, John. Game number 3 is upon us, so we can head right into the game and see exactly how this is going to pan out. Tips already coming out between both teams, just kind of giving the good luck, have fun over. Rotation from American Goons already smoked up as 5. There is a counter smoke from the cut that is gonna wear off. It's just a warding smoke here. As American Goons, they do take the high ground of the Radiant jungle, hoping somebody does try to make their move there by the cut. The cut seems to have a pretty good idea that the American Goons might be in this position.
30 seconds to battle.
In fact, lines have been drawn out towards the bottom lane here, so that I'm not sure if the cut are trying to say that they want to go to that area, but they are drawing pretty much exactly where the side of American Goons have been hanging out. Now Esk does reveal himself underneath the observer ward of the Radiant, so they are very well aware that they probably have been hanging around that area. And it seems like the cut, they're just going to play the ignore game. They'll just go for the opposite side of the bounty runes. Secure those instead. No need to force a team fight early on. And it is going to be a 2 for 2, so nothing too special, as we can start with the mid lane. You're going to have MTD once again on the mid quap. He's going to be playing up against the mid Timbersaw of Esk. And even though the quap should be fine in this mid lane matchup, I don't necessarily see the Timber dying either. The Timber just seems too powerful right now to really go down. So I think both sides of this mid lane are probably going to be just fine.
Yeah, you're pretty alright here. You can kind of play with a Whirling Death, while the Quap tries to play with Scream of Pain to secure range creep, so you can kind of trade some blows for Esk. I'm wondering if MTD will prioritize just clearing out the creep wave with Scream of Pain over the Shadow Strike. As you get levels up on Esk, like higher levels of reactive, I don't think you can burst him down with Shadow Strike. The heal is a little bit too high, so you might be better off with like a 2-0-3 build here for MTD and focus on farm. In a farming lane, the Quap is pretty happy. You get that build up you want. You accelerate into your 6 timing, deny shouldn't be an issue, and you start to feel pretty good in the lane. So wouldn't mind that too much. Taking a look at up top, of course, you've got Boris once more in the Bloodseeker. Pingus on that Venomancer up against Ade on the Magnus and B-God on the Clinks. This lane can go back and forth. The early aggression with Gale plus Bloodrite is pretty big. It's a natural slow combination to trap people in there. At the same time, a Clinks can bully out a Venomancer pretty damn hard, especially if you don't commit the Gale.
Now, bottom lane's been a bit of a lot of harassment going the way of Scourge McDuck here on the Lifestealer. Hiram's trying his absolute best to just keep them at bay, but Little Nick on the Batrider can be a real nuisance to try and deal with here. Mid lane, S getting quite low now on the Timber. MTD does end up going for the level 2 Shadow Strike now, so it can provide a lot more harassment against the Timbersaw. Thing is, with reactive armor up, he's still going to be able to passively regen quite easily. So chances are he's not going to die here, Esk. He's going to be just fine. Just needs to tank the creep wave. Does have the Ring of Health up now, so he's going for the standard Vanguard build up on the Timbersaw. And is CSing quite effectively here as well. So MTD, as much as he tries, there's only so much that that Esk is going to be affected by the Shadow Strike being thrown out. He's looking pretty fine at the moment.
No worries for Esk. Wondering if MTD leaves that Shadow Strike at level 2 and go for...
bottom,
oh.
EMP, he's going to get jumped here. And he is more than likely just dead, as Scourge McDuck is trying to chase down the Batrider, but this could be working against him as he cannot finish the kill. Giant and Lil Nick are the ones to get the kill here. Double kill for the Batrider, and that is a pretty disastrous start for the bottom lane.
That's not what you want to see here for the cut. You're getting run down by the Batrider off lane. In a way, Lifestealer can be a counter if you get that value point in the Rage, but until that point, you cop the Flame Blade, you get run down with Flame and Lasso, you don't even need a Sticky Napalm lane anymore. You feel pretty good for Lil Nick. Silencer doesn't really harass you out with Arcane Curse because you're not relying on Sticky Napalm, so it's a pretty good lane for the side of the American Goons to keep that aggression up. And 2 kills off the back like that for Lil Nick. I mean, it's going to be a nice start. Vanguard already up on our Batrider, so no threat onto him anytime soon.
Pingu's top lane going to go down once again. Boris going to try and at least get B-God for their trouble. Nice body blocks though from Ardes, making it very hard, but eventually Boris will secure the kill. So a nice pickup here for the Bloodseeker. Finding his first kill of the game here is the BS. This bottom lane, Scourge McDuck dropping very low again. Lil Nick going for the chase, wanted one more right click, but is not going to find it. Charges out from Giant though, and Scourge, I guess realizing he was not going to make it out, just ran towards Giant on the Spirit Breaker, but he is going to go down.
Yeah, again, this Lifestealer is not going to have a good time. The hero doesn't farm up too well. You might still be able to hit your level spikes and go for some Infest pickoffs, but a slow start like this for Scourge McDuck is going to set him back by a massive amount. Like, I don't know what the recovery plan is for a hero like the Lifestealer when it does fall behind, because I guess you could go for a Maelstrom, but that also doesn't feel like the most common kind of build-up. Up top, being aggressive onto Ade.
Ade's going to be okay. Boris now taking the brunt of the damage here from B-God. Going to be fine. Pingus maybe looking for a Gale on Ade. Ade's not been having the greatest time. Instead, B-God's going to be targeted, but Pingu's dropping low again on the Venom. He's going to go down, but I suppose he is... Oh, never mind. Nice deny from Ade. I was about to say he's at least feeding kills here to Boris, but that is not the case this time. Ade does manage to deny the gold away from the Bloodseeker. And obviously, in terms of the harass trade, if Boris is happy to just right-click against Ade, Ade's happy to do the same thing against him, though here comes Pingus again. Gale is going to land. Bloodrite is there, but he does have the skewer. So no real chance of getting the kill.
Just wasting a little bit of spell usage here from the side of the American Goon. Still more than happy to finally get a pick off for Ade and get a deny off as well. Was kind of toying around with it a while ago. Does finally get that opportunity. For the most part, though, American Goons, they are still 2-4, 1k lead their way. Every lane just having much better CS coming out here. So a strong foundation for them to start this game off. Level 6 is already up on MTD. He did go for a 302 build, looking for a little bit more aggression in that lane. Is pocketing that Sonic Wave level to see if he even finds a kill opportunity. I think that's fair. We've seen Queen of Pains actually go for like a 303. Just opting for that farm game. Again, just sitting back, playing a bit more inactive. 7-minute runes are about to come out here, and he's already on the aggressive.
No, B-God. He's going to stand his ground, but Boris is moving in. B-God's still going for the kill onto the Veno, but is probably just going to get punished, and does. Boris will stick around for the Wisdom Rune now, and does manage to snipe it for himself. Ade unable to help out because he was being held down by the Spirit Breaker. Now the Rupture committed Ade. I mean, he has the skewer, but obviously can't commit. The problem is, though, for American Goons is Ade's just underneath the tier 1 tower, and he's perfectly fine. And MTD, well, he's rotated on the Queen of Pain to secure a kill on the Venom. Pingu's already dying 3 times in this game already. And, yeah, I mean, interesting Rupture committed, though bottom lane, Scourge McDuck's gonna die again. Lil Nick having a real dominant bottom lane for himself, and Scourge McDuck has died for the 3rd time now.
This is pretty worrying for your Lifestealer. Again, you have Empower to kind of fall back on, I suppose. You could try farming up in jungle, but this is not a hero that enjoys being all too passive in that Lifestealer. Do need some form of a startup here to get the ball rolling. A little bit of a movement across the map. Looking like they might focus top here.
They will try, but they have found Boris, and Boris, he's trying his best to walk out, but he is down. Nice pick up here from the cut. Can start working on toward that tier 1 top tower as well if they so wish.
Is under attack.
Seems like they will be able to get away with it just fine. Problem is the bot tier 1 is also going to be forced in here as Little Nick just going to pull the creep wave away and just farm a neutral camp while he's at it. As Batrider having such a good game already, Little Nick top of the net worth board here. Absolutely no struggles for him at the current time. Meanwhile, mid lane, Giant's been hanging around. He's going to go for the charge out onto MTD, who does have 1 point in Blink. Does commit the Blink, but does not get the dodge on the Rupture damage. So Boris is going to secure the kill. And now the mid tier 1 tower is going to be under siege.
Just going to get that push going in. You've got Esk who can tank it up with that full Vanguard up and running. Nothing too strange here. B-God, I mean, he'll try to stall out just a bit, but can't really do too much to stop this from the side of the American Goons. Can't even fully trade up top either. Just Pingus with the boards more than enough to hold it back.
Boris taking a lot of damage here. Sonic Wave's going to be enough to secure the kill. MTD finding a nice one to start, but B-God is going to drop for their trouble. Not too big of a deal here for the cut. They almost even find the Spirit Breaker. Esk is going to try for the TP chain out, and he's going to make it. Giant even threatening to deny him off here with the Shadow Strike, but you know, luckily for him, reactive armor is a thing. Still, it's a great trade for the cut. Like, you lose your support Clinks, but it doesn't really matter. You got a position 1 Bloodseeker for your
Dire's
trouble.
middle tower is under
And,
attack.
Boris, you know, considering the fact that this lifesteal has had such a bad start, you almost just want to see Boris just farming at the moment. But he's died a couple times now, and it seems like he's going to go back up top lane to just try and catch up in terms of the farm game.
Yeah, he just needs to get his initial items up, have that full Maelstrom up and running on the Bloodseeker, and you're gonna be in a pretty good position on this hero to try and run around, maybe even contest some stacks down the line. For the side of the cut, I mean, they've got Scourge with the Empower, so he can clear out some stacks. Still trying to work onto his armlet timing. Giant does scout out for a moment, but can't really fully commit without any other cores around.
They are hanging about. Radiant Triangle going to be the battle area here for both these teams. The Chargers and Bashers are coming out onto Ade, who cannot survive the onslaught. He is just down. MTD now showing up. B-God will be around as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Goons. To be fair, most of the stacks were taken. Still a couple of Ancient Creeps to go, though. Esk is just taking so much damage. He'll be forced to chain away. Now Lasso being committed onto the lifestealer, so Scourge McDuck in a bit of danger, but is fine to back off as the charge is there. Giant able to cancel the TP of MTD. It's now a huge pick off onto the mid-quap.
They don't even have to
Goons, they
lose
will
out
stick
an
around
Esk.
for these Ancients.
They clear it out. They don't lose Esk. You're more than happy on the side of the American Goons. You've got the full Octarine already up and running on Lilnik as well, so even more aggressive timings here. Giant.
He's down mid lane. He got able to pick him off here on the Clinks. With a misplay here from the Spirit Breaker, but nevertheless, still can't remember the good that just happened here for American Goons, as they are now 4K ahead. Pretty massive lead here already. Like, the thing is with this lifestealer, it's kind of hard to keep up, and you're not going to have the Magnus just standing by with Empower all the time. So Scourge McDuck is not exactly going to have that big bonus for him, as Pingu's going to die again. Beagle on this Clinks being very effective already in securing these kills for himself.
It's to be expected. You have some squishy supports here on the side of American Goons. Well, at least your Venomancer is very, very squishy. And you don't want to have to waste too many resources to drop the sentries around for yourself. You're always going to be susceptible to that pick-off from the cut. For the cut, Nick, going back to your point about the lifestealer, yeah, I mean, after an atrocious lane, the hero just has its initial times thrown off.
Oh.
Esk
Is down mid lane. Giant is going to go for a charge out onto MTD, but the Global Silence is going to make sure he cannot follow up with another strike. However, he's trying for a TP again. And he's going to get an option. B-God, EMP, they're going to be fine. If you end up getting a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane, there's Lil Nick. Let's pop the Firefly, having a look around for a straggler, but just goes back to farming. Not going to see anyone to make the jump in on.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Overall,
attack.
like, it started off pretty good finding the Timber kill, but then you gave away the Quap like that, and suddenly it just looks even.
Yeah. I'd argue maybe a little bit better even for the side of the American Goons. I think you're just putting a dent down as to what MTD wants to do, what times he wants to hit. It's more important for them to play that early game. Esk.
He seems perfectly fine here at the top lane.
Yeah,
Scourge McDuck's able to
Strength.
pick up a Wisdom Rune. Now the MTD is being charged on the Quap. It looks like he's going to be alright as well. Giant won't have the backup required to actually try for this kill. Pingu's now going to be chased here. Is B-God again going to be able to set up? And
Is under attack.
sadly for Pingus, he just cannot survive the onslaught once B-God gets started. So another nice pickup here for the Clinks. Just have the full Solar Crest up now and wants to go for more rotations, so they are going to head down bottom. Snornik is a huge target if they can secure him. Highest net worth on the board right now is the Bat Rider. B-God's going to show up. MTD's there as well. Leonic does pop the Firefly, but it's not really going to make a difference. Just the slow proving to be way too much. That's the big pickup you're looking for. It's mid lane. Imperium is going to get jumped here by Giant. But this is nowhere near the kill that you just got on the cut. So it's something for American Goons, but I don't think they're going to be too happy with losing Lil Nick like that.
No, definitely not. You have to respect this gank gaming from the side of cut. Again, it's all down on trying to look for pickoffs with your clinks. B-God with that Solar Crest just make short work of a lot of the heroes here. And the one thing for the side of American Goons is they've kind of got the same issue that we saw from the side of cut last time, I think, when we were watching game 1, where you didn't have an ore carrier. You kind of don't have that this time for Goons. I suppose you could try to carry some ores with Esk, but not the tendency we see for the Timbersaw to kind of do that for the team.
Charge in. Imperium, again targeted here by Giant. Global Silence is up if they need to pop it, and there you go. Arde getting an RP as well. Spirit Breaker falling very, very low, forced to back away as Lil Nick's going to move his way in now with the lasso out onto the Magnus. Arde still fine thanks to the Infest play. Scourge McDuck now might be able to really clean up, but here comes Boris. Still MTD at least able to find a double kill for himself. S cleans up Imperium. Be gone in the meantime, looking to reinitiate onto somebody. We'll try onto Esk now as he has changed right into the clinks. They're just melting to the damage of these skeletons.
Just a bit too much when his army is up and running. And that's just him with a Solar Crest. It's more than enough to still pierce through. What a hero Clinks is right now. Only set to get worse once B-God has the Orchid lined up here. Still 13 to 15. I think all things considered, despite dropping a couple of heroes here for the side of the American Goons, you are in a much stronger position to take control of this game. You will just, again, have to watch out for that team fight potential on the side of the COD. The Global Silence plus RP is massive, although in the last fight it didn't feel quite like the kind of opening you'd want there. But eventually, like, the big 5v5 threat is there for the side of the COD. We'll see if they can and just keep building up here the side of the cut for themselves. Scourge McDuck trying to go into the Radiance, which I don't mind on a Life Sealer. I just feel like the timing's a little bit slower than you'd want it to be here, but nonetheless, you'll get a lot of value in some of these prolonged fights if you do infest up. The side of American Goons, Lotus Orb's been up and running on Esk. Travels up for Lil Nick. Boris has the Manta. So you are ready to go now. Like, you don't really care for Global Silence as much, at least for your Bloodseeker. You can look for the cleanup. Just need the opportunities to do so. And right now, the cut all looking split across the map, just wanting to farm up.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another down period in this game number
Dire's top
3.
tower is under attack.
It still feels like the American Goons are the ones in control of this game 3, regardless of that last team fight. Still postured much more aggressively here, down at bot lane, MTD and B-God.
Dire's top
Currently
tower
being
is
watched,
under
but
attack.
I mean, to be fair, they don't know B-God's there. Only MTD, the B-God now going to reveal himself. Rupture is out. Who have they actually got with that? It's going to be the Clinks, so they're going to try and claim the spree of the Clinks. However, the RP now coming in from Arde, holding down the Bloodseeker. Boris still alive, but they will focus him down. As Lil Nick at least find the lasso on the Magnus, but it is still a decent win here for the cut. Esk is trying to move in onto Scourge McDuck, find a better trade, and they do get him. Triple kill for Lil Nick. Zempyrian now also caught out, will go down. And the fight was looking amazing to start, but they do lose 2 more at the end there thanks to Esk. That's going to make the team fight look substantially better now for our side of American Goons.
And they work it out really well. They get disciplined in that last stage of engagement and manage to clean up pretty damn well. The side of the Goons, they've still got a lot of run and gun potential. as long as they don't get caught off guard. But Clinks can see how they've set up their vision now as well around the map. So many sentries in every spot they want to fight in, just to ensure that B-God won't get the jump on them first. It is taking a lot of resources out from the side of the American Goons, but you don't mind too much. Pingus is working towards his Guardian Greaves for the team, so going for the aura build-up on the Sport Veno does make enough sense. I think if you're the cut right now, you really just need to have Scourge McDuck farm, because quite frankly, his impact is non-existent right now on this Lifestealer. And you need a little bit more for Ade as well. Try to hit that blink timing. You can try to get the skewer backs. That's when the game opens up more, especially with your physical burst from your Clinks, with your magical burst on your Quap. You can use those harpoon shots into skewers very big once that blink is up and running.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Roshan's going to be started, it seems, here from American Goons, perhaps, as Boris is running right into the pit. Not going to be the fastest Roshan we've ever seen, but it doesn't seem like the cut are very well aware that this could be happening. There is some vision around the area, though, to be fair. There's Observer Ward that would have seen them coming in, but that's where we're at now. Won't matter anyway, because even if they did see it, the cut have decided they're not going to try and fight for this Roshan. So free Roshan to go the way of American Goons. They might just keep going through the bottom lane. Like, there is a T2 tower standing there for American Goons to take. They've got the creep wave to back them up as well for that. And judging by that last team fight, like, the cut may not be ready to go for another fight. To be fair, though, they do have a Radiance now up on Scourge McDuck, so they might want to try and use that added utility to try and defend this tier 2 bottom tower. But for now, at the very least, Esk is just casually pushing by himself, as there is a charge top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
B-God.
attack.
They aren't stopping the charge yet. Giant is going. More TPs incoming from the Twin Gates here for American Goons. Giant does eventually connect onto B-God. Global Silence, though, is going to make it so they can't follow up, and Giant just melts to the damage. Rupture is committed here from Boris to try and hold B-God down, but he has his team to back him up. Infest is going to be there. B-God, he is still going to go down. Zesk will drop as well on the Timber. This does not look like a good team fight at all for American Goons. RP committed on Lil Nick. Gonna hold down the Bat Rider. Lil Nick will drop. And this is all for the sake of trying to kill B-God. It's a support Clinks.
Support Clinks that they tried to burst down, costing the Aegis in the end. Boris losing out on that secondary life very, very early on. Great angles being found by the cut. Just managing to rip them apart in a very tight choke point. And the side of the American Goons just overcommit at that moment. Good punishment coming out from the cut. The Goons, for their part, you're still big on Boris. Once you get the BKB, I suppose that's when things can start to open up with that Bloodseeker. Makai Sanj, very important here as well for the side of Esk. Just lacking that Sanj now, so the stat resist is going to be helping the cause here for sure. But you have to still respect that burst damage out from the cut, especially since, you know, you've got some impact now on Scourge McDuck. The Radiance burn damage is not insignificant, and the evasion plus the burn miss chance is pretty damn big up against a lot of these heroes, especially Boris and the Bloodseeker. So your solutions are on point here from the side of the cut. And again, they neutralize Aegis, they hold on to their tier 2s. They still have the map to play with. You've got a Magnus lineup. You can just kind of sit back, farm up, and wait for the enemy team to overcommit once more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very, very slight net worth lead here for the dire end of things, but such an even game here between these two teams. Currently 59% win probability for the cut. Definitely not the highest percentage. Excuse me, 59%? Yeah, it is for the cut. I thought I was misseeing things for a moment.
Happens, Mike. We know your eyesight's bad.
Yeah. Certainly
Can't
is.
read. It's all right. It's all right. You learn late. You learn late.
Yeah.
It's Australia for you, you know? Why bother reading? It's fine.
Yeah.
You speak with your fists, I'm pretty sure, is the way in Australia.
Absolutely. There's a Kyan Sanj now built up on the Quap. MTD getting bigger and bigger on the Queen of Pain now. Highest net worth on the map. It's the as the Queen of Pain. Torment are going to be focused down here by the cut. They will better be able to get away with it. So the Ag Shard now available on Empyrean, which is, you know, it's a pretty useless shard to be fair, but it is free, so, you know, beggars can't be choosers. You just take what you get.
I suppose. It's always a little bit of a funky one. It's like, you get the end steal, which is nice, but then, like, the other effect is like, alright, 4 attacks to silence is not the
big smoke.
easiest for support.
Lasso, they've got the highest net worth hero on the map right now, lassoed up, but MTD is still going to be able to get away as there was no rupture, and now the RP, are they catching 2 of them? Boris is gone. Esk will try to retreat, TP up. Do they have it cancelled? The skewer's off the mark. Still, they get 2 big targets. That's going to feel very nice for the cut. Straight through the mid lane for them, at least to take the tier 1 mid tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No worries in the world. It does cost you a global silence, but again, you're winning out these engagements anyway. So you don't mind a pretty damn big RP coming out from Ade. Getting the skewer back as well. No preemptive BKB coming out there from our Bloodseeker Boris.
Radiant's bottom
So,
tower is under
again,
attack.
just trying to hold on to that spell immunity a lot longer. We saw the BKB pop earlier on by Esk, and he does manage to bail. If you just
Oopsie
get your
daisies.
spell immunity off,
B-God gonna run right into a sentry ward. Little Nick seeing the Clinks immediately cancels off the TP and goes for the lasso instead. So hard to know who's winning this game. Like, we've seen this 2 games in a row now where like one team has a slight advantage, but we're almost 30 minutes into the game and there's no clear leader in this. So every game has gone close to the hour mark with these 2, and it's just proving to be a very similar kind of occasion here in game number 3. It's been very, very back and forth, just one after the other. They just win a team fight and just interchange. So, I guess time will tell, but both sides still very, very close in this game 3.
yeah, just trading back and
Radiant's
forth.
top tower is under attack.
I feel like that
Dire's middle tower is
this
under
conservativeness has been leading to these longer games. Still, smoke out from the cut here.
attack. Radiant are scanning.
Well, Esk is going to break the smoke, but immediately just wants out. The cut will not try to capitalize yet. Esk is still sticking around. Little Nick going to jump in. Finds Ade with the lasso, but the global silence going to make it hard again as Ade does get the RP off. And now the Infest going to keep Ade alive as Esk is the one to drop. Eventually they will find the Magnus as now they will try to move onto the Lifestealer. But Scourge McDuck is more than happy to fight right now. Or is he? The kiting's proving to be a little bit annoying here for the LS. But he does manage to get himself out. So 1-for-1, both offlaners going down here, and again the retreat is out. Just these team fights are just too even between these 2 teams.
Suppose now you're just gonna be waiting for the next Roshan for both sides before anything big happens once more. It's I don't know what to say. Like it's a lot of back and forth. Both teams have kind of the same ideas to what to do in the game. Like, maybe for the American Goons right now, it's definitely leaning towards this pick-off potential, jumping in, trying to play with a lasso, drag someone back, and instantly get that kill. For the side of the cut, it's more about punishing an overcommitment to the clump up, getting this RP off from Ade, building up with the global sounds from Empyrean. Speaking of Empyrean, he is inching towards that refresh sooner rather than later, and the double global sound should be a massive issue for them, although
Giant, he's going to avoid the skewer. TP attempt out. Giant, he's going to make it just fine. They won't have the burst damage to really take him out. They are getting vision around the Roshan pits once again, but Roshan, oh, it's actually 10 seconds away.
Tower is under attack.
Good work, man.
Not too long.
His middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be a big objective for the side of the cut. Smoke out here, though, from the side of the American Goons. If they can get a good ambush into the Roche pit, it could lead into a very nice result, but the side of the cut do back off from the pit while the scan is there. They might be able to reposition. They're in the tree line. They've got wards in the cliff.
Yeah, here we go. Ade immediately jumped. Lasso, Global Silence being committed to try and keep Ade alive. Scourge McDuck, he was there with the Infest as well. They will get Pingu first on the Venom, so he's just gone. Esk in danger to boot. Ade does finally go down. The Timber still being kited around is going to go down to boot as Little Nick now will die to MTD, who does take a triple kill on the Queen of Pain. Giant gonna go for a charge back in on Scourge McDuck, but realizes he probably cannot get the kill. As Giant does go down. 4 down again for the side of American Goons. And the cut, they lose 2, but they do have first dibs on Roshan now.
Not going to take too long for them to melt that Roche either, despite the losses. You've still got your planks, you've still got your life stealer, so you've still got the output to deal with his objective. Roche number 2, Aegis Cheese ready to go. Side of the American Goons, again, they had a good idea, but they break the smoke in the tree line with wards up. The side of the cut was ready for that jump in, and they managed to scatter out a little bit more, preventing too much from coming out there for the American Goons. Now with the Aegis and Cheese, this should be the time for the cut to start to eye some of these tier 2 objectives and start building up even more of that advantage for themselves now, as they are also starting to get the levels up here on their Quap, which is also one of the interesting items or one of the interesting power spikes with a Queen of Pain. It does feel like once you hit, say, your level 25 plus your shard, the hero suddenly becomes really strong once more. Not that it's faded out here for MTD at all, but it's like its second win. It's level 25 spikes plus your shard. It is fairly annoying to have to deal with all of those sonic booms.
Yeah, it certainly is. The main weakness right now is the fact that the Scourge just isn't at the stage where he really feels like a position 1 yet. Because he did have a pretty rough laning stage for himself, so props to him for being able to catch up here. BKB on the mag is now up, so are they? A bit more defense here. Still going to have the issue of the lassos coming out from Lil Nick, but should be able to survive just a little bit longer. Orc Terrain Core completed as well here on MTD, so all the cooldowns just going to be even lower. As seems like they have spotted out Giant somewhere. Giant going to get Harpoon RP'd immediately by Ade. No hesitation with that. Just goes for the easy pick off onto the Spirit Breaker. And there'll be no response here from American Goons. They are hanging around the bot tier 2 tower right now, but they're not really committing to a push. They're just keeping the creep wave forced out.
Just trying to see if they can force someone back to repair that creep wave. No one biting the bait. The cut, for their part, just focusing up top here with Scourge McDuck. Tier 2 falls now. High ground can open up. Still roughly in the same general area as well. They can look to force more, but it does look like they'll just take their time. No rush here. We haven't met their quota yet for the average length of a match. This is probably going to be our average match length in the series, I'm pretty sure, with how these teams are playing.
They're looking at the mid-tier 2 tower now. Esk is going to be around to defend on the Timber, but he has not been as survivable as you would hope from a Timbersaw. Certainly hasn't felt like the mid-Timber that we're used to seeing, that's for sure.
Nope.
He's going for an Aghanim Scepter, but up until that comes up, he's not going to feel the tankiest. So mid-tier 2 does end up going down, and they are picking up the mid-tier 3 as well. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis. You do have the cheese available on MTD. This T3 tower, it is melting quite quickly, but the glyph is going to be forced. Cut looking to move in once again.
Dire's middle
Scourge
tower
McDuck.
has fallen.
It's going to take the Noxious Plague, but it will... Oh, hold on a minute. There's going to be a skewer back. Arde going to find Pingus, and Pingus is down. Nice pick off immediately off the back of the skewer harpoon play from Arde. And now the mid-racks going to be sieged up here by the cut. Not too much they can do to try and defend this one, it seems. So American Goons just going to casually wait around, see if they can hope for an opening. But the mid-racks is just casually being taken down by MTD. Melee Barracks already gone, range racks to go down as well. And the cut, they'll get away with this one for free. There's no real defense. And it seems like they want to go for more now. Feeling how strong they are, they'll go towards the top tier 3 tower. Obviously, the push is very, very fast here with B-God and Scourge McDuck going at it. Lil Nick, though, going to find a nice lasso, but the harpoon, no, the skewer's not going to land. Scourge at least has the Aegis up. It is going to be expended. Jump in here from MTD. The Sonic Wave's just going everywhere. The cut is casually focusing on the top lane of Barracks. Now an RP comes out. Arde, he's found 4 targets. Oh, they are going to get wiped. GG is called.
Dire's
What a way it ended here. By Arde, he's just been so good on the Magnus. Ends it in style as the tips do come out. And props to the cut, John. I don't think they were the favorites going into this matchup, but they look very happy about their victory, and you can't quite blame them.
Yeah, they performed spectacularly well. It was a little bit slower to start off with. I think Scourge McDuck, again, had a pretty rough time on that Lifestealer, but he hits this Radiance timing. They start to play aggressive with that durability. He gets some good saves in the middle of these fights with the Infest as well, providing Adi the space to find this angle for the RPs, and they just take these team fights. And when it comes down to the big 5v5s, you had Global Silence, you had RP, whereas the side of American Goons didn't have as much control here.
They certainly did not. Still a fantastic game here from both sides, but certainly for American Goons, probably a very disappointing game, as we do get to see some highlights of this game, number 3. And, I mean, there was... I feel like for the first 30 minutes, it was still just such a close matchup between these two. Props to Scourge McDuck, John, obviously having one of the worst lanes he's probably ever had here against Lil Nick, but still able to just kind of recover and make this Lifestealer work. And I'm not sure what to say. Like, I'm pretty tired of seeing Position 1 Bloodseeker, I can tell you that. So I did not feel the impact here from Boris whatsoever, apart from a couple of ruptures being thrown out onto MTD. But then again, I can't quite blame Boris either. Like, Esk on this Timber, he did struggle quite a lot.
Yeah, it's down to that mid-quap pickup. Like, it's such a good foil to the Timbersaw mid. Tim doesn't get that early advantage up against the quap. You still have the mobility hero that you don't have the best punishment for on the side of the American Goons. And MTD, a couple of times he'd look a little bit, he tried to do the one-step blink on the rupture and he'd die. It wasn't never the biggest deal in the world, as they couldn't really capitalize on it for American Goons. And you can see again that big rupture, that big RP at the end to secure that game. He caught in a strong position coming out with that win. That does let them recover after losing 0-2 last time to C-Dub. So that will keep them tied up. And American Goons now drag down a little bit. The cut, again, as you mentioned, maybe not the favorites coming into this one, but certainly coming out as a stronger team here, Mike.
Yeah, and I believe for one of the first times here, we're going to give the same MVP over 2 games in a row. It's going to be Arde on the Magnus getting the MVP here for the side of the cut. And how can you not give the man the MVP? Like, he picks his Magnus, he builds Harpoon, and he just has the time of his life. Obviously, the KDA not looking too impressive, but finding a lot of skewers here to allow them the high ground attempt. A beautiful RP to finish off the game. And definitely finishing in style here was Arde, so he'll get the MVP for the second game in a row. And again, props to the cut, Jonathan, pulling off the victory here against American Goons, who should have probably been favorited. That is going to be the first series win for the cut so far for 2 or 3 Division 2. And we do actually have an interview with Empyrean himself, so let's bring him in and see what he has to say. Mr. Empyrean, congratulations on your victory, sir. A hard-fought battle. How the hell are you doing?
I feel pretty good. It's a nice win. It feels good to win. So yeah.
But I mean, what were the comms like? Because the series overall was very, very close. I feel like every game going to the 40, 50-minute mark, apart from game 3, like, what were you guys even talking about throughout these games? Because they seem to be quite hectic.
It was extremely hectic in the comms. I can tell you that. There was a lot of stuff. It was basically SMD saying, we can't go high ground, we should go high ground, and everyone else saying we should go high ground, like hit the high ground. It was very hectic. We need to coordinate better in our late game decision making, stuff like that. But yeah, overall it was very hectic.
Talk to me about game 1. Obviously, game 2 and 3 went your way, but game 1 did not so much. Can you tell me from your perspective where you think things went wrong for your team?
I'd say the hero of the series was probably Silencer. Everyone who had Silencer won. And the first game, it felt really, really hard to play versus Silencer. For our Magnus, for the Disruptor, and for, I guess, the Coddle. But every time like they tried to initiate in games 2 and 3, we had the global silence. I got a refresher for 2 globals, and it felt like whoever had better team fight with the globals would win. So we kind of drafted around Silencer a bit more in game 2 and 3 to fix our problems. But yeah, other than that, that's all I think.
That sounds about right. John, go on.
I'm curious, Empyrean. You know, you guys did take a loss earlier on in your first matchup up against C-Dub. You get a win here over the American Goons. How do you feel like NA Div 2 is this time around? You've been around Div 2 for quite a bit, Empyrean. What's this tour like, you reckon?
I'd say this tour is probably one of the harder Div 2 tours. Wildcard's pretty good. The Goons are pretty good. C-Dub is pretty good. All the teams are pretty good. Usually there'd be some lower seeded teams and maybe 1 or 2 good teams, but I think there's probably 3 or 4 good teams this go around, maybe even 5. But most of the teams are pretty good this time.
Right, and for you yourself, what's the difference with the cut this time around with you guys in it this time? What's the difference for yourself in your, I don't know, what is this, 4th tour in Div 2?
I think we have a good way of improving ourselves. Our scrims, we learn a lot from them, and in a lot of my other teams, we've had a hard time. Either we get tilted or whatever our scrims happen, we can't learn from them properly and can't move forward without getting tilted. And this one, we have a pretty good mindset. We take what we learn from our scrims and apply them in our games properly. So I think we're the best team that I've had at improving using our scrim results. So I'd say it's good compared to our rest of the teams that I've been on in Div 2. We're probably the best at it.
That's great. That's great to hear in comparison to last time. And I'm curious, one last question for me to close out here, Empyrean. What do you think is the one team or the one matchup that you'd look forward going forward? You mentioned a few names there for the teams that are probably in the top 4. What's the one match you'd want to play against?
I'd say Wildcard, because I was teammates with Francis for a long time on 2-based, and I want to play with him. He's my friend. I played Dawn of War with RCY and Francis a lot, Flea. So I want to play versus them. But unfortunately, it's the last game of the series.
There you go. Empyrean, sadly, we do have to let you go a little bit early, but we appreciate the interview. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory again, and hopefully we get to speak to you again very soon.
All right. Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. As the lovely Empyrean. Obviously, you and I know him from way back in the day, Jonathan, during Echo League. You like to remind me every time we cast the side of the cut. And, you know, congrats to him, Jonathan. It was a hard-fought victory for him against the side of the American Goons, of course. And that does lead us to our final series of the night. Of course, we do have the schedule up. It is going to be Wildcard against Grin. You know, I don't want to say any kind of jinxes here, John, because I thought the Goons were going to be favorited here against the cut, but Wildcard surely are favorited against Grin Esports, right? Like, this isn't... I'm not crazy in saying that, John. They should be the favorites.
You want me to be honest, Mike? I don't trust any of these teams to be favorites anymore, Mikey. This is just like Southeast Asia. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how long these games go. You don't know what kind of game of Dota we're going to even get. So I have no expectations coming in. We'll just have a game of Dota. That's it.
Okay, well, with that, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our first game draft between Wildcard and, of course, Grin. We'll see you very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our final series of the night between Wildcard and, of course, Green Esports, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, into the final series here between Wildcard and Grin. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. This is going to be an interesting one. Excuse me, my neighbors are setting stuff on fire again, so it is what it is. This is going to be an interesting one. As you mentioned, Wildcard should be favored, but the side of Grin, they've shown some promise here, and I think Rojo Fireflu has been one of the shining moments. Rojo Fireflu and Soul have really stood out from their core players here, so I'm keen to see what they bring out. I think Wildcard, they've had a few struggles to take some series cleanly. I think there's a lot to improve still on this roster, and we heard from Empyrean, we've heard from every player. This Div 2 is probably the most competitive that we've seen in a long time for NA. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one would go the distance as well, depending on how cleanly either side plays here.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me, Jonathan. We'll have to wait and see exactly how it does pan out. I mean, Green Esports certainly have been showing that they do deserve to have a decent shot at trying to go up to Division 1, though they do need some wins for themselves because things have not started the best. They are still 0-2, whereas Wildcard are yet to be defeated. In terms of series, at the very least, they have dropped a game against another team, but we'll see how it all does pan out, as we do have a draft underway, I believe. So we should be able to head into that for game number 1 and see exactly how this is all going to pan out. Green Esports starting with the Beastmaster ban to get things started. Wildcard, we'll see what they do go for here, but we do know at the very least the Beastmaster, a bit of a respect ban here against Monster, who does play the hero quite a lot. So not too surprising to see it does get banned out.
Rather interesting to see the Marcy banned out. We've seen a little bit more of that hero pop in from the safe lane, and well, Team Secret tried it in support. Probably not the best position for that hero. Keen to see what else is banned out. Grin actually take out the Bloodseeker, to your joyous reaction, Mike, I'm sure. No Bloodseeker this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's this hero just, it is what it is. You know, I can only say so much about this hero before, you know, I start ranting on, as we are going to see the Timbersaw popping up, which is why the Bloodseeker was banned out. Green Esports, they're going to go straight in, Wildcard going to go straight into the Bat Rider. None too surprising, the Bat Rider proving to be very popular right now. Question is, what do they want to follow up with? And it is going to be the Techies, which, you know, I completely forgot this hero existed because it wasn't panned out this game.
Yeah, it slides true for once. Wildcard get to pick it up. They're going to have fun with this combination. Like just a Techies Bat Rider lane sounds pretty devastating to play into. Of course, you can run both of these heroes as support. So I'm keen to see where Wildcard goes with their draft going forward. For Grin, I mean, the Timbersaw, it's a great pick. We've seen it off lane, we've seen it mid. If you have some flexibility here, they will go with a Void Spirit here for Grin. So this should be our off lane Timbersaw now. The mid Void Spirit for Rojo Fireflu. We've seen him kind of pop off on a lot of heroes mid. I wouldn't mind it. I don't mind this too much. I think you don't have to worry about the Timbersaw being a counter pick because, well, you've got the Timbersaw yourself. And let me tell you, LGTK, he had some interesting questions in the lobby, Mike. I think, I don't know if you read it, but he had some interesting thoughts. Thoughts he should leave to himself, but they were very interesting.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for that, Jonathan. Now you've got me thinking about what it could possibly be, but I did not read it, sadly, myself. Void Spirit was picked up here by Green. We know Rojo Fireflu's been doing a fantastic job playing this hero recently, so they do go out and pick that up. And naturally, Void Spirit has proven to be extremely potent as of late, so none too surprising to see it is picked up. More bans to come out from both these sides before we do get to see the drafts continues. They do seem to be focused on the supports for now.
I will have to say, Mike, you know, we were talking about Sammy turning a new leaf, Sammy baiting in the sunlight.
Yeah.
He's back to the darkness, Mike. He's back into the dark.
Sometimes the darkness drags you back, John. It's not too surprising, sadly.
At some point, I'm sure he'll turn on the RGB lighting again and set it to red. And we'll be back to old Sammy boy. Good old Sammy.
Yeah. One day. One more ban to come from either side before we can continue these drafts. So Grin trying to give the Void Spirit the best time they possibly can. They'll get rid of the Queen of Pain. At least you don't have to be worried about a Timbersaw mid here for the Void Spirit, so that's good news.
Yeah, you maybe want to take care of the Ember of the Storm. I think either one still has a pretty good time here for the side of Wildcard. RCY can kind of enjoy the matchup there as well. So I would say Storm probably takes a higher priority to ban. Oh, but again, wouldn't mind either one being taken out by Grin. The Quap ban is rather interesting as well, indicating perhaps a little bit of flex for our Timbersaw. Maybe you do end up with a Timbersaw mid and say a safe lane Void Spirit out for the side of Grin. One possibility there. They ban out the Doom now as well, which, you know, also is a high priority ban, although not being picked up in the first phase is also rather interesting. Wild card for their part. With these bans, it does feel like they might want to set up for either a Lich or just like a mid lane that gets shut down by the Silencer, and they go with a TA. So there's a lot of aggression here. TA versus Void Spirit matchup is pretty smooth, although you do have, again, flexibility here to just run TA safe lane for someone like Sammy. Wondering if he does want to play that. I feel like Sammy's been taking more like tempo safe laners rather than hard carry safe laners for the most part from what we've seen from him. So interested to see if they want him to be the win condition or RCY in this game.
The TA does come out from Wildcard now. This hero has been making a re-emergence in the meta, so Wildcard do go ahead and pick that one up. It's a hero that actually has been doing decently well against the Timbersaw as well, considering the Timbersaw usually would be considered a counter towards the TA, but all just the minus armor being so impactful. As now Grin Esports going for something a little bit more interesting. Do pick up a Hoodwink. Hoodwink has been a hero that we have not seen at all throughout the meta. I feel like it's been very uncontested. Nice way of burning through refraction charges at least with the bushwhack.
Somewhat. I think the Hoodwink is an interesting hero because the map changes shouldn't have affected it too badly, but it does feel like the tree line's a little bit different. So maybe it's just a little bit more awkward to fire off those shots. I do like that they pick up the Abaddon here for Grin. So you have a lasso answer on hand anyway. I am wondering what they decide to do with it, because I honestly wouldn't mind a safe lane Abaddon. Although more than likely it's going to be a support, but like a core Abaddon is never bad. I think you are a decent Echo Saber Harpoon carrier. You kind of go into Echo Saber Manta build-up, and the hero's just really hard to stop. So I wouldn't mind that at all for Grin, for Soul to kind of run something very different here. But I also don't see a direct reason why you'd want the core Abba here. It does feel like maybe you're going to get kited around a little bit. You're not going to be able to run up as often as you'd want, especially with the techies in the game, with the sticky bomb spam, with the traps constantly coming out. So it might not be the easiest time to ensure your safe lane Abaddon runs forward. So as a pos 5, not the worst thing in the world. Again, just a straightforward answer to the Bat Rider at the very least here.
It certainly is. Wildcard, 4th pick for themselves. Thinking about it a little bit more heavily, I mean, there is still a chance it's a pos 1 Abaddon we're looking at here. A bit doubtful, but it could be. You never know. It's a wild card. We'll think about this 4th pick up a little bit more. I mean, if you did want to run the pos 5 techies and you were running the core Bat Rider, you could go for a Rubik pick up here for Fleet. But instead, they are going to go down the Spirit Breaker route. So it could be the core Spirit Breaker, could be the support Spirit Breaker. We don't know yet. Works either way, though.
Wonder what lanes they're planning to run here on Wildcard. Let's say it's a core Spirit Breaker off lane. Do you run that with a Techies or a Bat Rider? Perhaps a Bat Rider. I think we've seen that lane get run down pretty hard So you can get aggressive there really nicely, and the techies can just kind of secure your safe lane quite well. So I think that's the route I'd like to see Wildcard go. For Grin, they are looking for the safe lane as well, unless, again, we see a flex on the Abaddon. But chances are you're not going to go that hard here on Grin. They ban out the Morphling. Wildcard, there's still some big cores left in the pool. Terrorblade is one option I'm seeing here. Although, into this lineup for Wildcard, maybe not the best, but could still be a threat. With Metamorphosis time, with a Metamorphosis up, you outrange a TA. You can kind of go for the Scotty build-up as well. It does look like Wildcard is expecting an off-lane pick. So, what? Grin runs the safe lane Void Spirit mid-Timb? Something like that? Or just a safe... No, it can't be. It's got to be Timbersaw and Void Spirit core. So safe lane Void Spirit's what they're expecting on Wildcard?
It could be. Could still be the safe lane Abaddon as well. Final ban out here from Grin. They got rid of the Morphling. "23 seconds left of reserve time to make this final ban out here for Grin. Still focusing in on the Sammy Boy heroes in the position 1 role. And they'll get rid of the Faceless Void now. Immediate Disruptor ban out here from Wildcard, not even thinking about it. So Grin, not much time left to make this final choice.
Seconds remaining.
I'm going to reveal
open
exactly
for
what this
draft.
Abaddon's doing and what position 1 they're going to be running.
Dire team pick.
Oh, they're going to go down the lit route. So arguably is going to be looking like a position 1 Abaddon we're looking at. The Wildcard, I wonder if they feel as though they can deal with this. I mean, to be fair, Abaddon is one of those position 1s where if it doesn't get off on the right foot, it can kind of just fall apart.
10 seconds remaining.
Wildcard. Final pick for themselves. They could still choose to run the position 1 TA if they do wish and pick another mid laner here for RCY. But I can't remember the last time I saw RCY play mid TA, to be fair, but no, they are going to play the mid TA. They'll go down the position 1 Monkey King route here for Sammy Boy, and that is a nice hero against the Timbersaw after all. So we'll see how it does pan out. Like, they do go the Pos 1 Abaddon route, which I'm pretty curious about here from Grin Esports. We've seen this hero pop off quite a bit from the times we have seen it in the position 1 role. But again, I'd say if you don't take off on this hero, it can feel pretty lackluster as a carry. So expecting an early Radiance timing here for Sol. Mind you, from the games we have seen from Sol, he has been doing a really damn good job from the carry role. So fully expecting a good game from him. But this is Wildcard they're up against. So arguably the hardest team in Division 2 for NA to play against here for Green Esports. So if they could find a victory here for Game 1, it would be a pretty massive start to this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think for Grin, at the very least, you're running an Abaddon Lich lane, so you can play with a Frost Blast, play with a Frost Shield, and chase down very easily. I think your level 2 timing here for Soul is pretty big. You can get aggressive on Wildcard fairly early at that level 2 point. The Abaddon does have some interesting builds. Again, the double stat items early on. Bracer, Wraith Band is pretty nice, and then an Echo Saber build-up is feasible. I don't think it's necessarily a Radiance Rush every single time, although Radiance is probably the highest impact item you can kind of farm up. Abaddon's just a very good Radiance carrier, but you don't mind an Echo Saber Manta build-up. I think that can work out here as well. It allows you to farm up a little bit by shoving out the waves. So it's open enough, but you are right there, Mike, where you do have to win out, or at least get a little bit more out of the laning phase. So that is what I want to see here from Grin. For Wildcard, there's some early aggression that can come out here. You've got minus armor stacking with your TA plus Monkey King. You've got a lot of movement that can come out from Monster on that Spirit Breaker. And you have really aggressive supports
Sammy.
in the Batrider and the Techies.
Bushwhack is there onto the Monkey King. Sammy going for a 4-man boundless strike now. Is going to land it on all 4. The Green not going to be able to capitalize off a nice Bushwhack setup here from LGTK. It seems like Wildcard are not interested in continuing this this little engagement that they did have, so they're going to head down towards the bottom side of the map, just trying to secure the Bannerines safely on their own. By the way, can confirm it does seem like it is going to be the position 3 Spirit Breaker from what I can tell. Sunlight going to be on the support Batrider, and of course the position 4 Techies is there from Fleet, who does run into a tier 1 tower just randomly here on the Techies. Nevertheless, it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. There's going to be no contest happening between these two teams. And we may as well start with the bot lane while we're here. You're going to have Flea on the position 4 Techies. He'll be there along with his position 3 Spirit Breaker by Monster. And of course, they're going to be up against the position 1 Abaddon of Soul. And you're going to have Salivating Salamander on the pos 5 Lich. What do you think about this lane? Like the Lich Abaddon versus the Techie Spirit Breaker. Do you expect it to go one way or the other here down at this bot lane?
It's fairly even. You can get pretty aggressive on Grin if you want to. Again, level 2 Spike is the big one for your Abaddon Lich. Frost Shield plus the Frost Blast. Plus your Curse of Avernus means you can run down fairly easily. Mind you, trying to rip apart a Spirit Breaker is a little bit harder. So you might want to go on to Flea, but Flea's probably not going to look for too many aggressive positions himself. I don't think this is the safest lane for you to try to commit your blast off into. So Soul might not have that many opportunities to try to chase down. Worst comes to worst, it is a passive farming lane, and both sides are kind of favored in that. You're kind of all right farming up. Maybe you're a little bit happier there for Wildcard having a slower lane, as it's a smooth ride for Spirit Breaker to hit that Vanguard timing and just be perfectly fine. So level 2 again is what you're looking out for. You can kind of chase down on the Abaddon at that point.
Yeah. From the mid lane, of course, RCY against Rojo Fireflu going out right now. Rojo Fireflu doing a pretty damn good job of actually CSing effectively against RCY. Kind of the thing with the Void Spirit right click just so damn high against the TA. Even with the harassment from Rojo, already proving to be quite a lot as RCY being extremely low on the mid lane underneath that tier 1 tower, but doesn't take the aggro of the tower luckily, so he's not going to die. But so far for the Void Spirit, off to a very strong start.
Yeah, just managing to harass pretty well. There's not too much you can do on the TA until Refraction's up. RCY opting to try to harass with the Melvin Sideblades. Leaves him in a much more precarious position to try to stabilize the lane. See as it develops down the line, taking a look up top, Sammy on that Monkey King, along with Sunlight on the Batrider up against Muzi on the Timbersaw and LGTK on the Hoodwink. And mind you, the Hoodwink's not a hero we see too often. And it just feels a little bit weird with the tree line changes.
Salivating Salamander is going to go down. First blood to go the way of Monster. A very, very strong start already here for the Spirit Breaker off lane. It's going to allow him to escalate a little bit quicker, I think, to the Vanguard build-up he'll be looking for.
Yeah, you don't really want to split up there on the Lich away from your Abaddon. Kind of need to stick together. That's where this lane's the most powerful. When you can just leverage your Aphotic Shield, your Blast, your Frost Shield as well. Like, this is a lane that you can't afford to really go pulling in. Or even just trading with the Techies. Like, Techies will outrange you, so just stick to your Abaddon, try to force them to make moves onto Soul, and then just punish them for overextending. That's probably the game plan in this lane for Grin.
How's that top lane been going? Like, it's the one lane we haven't really checked out yet. Sammy on the Monkey King, going to be there with Sunlight on the position 5 Batrider against LGTK on the Hoodwink, and of course Muzi on the off-lane Timber. So far for Sammy, it seems like he's been having a very free time on the MK. Just to be expected against the Timbersaw. And Muzi not having the worst time either. Like, he's found 18 CS in this laning phase so far. So I suppose that the off-lane right now of Grin is just a kind of a even trading lane between these two.
Yeah, you are chasing down a Sunlight here onto LGTK. You can afford to leave the Timbersaw in a 1v1 lane for sure.
LGTK. And he's down. Boundless Strike comes out from Sammy to make sure that he does help secure the kill here with the Batrider. And a very nice pick off here onto LGTK.
Yeah, LGTK just going a little bit too far. And again, we don't see the Hoodwink too often. It's a little bit of a strange hero right now. It used to be a lot more popular as a support, but tree line changes make it feel a little bit weird, especially when you're trying to scurry around. And the expanded top areas and bottom areas, like the edges of the map, it means that, I don't know, the tree lines are just kind of funky for a Hoodwink to try to dodge around in. We'll see how much you can get out for LGTK, but already a strong start for Wildcard. Sammy getting that kill, more than happy. He is building into the aggressive Monkey King that we know Sammy loves to play. Echo Saber buildup is what he is looking for. Once that's up, I mean, he's just going to be camping around, joining his team, and not really farming. Like, your win condition is RCY. This build from Sammy complements that, allowing the mid to soak up a lot more.
Bottom. Soul going to get jumped. Last off, Sticky Bomb has been committed. Soul dropping very low as we are going to have a bit of an awkward pause coming out. I don't think Soul's going to die here because I don't believe Monster can really chase him down. Unless you get very lucky with the next hit and you land a bash, then perhaps you could keep this going. You do have a Blood Grenade available on Flea as well, so you could go for the slow. I think this the bash would be the perfect setup here for Monster if they could land one. I'll see if they do keep trying. Monster. He does get the bash. All right. Blood Grenade does eventually fly out from Monster. Charges up in just a moment. Sadly, the Sticky Bomb was not landed onto Soul, but rather it goes onto Salivating Salamander. So Soul is going to be just fine. But definitely a bit of a closer call than he would have liked, I'm sure.
Yeah. Again, you don't want to split too far off here on the Lich. Maybe with a game freezing, he was just kind of stuck in the large camp. But you have to stick together in this lane. You have to always provide a threat back when the side of Wildcard jump back in onto that Abaddon. Nice pickup coming out there for Grin as well. Muzi finding that kill onto Sunlight. So your Timbers are starting to get a little bit more. The levels are ramping up. And the Monkey King is now under a little bit more threat from the Whirling Death. Vanguard up on Muzi, so Sammy can't just right-click harass his way to victory in this lane any longer.
No, it certainly cannot. Bottom lane, charges out. Salivating Salamander getting caught by Monster. With Sunlight with the Firefly, there's not really a great way out here for the Lich. Sunlight eventually just going to take the kill himself on the bat. Mid lane, RCY and Rojo Fireflu still going at it. Rojo not having as good of a lane as he once was. It seems like RCY has slowly started to take over.
Yeah.
Even Sunlight still hanging around this mid lane. Flame Break is up. Doesn't get it out quite yet. In fact, Sunlight's the one taking too much damage. LGTK going to show up now with an Acorn shot, but never gets the Bushwhack off. And had they landed the Flame Break, you would have actually had a pretty decent shot at killing off the Void Spirit. But sadly, it just never comes out from Sunlight.
And a little bit of a loss, but not when you mind too much. RCY is more than happy with the state of the lane as it is.
Bottom lane, Soul actually ends up finding Monster. Now Sunlight is trying to get a Wisdom Rune. He's going to find himself in a bit of danger because Muzi will chase him down. Problem is there's no mana left on Muzi. So it's going to be a pretty slow kill attempt here onto Sunlight, as Sunlight's going to try and juke back towards the north, but cannot make it. Gets body blocked here by Muzi in the creep wave and does end up going down.
Nice few pickups by the side of Grin. Grabbing those Wisdom Runes as well. At the very least, not getting that stolen away. That is providing quite a fair bit of space for Sammy to play with. Go down bot.
We're now going to find Flea now. Grin proving to be very, very aggressive here with this pause 1 Abaddon. Soul doing a fantastic job so far. You know what? If the kills keep up, he's going to have a pretty nice Radiance timing on this Abba.
I'm a little bit surprised he's able to find as much as he has, especially considering that laning start. Again, if you just stick right next to your Abaddon as the Lich, you have a lot of kill opportunities there. Starting to find some punishments from the committal from the side of Wildcard Gaming. And Lich Radiance, well, Abaddon Radiance timing is pretty damn scary.
Bottom lane, Soul was getting charged. Obviously, not willing to dive the tier 1 tower. They do end up cancelling that one off.
Radiant structures
Sammy,
fortified.
top lane now going to be chased down by Muzi. Muzi can just keep the chase going. Pre-jump is there though from Sammy. He's going to be able to escape the grasp of Muzi for now, but the chase is still ongoing because you've got level 3 chains up. Sammy not going to have his tree cut though. He's going to be fine, but may need some help if he wants to remain in this top lane. They don't think Muzi intends on making it very easy for him any longer. For now, he's going to be safe to just keep clearing out the creep wave. Doesn't seem to need the support yet.
Just digs back into farming, and he's only one part away from the Echo Saber, so you're feeling pretty good here for Sammy. Granted, again, into the Timbersaw, not the best of times. Still a lot of back and forth down south as well on the bot lane. Lots of trades coming out onto Soul. Is out of mana, so it's a bit tougher.
A rotation out from Sammy. Soul has already popped the borrowed time though, so not too much damage being dealt to Soul, but now without the mana available, Soul could be in danger. He cannot use that aphotic shield. Nether Strike is out. They've got the Abba controlled up. Soul finally going down. Sammy with a great boundless strike lands on 2 targets. They will try to go back in after Salivating Salamander. They will pick him off. Meanwhile, Rojo Fireflu is going to go for a run now. He's out of step charges and he's out of mana. A very tough position for Rojo Fireflu to be in. And it seems like he is as good as dead. Maybe they try to feed the kill to Sammy, but not quite. Sunlight will just take it for himself. But a great bunch of rotations here from Wildcard, really starting to pay off.
Is under attack.
Yeah. They get the big kills they're looking for. Again, Sammy on the Monkey King. He's always had a tendency to be more aggressive. He comes in even before the Echo Saber is done, and they find that good opportunity to take some kills. He manages to dodge out that Timbersaw lane. Of course, that does mean the top tower is taken by Muzi. And considering the pressure you're applying onto the Abaddon, that good timing you talked about from the Radiance, it's still set to happen, but it's not going to be as fast as it could have been. And it's also a ton of space out for RCY. Your TA now just going into the Ancients, no contestation, no scouting done by the side of Grin. Some good free farm for RCY on a big win condition here. Still a smoke out from Grin.
And the hood down bot lane. Sammy's very far deep in there. He'll go for the tree dance, but does get his tree chopped immediately as Sammy. I mean, he's got the Wukong's command off, but I highly doubt he survives this onslaught. As Grin do take him out, and Sammy, again, just very far forward, does eventually get punished for it. None too surprising.
Yeah. It's a sacrifice for the team. You don't mind too much. Again, you're just buying space out for RCY, the real win condition over here. So just kind of want the TA to farm up as much as you can, drag that attention away. Of course, a kill like that does mean Soul is still set to find that Radiance. Flea trying to be a bit aggressive there. A clump up mid.
Not going to amount to much. Top lane is where all the action's been because Monster and Muzi have been going at it, but that'll kind of end pretty prematurely. Bottom lane, Soul going to be targeted again, it seems like, but they do not land the sticky bomb, so no real slow to come out on the Abba. Wildcard trying to force into tier 1, but there are rotations slowly incoming from Grin. LGTK and Salivating Salamander already showing up here on the Lich Hoodwink.
I usually like my trees to myself. I'll make it.
Sammy avoiding the bushwhack quite nicely there from the Hoodwink. It's going to be just fine to survive, and Grin not going to really find anything out of these rotations. I mean, the bot tier 1 does remain protected, at least for now, but not able to find a big gank attempt or a kill here.
Yep. Gonna have to back off and farm back up. Side of Grin. I'm pretty sure at this moment you kind of want to just give a little bit of space out to Soul. Radiance, he's got the Sacred Relic up, just a little bit more. Down mid though.
Yeah, LGTK charged immediately here. Gonna be fine. It seems like they really want to try to go after Muzi. Flea in trouble on the techies. Is gonna survive through this damage as now the lasso is gonna come out. They've got the timber. Muzi though going back towards the techies does pick off the kill before he does go down. Now Sammy looking to go after Rojo Fireflu. Buyback is out from Salivating Salamander. Soul will TP in as well. They'll try for the chase onto Sammy. Sammy does have help around. Monster actually getting very lucky with a bash, but now a great bushwhack locking down too. Sammy is still trying to fight, but he can't do it. They will take him down. Sunlight still fighting as well. Rojo Fireflu, the one dropping low though on the Void Spirit, does go down. The Soul on the run, does pop the borrowed time. But RCY has the trap slows. They've got the blast off as well from Flea and Soul. And he is still trying to give himself a chance here, but it is going to be not enough as he is down.
Yeah. Big 4-for-1 trade, forcing out the buyback there from Salivating Salamander as well. Big pickups. You sacrifice Sammy, but he's doing his job. He's being the front line. He's utilizing that durability he has with Wukongs to give space for RCY to find an angle into these fights. Despite RCY only having the Dragonlance, he is getting the space he needs. Inside of Grin, can have to be a little bit cautious about bleeding out too hard. The Abaddon still needs to finish up that full Radiance. Still set to have it at a fairly decent time. 760 gold away. Just need to be able to farm that up. But for Wildcard, they're reaching that point where the aggression's just constantly coming out here, Mike. They've got the charge to always rely on. They've got the lasso plus an early blink for Sunlight. So chances are they'll always be able to find the target they want here.
Bottom lane, a bit of a group up. Rojo Fireflu could be in a spot of danger as the blink is now up on the Batrider. They'll pop the blast off, but it's not enough yet. The Dissimulate is there from Rojo Fireflu. Nether Strike onto a creep. Whoopsie daisies. So they'll get the bottom tier 1 tower, but a bit of a shame on missing out on the Void Spirit kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sammy Boys popped a Wukong's command, so I believe he was in a bit of danger. He's going to be just fine now. He does zone them out quite nicely. And considering the state of the game, it is quite impressive Wildcard have still got a 3k advantage because it felt like Rin were the ones that were having a much better time as they are going to go on to Sammy now again. Oh, nice juke. The sharpshooter going to do no damage thanks to the mischief dodge of Sammy. And now Monster moving in onto Salivating Salamander. With the sticky bomb, they'll certainly have enough damage for the Lich. He is down.
Big plays from Sammy. Creates all that space on his own down mid, drags a lot of heroes in. They find a punishment. They don't lose the Monkey King. And they waste a couple of ults. They're taking care of that early sharpshooter. Great mischief dodge out from Sammy. Good reads overall.
Sunlight going for the chase, but did not have lasso. So he couldn't really go for a serious kill attempt there onto the to the Void Spirit. It's only 10 seconds away from the lasso as well, sadly, for Sunlight.
Jumping the gun a little bit. Still, Radiance up for Soul. So now your Abaddon's forward presence is going to be felt. The mischance is going to be massive up against the TA and, of course, the Monkey King. So I like the solution coming out from Soul. Going for the Harpoon next. And this is why Abaddon's a fun hero. Once you have the Harpoon, you just chase people down and you get your Curse of Avernus hits. Fun times.
Charge in. Sentry Ward is there, so Monster is scouted out through the Shadow Blade, but he is still running. Primal Spring in. Sammy has a Wukong's command again. Will go on to Soul, but they can't lock the Abaddon in. In fact, the Nether Strike is going to knock him back into the Wukongs. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Flea's dropping bombs everywhere, but well, it is going to be a 1-for-1 so far. The Lich going down for the techies.
Not the biggest deal in the world for the side of Grin. Wildcard though.
Oh, lasso. They have got Muzi. Be a much better pick off, but he does get the chain away as Rojo Fireflu is able to jump in and take down Sunlight. Wildcard, they've lost 2 here, and that'll be enough for them to retreat. No need to stick around.
feels a lot better for the side of Grin now with those sets of kills. And you're not able to punish as much as you'd want to on the side of Wildcard. Or for Grin, again, at this point, you kind of want to weave in and out with your Abaddon. This needs a little bit more farm. I do like that Rojo Firefly is going for an early Linken's, just to protect from those lasso plays, as that is their hardest lockdown for the Void Spirit. And smoke out once more, but the mines do reveal the smoke play is there.
Sammy is going to tree dance once again. He is going to barely make it away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, they'll try to focus down Monster. Monster going to be okay to Shadow Blade out. A lot of heroes up here from Grin. Monster, he's hanging around. He might reveal himself here to Salivating Salamander, and does eventually. Grasp is going to hold him down for a moment. He does have the Shadow Blade again. The detection not proving to be there yet, but there it is. Monster finally caught out. Will be punished for hanging around this area. But Wildcard, seeing that, are immediately running towards the mid-tier 1 tower, trying to burst this one down. Problem is the rotations from Grin proved to be very, very quick. Wildcard again forced to retreat, not able to stick around and try to secure the mid-tier 1 tower.
I'm a little bit surprised they commit so hard in the mid-tier 1 without their TA. RCY is the main brunt of their pushing damage here as well. Granted, he should be able to show up now that he has his Blink Dagger up. RCY is going to feel a lot better in trying to find an angle into these fights. Grin trying to shove in the mid as well. Not going to fully commit. Interesting positioning by Sunlight, but just it's a good forward ward on the triangle and backs off before he's spotted. Blink Lasso is still ready here for Wildcard.
So, the other strike's going to connect. I mean, he's got the borrowed time, so I think he feels very confident in backing off out of this. Kind of hard to go after the Abaddon like that, especially with the ulti up, so he just casually walks away. I suppose for Wildcard, they are just trying to focus on buying time for RCY, who is getting bigger and bigger here on the TA. They feel no need to just rush this game, because they've got a Monkey King and a TA on the same team, so the longer this game drags out, the more chance they have of just kind of outscaling the draft of what Grin have. Sammy is currently being hunted by Rojo Firefly down a bottom lane.
Is under attack.
More heroes coming in to see if they can find the Monkey King. Sammy going to get back to farming, so eventually they just may. So LGTK is going to spot himself an MK. Bushwhack is going to be on the mark. Sharpshooter, no, the BKB this time around. It's going to make it so Sammy is able to just TP out immediately. Grin, all these rotations down bottom sadly amount to nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still a decent start coming out from Wildcard. This is a ton of space being made. Again, for your win condition in TA, I think if you're Grin, it's back to what you said. You kind of want to play faster. You want to take that tempo. You don't want to get outscaled with this lineup of Grin Esports. The Manta Soul is building into. He does have the ultimate orb up. There is a double damage rune here as well that is spotted out by RCY, but it's not making its way down there. It's just found by Rojo Firefly first. Bottled up DD on the Void Spirit. Gonna force in the mid. The side of Wildcard doesn't look like they're gonna be in position to defend. So I'll give this objective away. Not wants to force that fight there.
Lasso going to connect onto the Timber. Nuzi, he does have the Axe up, so he's proving to be quite a tanky target, but with this many heroes around him, he should eventually drop. The shield finally gone, because now they can deal with the damn Timber Saw. An immediate smoke up here from Wildcard. They want to keep this fight going. Onto the high ground of the Radiant, or rather Dire Triangle they go. Down towards the south, Rojo did get spotted for a moment. Meanwhile, Monster charging towards LGTK. Rojo Firefly, he is down. RCY able to secure the kill here on the TA.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Wildcard, they find 2 quick kills for their trouble, both being cores. Very, very nice.
It's Big set of kills for them to find. Again, slowing down that momentum Grin wants to build into here, while still giving all the space they need for RCY. He has +6 damage now into Desolator. Hurricane Pike pretty much done, just lacking the Force Staff recipe. And for the side of Grin, it doesn't feel like they've been able to do much with his timing on Soul. Again, the math is going to feel good, but I don't know, like, as an Abaddon, you're going to have issues trying to actually reach these fights. It does feel like you're going to need perhaps a blink down the line here just to get Soul up in the front, as Wildcard does a great job of dodging. Sunlight playing poke does manage to back away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
No
attack.
punishment coming out.
No, he's fine to TP. T2 top tower is now going to be targeted by Grin.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if Wildcard want to try and defend it. It seems like the answer is probably just going to be a resounding no. Charge is incoming from Monster. Onto Salivating Salamander. Sammy's going to move in. Wukong's command has been committed by the tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Monster does commit the Nether Strike, but the Ghost Scepter was there from the Lich. So he was fine, as now RCY is going to show up. Grin seeing this, slowly just retreating. Soul the only one wanting to continue the fight, but eventually does decide better of it and does also back his way up.
Not looking to overextend too hard. Wildcard already commit that Wukong, so they've got an opening here if they find a straggler from Grin. And the push doesn't take too long with a Manta up. Instant Curse of Avernus being popped. Tower should just melt.
Dire's top tower
Charge again from Monster. LGTK was the target being charged, but it does get cancelled off immediately.
has fallen.
Wildcard allowing the tier 2 to drop. They're not really responding so much to Grin. So you're not very confident in their ability to be able to take a team fight right now against Grin Esports. Mid lane, Soul's going to show himself again, but he's the one target that they seem to agree they really can't deal with at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower has been
Soul.
denied.
So this borrowed time is just a little bit too scary to run into. Sunlight, in the meantime, flying some creep waves, but is being chased down now by Grin Esports. He's going to run towards the south and should be able to TP out just fine. Might even wait around for a wisdom room while he's at it. But no, he will go for the TP play out. And Grin, I mean, they are in position for Roshan if they do wish. Might be a little bit early for them, and to be fair, they don't have Soul there yet, but he is running towards his team. So I think Roshan is certainly going to be the objective, and Grin have begun. Soul is just a second away. He'll be there any moment.
That's a big loss for Wildcard. I mean, you're the lineup playing with the TA. You really want a team fight into the Roche. They just don't have control of the area. Great read out from Grin to just take this objective away. For the side of Wildcard, it does feel like you need someone to carry Yules here. Like you see the Abaddon, you see him pop for a time. You need a way to just isolate him from the fight. And it doesn't feel like anyone's really going to be building into that. So just having to try to dance around Soul in the middle of these engagements, it's a little bit of a taller order. Ags up for Soul basically feels like 3 lives with the use of the borrowed time.
Radiant's top tower is under
So it's going to be a lot harder to deal with that front line of the side of Grin. And Wildcard, I mean, despite all this farm they're building up, like 11k up, they're not able to do much on the map with it. And that is concerning. Because we talk about this all the time with the TA. It scales to a certain point. And past that point, it can be a lot tougher. I think the Abaddon might actually scale a little bit better here if you're not careful. So just need Wildcard to take some activity, because they are just sitting back and farming. We've seen some fights break out. Sunlight.
Yeah, there's going to be a lasso. It's caught the hoodwink, and RCY with the melt strike going to make short work of it.
but it hides from the unworthy.
You've always got the harpoon build up now on Soul, just
Under attack.
working towards the diadem and the harpoon recipe. So the Abaddon's going to feel even more detrimental if you are Wildcard. Monster now going to actually cop the Curse of Avernus here from Soul, who's just going after the tier 3 top tower on his own. Charges there from Monster. Soul, he can just keep going until they rotate back to defend this.
Radiant's bottom tower
Soul is not backed off. Charge again from Monster. Maybe you can at least proc borrowed time, but it is just a minute cooldown. He's just gonna back off.
No real threat response was just a fair bit slow. At the least the tier 3 still lives here. We're not too worried about that just yet. 11 to 17, 13k lead still standing for wild card. And you are starting to find some solutions. There's a nullifier up on Sammy.
Mid lane.
Charge forward.
Charge
all
out
the way.
onto the Hoodwink. LGTK. It's gonna go down. The Rojo Fireflu's going for a chase onto Sunlight. We'll find the Bat Rider. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end. Sammy will join his team as well here on the Monkey King, so they could think about going after Soul or Muzi. But it seems like they're just not feeling ready for this yet. Like the Abaddon's still proving to be an absolute menace. Not at the stage where they feel they can confidently take a fight against Grin Esports. And Grin, they're just going to start the mid tier 2 tower. Like they know how strong they are right now. They'll try to press the advantage while they can. Well, wildcard, they can sit there and watch as much as they want, but they've got to find a way to try and deal with this guy. That T2 tower, it is melting rather quickly. And it is gone. Rotations in from Monster. Charges out. Muzi's going to be the target. He's a tanky Timber with the Ags up though, so he's going to be just fine. As now Sunlight's going to get jumped. Soul has already had to pop the borrowed time, so Sammy wants to go in and go for the fight now. It's probably the best chance they've had at taking down Soul. Keep in mind though, he still does have the Aegis. Instead they'll go after Rojo and Muzi, but both of them are still looking perfectly fine in this team fight, and Sammy's the one getting low. Sammy, he is gone. Rojo Fireflu also dropping at the very least, so it does end up being a 1-for-1, but no, never mind. You got a 2-for-1. Flea did drop with him. In the end, Green Esports, even though they're 10k behind, their draft is just proving to be much more detrimental to Wildcard than Wildcard's draft is to them. It's Monster.
For sure.
Well, excuse me, Sunlight is still being chased here. Sharpshooter's going to slow him up. Soul is running very, very quickly towards the Bat Rider, and eventually it's going to make easy work of the Bat.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
And the side of Grin are doing a great job of just applying that pressure despite Wildcard being ahead. For Wildcard, your answers for the Abaddon just feel really limited right now. You need a Yule somewhere. Not sure who can build it up. Perhaps Sunlight could try to go for the Yule's play. So when you see that secondary life pop with a borrowed time, just toss him up in the air, isolate him, clean up afterwards. That is one way to combo break the Abaddon here. Wildcard, and they are still getting stable build up. Full Silver Edge up and running for RCY. So much more damage coming out, but a good source of break to help you manage that Timber Saw. Just need to see it in action. RCY going pretty far forward across the map.
Let's see a Timber Courier. We'll follow it to see if he can get an item out of this, though Flea kind of ruins that plan. Tier 1 bottom tower. Not lasting too long. Sammy thinking about using the Wukong's command. There is a jump in with the Harpoon. A nice charge though, Monster. Down 2 on the back. That'll be the Hoodwink already gone, so LGTK not in for this team fight. Wildcard looking for everyone but Soul at the moment as they do make the jump in on the Timber now. Sunlight, he does get caught by Rojo Fireflu. That's 1 down already. A nice Harpoon back in from Soul onto RCY. Is going to take down the TA as a blast off. They are trying to salvage the Boundless Strike. It lands on 3 targets, but where are they going? Where's the damage? It's not there. Sammy needs to escape. Rojo's on the chase though. The Monkey King still alive, but for how long is the question. It looks like he will successfully escape as they do turn their attention onto Monster. They will not find him either, but still these team fights continue to go the way of Grin. Wildcard not able to deal with the Abaddon or the Timber.
Yeah, they're just not able to get high amounts of damage onto the Abaddon again, and they have no way of isolating him once the borrowed time is up. I think another issue coming out here for Wildcard is that when you do see the Wukongs coming out from Sammy, there's no follow-up hold. And all you have is single target hold right now on the side of Wildcard, so there's nothing to just force them to fight in the Wukongs. Nothing like even kinetic field and arena, anything like that for team fight. It's just Wukong's drop. You hope you can keep them in with one stun. And if you can't, Sammy's impact disappears. It's just a lot harder for Wildcard to execute, whereas for Grin, it's just kind of dive in. You've got Abaddon, you've got mobility for Void Spirit, you have nothing to worry about. And it's a hard game for Wildcard, unless a good lasso comes out to isolate from sunlight, and you can burst them down that window, then these fights will just stay hard, despite that net worth lead. Only so much gold can do to fix that gameplay here.
Sunlight's going for a chase here onto Salivating Salamander. Charge is giving vision. Monster will cancel the charge off though. Luckily for him, he did do so as well, because there was a Sentry Ward watching him in that Shadow Blade. Now Soul picks up a full nullifier on the Abaddon, so even more challenging to deal with is Soul. It's Wildcard. Remaining on the high ground is grouped up as a unit. Charge out again onto the Lich. Monster though, not going to keep going. Does decide better of it. He was going in completely alone anyway. It's like Wildcard are just kind of relegated to just split pushing and trying to creep skip the best they can to avoid any high ground attempt right now. Regardless of the net worth lead that they have, they just are not the stronger team at the moment. So creep skipping is the way to go to ensure that they can't go high ground here on Grin. Problem is though, Sammy is going to be chased down. Rojo, Firefu and Muzi right around the corner. Muzi giving the vision. Sammy going to try for a TP play with the BKB, and he's actually going to make it. Just barely making it out. His mid lane, Flea. He's been caught out by the Harpoon of Soul. He's as good as dead.
Again, they're doing their best here to stall, but the inevitable's coming now. Soul can't just rip through these objectives. The Manta just giving you the Curse of Avernus buff so damn quickly. You will hold on to it, but even without popping Manta, just the Echo Saber active does so much. And your stats, man. Soul does so much damage. 214 plus 244. Attack speed so damn high.
Monster's jumped in. He wants Lich, but Salivating Salamander with the Ghost Scepter going to protect himself. Now Sunlight, making his way out of there with the Ogre Seal Totem. They have lost the tier 3 tower already here on Wildcard, but they aren't. Grin aren't sticking around for the top racks. They are going to retreat. So Wildcard will at least be able to savor the top racks for now. I just wonder at what stage like Wildcard starts to take off as a team, because right now it just seems like no matter what they do, like this impending doom of Soul and Muzi just running at them is causing them some big issues.
Under attack.
Roshan is now officially available here for Salamander and the rest of the squad. Lich will scout it out, and it seems like Grin are ready to start moving in.
Not gonna take them too long to clear it out. Again, Wildcard, they've got the TA. They've not been able to find any pick off to lead into the Roshan. Roche will just melt once more. Aegis Cheese going the way of Grin. Wildcard, they are in position to intercept. They are smoked up. But for Roche, it's just too damn fast, man. Just the output you have on your Abaddon right now. The Curse of Avernus attack speed buff to everyone is way too much. Soul will take the Aegis again. Wildcard, do they want to fight here?
I mean, they might have to. Monster charged in. Again, the Lich is the main target, and they have bursted him down. A nice balance from Sammy to follow up. LGTK also going down here on the Hoodwink, but they both buy back immediately. Grin will continue the fight. Lasso committed. They have found at least one, but Sunlight is going to go down. As Muzi is the target of Sammy Boy, but Sammy needs the BKB TP out. The idea was just dealing with both supports first and hoping for the best from there. Monster going back in on his own is going to be punished here on the Spirit Breaker. Bit of a mistake on his part, and we kind of just gave some value to Grin by giving away that plus 3 pickoff.
Just freebie coming out. Nothing being lost here too badly by the side of Grin. Sure, you had to buy back on your supports, but high ground's open now. You don't have anything to worry about. No Wukongs, no Spirit Breaker to charge around, no Lasso. Just gone.
Yeah, top barracks. Gonna be under siege from Grin.
Has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Top barracks has fallen.
We'll go right into the mid lane. Grin just looking so strong here in this game one.
Dire's middle tower is under
Wildcard certainly not looking very prepared here for what Grin had up their sleeves here with this draft. Harpoon out again onto RCY. Wukong's command in the back, but Sammy does not connect with the Boundless Strike, and now Sammy in massive, massive trouble. Is just down.
Your life served no purpose.
Not a good start to this high ground defense. Then again, Grin do not know that there is no buyback on Sammy, but it doesn't seem like they're intending on backing off.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong's is gone. That's the big tool you have right now. Some
Charging
great defense,
again.
Although,
They've got the Lich down. Monster, can he survive the onslaught? Seems like he can. With the BKB available, he will be able to get out of there safely. As RCY finds a secondary dieback here onto LGTK, and now the buybacks are out. Monkey King is coming back in. Muzi is down. This could be the team fight Wildcard have been looking for, as Soul is the only one left. They can finally deal with the Abaddon. So I wonder how Soul deals with this. Surrounded by 5 heroes, there's surely no way he survives. Borrowed time expended. But he is going to die eventually. Soul is going to go down. And Wildcard have finally found themselves a team fight.
yeah, they managed to finally isolate one by one. Really good movements out. Good charge. Ripping through the back line first. And just basically ignoring the Abaddon as long as you can. Does give them this outcome. They are 1 racks down. They've still got tier 2s to clear out. But with a TA, you can rip through these objectives fairly quick. And we'll need to get that going now. Get as much as they can while that Abaddon has no buyback. RCY is just going to work. What a turnaround. To be fair, Wildcard has held on to the net worth lead, but it hasn't really felt effective until that last fight. And just down to how they stagger the fight, how Sammy kind of forces out the Wukongs early, it gives them the confidence to go high ground, and then they just clean up afterwards with his backline charge.
No. Well, there goes the mid-racks in Grin Esports. This is going to feel really bad. Losing 1 racks to Wildcard, considering the state of the game that was.
Radiant's bottom tower
But now the net worth advantage has gone up to 20k almost. They are 1 racks down. Grin, you kind of wonder how they'd feel if they lost this game 1 with such a strong position. It is just the name of the game, though. Like, you just have to deal with everyone but the Timber or the Abaddon. If those two are standing and everyone else is dead, Wildcard can get the work that they need to get done.
Yeah, and you're at the point again where, as a Timbersaw, you don't really drag attention to yourself that great. You know, it's not like anyone has a reason to really hit you, mainly because you will get kited around. Like, you do have the Harpoon to drag someone in, but if you don't manage to kill them, then, well, you're in a spot of trouble. Wildcard, go back for the Tormentor. We'll get a free shard on the way here for Sunlight, so yeah, every other attack has Sticky Napalm. Is actually pretty decent, even on support. More impact in the middle here. For the side of Grin, is there anything to really rectify this? I mean, I guess you could try to finish up the Swift Blink on Soul. Again, a little bit more mobility coming out. That should be the boots being sold for that one later on. There's an argument for, say, your Ags upgrade here for the Abaddon. Like, synthesized Ags, I think, could be nice. Especially as you get your level 25 talent. I do believe that does send out
Radiant are scared.
AoE mist coils to your teammates. So there's a lot of weird shenanigans that can get done for you. Still, net worth lead just grows for Wildcard, and they are going out for a smoke here.
Soul, break the smoke immediately, trying to go for the harpoon play on RCY. Nice blink out from the TA. So even going for the swift blink now on the Abaddon, just really trying to get within the range to just start bursting people down with this hero. Meanwhile, Wildcard staying grouped up as 4. They'll just leave Monster to do the split pushing on the Spirit Breaker. There's going to be a 4-man smoke out from Wildcard. 5-man smoke committed from Grin though, so they might run right into each other here in this dire jungle.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Grin still remaining grouped up on the north of the map. Soul's the only one to reveal himself on the Abba, and that's the last target they want to go after. It seems like the smoke rotations won't really work out.
It's a little bit more time, I suppose, for Grin to try to farm their way back in, but again, I'm not sure about you scaling here. Because Wildcards still have the Monkey King and the TA to fall back to. For Soul, yes, they do so much on the Abaddon. Rojo Fireflu as well has to do a lot of work on that Void Spirit. I think your impact on your Timber is kind of minimal now for Muzi outside of just the control with a side of Vice. At least, again, they maintain the shove in on top, so someone from Wildcard has to respond to it. They will smoke up once more in Wildcard, though.
Here we go. Wrapping the long way around. Swift Blink now up on RCY. They need the perfect initiation. They can't really afford to, to go in just willy-nilly. They need the right they need the right opportunity here. Of course, both support to the targets of Wildcard. They get around the Roshan pit. Roshan's still about 2 minutes 30 away from respawning, so it's a pretty long timer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wildcard just trying to make sure they have first dibs on this Roshan, but Grin slowly making their way over now.
Get a bit caught up there?
Soul,
Dire's courier has been killed.
let's go ahead and take the Watcher off them. This one now. Jump in attempt on Flea, gonna be missed out on as Monster does find the Lich. Charge through as well. Salamander about to drop, not dead yet. Does go for the gaze, but now is down. Even the Hoodwink being targeted is also to drop. But the buyback is there, at least from Salamander, as now a big Wukong's command. Sammy holding a couple in there. Soul dropping low, has the nullifier, has the borrow time still, so is going to be fine to survive as RCY is the one to drop. He'll buy back to boot. The TA coming back into the team fight through the outpost. So the fight will continue now. Soul out of borrowed time, could be vulnerable on the Abaddon. RCY going back in, and that is Soul down. Smoozy trying to run, realizing this is not the team fight anymore. But he's been left alone, bashed up, and surely just set to fall, though he does almost kill off a couple, but not quite.
Yes. So much committed there from the side of Grin. Buying back already on Soul and getting a buyback on their supports. Wildcards as well, getting the buybacks, but Roshan is in their favor if they want to wait for that 40 seconds away. It's going to be the big objective that allows them to stay stable in the lane. They will lose Flea, hanging back just a little bit. Gem will be picked up as well. And a lot of gems on the deck, actually. 2 gems forming a little eye by the stairs.
Yeah.
Still.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Roshan. Oh.
Rojo is in. Sammy maybe going a bit too far himself, and the MK is going to go down without buyback. Oh, this is problematic now for Wildcard. Monster also being caught here by Rojo, going to connect with the Aether Remnant. Rojo Fire Flu getting a triple kill on the Void Spirit. And Roshan is officially going to be theirs as Wildcard
Is under attack.
could not stick together and just, stay as a team apparently. They will get caught off one by one and they will get punished.
That's severe punishment. Wildcard, they won the fight. They had to buy back in their TA. Surely you had to play it patiently, but they still force the issue. They lose out. That is the Aegis Cheese and Refresh Shard now coming out here for the side of Grin. Gonna be a massive win for them. They just need to somehow find a way to push high ground, especially while Sammy's down with no buyback. Just look for that opportunity right now for the side of Wildcard, and this is just it's gonna be a really hard defense. Not that we haven't seen him pull those off before, but it's not straightforward in how to deal with this Abaddon, as they will smoke up on Grin's end. We've got the full Hex up and running on Rojo Fireflu. Even more control to lay onto these heroes, and a little bit of a pause, some lag, as Sol is saying. If you look at the graphs, Mikey, it's that's a very interesting up and down shape.
Yeah, it's been a pretty big mess of a game. Currently 54% the way of Grin. I mean, I can't say this is exactly clean Dota here from either side. It's been very messy.
No. Yeah, I think that's a little bit more surprising coming out from Wildcard more than anything. To be fair, I guess there's a reason why they were demoted into Div 2.
Right.
So that, I suppose that still stands.
It does. This is Div 2 after all. Grin. Grouping up in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With the Aegis Cheese up now, I mean, they should be feeling much more confident to go high ground once again. And it seems like Sol is giving the call to make that happen.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They're not without hesitation, because they are lacking a creep wave, and it seems like there is no creeps on the way either. So the TA illusions, just skipping the creep wave, making sure that they cannot push high ground. It's Wildcard making sure they keep themselves in this game, number one. RCY gonna see Sol moving into the bottom lane, does blink out immediately. You are getting pretty close as well to the Ags being up on Monster, so the charge is going to get pretty ridiculous now as Monster just deletes Salivating Salamander. Does BKB up to avoid the stun of LGTK, but he's going to be just perfectly fine to back out. And once the Ags is up on Monster, he'll have that 4.7 second cooldown on the charge or something around those lines. That's when things are going to get especially spicy here, I think, for the SB is Wildcard. They are going to group up and go for a 4-man smoke now. Of course, the Lich is down, so it's a 4v5. They're going to move in. Sunlight, both smokes broken. Rojo Fireflu with no hesitation makes the jump in on the techies. One down already. Sunlight, he'll commit the lasso onto Rojo Fireflu, but he's going to be just fine. Sammy's going to go for the Wukong command here, moving back in onto Muzi on this Timbersaw. Muzi dropping a little bit lower, but is going to be able to chain away as they have lost Sunlight. They'll try to move their attention onto Rojo Fireflu, but he's going to survive as Sammy's the one to go down. And RCY also to be chased. Chakrams do connect, though. Do they not have dust? It won't matter. They'll have the vision eventually. And RCY, no way to survive, is going to go down. And do you just call GG? There's no buybacks. There's no real way to defend this.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah, no worries, John. I'll answer the question myself then. Rojo Fireflu. Tier 3 bottom tower to go down.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Monster, he's charged in. But it looks like he is set to fall. Boundless Strike comes out, but it doesn't matter. Monster is gone. Onto the tier 4 towers they go.
Dire's structures are fallen.
No GG call coming in yet, as they are going to commit buybacks now on Monster.
Middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, you are alive.
Dire's middle barracks.
I am alive, Mikey. I am alive. Just barely. Just like Wildcard is in this game.
Through. Aether Remnant going to connect here on Sammy. Hex is out from Muzi to boot, and Soul can just close the gap now. Sammy forced to fight back, gets a Boundless Strike, gets a blast off here from Flea. Needs more help though. There's a Dissimulate away from the Void Spirit. Rojo, somehow still alive, is finally going to drop. They are holding on Wildcard, but for how much longer? Flea is down.
Oh, God.
Once again. There goes Sunlight to boot. Flea will buy back. Soul is still going after the Ancient. He still holds on to the Aegis as well. Flea looking to die back, it seems like, on the techies. He's gone. And Wildcard, I believe, have lost this game as GG is called. Sammy has seen enough. And Grin, they do pull off game number 1 here against Wildcard, which is not something I can say I was quite expecting.
Yeah, a lot of expectations being broken today. And Mike Grin doing a fantastic job in this game number 1. A spectacular performance coming out from Oho, Fireflu, and really Soul. To be fair, he's playing an Abaddon core, but he itemized perfectly well. He knew his positions to take. I think for Wildcard, they had a right idea to an extent. I think Sammy was getting some good aggression out, but you reach a point once more where you've got a TA that just doesn't scale in the same way as, you know, other heroes do. It's so weird to say that when the other scaling hero is an Abaddon, but that's just the state of the game right now. He didn't have the best team fight as well to kind of enable Sammy to get max value from his Wukongs. The side of Grin, just even with just Bushwhack, felt like they had a lot better control. You were very reliant on Sunlight to try to get these lassos off, and it's all easier said than done in the end there. So very well played from the side of Grin. Again, this team has been looking promising despite coming out from closed qualifiers. Wildcard is not an easy opponent to beat. As you've mentioned a couple of times, they have been looking as one of the favorites to get promoted into Div 1. I think this kind of performance from Game 1 actually makes me really favor Grin into Game 2. Not just from draft, but just execution as well. Feels like Wildcard's still a bit lost here.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly seemed lost in this game number 1. Like, maybe the Abaddon just really threw a spanner in the works because the Timbersaw Abaddon just really was causing too many issues here. And props to Rojo Fireflu as well, doing some fantastic work on the Void Spirit throughout this game. Wildcard, I can't blame it solely on draft. I mean, they did just straight up get outplayed in the middle of these team fights. Sure, a couple of team fights did go their way, but overall, I think you've got to give full props to Grin for making these team fights look really just easy. And overall, with the draft that they had as well, like, it didn't really leave much for Wildcard to play with. Like, just there's these 2 beefy cores you can't kill. There's this Void Spirit just being a nuisance, jumping all across all the fights, and the only options you have is deal with both supports first and then go on from there. But even that just did not prove to be enough for game number 1. So Wildcard, they'll have to go back to the drawing board here for game 2. And with that, I mean, Grin, they are 1 game away now from winning their first series here in 2 or 3 Division 2, as we are going to have to hand over an MVP. And I believe the MVP will be going to Soul on the Abaddon. 6-4 and 24 is the KDA of the man, but you saw him in the middle of these fights, John. Like, nobody wanted to deal with him. Literally nobody wanted to touch this guy.
Because you didn't have an answer. I think if you had a hero on the side of Wildcard that had a Yules, you might have been able to handle Soul a bit better. But Soul, again, been impressing us. Like, he had some spectacular plays the last time we saw him out here. This time bringing out the core Abaddon and just having great work with it. A really strong performance coming out from him and really the entire team of Grin. I think if you're Wildcard, you really have to rally yourselves in that game number 2. This was a hard-fought game 1. They maintained the net worth lead on Wildcard for quite a long time. In fact, I think towards the end even, they still had the net worth lead. It's just the gold couldn't fix their gameplay. And I think, you know, they're going to have to look at the draft to sort that one out, Mikey.
Well, we are going to head off to a short break, John. And of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our game 2 between Wildcard and, of course, the side of Grin. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Wildcard and, of course, Grin Esports. Jonathan Grin pulling off the victory here in game number 1 against what I would have believed should have been the favorites in Wildcard. Game 2's draft, I mean, we're going to get into it rather soon, but I'll ask you straight off the bat, what do you need to see Wildcard change up here, John? Because Grin felt like they were in control most of that game, if not all of that game.
Yeah, it's interesting because Wildcard had the net worth advantage the entire time as well. It's just that their lineup couldn't do much even with the farm up against what Grin had. They had no natural Yules builder to deal with the Abaddon. They had no real team fight coming out. They only really had, the lasso for control. And I think for Wildcard, the big corrections, maybe just having a little bit more presence in these team fights should allow them a little bit more to come out here, as the openings are there. Grin banning out the Beastmaster and the Bloodseeker, Wildcard banning out the Abaddon and the Timbersaw, so taking care of some big tools that were in the last game for Grin, and Wildcard picking up the Rubik and the Morphling, with Grin picking up the Magnus. So what Wildcard has now is a lot better. You've got the steel on the Magnus, you've got the lift back to prevent the skewers when you do see him blink in, when you see the harpoon being tossed out, you can interrupt that play. The Morphling as well can turn into the Magnus and can turn into the Terrorblade. Grin going into the Terrorblade themselves. I mean, core to core, like in Metamorphosis, the Terrorblade is a lot. It can just crush a Morphling. So I do like that. I think the Scotty is going to be big for the Terrorblade in that matchup. At the same time, Morphling with Ags will either ruin your Terrorblade or ruin your Magnus. Neither here is going to feel good when the Morphling has an Ags up. So it's going to be a weird back and forth here.
Well, it seems like Grin are pretty, they're pretty confident with their TB pick. They choose it into the Morphling, knowing that you're going to be handing the Metamorphosis away.
10 seconds remaining.
But like you said, it's kind of a back and forth because the Skadi that you're going to guaranteed build on the TB is going to feel amazing anyway. So,
CLGTK, he did a toast to the camera. For what reason, I do not know.
Oh, shout out to
us a little toast.
TK. Why not? I mean,
I'll let you in on what he said in the lobby. I'll let you in right now, Mike. He asked if Hoodwink is a baddie. I don't know what he was trying to say. It's rather interesting.
There are certain people out there, Jonathan. There are people out there that, like heroes like the Hoodwink. I don't judge. Some would say I can't judge with my name, Jonathan, being MLP Dota.
Yeah, you definitely can't. No. That is your damn fault.
It is my fault. I've dealt with the consequences for quite a few years now, Jonathan, so you never hear me complaining about it.
No. You're just John now. What do you mean?
I am John, that's true. We're all John.
I don't know who MLP Dota is. Absolutely. Also interesting to note, we did take a look last time on camps, of course, and we did note Sammy Boy's camera was back in the dark, but after that game into this draft early on, while Sammy was still in his seat, he has brought the light back in, Mike. So maybe that's all they need. The light in Sammy's life might be able to enable Wildcard to take this game. So they do pick up more team fight in the form of a Phoenix. So you've got good percent burn to kind of go through the armor of Terrorblade. Still gets a decent amount of HP as he builds the stats up. So Phoenix Sunray is always nice. The Egg is in a pretty interesting spot here. If you do manage to land your Flame Spirits, then the Terrorblade can't exactly rip through the Egg. So it can feel good in a team fight. I like what Wildcard has done. They've corrected very hard into having some sustain and having more presence in these engagements. So it shouldn't be as tough for Wildcard to find some openings here in these fights.
Not too hard. Grin Esports. Third picker. Need some supports here. They're going to go down the Pugna route. Is that indicating we're going to see a storm coming out here? Perhaps. It is certainly available right now, not banned out whatsoever. Not many counters towards the storm either this game. It actually feels like a pretty nice storm game to play.
Yeah.
The Rojo Firefly, I don't think we've seen him play Storm yet from our games that we've casted. I think most of the time it's just the Void Spirit we see and a bit of Ember if I remember correctly, but You know, these mid laners, they pretty much need to know how to play all the Spirit Brothers. So I'm sure he has a Storm up his sleeve.
Well, you say all, Mikey. There is one you don't need to know.
That is true. That is very, very true. Thank you for reminding me, Jonathan. Not that I needed a reminder, let me tell you, but thank you for the reminder.
Yes. You just need to remember. You don't need to know that last one. I would like the Storm here. I agree with your points there, Mike. Not too much lockdown from Wildcard to kind of prevent that Storm from zipping around. You've got the battery in the Pugna, so Grin can kind of just pick it up. They are thinking twice about it. I'm trying to see if there's any direct counter pick. Perhaps if you pick the... if you do take the Storm, there's still the Void Spirit. There's still the Ember. Ember probably the better matchup against Storm. You could just pick up a Void Spirit here, quite frankly, with Grin, because you do have the Magnus on hand. So it's just down to what do you want. Do you want to maximize the Pugna Storm or the Magnus Void Spirit / Ember Spirit? Like both all options are available.
Team pick.
You go with the Skywrath Mage instead, so they bypass all of that and just go for a high damage support. This is a rather interesting change from Grin, because now their supports don't have much control outside of, say, Ancient Seal Silence. But this is something that I think I've theory crafted with you on a cast before. Ancient Seal Decrep Life Drain or Ancient Seal Decrep Mystic Flare. Hey, that's a pretty cool combination, I guess.
It is a lot of magic camp, that's for sure. I mean, assuming the enemy team's just going to stand there and take all of that. You know, one BKB can usually solve that issue pretty quickly.
No, Wildcard have to play like gentlemen. When they get the combination off, you're like, I guess I'm dead. You know, you got to accept it.
That's fair. Wildcard, 4th pickup for themselves now. Could just go for an off lane pickup here, because both drafts seem to be hiding the mid lane pickups.
What jersey is Mr. Sammy Boy wearing? I have no clue what any
Isn't
of that means.
Denver Nuggets, I think.
He was saying something about Nuggets being on, and he's like, delay the game by 3 hours. It's like, what? Then he sent a stream link, and like, I don't know these teams. Ball games are pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all the Nuggets fans out there, John. I'm not, you know, I don't get the chance to watch the NBA very often, sadly, but you know, I know the
Wait, that's
the
an
NA
actual
crowd
team?
is. I'm sorry, is the Denver Nuggets an actual?
Nuggets?
Yes, it is, Jonathan.
I don't know. I just know, like, you know, the Lakers or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's what
I don't watch the ball
10
game.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're literally in the finals right now, John. So there's that.
Well,
You know?
shows how much I know.
In fact, I probably shouldn't say this, but spoiler alert, apparently they just won the NBA finals. So there you go.
That's cool.
Now you know who the Denver Nuggets are, John. Sadly, Sammy had to miss the game, but I'm sure maybe that's why he was kind of playing a little bit offhand just in the last game. Maybe he was watching the NBA.
Yeah,
John.
Perhaps. Let's see. You can't afford to watch the NBA while playing the Morphling here. You do manage to pick up the Ember on Wildcard's end as well, so that's a little bit of a block from what Grin might want to do. Rather interesting Wildcard ban out the
10
Marcy.
seconds remaining.
What are they expecting Grin to do? Is this going to be a mid Magnus from Rojo?
Remaining.
It's like me.
Is that their expectation?
Dire team pick.
Underlord being banned out, straightforward enough. They also ban out the Void Spirit just in
Radiant
case.
team pick.
Storm. Okay, the Storm still slides through.
I can't believe they get that.
Wildcard let it through. That's so weird. Why the Marcy ban?
I mean, they've already got the Ember, so the call out may have been we've got the counter towards the Storm anyway. Is now the Tidehunter comes out, which is, you know, a hero that we do see pop up here and there. The Wildcard will take it for themselves. I suppose the idea is the Ember Spirit's already there. We've got the chains locked down for the Storm, so it's not going to be too big of an issue. I don't know though. This Storm and Pugna combo we've been seeing recently does prove to be very potent. So I'm not sure if I think it's a good idea to just solely rely on this Ember Spirit to be able to shut him down in the middle of a team fight. But it seems to be the game plan from Wildcard at the least. I suppose you also have Flea's Rubik with the lift up, and you've also got Ravage from Monster to try and keep Rojo Fireflu locked down the best you possibly can, but I'm not sure. I mean, the back's against the wall here for Wildcard in game number 2. They need to pull off this win to keep their undefeated streak in terms of their series here in Division 2. It's kind of the thing, like with NA, every series you drop could really affect where you place in the groups, or rather the standings here for Div 2, and that could cost you your spot in Div 1 later on if you're not too careful.
Yeah, I mean, a random loss can just drop your chances from getting promoted. And quite frankly, I like what Grin Esports has on hand. Granted, if the game goes long, Wildcard's draft is a lot easier to play with a Morphling with an Ember. I think you also have some lockdown issues for the Ember here from Grin. I think you're relying on mainly Ancient Seal, and once you have a BKB, that also is out of the window. So I want to see Grin play a really fast tempo game, play around with an early timing on your Terrorblade, just group up, take a push once you're level 6, 7 on Terrorblade with at least a Dragonlance up, and just constantly hunt. This is one thing that scares me though. We've seen a lot of teams go into like a Sky Pugna support duo, or at least just either or, and trying to play with this combination of early aggression. And sometimes it doesn't line up, Mikey. We've seen it in other tournaments. Sometimes they get a bit greedy with their target prioritization.
It is a bit like that, John. We'll head into it, though. Game number 2, we'll see exactly how this game's going to pan out between Wildcard and, of course, Grin Esports. Grin 1 game away from pulling off their first series win, and Wildcard 1 loss away from having their first series loss. But, 1 win away as well from forcing to a game 3. So, NBA's over, Jonathan. Sammy can concentrate on the game now. Happy days. This game should be very, very different considering that point.
What if we had a Dota 2 hero that had basketball-like skills? I mean, Shaker's kind of one with the dunk, I guess, but what if we had more, Mike?
Is that what you want,
I
John?
guess,
'Cause it sounds like you've never watched a basketball game in your life.
I believe you hold the ball and you dribble it and then you shoot, if I recall right.
Well, you can't
Is this
hold
the
the
gameplay
ball and
mechanics?
dribble at the same time, Jonathan. You've
Well,
got to
you dribble the ball to... Yeah, you've got the traveling rule, because traveling is illegal or something.
Yes.
No traveling for you.
Well, it used to be illegal, not so much in 2023, John. Some very interesting moves they make these days, I'll tell you.
Really now?
Yeah. Sure, I'll upset a few NBA fans by saying that. Anyway, we'll steer off that topic. Bottom lane, Muzi LGTK going to be on the Magnus Pugna. They're going to be up against Sunlight on the position 5 Phoenix, and of course Sammy Boy on the position 1 Morphling. Should be a pretty even style of lane, though I must admit, every time we have seen Magnus as of late, in terms of the CS department, it does so well in not only securing its own farm, but denying so much farm away from the enemy carry that it is up against. And it is mostly based off the fact that its base damage is just stupidly high when you have it in conjunction with the Empower. As we are going to have Grin getting a quick pause out because they're having some ping issues apparently.
Yeah, it's been happening a couple of days now. I remember Sammy complaining the last time as well. We'll see if it fixes itself out. Gives us a chance to, continue this discussion about that lane. I think the one issue I have with this off lane of Grin is the pause for Pugna. Like it's so weird. I'm a big Pugna fan, but you don't have natural synergies with a Magnus. I suppose you could use the Decrep slow to try to skewer someone back, but that's easier said than done. Although LGTK is doing a good job of just zoning out Sunlight hard here.
Pugna here is very good at doing that. Nice range, nice movement speed on the hero, just able to kite in and out very effectively. Have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance. Of course, mid lane, Rojo Fireflu against RCY. Pretty even matchup between the two heroes so far. We've seen the Storm vs Ember Spirit many times, and I think at least for now, RCY is going to have a pretty good time here in this mid lane. Not going to opt for any points in the chains yet, but it's all about the CS board, and I think the Ember in particular generally does have a slightly better time than the Storm does.
It tends to have a better time. It's usually down to the fact that you can kind of outplay, try to dodge out with a sleight of fist. You've got your shield that can block a little bit of the damage from Rojo Fireflu, and RCY does go for the level 2 Flame Guard at level 3. So he's got some additional protections that a harassment Rojo Fireflu will do. I think for Rojo, as long as you CS here, you're kind of fine as well. Like, you hit level 6, no kill threat can come onto you until down the line. So if it does devolve into a static lane, you're pretty happy on the Storm anyway. And you should be stable. 6-minute power rune's the big one. Support rotations are what you have to watch out for, and that's where it gets interesting. I feel like both sides have decent rotations that can come out. You might be a little bit more scared of Decrep Ancient Seal, but a Phoenix Rubik shouldn't be underestimated either.
Absolutely not. Top lane Soul, Salivating Salamander, of course, against Monster and Flea on the Tide Rubik. Monster's taking a bit of harass here. Does already have the Ring of Health up. Going into the Meteor Hammer build up, by the way, here, John. This is something I think we were seeing from a couple of Tides. The Meteor Hammer is still proving to be, you know, an item that they seem to want. Offers you that constant split push capability and the constant tower aggression. So not feeling the need for the Vanguard build up that we do also see from Tide Hunters as of late. But I suppose the Meteor Hammer just allows you to just have an insane amount of split push. Just push the creep wave, Meteor Hammer the tower. Just always have the constant threat of this Tide just taking objectives if you're not watching it.
Yeah, I think that's honestly all right here for Monster, because you might end up playing a little bit more of a passive game, trying to farm into items. You've got a Morphling, you've got an Ember. You could end up sitting back and just trying to find something. It's pretty all right. It's also decent follow-through for Ravage. Again, there's a slight lack of hard lockdown. Anything to chain into Ravage just feels good. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I do think that without the Vanguard, though, Soul will have a much better game than you'd anticipate. So you will have to watch yourself up against that Terrorblade. But for the most part, you're not gonna miss too much by skipping the Vanguard this game. So not the worst thing in the world. It still is, you know, no first blood coming out yet. Some action across the board.
Bottom lane. It's an attempt mid lane as well. Rojo's dropping extremely low as RCY is going to continue chasing him down and does get a nice pickup for himself. Salivating Salamander has rotated against the Ember. RCY should not survive and will not. But he's already got the pick off solo here against the Storm. Even getting tipped here by Rojo Fireflu, who does tend to pay respects to anyone that does outplay him. RCY going to be very, very happy with himself, I'm sure.
Yeah. Like that's a big boon for the Ember. Already 5 about to hit 6, whereas Rojo Fireflu is still 4 about to hit 5. So you'll have that level 6 advantage very early on. The Ember Sammy starting to drop a little bit low from the harassment down bot. Should still be able to juggle around that HP, but has to be a bit cautious about going all agi here, as he could just get blasted into his death.
He's going to just use the stick charge just to be at full HP, full mana basically now as the Morphling. Mid lane, another dive in. Rojo not having a good time at all. RCY, along with Flea, ensuring the Storm is not going to have a good game after this laning stage. They've kept him at level 4 now. As RCY already 6.5. Out-leveling him by 2 levels, which is just massive. And it's going to be pretty hard for Rojo to catch up after a laning stage like this.
Really good wards being dropped here as well on the rotation from Flea. The live-hitting Salamander doesn't quite find that ward right behind the tier 1. So it's never going to be safe for you to get a rotation out or just even hold a lane. Rojo Fireflu gonna have to try to catch up somewhere. And this is the one thing about the Storm. It's super sensitive with the Falcon and Witchblade timings. Both of that's gonna be stalled out a bit. Not gonna be a comfy feeling for him to even just hold steady in a lane or try to farm up. A good start for Wildcard in comparison to game 1.
At least your Terrorblade, like Soul's having a really good time on the TB. At the very least, just not really struggling at all against Monster. But Monster's kind of doing the exact same thing on the Tide. Actually pretty even in terms of CS here at the top lane. Mid lane, another chase is on here for Rojo Fireflu. Bottom lane, Muzi and LGTK both falling low, but they are going to get Sunlight. Sammy also dropping low in terms of HP, can't stick around. You look back at Rojo Fireflu, Flea is not leaving him alone, by the way, on the Rubik. Flea is just chasing him down consistently, and Rojo will pay the tip over. As now Muzi actually finds Sammy Boy. A blind shockwave gets the kill.
Just a little
Level
bit
1
too much
shockwave.
edge there. Just on the edge. Sammy's been juggling that around. Does get blasted down. There's a good amount of magical damage coming out there in Grin. Still that space for mid, and the emphasis is on RCY clearing out that tier 1. And you are starting to find your openings here on the side of Wildcard. Meteor Hammer fully up for Monster. Level 6 is up as well. No Ravage yet. Still manageable here.
They are going to try to go after the Tide, and he should go down. Monster trying to make it as hard as possible for them to secure this, as Soul eventually going to secure the kill. RCY did show up to try and help out, but it is a bit too late for that, so he will retreat. Flea will follow. At least it does buy a little bit of time for Rojo to get his level 6 on the Storm, but still at level 5, and immediately RCY will just start running right towards the Storm. Remnant forward. Zip is up now, but the chains are going to land. There's not enough mana here for Rojo. RCY getting blocked by the creep wave. Will jump over them, but now the Vortex is out. Oh, he's all right. He does Remnant away, but had he tied there, that would have been really, really disastrous. It would have been so much XP to Rojo, who was already struggling. But he'll be okay. He'll back off.
Get some spacing for himself. You really have to appreciate the warding here from the side of Wildcard. It's very aggressive just on that mid area. From the ramp into that tier 1 area, into even the triangle. Wildcard can... Wildcard has been playing really well around that. RCY now on a bit of a hunt.
I mean, he's up top. And the Soul's going to be fine. Like, he just backs his way to the north. One big saving grace for Grin is Soul having a pretty good laning stage for himself. Top of the net worth board at the moment as the TB. Working on towards the Mantis style. And, well, bottom lane, Sammy could be in a bit of danger. Ancient Seal's going to land. And Sammy is just dead. Very easy to kill off the Morphling when you have the Ancient Seal set up. And Wildcard, they were all busy trying to push down the top tier 1 tower. So, nobody around to help poor old Sammy Boy.
It's a good showing from Grin. Again, you're suffering on Rojo Fireflu. You're ensuring that the Morphling's having just as tough of a time, while you're having a great time on Soul and on Muzi with all of this movement out. And the Terrorblade shines in that jungle area. Doesn't take too long for Soul to get comfy just with a Yasha up. Again, this magic damage amp lineup of Grin can take control early on if you don't respect it. Ancient Seal, that was also just the Ancient Seal with no decrep. If you combine Ancient Seal and decrep, I think you melt even faster. You're not going to survive on max agi here at all for Sammy if he's not careful. No.
Mid lane, RCY and Flea are literally still sitting here watching Rojo Fireflu. I can't believe how much of their attention they've placed on this Storm, but they truly believe that he might be the big problem here the Wildcard had last game. Grin have shown up with their supports now to be ready against RCY and Flea. Well, bottom lane, Monster's just slowly pushing up the tier 1 tower on his own with the Meteor Hammer. And this is kind of what you do with this itemization. Just push out towers. Rotations could come in, but I don't actually think they're confident in being able to deal with Monster. So Tide might just prove to be way too tanky. And as I say that, they are going to smoke up. Salivating Salamander and Rojo Fireflu going to rotate down towards the bottom lane. The Tide is being pinged down.
Ward though.
The Muzi is moving in. Here we go. Vortex is not out yet, but Rojo eventually throws it at us. Now the Mystic Flare, but they do skewer him away from that into the RP. Monster thought about the Ravage, but couldn't get it off in time. So it's still a pretty big pick-off. They won't lose anything for their trouble on Grin. And I suppose you do have to be pretty happy about that.
It's rather interesting that the smoke still pays off. They were on the edge of vision from that Warden Triangle. Still Wildcard seeing RP expended. I think this is an opportunity for themselves to come in. Soul is around and Metamorphosis is ready though.
There goes the tier 1 tower. Soul looking to maybe pop the meta if they do fully commit for this fight, but Wildcard are looking to just get out of here, it seems. Rin, looks like they've successfully gotten out apart from Salivating Salamander, but that's not really a big deal. You know, you get a Skywrath kill, but you lost your tier 1 tower. 5 heroes down at bot lane to try and make that happen.
Top tower is under attack.
And I think Grin, considering the start at least that their Storm had, you know, I think they're more than happy to just take their time to get some farm going. Soul, now running into RCY, is just going to leave him be. Can't do much about the Ember. Of course, Sammy's trying his absolute best to catch up with the net worth department, but he's going to be scouted very soon if he goes onto this creep wave. Will reveal himself. Soul is right around the corner along with Rojo Fireflu. This could be very problematic for Sammy. They do also have the meta if they need it. Sammy will strength more for now. Soul's going to move in. Vortex to drag him back. He'll waveform towards the left side of the map, but in comes Salivating Salamander with a concussive shot to slow him down. They will at least find Muzi and LGTK, and they are going for the ancient stacks that have been made in the Dire Triangle, but they are going to lose Sammy at the same time.
It's a little bit of a sacrifice. At least you kind of compensate here on the side of Wildcard. You managed to steal the Empower as well with Flea, so it's a short process for RCY to find that monster. He's stuck up here.
Top tower is under
He needs a
attack.
TP, and he will find one. And skewered up there. He'll head back down. Soul still has meta running for a bit here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We'll try for the tier 1 top tower, but that's going to eventually be left alone because his Metamorphosis does wear off. RCY looking like the real carry again for Wildcard in this game number 2. Like he's substantially higher in net worth than Sammy Boy has been at the moment. And the Ember obviously can scale to a point where it could be a huge problem. Please done him the favor of course, of stealing the Empower from as the Rubik, so the Ember going to feel a lot stronger right now with that bonus Empower being provided.
Oh,
LGTK, the chains are out, they'll lock down the Pugna. He will go for the life drain, and they have no way to cancel that, so LGTK will survive, as now, with the Ancient Seal out, they might have themselves an Ember kill. And they do.
oh boy.
That's huge.
That is quite a fair bit to give out. That is, you know, Rojo Fireflu around to soak up some of that as well, so he's starting to catch up in terms of the EXP. He is going to hit 10, pretty much at parity with RCY at that point off the back of these pickoffs. And just a really heads-up play from LGTK. Decrepping himself, life draining the Phoenix, who's using Sunray, so he's losing twice the amount of HP. And that just forces LGTK to, forces Sunlight to back off, leaving RCY to his fate by himself. Heads-up plays all around from the side of Grim. 5 to 8. Wildcard, they're still finding something on the map. You know, RCY still well farmed. Samson not falling too far behind. Monster getting a lot done by himself with a Meteor Hammer. But Grin aren't falling behind anymore. Arguably, they're pulling ahead on a lot of their cores. Soul is going to be a massive issue once that Scott is up.
That he will be. That's the big timing that Grin are looking for. Wildcard, they really need to bide their time a little bit here and try to get that farm going right now. I mean, they've got a 1k advantage, but it really doesn't feel that way. And I'll tell you, Soul on this position 1 role has been looking fantastic every game we've seen him, right? Like, even if Grin have not picked up a series victory, Soul himself has just looked amazing throughout all the games we have watched. It's kind of the thing, like, it does feel like Grin do kind of trust in him to kind of carry the game for them quite heavily. As Life Drain again going to keep Salivating Salamander alive, and now a Mystic Flare out onto the Phoenix and the Rubik. They are going to be able to back off successfully, but now Flea is getting jumped. Rojo does pick one off. The egg is going to be dropped, but Soul does focus it down. Still Rojo Fireflu dropping low, but gets the zip away. He's going to be fine. He is going to be just fine for now. Muzi the one being focused on the Magnus, but he is too tanky to deal with. He will walk away from this. And I just figured out, have we even seen a Ravage this game yet? I swear we haven't seen one Ravage.
We haven't seen it ourselves, but he did pop it at some point down bot in an engagement, I'm pretty sure, but it didn't lead to a kill. So he has popped the Ravage, but just hasn't lined up to much just yet. Side of Grin, that's a spectacular way to trade your supports. Rojo Firefly, again, pretty much fully caught up in soaking all of that EXP. So you're at the point now where the Storm's a major threat. Your lockdown for the Storm isn't the most stable. You have a lot of room coming out here for Soul. One ultimate orb already up. And not too far off from full Scotty now with his farming pace. Sammy?
Sammy is going to try and take the morph form of the Skywrath. Does actually end up taking down Salivating Salamander. LGTK stuck around, but is probably just going to die here. And his team is making their way over, but he will not survive long enough for them to be able to help him out. So nice support duo pick off here by Wildcard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2k advantage sitting Wildcard's way now. Grin, I mean, at least not losing any cores. The big boys are still just hitting creeps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty much. You are a little bit concerned. Flea does pick up the life drain. So now they can get the battery for everyone here. Just constant heals from the Rubik.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be a little bit of concern until you can find that pick off onto Flea. So I have to watch yourselves just a little bit here. Grin, they're still buying space for Soul. Again, not too far off from Scotty.
Could have sworn he just respawned. He's going to go down again. Does get a D-ward off, at least, so he gets something for his time. But yeah, he's gone. Mid tier 2 tower push perhaps with what's that, sorry?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Seems like your classic Pugna gameplay. Respawn,
pretty
die,
much.
respawn, die.
Pretty standard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They are just slowly chipping away at this tier 2 mid tower with the Meteor Hammer of Monster. Top lane, TP rotations coming in. Sammy was being targeted, but now he has the Lincoln Sphere up, so the Vortex will not land from Rojo. Wolf will be just fine to escape. Sammy requiring the Lincoln Sphere to survive all these disables that are on the side of Grin. Meanwhile, Soul TPing out right next to the tier 2 Radiant Tower, but does make it. Sadly for Sunlight, he had no way of stopping that from happening. Mid lane could be a fight to break out because Muzi's got to skewer back onto the Tide. So they have caught Monster. Ravage is going to fly out, connecting on 3 targets, but Monster surely dies. Though nice life drain for Lee, keeping him alive a little bit longer. Monster is still walking away. They've got at least Sunlight down, but Rojo's completely out of mana. Trying to walk out of this. Does pop the illusions. Zip towards the north. Is still alive, but Sammy's going to meet him there. They do take him down. In the meantime, Soul finally gets Monster on the Tide, but that life drain still from Flea, making life so much more challenging than it needed to be.
The one thing you have to watch out for here, you've got to be able to pop that decrep after you life drain, just to ensure that he doesn't get the bigger steal. Still, you managed to find a tier 1 mid to equalize the map a little bit here for Grin. Soul again becoming a massive issue with all the stats he has on hand. Full Scotty up now on our Terror Blade. So he's going to be hitting like a truck. He's going to be mitigating some of that healing that Sammy will want to receive. And now, again, a very even game number 2. Wildcard still in a position to try to force a fight, but no Ravage, no Egg. It's going to be a lot harder for them to kind of play this fight now.
I mean, it is Grin that are actually retreating, though. They're the ones that are maybe a little bit more hesitant at the moment, still not feeling like they're at the stage where they can, really guarantee themselves a good team fight. I'll see why. It's going to be forced to remnant away as he does run right into Grin. We'll at least reveal that there are observer wards on that high ground. Wildcard again, grouping up down this bottom lane, prepping perhaps for another team fight. No smoke gonna come out yet. They're just gonna hold out for now. Maybe just wait for the Ravage at least. They are buying Sammy plenty of time to have the Manta up now and go straight into the Aghanim Scepter after that. And of course, that's going to be the big timing for the Morphling as well. Sammy can have a much better game, I'm sure, once that is up and available as wild card.
Dire's top tower is
A
under
four-man smoke here. Start heading towards the Dire Triangle where Rojo Fire Flu is hanging around. Rojo heading down south, but they are right behind him, just stalking the storm. Though I'm not actually sure if they gained any vision of the guy. They may not be aware that he was walking right past them.
Dire's middle tower.
So a perfect position now for wildcards. The smoke is broken and Grin don't even know what's coming. Rojo immediately just zips out, leaving the Pugna behind, so LGTK will die and so will Salivating Salamander. Both supports going down. Rojo, as soon as he saw them, he just said, screw this, I'm out. Roshan is open. So wildcard, they can start the Roshan play instead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Rojo Fire Flu. He's going to be trying to maybe go for an Aegis still here, though it seems like he has been spotted out as he'll try for a TP, play with the zip. Very desperate kind of play here from Rojo. He's going to get punished for it. And wildcard, well, Roshan is freely going to go their way. It seems like Grin cannot get in range to actually try and contest this. Wildcard, Aegis up. Sammy will take it for himself in the Morphling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wildcard maybe going for a bit of a reset before they group up once again. By the way, apparently we have lost John X5. He's had a bit of a power outage, so just, you know, Filipino things going on right there for John. Sure he'll be back at any moment. Bottom lane, there might be a push attempt to come in here from Wildcard. They've got the Ravage up on Monster, so they should be feeling confident enough to go for a big fight. Even without Sammy around. Just give him the time to go farm that Aghanim Scepter. You can still take the time to find this objective down at bot lane as Rojo, Fire Flu, and Muzi gonna move into that Dire Triangle. Kings are out onto Monster, but he's not a very easy target on that Tide. Muzi's actually going to be spotted, trying to go for a skewer play. Still has it available. Ravage is going to be committed on just 2. And Muzi is perfectly fine as now they're going to move in for an RP attempt. But it gets cancelled off. It never really comes out. In fact, it did. Flea, he's going to miss his own RP. Not landing on anything. They are making the jump in on the Terrorblade. Sunder is up, but RCY proving to be way too big of a problem. Soul is dropping. RCY will get the tip here from Sammy, who's not even in the fight. Rojo still trying to fight here as the Storm, but looks like he is also set to fall. They are still trying to deal with this Ember, but RCY, being an absolute pain, will finally drop. The massive win for Wildcard here in the mid lane. And this is all without Sammy Boy. The Sammy's just pushing out the top wave and just pushing in the top tier 2 tower. Not even required for the fight. Wildcard, they will win anyway. Hello, John.
Not even necessary, and this is going to be scary. I am back, Mike. Sorry about that power surge. It's going to be scary to deal with Sammy once he does have the full Ags up as well. Again, turning into the Magnus is going to feel great. Even turning into the Terrorblade is going to be nice as well. So everything's kind of lining up here for the side of Wildcard. Just struggles, right? Because we mentioned the Storm, the issues you might have controlling the Storm. You have the same issues kind of controlling the Ember with the BKB up. Like, you're not going to be able to rely on just Ancient Seal to get that lockdown in.
Sammy's going to find a nice, easy kill onto the Salivating Salamander. Ag's now officially up.
It's going to be a bit of a challenge now for the side of Grin. They've got to somehow get a good jump with the Ancient Seal to lock in RCY, and you almost need to do the same thing for Sammy, but with the Lincolns, you kind of need to pop it with something else first. Maybe a quick cast on the Arcane Bolt into Ancient Seal. And the Arcane Bolt isn't quite the instantaneous popper though, so maybe some coordinated move with all GTK. You jump in Decrep and Ancient Seal, but again, these supports don't reach that far. But at the least, as a Pugna, you don't reach too far out with the Decrep. It's a little bit harder to get that done. LGTK for his part, trying to cut the creep waves, preventing a high ground siege from coming out here on the bot area. Might sacrifice for this though.
It may.
Ooh.
Nope, never mind. TP is going to make it in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Grin, they're not out of this game yet, but it's looking pretty tough for them. Dota Plus is currently sitting at 61% chance that Wild can't pull off this victory. It's not too bad, actually, for Grin, to be fair. Like, I would have kind of expected a worse result here from Dota Plus, but it's being quite generous today. I think the thing is, the Aegis is going to expire in 50 seconds, and the most you're probably going to get out of the Aegis is this tier 2 bottom tower. Maybe you can find the Dire Tormentor as well while you're at it, but seems like the tier 2 is going to be about it. Bottom lane RCY is currently being watched here by Grin. But it's proving to be very challenging to pick off this Ember Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
RCY going to be fine to continue just farming the ancient camps for now.
It's a bit too slippery, but looks like they might force the issue here. So it's a little bit risky for Grin to actually run up like this. I mean, they are still pretty strong under Terrorblade. Aegis does expire. So
Oh, RP! Sammy, he's been caught. Aegis is gone. He is down. Flea, he did get an RP of his own off, but there was no follow-up to it. As a big ravage from Monster landing on 5, but there is no follow-up once again. They have lost their position 1, and he is not buying back into this fight. As Sunlight is caught by a skewer, he is going to go down. RCY needs to get out as well. He's taking way too much damage. So Grin finding 2 for nothing. Muzi having a look for a little bit more here with the skewer play, but is going to get lifted up by Flea immediately. Nevertheless, the T2 top tower is going to drop. And Grin, they're even thinking about trying to chip away at the T3 top tower, but they don't have much time on the Metamorphosis. So maybe just trying to force the buyback out from this Morphling. But I don't think it's coming. The Sammy boy, he's going to hold out.
Oh.
He tries for a skill play, but it's not going to land this time.
I don't mind this from Grin. Like, there's no Ravage, there's no Egg. There's no team fight.
No TK, or rather LGTK. Going to be left behind as the Pugna. Won't mind dying for his team. He's done this many times. I mean, considering the position, like, the win probability, John, back down to 50-50. Very, very close series here between Grin and Wildcard.
A lot closer than a lot of people would expect, and it's starting to simplify a little bit more for Grin here, Mike. Ags up on Roho Fireflu. The AoE Vortex going to be doing a lot of work. It's not going to care for that Lincolns. It's going to be a good source of lockdown, maybe even setting up for the RP of Muzi. Because I think ideally you do start with that Vortex first, as it's a little bit easier to commit that with how low its cooldown is. Get the chain stuns going for yourself, and the team fight for the side of Grin is starting to look scary. And you do have some BKB answers on hand from the side of Wildcard at least. Sammy now getting his own BKB up and running. Should feel a little bit safer in the middle of these engagements, but Grin and their patience. They see the Aegis expire to immediately commit on the jump. Sammy just all by himself by the tier 2, with no one else around him. Not respecting that Grin's on the hunt. Still, Wildcard, regroup, go for a smoke play themselves.
Down to the bot lane they go. All spells are back up for both sides. Oh, they're gonna find Soul.
Is under attack.
Terror Blade. The first one to be spotted out. This is the big target you'd love to start with, but the TP play, no. The RP, Flea still had it. Flea still had the RP available, and Soul never gets the Sunder off. And now the chase is on. Wildcard, they want more. Seems like they won't quite be able to find anyone else. But I suppose you've already got the best target you could have asked for.
Yeah. Just Flea clutch again. That stolen RP. Setting up a really good movement out there. Blink onto the high ground from Sunlight. It is under the ward, but not quick enough on the reaction here for our Terrorblade. Soul just getting punished. Now this could be the high ground. Roche in a few seconds, though. Could be the safer objective, but they're going to force something out here.
Top lane, Rojo Fire Flute. Sammy will go for the jump attempt, but that will not really pan out.
Looking for me? Oh, did I do that?
Tips out from Rojo Fire Flute as well while he's at it. Wild card back in the
You've
lead.
got
Here,
Roche
5K
control here.
advantage. What's that, John?
You've got the Roche control for wildcard, and it's spawned up. They're right in the area. Should be able to take it out fast. Roche number 2 with the Aegis Cheese. Will make their way down there. Shouldn't take too long with the output on Sammy. Side of Grin, though, all smoked up. RP ready to go. AoE Vortex as well. This is a good spot to fight if you're Grin.
Oh, absolutely. Be wary of the RP being given to Flea. I think it might still be on cooldown for him anyway, but certainly should be very concerned about that. Zip is in. Rojo gonna get the vision. Vortex out with the Aghanim Scepter, finding 2 as the Ravage is committed, connecting on 4 heroes. Where's the RP? It's not out yet. The Magnus, he will silence it for a moment. It's complete chaos in this Roshan fight, but there's your RP being committed, locking down 2. Soul, who's he aiming? He'll go back on Sammy now. He needs a Sunder.
God.
He can't get it off. Oh boy. Grin. This is not the fight, or rather the way they wanted the fight to go, is they've lost all 3 cores. They will lose LGTK to boot. Only survivor is going to be the Skyrath Mage. And wildcard, they are back into the Roshan pit.
Nothing to stop them now. Grin's attempt, admirable, but not quite landing the same way that you'd want it to. Wildcard disciplined enough to stay declumped in the pit, staying pretty far apart. We're standing right outside, right on the left side, really, and not inside. And they get punished for that big committal from the side of Grin. Wildcard now have the opportunity to just go into the high ground. No Metamorphosis on the respawn here for Soul. No RP as well on the respawn. And not finding anything. 12k lead, 23-16 now for Wildcard. In control of game number 2. Side of Grin, they still have some place they can do for the high ground defense. Skewer back is going to be your best bet with a Harpoon. Whether or not they can find something impactful with that remains to be seen. AoE Vortex is still there as well for you to play with for Rojo Fireflu. But without that follow-up, it just doesn't feel as much of a threat here.
Yeah, absolutely not. And wildcard, they're going to try and slowly chip away at these T3s. In fact, they'll go for a Tormentor first. No high ground attempt, actually. They are just going to wait it out. It's going to give time for Soul to have the Metamorphosis back up very, very soon, just in 30 seconds or so. Because RCY does have the Aghanim Scepter up now on the Ember, so he's even more of a problem. Wildcard slowly starting to get involved here down at this bottom tier 3 tower. Rojo's trying to make it as hard as possible, but just going past the creep waves with these zips, but he completely whiffed that one. The bottom racks going to be targeted now by Sammy. Silver Edge being built up on the TB is going to be available for Soul, but he's not around the racks to try and defend. Wildcard, they're only going to stick around for the bottom lane of barracks anyway. Just take the melee barracks and get out of there. So they have to address the top lane that was being forced in by Soul.
Well, nice opening for the side of Wildcard to find. Sure, it's not gonna affect them in any way. They still have a lot of time on this Aegis as well for Sammy. Oh,
Sammy gonna find LGTK. Oh, it's pretty damn easy kill here on the Pugma. Mid lane, so they're gonna start pressuring here. Monster with the meteor hammers. Sammy should have plenty of right-click damage to the Morphling. The Grin are waiting on the left side to start a good fight here. There is going to be a nice skewer. He has found 3 targets, but the Ravage comes out. Monster is there in time to null out the RP, but it comes out anyway. 2-man RP is there. Soul, he'll get the Sunder this time just to be able to survive this onslaught of Wildcard, but they are still in pretty big trouble. Rojo Fire Fluke going down. Sammy just going right through the Mystic Flare. That'll be Salivating Salamander to drop as well. Sammy just man-fighting Rojo Fire Fluke, but the skewer back into the tier 4 towers is out from our Magnus. Sammy somehow still alive, still strength morphing. Even the egg going to be dropped now underneath the tier 4 towers. Just nobody dying from Wildcard apart from all. They do actually get the Aegis now. So Sammy gives up the first life. Muzi, another skewer play. Trying to get him into the fountain. Buyback is there by Soul, but he does not have Metamorphosis available to play with. Monster going to be able to survive the output that was Grin. Another Vortex from Rojo perhaps, but he needs some backup here. They are not close enough to the fountain for them to try and get the skewer back play. Muzi, he'll drag in Flea. Flea going to try and force stuff away, but Flea is going to go down to a TB illusion. Rojo Fire Fluke. Going for more. Sammy's still willing to fight here in the Morph. They have got the 2 Raxes up, so it might be about time for Wildcard to leave the area, and that seems to be exactly what they'll do, but Rojo is still chasing them down. 2-man Vortex once again flying out from the Storm. He really wants RCY on the Ember, but he's doing this all on his lonesome. Soul is finally running in as the Terrorblade, trying to find somebody. The Sunlight will be dragged back into Muzi. RP is not available to cancel this TP off, so Sammy's going to be just fine.
Dire's middle tower is under
But they are 2 Raxes up now, so Wildcard, even if they lose a couple of supports, not too big of a deal.
yeah, they're still in a good position to, take advantage of this game. 1 Rax left. They've got all the scaling in the world now with Sammy Boy. And the fights are just really difficult for the side of Grin. They need a BKB up on Muzi. If he can just follow through on the Vortex or just get that instant RP, not care about the Ravage, the team fights are a lot simpler, but again, he was forced to hold back there. Yeah, I believe he did pick up the pipe, so he's waiting for the BKB gold once more. Once you have that, again, it should be a little bit easier to take these fights. Try to find the openings on Grin. Same thing goes for Rojo Fireflu. Trying for his own BKB now. And a Linken's for Soul. So a lot of protective items just to ensure that the team fights work out their way. We'll see if Grin are given any opportunity. For Wildcard, I mean, it's pretty straightforward this point forward. There's not too much to worry about. As long as you don't get picked off in a massive Vortex RP, then the game's really in your hands here. What's her win probability? 90% now for the side of Wildcard, after staying pretty stagnant for a while. Are in a pretty good spot now. 2 BKB spot out, no buybacks. Again, it's on cooldown anyway for Rojo. And for Muzi, well, if you can't get the RP off, you might as well not have a buyback. So it's understandable that they'd go this route.
Grin is still not out of this game yet. They are trying. Wildcard. Definitely it is their game to lose now. Bottom lane being forced in here by Grin. Wildcard going through the top lane. The other thing is you don't really have much of a choice here as As Grin, you do have to address the top lane if it does force itself into the T3 tower. They are going all the way, I think. Monster is pinging out the other tier 3 top. He does want to go for it. Can just start chipping away with the meteor hammer.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Muzi is going to rotate. Sammy, he's going to be on the front lines. Now keep in mind, he doesn't have the Aegis this time around.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But he has got the tier 3 tower down. Smoke is going to be out immediately by wildcard.
Radiant's
Lines
bottom
being
tower
drawn through the
is
mid
under
lane.
attack.
Smoke on smoke scenario now. Oh, the TB gonna have his smoke broken immediately. Soul, Ravage, it's gonna connect on all 5 heroes. Perfect initiation from Monster. And they are just getting just destroyed here by Wildcard. It's 3 down already. There needs to be a GG call incoming. An RP up from Muzi. Don't think it's gonna make any changes as Flea has his own RP. A full team wipe and GG is called. They have seen enough. And we are going to a 6th game today, Jonathan. Game 3 coming right up between Wildcard and Grin.
Yeah, it's been a lot of back and forth here in NA and a lot of the series we've casted. Again, Wildcard, just a little bit, maybe inconsistent might not be the word to use, but certainly a little bit up and down. They do manage to find game number 2. Grin, though, putting up a pretty good fight. I don't think that was all too bad of a showing coming out from them, considering that Rojo Fireflu had a pretty atrocious lane. It's kind of completely shut down. They still managed to make it work to a certain extent. Just maybe some missed executions down the line, not being able to get the RP off in some of those key fights. And the side of Wildcard finally having some good scaling on Sammy, could rely on him to kind of carry through with the game.
It certainly did. And we can see some highlights here of game number 2. See Wildcard proving to be the better team here in game 2. As game 1 was a really rough affair for them, and it seems like they got things together. You know, sorted out their draft, and game 2 it looked more like the Wildcard we are used to seeing. Mind you, props to Grin. It still looked like a pretty close game between these two teams. Much closer than I think you would anticipate. This was a weird one. Like Rojo just kind of zipping in, getting ravaged immediately. Monster had some very easy ravages to land because there was really no BKBs. So they were just kind of tanking these ravages or just not pressing BKBs in time. So Monster was having a great old time this game number 2, and I mean, nice attempts from the side of Grin, but yeah, again, like they're just not quite as convincing as game 1 was in terms of their performance. The Wildcard,
yeah,
sure, it was not a perfect game by any stretch from their end of things, but again, they end up winning the game number 2, and well, I'm not really sure what to say here, John. I think Grin might need to kind of reset here and get it together for game 3, because game 2 looked like a very different game from them.
Yeah, again, not as dominant, but still some slivers of hope coming out. I think their laning phase was just a little bit wonky. He gave out some opportunities as well for Flea to steal RP. Granted, not all the uses were amazing, but the threat of it, the fact that they could hold true was pretty damn big. And of course, Wildcard winning out here does mean we have to give one of their players the MVP. It should be Flea on the Rubik. Pretty big plays coming out from him. Again, the stolen RPs were nice. Honestly, it was really down to like stolen and power, I feel like. That kind of enabled RCY to keep the snowball keeping up for him. And you had some pretty good left back saves once the shard was up. So Flea definitely deserving of that MVP award here. Just a fantastic time. You know, Flea, we've watched this guy for a lot of years. We've known him for 2 of his heroes, Rubik and Mirana. He gets his Rubik in this game.
Yeah, he does, and he does deserve the MVP here on the Rubik. So there you go. Flea MVP for game number 2 here for Wildcard. And that does mean we get to go to a game 3, of course, between these two teams to decide who is the better team in this series, and you know whether we are going to see Grin end up picking up their first series victory, or whether we're going to see Wildcard continue to go undefeated in terms of series. But with that, Jonathan, I think we are ready to throw to a break before our game 3 draft does begin. So it is MLP Dota on Genix 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 3's draft in just a moment. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our final game of the night between Wildcard and Green Esports, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix. Jonathan, welcome back. We've got a draft on our hands. We may as well go straight into it here. Of course, Wildcard taking game 2 in case you weren't watching last game, and Wildcard have to, have decided they're going to start with the techies.
Yeah, they start off with the most positive here in the game, and we start off with you dying, Mike. I'm sorry to hear.
That's all right, John.
And it's the end for you, Mike. It is what it is. It's over. It's about time. Grin, they pick up the Doom. So here we are. After some weird non-standard drafts, now we start with Techies and Doom being picked up in the first phase. All is according to plan. Wildcard having to ban out the Magnus and the Abaddon. Grin banning out the Beastmaster and the Timbersaw. So a lot of options still left in the pool, I suppose, if you want to go forward here. Grin could probably take something like Enchantress if they want. No, they go with a Bat Rider. Just securing that pause 4 likely here for Green Esports. Wildcard with a Techies up. What you can combine that with. And they see some cores here. I would not fault them to just pick a Rubik up just because there's some good spells to steal already. Maybe you can go for a Shadow Demon as well if you want more of a save up against something like the Bat Rider. Either one kind of works out here. We shall see. Again, we've got Sammy in the daylight. You look at the shape of the light up above him. It just looks so... It looks... What's the word I'm looking for? Not strange. It looks... religious, you know, almost like a religious light shining upon him. Yeah, it's like the opposite of when Sammy had a red light. Yeah, almost like a halo. It just looks divine. It's like a divine light shining down on Sammy to carry this game.
Okay, I mean it kind of does. I get you. Drafts continue. They did go for the Pango pickup, so not going for any kind of save against the Bat Rider so far. We still could go for it later. There's quite a few heroes that can kind of deal with the Bat Rider, so I'm sure they're perfectly fine just picking a hero later on. Ban phase. Wildcard are going to think about this for quite a bit of time, but they are getting rid of the Bloodseeker. Shadow Demon ban out here from Green Esports. So just trying to ensure that the usual counters to the Bat are not going to be available here.
Yep. Just keep that pick safe. You know what I realized, Mikey? There's one thing I realized right now. There's something that bugged me about RCY and Flea being, Filipino Americans. Then I realized both of them, their first names are both Francis. They're both Francises. The two Filipinos in the one team are both Francises as well. That is just so Filipino.
I never realized Francis was such a Filipino name, to be honest with you, John, but apparently it is, from what I've been hearing.
It is. I've got a cousin named Francis.
Wow.
I know a few Francises myself, so it is what it is. I don't know. There's a lot. To be fair, I feel like there's more Johns in the Philippines, Mike. You'd find a lot more of me, unfortunately.
Oh, sounds like heaven for me, Jonathan.
5 seconds remaining.
You sent me a screenshot of somebody who's apparently counting the amount of times I say your name. It's pretty stock standard. I do say it quite a lot. It'd be kind of funny actually if I went to PH and said your name and just everyone turned around. Be nice.
Actually, yeah, if you just yell John, everyone's gonna look back. Me? Should give it a try when you do head down here, Mike. Still, while you're not down here, what we do have on hand is a draft, and it is still continuing. Terrorblade being banned out by Grin. Wildcard taking care of the Void Spirit, just giving some better matchups for the Pangolier, I suppose, down mid. Open enough to still kind of figure out what they want here. Side of Wildcard having to ban first and pick forward. Well, what else is left here for the picks? I suppose you could take care of Ember or Storm. I think Storm is a bigger threat for a Pango mid. You do kind of want to just give yourself a better time here on the side of Wildcard for RCY. Let's see if that's something they opt for. Really taking their time here.
I mean, it is the final game of this best of 3, so take it as seriously as you possibly can. The drafts have been, very, very important in this series, to say the least, so sure neither side wants to mess up here, as they do get rid of the Marcy again. Green Esports immediately into the Wind Ranger, no real thinking about it. just a matter of what role this Wind Ranger is going to be playing this game, like whether we're going to see Rojo play it or whether it's going to be the sole hero in the safe lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's open enough. I'm trying to...
Pick.
I'm guessing it's going to be mid, just because
Team pick.
they kind of see the Pango, so they just feel like it's going to be a decent matchup. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for the Wind Ranger to play up against. Wildcard straight into the Morphling and into the Undying. This is actually pretty damn good for a Morphling game. Like, granted, you're picking Morphling into a Doom, so that may be a little bit awkward, but you go Lincolns, you're kind of fine there. I think the bigger thing is, with your Ags, you have Batrider and Wind Ranger to turn into. Wind Ranger in particular for a Morphling is a pretty good form as universal type, considering Shackles can be pretty damn good for a Morph to toss out. Windrun is also pretty damn good for a Morphling kind of bail out along with his mobility on hand. So I wouldn't mind something like the Ags here for Sammy down the line and just turning into Wind Ranger. Seems like a pretty good time. Your lanes are pretty strong here as well from Wildcard. Morphling plus the Undying, very stable. You can get the value point in the Soul Rip if you want to just heal up your Morphling, sustain the lane. You don't have the best way of clearing out from Grin. I mean, Wind Ranger's one, but in that lane of Doom Batrider, your Tombstone's probably going to get a lot of value here for the side of Wildcard.
Oh, and there's the Medusa. Surprise, surprise. The hero gets left behind. It does get picked up by Grin. I mean, you do have the Morphling at least for Wildcard, but I think we saw this earlier today and it did not work out in favor of the Morph, if I'm remembering correctly.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Did not quite work out.
5 seconds.
Does feel like Wildcard will still want maybe a little bit more mana burn on hand if they can kind of afford to pick something like that.
Radiant team back.
Not sure what's left. Like, assuming Pango mid, maybe you could run something like a Nyx off lane, if that is in the cards here for Monster. Like, a Nyx Techies lane is pretty aggressive. Quite frankly, it's not a bad laning duo at all. So I wouldn't mind if Wildcard just went for the Nyx just to have that Vendetta mana burn and kind of tried to delete that Dusa as much as possible. Prevent Soul from having that good of a game. And we have seen that Nyx in the pro game. It did look like a pretty damn good counter, especially once you got a couple of Dagon levels up.
Final bans to come. Grin Esports. One more to go. Focusing on the offlane right now of Wildcard.
Dire team pick.
They'll get rid of the Tide Hunter this time. I mean, Monster was proving to be very annoying on this hero. Easiest ravages of his life most of the time as well. So they are going to go down the Underlord route this time. Fair enough. I mean, against the Wind Ranger, it is quite an annoying hero to play against, right? Like, you just have so many ways of just rooting her in place. You can go for the Rod of Atos build if you really want to. Grin Esports, how do they respond?
10 seconds remaining. 5
Looks like they are
seconds
lacking
remaining.
perhaps a support, assuming the Wind Ranger core. Not sure what else is left here to kind of make you feel good. I suppose just a Pugna option. If you want to just top up your Medusa. Again, we saw this last time. It did not pan out quite that well. So that could be one way Grin Esports decides to go. Maybe an Enchantress. Pretty popular support as well. Although I do feel like your team fight's kind of lacking on the side of Grin. You've got Doom and Stonegaze, which doesn't feel like it's enough to deal with Rolling Thunder and the Pit of Malice and the Tombstone. There's a lot of AoE control here from Wildcard. I think the one thing as well with the Underlord pickup is that you are mainly physical damage output based. It's not just the Wind Ranger, but even the Medusa we've seen struggle up against Crimson Guard and the Guardian Greaves with the Atrophy Aura from the Underlord. It does mitigate a lot of output. Can make it a lot tougher.
Mirana, choose your hero.
Oh, they'll go down the Minerano route. All right. Those are your drafts for game number 3. They do end up with a position 4 to end things off. It looks like it is going to be indeed the Rojo mid Wind Ranger coming out. So they're going to play the offlane Doom here in the safe lane Medusa. A Wildcard. No, not too many surprises here with their own draft. Playing the carry Morphling, of course, the mid Pangolier and the offlane Underlord. Gonna give props to Rojo Fireflu, John. No matter what happens, this guy's always happy. There's always a smile on his face, no matter what stage of the series we're in and what state of the series is right now. It's I appreciate that. A man that always smiles.
Yeah, and to be fair, like even in his gameplay, it reflects, right? Like he has a rough time, he still hangs in there, he bounces back in, and he kind of rallies for his team. So I like that showing from Grin. However, in terms of the draft here, Mike, I would say I prefer Wildcard's draft. I think Underlord's just such a massive issue for this lineup from Grin. Once you get your Crimson Guard and your Guardian Greaves and a pipe, I don't know how you do damage on Grin. Like you're not going to be able to overwhelm the Atrophy Aura and Crimson Guard. You don't have the best lockdown for these team fights. You've got really good single target control, but not much for a wider AoE where Wildcard is shining. And of course, you're up against an RCY Pango, which is something that we've seen him really do well on, even in matchups that don't work out in favor of the Pango. So I'm leaning heavily towards Wildcard with this draft, Mike.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out, John. I'm not sure exactly where to go with my my own thoughts here, but I guess I'll agree with you. Wildcard probably did come out with the better draft here, and we'll see what they can do, though. Grin has surprised us in multiple games so far, so you can never underestimate these boys, as we are going to head into game number 3 between Green Esports and Wildcard. See how it does all pan out. So I believe we can head over to it now, if we want to. Wildcard? Grin?
Yeah.
There we go. Smoke is out immediately from Grin.
Salivating Salamander giving all chat. Nice Pango win rate, by the way, to RCY. What was that win rate?
I'm not sure, but RCY has played a lot of Pango.
Handsome devil.
Like, I feel like every second game we see the Pango come out from this man.
Kind of funny. What's up with the younger players really digging Pango, right? Like, I remember Lukey was also big in Pangolier.
30 seconds to battle.
RCY is our youngest player in the DPC, I'm fairly certain, and he's a Pangolier spammer. What's up with the youngsters in Pango, Mike?
That's one of those Zuma heroes, Jonathan. You know? These new heroes is what the kids are into these days. I was kind of complaining about Sanking the other day, Jonathan. Like, where's Sanking gone? No? Where's my boy Sank? Where's all these older heroes? I guess he's one of the only ones that never gets picked up these days, to be fair. Green going for a bit of a fight here with Sunlight. They're going to miss out on the bounty rune. In fact, is that a 4 bounty rune trade for Wildcard? I think it is. 4 bounty runes for Wildcard Gaming. And Grin get away with none of them.
It's a nice start for Wildcard. Should set up for a faster bot lane here for RCY in particular. Still taking a look at that bot lane as we do enter the laning phase. Flea on that Techies monster on the Underlord up against Salivating Salamander on the Batrider support, along with Soul on the Medusa. A Batrider Medusa lane can be pretty aggressive, although up against Techies and Underlord, I'm not sure how much you can really get done. You could try to magic them down, but you run the risk of copping a little bit too much damage from Flea as well. Techies trades favorably here. You outrange the Batrider by a significant amount. Should just be able to always kind of dictate that lane. At the least, you should still be able to farm here as Soul. I don't see a direct kill threat coming out until maybe level 4. So all things considered, you don't mind a more passive lane down bot as long as your Medusa farms up.
You certainly don't. Of course, top lane as well, Sammy and Sunlight going to be going up against LGTK and Muzi. Sammy having a pretty damn good game of the Morphling, though I feel like most of the game was carried by RCY, to be fair. A lot of the team fights, it felt like Sammy wasn't even there. He was just pushing another lane. See if he has a good laning stage once again, though. For now, it seems like he probably will, because he has Sunlight on the Undying. And, well, this Doom for now can't even get close. Like, it's a classic Undying lane. You can't really farm with this guy around.
Just get zoned out really hard. Still has the 1 mango as well, if need be, for another decay. LGTK forced to just go for the pull. Should be able to make the creep wave meet somewhere strange if Sunlight wants it to, although instead he inadvertently pulls into the camp, but still finds range creep at the least. What's LGTK's plan here? Does he drag it all the way to mid? Looks like he might.
That he will for now. He's going back towards the top, I think.
All right.
Long wraparound here
Takes
from
a longer
LGTK.
route. 3
Does
XP
need
at the very
to-
least.
I mean, I think he needs to give it to Muzi. I don't think he gets to have it himself. I don't think Muzi's going to be happy to give the creep wave over to the Mirana this time around. Just wants to reset the creep equilibrium, obviously, here, because Muzi literally just cannot farm against this Undying.
Could be able to just soak into closer to his level 3 timing. And a rather slower start. No real big kill threats coming out. The mid lane is kind of the more interesting lane, I suppose, when it comes down to individual play. Rojo Fireflu on that Wind Ranger up against RCY and his signature Pangolier. Again, a very zoomer hero for a very zoomer kid. So far, no big advantage for either side. A little bit easier for Rojo Fireflu. He just pops Wind Run when he sees the shield crash commitment in. And you aren't really able to build up too much of a lead on either side. Rune Control going to be the one that dictates who does maybe get an opening here early on. Would have to say these support rotations coming out from Grin look a little bit scarier. With a Mirana combination, Shackle plus Arrow can be nice. You can never underestimate the techies when it does leave lane though.
A very slight net worth lead for now for the side of Wildcard as bottom lane. A bit of aggression now. Monster. Blast off is there from Flea. Monster still trying to fight this one out, but the Firefly doing too much work. Elevating Salamander able to secure one as Flea is getting very, very low. One hit away from dying. Trying to land the sticky bomb is not going to get it. He could keep trying for the chase, but not really worth his time. And in fact, Salamander might even stick around here and get a courier while he's at it as the flame break does land onto the techies, but it's not enough. And Salamander himself, he will deny himself to the tier 2 tower. No XP to go the way of Wildcard and a free reset here from the Bat Rider.
And a really good lane coming out from Soul. Again, not being contested too hard by Monster. For Monster, the key thing for him is just Vanguard timing. If you can work into that, maybe to pipe first into the Crimson Guard, you start to feel pretty good about your Underlord pick here. It will take time. And perhaps for Flea, the best move now is to just try to get some stacks going to clear out later on. Though he doesn't really have the room to leave Monster too far alone either. So, nice start for Grin. Saw mid, a little bit of harassment out onto Rojo Fireflu. Again, a rather even back and forth. Deny advantage for Rojo. That will hold back the level 6 timing of RCY for just a little bit longer, but not by too much. Even with an earlier focus fire for Rojo, I'm not sure if that's enough to find a kill on something like the Pango here. Just a bit too durable.
Bottom lane, Monster again gonna go down. Salivating Salamander. This Bat Rider just proving to be so aggressive already. Already hitting the level 4 mark as the POS 5. It's actually out leveling the Underlord at this point. That is a huge problem. Top lane, Muzi being chased by Sunlight, but Sunlight cannot keep diving the tier 1 tower, and he will have to back off. Sammy Boy's gotten so much farm on this Morphling. 36 and 25 currently is the CS here for Sammy. Props to Sunlight doing pretty much all of the work here in this top lane to make sure he can get that complete free farm. Well, Sunlight would probably cringe if he saw a CS being missed here by Sammy. Sunlight again, double decay out. Muzi in huge trouble, and it looks like he is set to fall. Sunlight again setting up perfectly as now Sammy's looking to go after LGTK, but this will, oh, in fact, it's not pointless. The adaptive strike was going to be enough.
Radiant's top
Suppose with all the missing strength there, he
Just
just did
enough.
not have the HP pool to survive it.
Yeah. Again, Sunlight second up the shots. Sammy landing it down. And already level 6 on the Morph. Good amount of farm to start off. You are still getting a little bit more out of Soul's lane, though. So the Medusa, I'm sure, is pretty happy still with game state. And a rather even back and forth early on here. Sunlight wanting to steal the rune. Does not find it.
Monster, bottom lane again going to be dived here, John. This Underlord just is not catching a break. With the Firefly still going, it looks like he's got no real way out, though. He's going to try with the blast off. It might be enough. Monster, he's alive. He's going to make it. Flea will barely save the day. Oh boy, that was close. The Vanguard, the damage block was enough to keep him alive through the right clicks. The blast off just in time to ensure he gets out of the Firefly, the radius of the fire. Huge.
Just enough for Monster to eke out a win there. Finally finding the Vanguard can hold his own in that lane. Still a slower start than you'd want for the Underlord. We're talking about slower starts though. Muzi is off to an even worse start on that Doom. 2K net worth, 800 behind Monster, who's already had a pretty terrible time. Down mid.
They do find Rojo 5, or rather Rojo 5 who finds Sunlight. RCY did pop the roll, but unable to find anything with it, as even the Tombstone can be fed the way of the Wind Ranger. Still a very slight net worth advantage the way of Wildcard, but both carries are farming extremely well at the moment. Exalt, top of the net worth board right now, only followed by Sammy, who's about 300 gold behind. Bit of a chase here onto Salivating Salamander now, as he's trying to make life as hard as possible for Wildcard, but he is going to go down. RCY able to take the kill himself on the Pangoli.
Yeah, nice little pickup now to help accelerate RCY into that early defusal timing that he needs. Did need a kill to kind of relieve that pressure on the mid. Starting to feel a little bit better now on the Pango. Rojo Fireflu. Again, not under any threat as long as he has his wind run ready when the shield crash comes in. So not going to be under any kill threat so far. 4 to 5, a rather even start once more. Both teams rather evenly matched. I think the hurt you're having on Muzi is really the bigger issue here, though. I mean, Doom can recover, but you know, with the usual build-up now of Vanguard into Midas and into Octarine with the disassembly, that's going to be thrown off for quite some time here for Muzi. Don't know when this Doom will actually be a factor in this game, is when you're at 2.4k net worth, bottom net worth core. It's not a good spot for a Doom to be in.
Rojo Firefly, he's going to go down mid lane. Play with the rotation and the blast off, helping set up here for RCY, so a pretty big pick off here in the mid. Well, top lane, looks like they are trying to go after LGTK. Waveform forward from Sammy, does not connect onto the Mirana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So the bottom is going to be just fine. Well, RCY looking for a nice power rune for himself. Please going to make sure the illusion rune does remain secured for him, so he will get the bottle top up.
He's only a part away from that full defusal. RCY about to hit his early power spike, can start threatening, even start threatening the Medusa if you wanted to. If they find an opportunity to jump soul here, you would have enough damage early on to handle that early mana shield. Immediate smoke out from Flea and RCY. See if they find an angle here.
Muzi. Nice target to pick off as well. Swashbuckle's going to land perfectly from RCY. Sticky Bomb is in range as well. Flea setting up another nice kill here with RCY as they are looking to take the Ancient stacks, but the rotations are incoming. Salivating Salamander already taking down Flea. Monster also in trouble, is going to burn out, I think, to the Batrider damage. As then, no, never mind, the Firefly was not quite enough, but they do eventually get him with LGTK. RCY trying to go for more with the Rolling Thunder, does get punished by Rojo as the sunlight also goes down. Sammy, he's trying to run. Arrow's going to be there. Doom committed as well from Muzi. Sammy probably regretting showing up here for this team fight now. Would have been better off just going to farm. As Grin will clean up very nicely.
Good punishment coming out from Grin. Just a little bit awkward coming out from Wildcard. Really nice kill to find on Doom first. They stay around, they want to clear out these stacks, but don't have enough damage to burst it down. And then that's more than enough time for Grin to come in. RCY also very late to committing that Rolling Thunder. Commits it while Focus Fire was still up on him from Rojo Fireflu. So it doesn't amount to much. Those are big kills to find. You even have Soul around there to soak some activity, and you're now really starting to pull ahead on that Medusa. 7.4k on the net worth. Already has one ultimate orb up. The Manta already flying in. Once that Scotty's up, And that's when the stats start to pad real damn high. And just the defusal alone on RCY might not be enough to handle that Medusa. So you have to watch yourself. Your timings are still thrown off on Monster. He showed up. He tried to have some impact, but he doesn't have the auras just yet for the team to feel a lot more survivable. Heck, even Atrophy Aura is stuck at level 2 right now. The physical output of the side of Grin still very effective here, Mike.
It certainly is. Wildcard are going to try and get aggressive here down at the bottom lane.
Radiant structures.
The Soul is there along with the Salamander himself, but it's like they are just going to avoid any kind of defense to come, as Wildcard have started on the bottom tier 1, but they are lacking a creep wave at the moment.
Radiant's top tower.
I have to wait patiently for that creep wave to make their way over. There it is. Meanwhile, the mid lane casually being pushed in by LGTK, but he'll be forced to just kind of leave that alone for now, because it's just to support Mirana. I wonder if Sammy's feeling worried about Soul and how well he's farming right now, because Soul is having a great time as they do get a nice shackle here onto Monster into the lasso. Monster underneath the tier 1 tower, surely not going to survive, and he will not. Monster is down. Meanwhile, Muzi drops as well though. Top lane, Sammy takes him out on his own.
Yeah, Sammy's been doing a lot in this solo lane. Cleared out the top tier 1 all by himself, getting free farm on the Morphling. He is still 1.1k behind Ardusa, but you asked me if he'd be worried. I don't think he would be. I think he's still able to keep up in farm. He's going to have his Lincoln Sphere flying out already, so you're kind of secure. You're kind of safe from just getting doomed up in the middle of these engagements. And that's a good safety net for Sammy to have. Still, RCY.
Mid lane, RCY. Rolling Thunder. Not going to be expended. Just doesn't see the point in throwing it out. We're sitting at 10-9 now. 1k advantage the way of Wildcard. Again, my main concern if you are Wildcard, I think, is the fact that Soul is just farming so damn well as the Doocer. Even if you believe you might have the counters and the Pango and the Morphling, it really isn't that simple. You know, like we've seen a lot of Pango Diffusal Blade do quite well against the Medusa, and of course we've seen the Morphling do very well against the Medusa as well, but yeah, it's not that easy though. Like it's easier said on paper than it is actually kind of playing out the game.
Yeah, it takes a lot. You have to itemize correctly as well in the Morphling to kind of get that done. So wild card going out for the smoke now. Want to slow down Soul if they can catch him out here.
They will try. Soul kind of trapped up in this corner. Moonlight Shadow. Stone Gaze also going to be popped. They've got the Fiend's Gate coming through to try and make sure he does have more to lock him down. But Monster never getting the Pillar Mantis off, and now the lasso dragging him away as Soul. He might have a chance to try and fight back. Wildcard, they do surround him. Soul, he is still alive, still trying his best to fight, but he's out of mana. He is out of mana, he is gone. Meanwhile, Sammy is going to drop to boot, so it's not actually looking like that bad of a team fight now for Grin. Though they will lose Muzi. LGTK in the meantime also being targeted by RCY. Will go down, a Salamander to drop as well. Rojo Fireflu trying to salvage the fight the best he can, but he cannot pick up RCY. He's the final piece of the puzzle to go down. And Wildcard, they will find a full team wipe for themselves.
Works out for Wildcard. Still a little bit awkward for Sammy. Still getting clipped by that Doom. Losing his Lincolns with a spell popped on him. They have enough single target spells, of course, to kind of get that done. But overall, a big win for Wildcard regardless. Finding the Medusa first. Ensuring that, again, that build-up for Soul is slowing down. And now they're starting to get some answers in terms of itemization here. Crimson Guard up. So you are much more well protected by Monster. And as soon as he hits that Atrophy Aura level 4 with a damage reduction, and it's going to be pretty oppressive for the side of Grin to try to find any kills as long as Monster's around. We've seen this before. Like, you've got to take care of the Underlord. We've seen that salivating Salamander.
Yes,
get the lasso off
Salamander.
onto the Underlord first. Yes. He's
This is
been
your
lassoing
favorite
up
name.
Monster. Great idea. Yes, it is.
I
It's a
told
great
you,
name.
John. No, it's not a great name for us, John. We have to pronounce it. And you keep messing it up, which made me mess it up yesterday. Speaking of messing up, Moosey's in trouble. Moosey's down. Sammy solos him again. So this Doom is not having a good time when it comes to Sammy's Morphling. Like, just morph into the Morphling, take the Scorched Earth, and just chase him down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's been having a fun time feeding off of the Doom. Woozy not that much net worth here. Flea gets spooked a little bit by Roho Fireflu. Net worth of Woozy, man. 5.2k. 700 above a Techies. That's not really a good position to be in.
No.
All the way behind. At the least with Midas Devour, you should eventually catch up, as long as you don't die, of course.
T1 mid tower is dropping rather quickly here.
Radiant's middle tower has
Bryn are grouping up with the Moonlight Shadow. They'll run into Sunlight, but he got the Tombstone down in time. The Golem has been popped as well. RCY finding a very nice Rolling Thunder to set up. Doom has been committed. Monster is the target, but he's just going to walk out of there safely. Sammy, oh, an arrow connected on Sammy, but he's okay for now. Sammy will survive. He will make his way out. The Doom is about to wear off, so they're trying to reinitiate. Jump in again from RCY, aiming down Roho. Roho's safe for now with the shackle set up onto the Pango, though he is dropping eventually and will go down. RCY still trying, going after LGTK. Misses that swashbuckle, but it's still a great team fight for Wildcard.
Bit messier than you'd like it to be. You do go away with 2 for 1, sacrificing your support Undying for all of those kills. Not the biggest loss in the world. So I'm like more than happy to make that sacrifice to find that kill on Woozy and on Roho Fireflu. Still want to be able to pin down Soul, just a little bit too hectic for you to find that opportunity to jump on the Dusa. But you still have the Rolling Thunder ready to go. You managed to expend the Doom. You're seeing the damage issues we talked about here, Mike. With Crimson Guard and Max Out Atrophy Aura, when that barrier is on, both Soul and Roho Fireflu do not do any damage whatsoever. Like, they are just standing 0 damage creeps at that point.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are, John.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
6k advantage now for Wildcard.
Amazing what you'll find.
Probably the most dominant game we've seen from them all day. At least for now.
The prize is mine.
Top tier 1 tower under siege here. Soul will be able to take that one for free.
under attack.
Wildcard staying grouped up here. They're going to go for a 3-man smoke. Keep in mind, you do have now the Skadi available on Soul, so it's a pretty big spike here for the Medusa, but it seems as though Wildcard either going for a hunt or they're going to start pushing down the bottom tier 2 tower together. You do have Salivating Salamander, though, ready to skip the creep wave, and that's exactly what he will do. Pings are out, so they are going to try and go for the chase onto the Bat Rider as RCY is going to show up. Perfect swashbuckle in, and that is going to be your Bat Rider down. Creep wave even surviving through it. They'll heal him up. But it seems like they have to address the top tier 2 being chased out. They preemptively just place the Fiend's Gate in case Sammy needs it. In fact, Sammy's going to have to go through it, because Roshan has begun here for Wildcard.
Tower is under attack.
Big objective to take. Side of Grin. They've got some information on hand. They might have an idea the pings are coming out, but they're way far across the map. Trying to TP in now. Roshan falling fairly quickly here. He'll smoke. I'll try something out.
Aegis now up on Sammy. I'm not sure if they really can afford to take this fight here. Grin. Still sticking around with the Moonlight Shadow. It is about to wear off. Maybe they can find an opportunity to get a lasso onto Sammy, but he does have the Lincolns you have to go through. They have not seen the Bat Rider on that high ground cliff yet. The Salivating Salamander acting as a ward here for Grin. Will keep tabs on Sammy, but he needs someone to break the Lincoln so he can go in for the lasso attempt. And it seems like Sammy's kind of gotten cue to leave the area. He has realized they were around watching him the whole time.
Radiant's
While that
middle
was
tower
happening,
is under
RCY is going to
attack.
find himself a nice double damage rune here on the Pangolier, so happy days for him in the next team fight. I'm sure he'll be very, very happy with himself. And with the double damage, I mean, this Medusa's mana pool, it's probably not going to last very long. These swashbuckles are going to start to hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, this is the point where it starts to get a little bit painful for Dedusa, especially before your stats are fully built up. Although, again, with the Scotty, it's not as bad, but you are still susceptible to just kind of melting so far. And again, you've got damage issues right now on the side of Grin. Full Guardian Greaves up on Monster. So if the Crimson Guard wasn't enough, then the Guardian Greaves are going to save you, bail you out when your HP is low as well, stalling out that process of dying. Smoke out here by the side of Wildcard. I believe that came in before the power shot, so shouldn't be spotted out by this one.
Yeah, Wildcard, they'll just rotate through the dire jungle. It's like Salivating Salamander is going to be the easiest target for them to focus down, though they also have found a Mirana for their trouble, so LGTK going to be targeted. And RCY with a simple shield crash will get the job done. He did pop the double damage, so you're not going to have that available for the next fight, at the least. At least that's down the toilet here for Grin. But Wildcard still in the 7k in the advantage.
Radiant's bottom
This
tower
Medusa,
is
like,
under
as much as I want to say that Soul's going to be really scary, I just feel as though Wildcard is starting to really find the answers for themselves here. Again, with the Pango Morphling,
Yeah.
you know, the two in combination with a net worth advantage, like, I think Green are going to struggle to find a team fight win once Wildcard is ready to group up again.
I'd agree with you. I don't know how exactly you start these fights for Grin. The ideal now for Grin is maybe just getting a lasso and a Doom off, focusing on one big hero first, either the Morphling or the Pangolier, and kind of try to take it from there. Of course, you do have to pop that Linken's first, so that means you're probably wanting to jump in with Muzi first, have him pick up, say, a single target neutral spell, pop the Linken's, get lasso, and stack it if the lasso alone is not enough for that burst play. Still some good item timings lining up here for Wildcard, though. Around 800 gold away for Sammy to have the full Ags, and once you've got the full Ags turning into Medusa, it's not going to be fun losing all of that attack speed on Medusa. You're just struggling to do damage. You're going to struggle even more when the Morphling steals some of your agi here and your attack speed.
Top lane, Salivating Salamander. It's gonna be fine. They will not find him. Well, I say that, RCY has actually spotted him now. But the TP away should be enough. No time to channel the Rolling Thunder. Mid lane, a bit of an attempt on Sunlight with the Gleipnir there, but no real committal here from Rojo. You're stuck in a position as Green where you're solely reliant now on Soul to carry you through this game because everyone else has just fallen way too far behind. Like, you can still have impact with the Wind Ranger and the Doom, of course, but you know, you basically got some shackles. You might have a Doom to throw out, and that's pretty much it. It's all up to Soul after that.
Like, it's really just down to the single target control. Again, they have to kind of play pick-off game into a team fight. So isolate one, then force the fight onto the other four. Easier said than done. That's the side of Wildcard. Still exerting that map control.
LGTK. Oopsie daisies. Diffusal Blade is there. He will pounce towards the low ground, but it's not going to matter because Sunlight is going to keep up the vision. LGTK going to buy himself a little bit of time there with the mech. TP attempt as well, but they have found exactly his position. Very, very easy pick-off here for Wildcard as they still maintain a 5k advantage. Not looking to rush to the high ground yet, probably waiting for the next Roshan. And speaking of the Devil, Soul was around the Roshan pit. We'll go for a TP play out unless the Pit of Malice is going to land from Monster. Soul, he is the one guy they need to survive. And he is going down. He's gone.
Not the kind of kill you want to give out here, Grin. isolated all by himself. No vision around the area as well. Big kill to find for the side of Wildcard. Full Ags now out for Sammy Boy as well. So more trouble to come. The butterfly is completed, at least on Ardusa.
Radiant's
Even
bottom
then, it
tower
just doesn't
is
feel like
under
it's going to be
attack.
enough. The evasion is going to help bolster your EHP for sure, but does feel like you still have damage issues, even with 200 base damage. Just the Crimson Guard plus the Atrophy Aura, it's more than enough to, again, stop you from just taking over in these engagements. Halberd now up for Monster as well, so more issues for both the Wind Ranger and the Medusa as the tier 2 starts to get chipped away at. Is just going to fall.
T2 tower.
And Wildcard,
Nice and easy.
8k up. And they've got a major advantage now going into this, and the game is just not getting any easier for Grin.
No, certainly not. Moonlight Shadow popped here, Grin. Go for a chase after Wildcard, see if they can find a straggler here. Lasso's going to connect onto the Underlord, so they've got something. They even commit the Doom for this. Monster just copying everything, and it still takes them forever to secure this kill. It kind of goes to show you the state of the game right now for Grin, like the fact that they just committed literally every spell they had to make that happen. And if Wildcard were a little bit closer to Monster in that engagement, I'm 100% sure they would have just taken the fight. And they might just do so right now, because Soul is in a very awkward position now. Just getting constantly stunned up here by RCY. They're going to force out the Stone Gaze, as Wildcard would love to fight now. But they're not going to have the opportunity. Instead, they're going to have to just try and maybe go after the tier 2 mid tower and force the fight that way.
Just try to find that opening now. I mean, this is a downtime for the side of Grin. Without that Doom, without the Lasso, they are susceptible to even just a 4-man from Wildcard. With Sammy back up though, with Monster back up, you're probably not too worried. Start to line up and just shove every single lane in. There is a Wisdom Rune they could snag away, but no one kind of coming up there. Left alone for a few minutes now. Cooking up.
Well, there's your 4-man smoke here. Wildcard. Not going to go through the Twin Gates. Roshan's up in 2 minutes. They got there. Well, it's going to be Salamander. That Rider is going to go down. Another easy Bat Rider kill, and of course, setting up for the next Roshan is the side of Wildcard. There's still a longer timer here on these Roshans. I swear, every Roshan I feel like we've seen has been over 2 minutes. I think there was one quick one this whole day, and every other one is like 2 minutes plus.
Yeah. Yep. What's up with us in NA right now, Mike? Why is everything slow? Do we bring what's the aura of Omni Knight God? Degen aura. We bring a Degen aura out to these games, Mike.
I mean, it's,
Just slow
Degen
it
aura
down.
doesn't exist anymore, John. It's gone now.
It went to us. It went to us. That's it.
It did. There you
It's
go.
taken off. It's just us. Debuff to these
One-
games.
Less than 1 minute left for this Roshan. Octarine Core now up on RCY. Aghanim Scepter being built up on the Pango. Again, he's been proving to be very, very good this game, RCY, sitting at 11, 1, and 3. Mines being placed preemptively here by the Twin Gates, just to allow them the information if they do start to come in.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is
T2
under
top towers being forced in here by Grin. Thing is, though, they do want to
Just
take this
poking.
Roshan fight, I think. Like, you really don't want to allow Roshan to go down for free. They may choose to just leave it. Perhaps the confidence in their ability to take a fight right now isn't the highest. But Roshan's is so important, though. Like, Aegis T is available. Sure, you've got good high ground defense as Grin, but I wouldn't say you're invincible by any stretch. Roshan is going to go down. Like, there was a line drawn out to the Twin Gates by the Dire side, by the Radiant. As Fiend's Gate has also been dropped, they're rushing towards Green Esports here trying to catch somebody off. Everybody gets out. But Roshan does go the way of Wildcard quite freely. Aegis, of course, on Sammy. I actually don't see a cheese on anyone. I have no idea where that's gone. In fact, no, it is on Sammy. Never mind. Just in the backpack.
Takes it all
LGTK
for himself.
leaps away. Should be all right. Well, I mean, he had to take it all for himself, John. It was either that or he just left it in the pit because nobody stuck around to take it with him.
That is fair. Just everyone wanted to get the heck out of that home. 3K lead still stands for wildcard. To be fair again to Grin, they've done a good job of actually dragging back the net worth just a little bit despite these losses. So the lead isn't actually widening from wildcard, it's shrinking down. Full Scotty up for Sammy. Should be feeling a lot better going into these fights. Just need to find a target.
Lane. Salivating Salamander doing the important work of trying to skip creep waves, but jumps right into a bunch of mines, loses over half his HP. They know exactly where he is too, so they'll TP down to the bottom tier 1 tower where RCY will be able to find Salivating Salamander in that exact same spot. 4 staff away, blink up in 1, but it's not quick enough. The Batrider is down, and Wildcard, knowing he is down, will either try to force a buyback or just go straight for the bottom racks. And they're onto it. Sammy, he's there onto the tier 3. It is not going to take too long.
There's nothing to be scared of. Still has the Lincoln's up, turns into the Dusa.
Arrow does connect. Lasso is there. Hold on a minute. Sammy's getting dragged really damn deep. Stone Gaze has petrified him up, so he's in a bit of danger for this first life with the Aegis. Might be set to lose it, and he will. That is the Aegis down. You don't really want to have to fight near the fountain if you can avoid it here as wildcard. So they're going to use this Rolling Thunder to be able to safely back Sammy out of there. The Gleipnir is going to lock him down. Sammy still needs the help to try and retreat out of this situation. They'll even doom him up on the Morphling. Where's the help? It's not coming. They'll leave Sammy to die as a great shackle. Rojo Fire flew. Setting up on 2 more. They might have Monster here. He'll try for the TP play out, but another shackle going to lock him down and cancel the TP. He's gone. Grin Esports. You lose a tier 3 tower, but they got 2 great pickoffs here. They are not laying down, John. They're going to fight back.
And that's a big win for them. Again, the network lead was already not growing for wildcard in this interim period. Now the lead actually goes the way of Grin. We managed to catch up here on Muzi. Not too far behind on Rojo Fireflu. You've got some solutions for that Morphling. It does feel like if you're a wildcard right now, you might consider stacking up the Lincolns. Just put more active Lincolns onto Sammy, because you can't afford to have him just get controlled like that. Still, with his opening, Grin are starting to group together, pushing down bot. Soul does a ton of damage when you're not quite there with the Underlord and Crimson Guard. He'll start ripping away. Fortify to stall just a little bit here from the side of Grin. Respawns aren't too far off for the wild card, so at the least they'll have some options.
Hold on a minute. Salivating Salamander. Lasso is there. They have caught the Undying to start, so it seems like we are going to lose at least Sunlight, though he will buy back into this team fight. And they go. They want to try and force the fight now. Wildcard chasing down Grin, but Grin are looking to just try and retreat. RCY continuing the chase will go after Muzi, it seems, but no, Muzi just blinks away. Instead, they're going to try and go after Sol, who's been left behind on the Dusa. They can't leave this guy alone. But no, they leave him. Sol's on his own here, and he's just down.
What?
Did we forget something, Grim?
Yeah, apparently they did. They forgot their cherished snake, their beloved pet snake, and well, she does get taken out. Unfortunate that you lose your pet like that, but wildcard, they're more than happy. You know, they lost Sammy last time to get a little bit of revenge. Finding that Deuce, it does cost them a buyback in Sunlight, but really not the biggest commitment in the world. And now with no Dusa, they could force a buyback of their own if they want to push into that high ground. Creep wave is being set up here by Monster shoving in.
Rojo going to run right into the Morphling. Waveform is committed. Windrun was already committed, though it's such a low cooldown. But he'll just keep going. Sammy backing onto the bottom racks. He's going to force out the glyph. They really want to try and avoid buying back on Soul if they can. The wild card, I mean, if they're not going to see a buyback from the Medusa, they'll just take the racks themselves. There is still a tier 2 tower in the mid and the top lane, so there's no chance of going for the other lanes of barracks quite yet. But it seems like Wildcard can at least set themselves up for those other racks later on, as they can go after the tier 2 towers. Not much in the way of stopping them here. Though at least now Grin do have their Medusa respawned up and coming back into the game, but a Wildcard at least get away with the racks that they wanted. So there is going to be a 5-man smoke here from Grin. So they are going to try and make something happen.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on smoke scenario though. Wildcard looking to play as the blast off flees in. And they've got Salivating Salamander already. Moose jumping in though. He has found the Morphling. Sammy looking to drop is gone. Oh no. That's your Pos 1 Morphling going down. Flea, he will follow his carry. The rest of Wildcard looking to get out desperately, but RCY not out of danger yet. We'll run the old-fashioned way. Swashbuckle's there too, but Rojo, he's got the Gleipnir to lock him down a little bit longer. RCY still running. Arrow, is it going to connect? Not quite. The blink away from the Pango. He is fine. He will make it.
It's still a disastrous fight for Wildcard. Again, the chain stunts, the chain control come out onto Sammy in the middle of that engagement. They find a good blast off onto the Batrider, but it's not really the target you want here. Sammy, he has to be protected. At this point, just dump all the Lincolns you have on hand onto him. Because the moment he gets doomed, that fight is over. You are not going to win it out. You need Sammy alive. I think at this point, you are working on a Hex for Monster. I would actually say just go Lincolns. Just go Lincolns as well. And just keep popping it on Sammy. Just prevent this guy from getting controlled. Because he is basically majority of your damage right now. I mean, RCY does still do a decent amount, but when it comes to handling the Medusa, it is all in on that Morphling. And you're just getting doomed. Just a basic doom coming through every single time. It's more than enough.
Wildcard. Now 6k behind. I mean, I don't know how these guys are feeling right now, because they had a win probability that was much higher than it is now. 55% the way of Grin all of a sudden. Grin moving into Wildcard once again around the Roshan pit, which is spawning in a minute and a half from now. Big smoke up again. No vision to scout that one out. Wildcard. They're going in completely blind here. Sammy going to morph into the Medusa very early on. Hasn't exactly been working out from the best, but he's going to try one more time here. Wards being placed around the twin gates. Wildcard, they'll have the vision advantage in this area. Grin, not seeing the opening they're looking for, will hold out, though they do kind of reveal themselves with an arrow onto the neutral camp. The Medusa Manta illusions as well, kind of showing that they are around here somewhere. Roshan now is about 35 seconds away. Grin will wrap around the long way around. Another smoke was popped for this. It's like Soul gonna sneak in from the back, is gonna eventually find RCY. Lincoln's was broken pretty early on. Salivating Salamander being caught here on the Batrider is gonna drop to start. That's a great start here for Wildcard. It's now RCY going in with the Rolling Thunder, not able to find any stuns through the BKBs. Soul, however, is being targeted. A nice shackle from Rojo, and now Muzi, he's in. They've got Sammy on the Morphling. Sammy needs a way out. He's going to waveform towards the right side. He will make it out for now. Monster, he'll cop the Doom from Muzi. Flees in with the blast off, trying to control up the Doom. Who are they even chasing here, Wildcard? It's such a split team fight. It seems like Muzi's going to be the first one to go down, though. In fact, I say the first, he is the third. They found the Mirana. They also found the Batrider. Rojo on the run now with the Wind Run. Trying to get out of here, but he's been trapped up in the corner. And he does go down. Monster to take the kill. And Roshan, it is waiting for Wildcard Gaming to make their appearance.
Carries the free Ags as well, and for Wildcard, that fight's somehow working in their favor. Doom never comes out onto Sammy. I didn't quite notice if he did get the Lincolns onto him, because there was a lot of hesitation coming out there on Muzi. Like, he pumped the Doom, waited it out, and then Sammy still had his opportunity to just waveform out of there. They miss out on a massive thing. If he doomed up the Morphling instead, that fight would have been a lot different. Without Sammy in the picture, again, these fights just simplify for the side of Bryn. Now, potentially looking at another tier 2 falling into the high ground, potentially the Mega Creeps coming out from the side of Wildcard. They get the free Ags up and running as well. They did hand that over to RCY, if I recall right. So Pangolier now gonna have those additional swashes out for the shield crash. Just gonna be a lot hard to contend with as a Medusa.
Soul forced to pop the BKB super early on. This is not going to spell good news for them going into this high ground defense. It's Wildcard now, knowing the BKB is down, should have a much easier time against this Medusa. At the very least, you do have an Aghanim Scepter up now on Muzi, so he's got the AoE Doom available. Has not saved gold for buyback though. He's about 350 gold short. Medusa versus Medusa here in the mid lane. But Sammy's Medusa looking better as now the Doom has been popped. They're going to try and make the jump in. Lasso catches that RCY. Rojo trying to burst him down. RCY with the Rolling Thunder, but he's trapped in the corner. He's going to drop. But the buyback is there from the Pango. He just needs to make his way into the team fight. It's a double shackle once again coming out here from Rojo Fire Flu. It's not enough yet though. Muzi, he's the one to go down. Still, RCY again getting trapped up. Same position. Another nice Sleipnir here from Rojo Fire Flu. But the chase is on. He's dropping real darn low. Sammy on the chase. Instead, they'll turn their attention onto Soul. They want the Medusa. That's the big target. And he is gone. But the buyback is there. One more lane of barracks going to be standing for Grin Esports. But there is a tier 2 tower between Wildcard and that final lane of barracks. So they've got to go through the top lane to get this one done. And that they will by the looks of it.
Coming out here. Way too scrappy coming out from Grin. Like the Ags reveal from Woozy is nice, but there's nothing else to keep them within that AoE Doom. Like you are still lacking that control. You kind of need to jump in with Salivating Salamander to still try for the lasso play. And even then, again, you still have to pop the Lincolns that they've been throwing onto Sammy. Because it is still the Morphling that's your major issue here. And if you had just proper hold to keep them down in that AoE Doom, then you'd feel a lot better. It's still a much harder fight to execute on for Grin. Inside of Wildcard, still having a lot of time left on the Aegis. Full MKB up for Sammy Boy as well. So gonna have the damage to kind of eat right through even a Rojo Fire Flu. And of course the Deuce as well. See what they get up to. Last tower is just going to be taken away. Last outer tower here for the side of Grin. High ground's going to be opened up, and at the very least, you have Doom back up for Muzi, but again, you kind of have to keep those heroes tied into that AoE to get max value of your Doom.
Nice shackle, Rojo. Slowing this tier 3 push as much as humanly possible. Looking very, very tough now, but there is a Divine Rapier coming out on Soul. He's just bought it up at the secret shop. Last-ditch attempt here for Grin to try and pull off this series win. The Wildcard not looking to back off quite yet, though. Sammy, he cops a rogue arrow here as the Medusa morph. Luckily, he's looking very healthy, however. So he can just move back in. The Divine Rapier not bothering too much now as Soul. Continuing on to Sammy, but Sammy is a man of business going after the Mega Creeps and does have it up now. But Sammy needs to survive the output. He's in fact going to jump back in. He'll go after Rojo Fireflu, but the lasso's going to hold him down. Sammy might lose the Aegis, and he has not yet. Sammy is still going, but eventually will die. First life is gone. Let's see if they can do it with the second. Stun is out. Sammy held down. Underneath the tier 4 towers, he will waveform out. Still alive is the Morphling. It's Wildcard. Might just want to retreat, having the Megas up. Thing is, the game isn't over. You're up against the Medusa. So So you can hold Megas pretty easily here for Grin. RCY jumping in again. Here comes Sammy. He's fully reset now on the Morphling. We'll go back into the Medusa Morph. Having some issues dealing with the Medusa illusions, but eventually we'll have them. Wildcard trying to put an end to this game 3 right here, right now. Tier 4 tower is going to be under siege. Sammy getting started. Lincoln's broken by the shackle shot of Rojo Fire Flu. Tier 4 towers under siege here. Wildcard not backing off. One Tier 4 tower about to drop. Lasso is there. They have caught Monster. They want the Underlord first. Monster, he's dropping extremely low and looks like he will go down eventually, though Sammy has not backed off, but no, he will. Gleipnir gonna lock him down. Rolling Thunder has been popped though. RCY, he'll try to just knock them back and make sure they cannot go for a chase. In fact, he's going in for the dive, hoping to find himself a target to pick off, but Wildcard will find nothing so far. Mega Creeps are here in the base. But it seems like Wildcard are not feeling confident. They don't want to throw this game back the other way, so they're going to retreat for now and wait for a better time.
I appreciate that respect they have for the high ground hold of Grin. I mean, this is a Divine Dusa. It's always a little bit risky to take a prolonged fight up against that. However, if you do manage to catch Soul outside the base, this game opens up massively. That is just endgame for you. So Grin has to be a bit cautious when they make escapades like that and excursions like that. And inside of Wildcard, well, they can kind of take their time to solve this puzzle of the high ground now, if they so wish. I am very curious as to why Sammy's queuing up his second Dags. He only needs a recipe for the blessing, but why not? Why not have a second Dags?
Yeah, sounds nice to me. Double Wisdom Rune pick up here from Sammy. He's just going to go ahead and solo the Tormentor on his own. There you go, Flea will get the shard upgrade for the reactive Taser, which can be very, very nice for the Morph. Makes it very, very annoying for the Medusa now if he does get the Taser put on him with the Disarm. So 17k advantage. Dota Plus sitting at 93% win probability here for Wildcard, which is pretty interesting considering they are up against Megas. Still a 7% chance for Grin to pull off the comeback here in game number 3. Of course, Soul.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
It feels like good old Dota Plus has shifted its algorithm a bit. I don't think we get as many 99% chances to win. Because this feels like old Dota Plus would have said 99. Now, 93. It's like, all right, a little bit more leeway. Just a tad bit more, Mike.
I mean, they do have a Medusa with a Divine Rapier.
That is true. That is very true. How many fights would it take? Let's see. If Grin were to win the next 2 fights at minimum, they could maybe start to go onto the high ground. I don't think 1 fight will cut it. I'll need to try to. Although, to be fair, there aren't that many buybacks left in Wildcard, so maybe 1 fight would do the deal here if Wildcard overextend. Hence, leading us to our more defensive game out from Wildcard, showing a lot of respect here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
51 minutes into this game is still not over. Even with the Mega Creeps up, Grin are refusing to let this one go. I'd say this is the closest Grin have been to a series win here of all teams against Wildcard. Still holding out. Moonshard being built up on Soul. I'd say maybe he should buy another Divine Rapier, but I feel like you're kind of losing some positives here by getting a secondary Divine. Like you don't really want to get rid of any of the items he's got right now. He's going to go ahead and buy the Moonshard outright.
Up. Fair enough. Might as well get a little bit more attack speed in. That does counteract the good old Morphling Replicate, so you're not losing too much attack speed now when he does morph into you, unless you just have a ridiculous amount of attack speed anyway. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Grindo still unable to really cross too far to find these opportunities in wildcard. Probably waiting for the next Roshan. We'll see in about a minute when it does respawn. We'll be spawning on the south side as well. They already have control in that area here, wildcard. It's going to be nice for them to, again, get that security. Get that security that, you know, even if you die on Sammy, he's going to come back to life and maybe he lives through. Maybe you can use that space to get something going here.
Roshan 20 seconds away from respawning now. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Wildcard's waiting for. Another Moonshot being queued up here by our Medusa. He just ate the one he bought earlier. Might just hold one in the inventory. Roshan now officially respawning. The Mines of Flea are going to give that information away to Wildcard. So pings are immediately on. Sammy's saying, let's go to the Roshan right now, boys. And it doesn't seem like Grin are really in a position where they can try to contest this, sadly, for them. So I have to let this one go and just hope for the best for the high ground defense. Thing is, with the Aegis up, like if you're Sammy, you might be able to avoid the whole fight. Let the rest of your team fight and just go after the Ancient kill.
Pretty much. I'm wondering who they hand the Yags here to. They actually give it to Monsters. So we get the slow in the Pit of Malice and the Pit of Malice around the Fiend's Gate. That could be big. They could just literally gate in and end this game if they wanted to, or use the gates to cut off Grin from trying to defend here. Be one way to get that done. See that smoke coming out.
Here we go. Through the bottom lane. All buffs being placed on Sammy. He does use his morph to break a Lincoln Sphere. So doesn't have the Medusa form available for another 45 seconds. Clearing out all the creeps, just getting the mega creeps back into the base. Tormentor is available on the Radiant side, so Sammy's going to go ahead and take that for his team. Be his own shard now available. Very, very nice. So now it becomes even more challenging to kill off this Morphling.
Yeah, more survivability coming out. A little bit of a deadlock here. Even with the Aegis up, you're just looking for one tiny slip up from Grin. Grin also looking for Wildcard to slip up just a tad bit. At the least, oh, I like this from Sammy. Look at this. He's boosting his HP for the maximum value Shield Rune. Look at that. And he goes back. Oh. Shield Rune stays at 3.6k.
Very
Surely
nice,
this
very
ends
nice.
the game.
We'll see, John. We shall see. We're 55.5 minutes into this game 3 now. Been a very long day of Dota for NADF2, I've got to say. I mean, every game has practically gone almost to an hour. This one might actually reach that. It's Salivating Salamander, able to force staff away, will blink out of range of the Swashbuckle, so he's fine. We'll have to TP back to the base, I think, and we'll commit the TP now. Wildcard in the meantime. They're getting started with the attempt at these tier 4 towers. It is already gone. The Ancient now completely exposed. Soul disarmed immediately here on the Medusa, still trying to fight back against what Wildcard have. There's your Doom out from Muzi. They're going to try and make the jump onto Sammy Boy, though Sammy is looking to get his way out of there, but the Doom is following. Doom down again. Lasso is committed. They are holding down the Morphling, and he is out of mana. Sammy still alive somehow. Keep in mind, he does still have the Aegis anyway to work with, but Sammy will lose the first life. They do get the Bat Rider. RCY going down. Grin are still fighting this one out. The Medusa is still healthy for now, but Sammy is back up. Surely they can take down Soul. Soul is out of mana. Soul is gone.
Okay.
He'll buy back, but the Divines on the deck. They're on to the Ancient now. Wildcard, they've got this one in the back, surely. How do you defend without a Divine Rapier? Wildcard can literally just ignore them. Though Sammy says, screw that, I want the kills. He's right in, wipes them out, ultra kill, looking for a rampage, and he's got it.
There we go.
What a way to end Sammy. Rampage for the Morphling. And Wildcard, after a pretty damn long series, do take the series 2-1. And I'll tell you what, John, they look pretty depressed about it. They do not look happy.
You can't fault them. You know, I think as a team, they have higher expectations for themselves. Props to Grin for giving them such a close game. They make every single game they play. Every single series we've seen from Grin has been a slugfest that goes the distance. But Wildcard, one of the teams you don't expect it to go that way. Again, like we saw them yesterday where they go all 3 games. This one again, all 3 games. And it's a little bit rough going for this team. Higher expectations for sure from their end, but you can't underestimate their opponents. Again, much tighter here in Div 2 this tour around, but man, it just takes them so long to find these win conditions. I think overall, there is definitely a lot to work on here for Wildcard.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And we're going to look at some highlights here, Jonathan. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing who we get to talk to here from Wildcard, because, you know, there is a few questions you kind of want to ask about, like what is happening with the team. Is we are looking at the highlights now, and of course it was a 57-minute game in the end, so plenty of highlights to watch here between these two. But you know, I'm gonna give massive props to Grin. You know, these guys are constantly putting on some really impressive games. Now, mind you, this is a team that has not won a series yet, but I'm just consistently impressed with how they're able to put up such good fights against teams that should be substantially better than them. Like, even when they're losing, it just still feels like a really damn good team.
Really does. Again, like, I have no idea where these players came from, but for a debut in the DPC, this is not a bad look. Again, it's weird to say that when they haven't won anything, but they've been so on point. Like Rojo, Fireflu, and Soul, I think, have just been such impressive cores. If you give them a little bit more time to cook up in Div 2 and work together as a team, I think this team is just really promising. Perhaps even in the line for promotion, say in the following tour, once they sort out issues since they stay together. For Wildcard, again, they're the exact opposite. This is a known factor. Wildcard is a known team. They came from Div 1. Sure, they did get relegated. They are in Div 2 for a reason. But you'd still expect a team of this caliber to do a little bit better. And it's just been a little bit topsy-turvy. Some mis-executions. It feels like sometimes they're a little bit disconnected with what Monster wants to do. RCY, probably the most consistent player on the team for the most part when he does get the heroes he wants to play. I think Sammy's been trying some stuff with more aggressive pause ones, like say this Monkey King Echo Saber buildup, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Again, I'm really curious as well to see who we get for our interview from Wildcard. They do take the win 2-1. Another slugfest of game coming out from them. And of course, we have to hand our MVP out here. It is RCY. I mean, this guy's just so consistent on his Pangolier. The Zoomer on a Zoomer hero. Yep. He's a fantastic mid. And, you know, Pangolier, one of his best heroes.
It certainly is. He's been doing fantastic work ever since he's joined the team, and he will get the MVP once again. So I feel like we're handing MVPs out to RCY pretty much every series that Wildcard does play, but to be frank, he does deserve it every single time. So there you go, RCY enjoying another MVP for game number 3 of this best of 3. And of course, Wildcard still pulling off a 2-1 victory here against the side of Grim. But I do agree, John. Like, there's just as good as the scoreline may look for Wildcard, there's certainly some struggles going on with this team that we need to talk about with them, I think, and see exactly what they have to say about it. Because, you know, I think we go in here into this 2 or 3 for Div 2 saying Wildcard should be the favorites to move back up to Division 1, because that's just generally how it works with them. You know, sometimes they move down, but guaranteed they're going to move back up. Hasn't looked so guaranteed, though, throughout 2 or 3 so far. Scoreline would disagree with us, but again, I mean, like, even just the other day, was it yesterday they lost to Tilted Boys in one game of their best of 3? I think it was a Wildcard. So that was another series that I don't think anyone was expecting Wildcard to drop a game in, but just like this game, they dropped the first game. Just like this series, they dropped the first game of the series. So I'm not sure if it's a matter of like the first game is just that warm-up game where they just need to get the hang of things before they get it together and win the second 2. But it's 2 series in a row now where they've lost the first game against their opponents.
Yeah, it's just a little bit rough for them. I'm keen to see what we do here from an interview, and I do believe we might have it ready, Mike.
Yeah, we've got Monster to join us here for our interview, so let's head over to Monster and see what he does have to say. Mr. Monster, congratulations on your 2-1 victory here against Grin Esports, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Good. A lot of long series. Felt like we were playing, I don't know, both series an hour. We started at 6 my time. It's been almost 4.5 hours. I think we're all just pretty tired. I think we're underperforming, a little bit disappointed with how it's going, and that's just how it is sometimes. But just improving, trying to get better.
Yeah, can we talk about that for a moment, Monster? Because you mentioned the fact that you guys feel as though you're underperforming, and to be frank with you, John and I kind of agree with that because we have you guys as the favorites to move up to Div 1 next year. Where do you guys think you're underperforming in? Like, what are the actual problems within the team that are causing you guys to have a couple of issues in these series?
I think we just need more time to mesh well. I think I don't have any doubts that the players on my team are they're mechanically skilled. I think here and there we just have meshing issues, and it's just something that works out with time. People have different ideas on what they want to do, and sometimes everyone has a really strong idea, it just doesn't all work together. And I think, at least in some games, I think it's more apparent than others that's definitely where everybody just has this weird feeling, I guess would be the way I would describe it. So
right. Game number 1 also was obviously didn't go according to plan. Can we ask what was the problem there? Is this the meshing issue that you were just talking about? Was it a drafting issue in game 1 that caused you guys to lose that game?
Yeah, been a while. It feels like it's been a while, but yeah, I think it's this would be it'd be. I think we just have a different idea on where everyone's supposed to be. Not really sure how everyone wants to play the game, and I think I think that's a good way to sum up game 1. I would say it's just everyone still has their own idea, has too much individuality, not enough team play, I guess would be the way I would sum it up.
Okay. That's fair. You go on, John.
All right, Monster, I'm curious. You're a veteran of the NA DPC. What's different this time around in this tour for Div 2? Is there anything different for you in this tour, you feel like?
Anything different? I think for the most part, it's about the same. I'm sorry, I don't have a more flavorful answer for you, but it just feels
That's
like
fair.
another Division 2 series, NA LOL, whatever, memes. I don't know. It's just we don't feel like we're doing that well, but it's enough to win, I guess, for now. So we're just getting by.
That is fair. That is fair. And, I think despite the up and down performances, people still look at you guys as the favorites. For you, going into the rest of the tour, what's the one team you're kind of looking out for here in Div 2 to play up against?
What teams are there left? I need to check the list real quick. So we have Ravens, Goons, C-Dub, and The Cut. Maybe it's the Goons. I know we were watching their series earlier today. Not sure what happened with them, but I still think they would probably be our strongest opponents going forward. So, well, that'd be my personal answer. We'll see.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, Monster, we know you're tired, so we'll let you go have a good sleep. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Congratulations on your victory once again, and hopefully we get to speak to you very soon into the future.
All right, cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a great guy, Monster. He's all smiles, all laughs. I always appreciate the honesty. I don't know how many times we asked him the same question probably 50 times during that interview, and he gave us a slightly different answer that he was just trying to say, listen, there's some meshing issues. Everyone's got their own damn ideas and things are going wild. Let's look at the leaderboard, though. Things are looking a little bit wild here on the leaderboard as Wildcard, of course, at the top. They have not lost the series yet, 3-0. currently in terms of scoreline. C-Dub and Ravens tied up in second place at the moment. Of course, the cut is going to be sitting at fourth place, tied up with the American Goons, 1-1 scoreline each. And then you have the bottom three being Nexus Titans, Tilted Boys, and Grin is in the absolute last place with 3 losses at the moment. But I think, judging by how Grin are playing, I don't know. I feel like these guys, at the very least, are going to end up in the middle of the pack. I don't see them getting quite relegated, but we will have to see. As I believe we do also have our next day's schedule that we can show here and see exactly what our next matchups are going to be for the next day of NA Div 2. And it is going to be C-Dub versing, of course, Tilted Boys. And then you have the American Goons coming back against Ravens. So 2 more great series here for NA Div 2 coming up on our next day, which is in, there's a day break, but, the day after we'll be back for NA Div 2. But that is it for today, Jonathan. It's been a hell of a day of Dota. 6 games, 6 long games, in fact, almost all of them reaching an hour. So with that, we are going to head off. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. And we'll catch you all again next time for some more great NA Div 2 action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.